Tragically betrayed by the scumbag, Mu Beiying was angry and decided to seduce the scumbag's little uncle. She tried her best to finally marry the scumbag uncle. However, one day, Mu Beiying found that she flirted with the wrong person. It turns out that her husband is not a scumbag at all, but the helmsman of the dismaying and powerful Huo family consortium. Chapter 1. If there is no scumbag, then marry his uncle. Cuckold me on the wedding day. Mu Beiying, why are you so cheap? Mu Beiying stared blankly at the unsightly photo on the big screen. Before she could react, her fiancé Song Lingqian slapped her fiercely. Mu Qianro, the half-sister of the same father, cried and cried. Sister, brother Ling Qian is so kind. How can you not cherish him? There seemed to be something in Mu Beiying's brain. Today is her and Song. On the day of Ling Qian's wedding, she didn't expect that as soon as she entered the wedding banquet hall, she saw her fiancé holding Mu Qianro in an intimate posture. She couldn't be angry, and then, the big screen began to loop photos of her cheating with different men. The guests looked over one after another. It was really shameless. With so many men, it was not as clean as Miss Qianro. Mu Beiying actually played like this in private. It's really a redneck. Mr. Song doesn't want her, so what about the wedding? Mu's father, Mu Yaohui, pretended to be righteous. The wedding is about the face of our two families and cannot be cancelled, so I decided to let Qianro marry Song Shao instead of Mu Beiying. Song's father also nodded with an ugly face. That's the only way. Our Song family will never marry a shameless woman. Mu Beiying held back his trembling, and his eyes slowly swept over the crowd. It turns out that they came up with this idea. As long as she is still Song Lingqian's fiancé, Mu Qianro will always be a junior, so they will destroy her. The Mu family ate her and used her, and raised the third illegitimate daughter with the inheritance left to her by her mother. Song Lingqian owed her a life-saving grace. He founded a company with her money and became a newcomer in Anchang. Now, you want to kill her as much as possible. It's a good way to ruin my reputation with a few fake photos so that my sister can succeed in the top. Stepmother Ling Ruo choked and cried. Beiying, what are you talking about? Do you think it was Qianro who deliberately framed you? What did my daughter do wrong? Mu Qianro's little face was full of patience. Sister, I know you blame me. I'm sorry, I'll just return brother Ling Qian to you. Song Lingqian was angry and distressed. Mu Beiying, you still slandered Qianro. The scar on your neck is so ugly that it is not worthy of me at all. That scar was left by her to save Song Lingqian, but now it has become evidence of not worthy of him. The expression in Mu Beiying's eyes faded, and he raised his eyes mockingly. Okay, I don't want this engagement. My sister and daughter take over her mother's business and continue to be a junior. How can I be so good? Then I wish you two to be together forever, and thank my sister for collecting the garbage I don't want. Song Lingqian's face was dark. Can you talk about it? You were the one who cheated first. You actually scolded Qianro. Qianro, what's wrong with you? Before the words were over, Mu Qianro suddenly fell back, and her face was pale and weak. Heart. My heart hurts so much, brother Lingqian, am I going to die? Don't blame my sister, it's all my fault. Song Lingqian was even more angry. He grabbed Mu Beiying's head fiercely and hit the railing. You know that Qianro has a heart disease, but you still insult her as a junior. Let me tell you, Qianro and I have been in love for a long time, and you are the third person who intervened. If something happens to Qianro, I will never let you go. Mu Beiying only felt a pain in the corners of his forehead, and the bone-chilling cold spread all over his limbs and skeletons. Song Lingqian had left with Mu Qianro in his arms and let the guests point at her. Mu Beiying slowly closed her eyes. She was too cowardly in the past few years. Song Lingqian coaxed her to transfer her shares while secretly crossing Chen Cao with Mu Qianro. Why did this kind of scumbag woman step on her to the top? Since this pair of miserable Mandarin ducks are more affectionate than gold, let's give them a big gift. Mu Beiying dialed a phone call, and the next moment, Ling Ruo suddenly screamed. Mu Beiying, what have you done? Ling Ruo suddenly received a message and was furious. She raised her hand to slap Mu Beiying. Who said my daughter and brother-in-law to get out of bed? You are not cheap? How can you talk about this kind of thing? You have harmed Qianro like this, and you still slander her? Bitch, I fought with you. Mu Beiying suddenly sneered. Ling Ruo called her a bitch at any time, and she had endured it for so long for Song Lingqian before. She directly held Ling Ruo's hand and slapped her back neatly. Can't stand being scolded for 2 words. What you and Mu Qianro eat is all my mother's inheritance. Who gave you the courage to shout at me here? When Ling Ruo heard the word inheritance, she couldn't even care about being slapped. She screamed in panic, Mu Beiying, what do you want to do? You have to marry the Song family to get the inheritance. Ling Qian doesn't even want you, so the inheritance is ours. Mu Beiying frowned when he heard the words. This is a problem. Mom said in her will that she must wait until she gets married to the Song family before the inheritance belongs to her completely. Ling Ruo suddenly gained confidence and said ferociously, if you are willing to kneel down and beg me, maybe I can still help you. Song Lingqian is not the only one in the Song family. Not far away, a shocking side face came into Mu Beiying's eyes. She has met this man in Song's family. He is Song Lingqian's little uncle, young and unmarried. A bold idea immediately came to mind, and Mu Bei's eyes flowed. Miss Ling, let's wait and see. After watching a good play, Huo Shijing faintly withdrew her gaze and sent Miss Lu home. The bodyguard sent a crazy woman away, and the assistant stubbornly persuaded, "Sir, the old lady gave you a death order and asked you to get married today." Miss Lu. Huo Shijing's eyes drooped slightly, cold and alienated and noble. "I don't like women who pretend to be smart." The assistant suddenly lost his voice. Miss Lu claimed with great fanfare that she was Mrs. Huo. Obviously, she was too smart to provoke the gentleman. But without Miss Lu, where will you go to find another bride? Pick another one from the celebrities, and I'll give you half an hour. Before the words were over, Huo Shijing saw the woman who had just repented and walked to him with a smile. "This gentleman, if you want to choose a woman to marry at will." Huo Shijing raised his eyebrows. Mu Beiying's red lips gently opened. "What do you think of me?" The surroundings became quiet, and the assistant was stunned. Does the woman know who the man in front of her is? Why is she so bold? Huo Shijing narrowed his eyes and his voice became hoarse. "Miss Mu, are you proposing to a man you just met?" His eyes were as cold as water, and the eyes behind the golden glasses seemed to be glazed. Being stared at by such a man, Mu Beiying suddenly felt pressured, and she calmed down. "What happened when we just met?" Some people can be sure of their whole life as soon as they get to know each other, and some people can't change the essence of scum even if they have been dating for 10 years. Huo Shijing is playful. "There are so many celebrities who want to marry me. Miss Mu, why should I choose you?" Mu Beiying teased her. How do you want her to answer? Is it possible for her to sell herself to this man? She racked her brains, and suddenly her eyes lit up, because I have an advantage that other celebrities can't do. Huo Shijing's eyes fell on her scar and suddenly became interested. "Oh. Chapter 2, she won't flirt with the wrong person." Mu Beiying immediately said, "I just want to find someone to marry. I don't have any thoughts about you. After marriage, you can do whatever you want. You can assume that I don't exist. Can other celebrities do this?" Song Lingqian's uncle is a powerful man in Ancheng. He was forced to marry by his elders. He certainly didn't want to, but if he married himself, he would not only be able to deal with the elders, but also have freedom after marriage. He should have agreed this time, right? Huo Shijing leaned over, and the danger flowed in his eyes. He didn't have any thoughts. Mu Beiying's heart was stunned. Why did she feel that the man was suddenly unhappy? What was he unhappy about? Isn't it great that she doesn't have any thoughts about him? The atmosphere was quiet and scary. Mu Beiying was worried that he would refuse. He was about to say something to remedy it, but suddenly the person in front of him turned around. "Get in the car." Mu Beiying was invited to the front of the car by the assistant, but he didn't react for a moment. "Where are you going?" Huo Shijing looked calm, and his every move was very precious. He asked lightly, "Didn't Miss Mu want to marry me? Did he promise to get married?" Mu Beiying was stunned for a long time, afraid that he would repent, so he quickly sat next to him as soon as possible. "It's not too late. Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau now." Huo Shijing hooked his lips and laughed in a low voice. Ling Ruo, who was not far away, looked at this scene and suddenly panicked. This man looked extraordinary. Mu Beiying would not climb into a rich family again, would he? That's not good. She hurried forward and opened the car door. "Mu Beiying, you have harmed Ling Qian, and you still want to harm others. Don't involve this gentleman for the rest of your life." Mu Beiying looked at Ling Ruo sarcastically. "How dare you say that I'm a disaster? Don't talk nonsense." Ling Ruo almost couldn't help cursing. She immediately turned to look at Huo Shijing. Her private life is very chaotic. She has slept with different men and has photos. This kind of woman is not worth marrying home. When Mu Beiying heard the words, she sneered slowly. "Miss Ling, you don't think that everyone believes your retarded methods, do you? She is meaningful. Song Lingqian will believe it because Song Lingqian is brainless. My future husband is a smart man who can see through it at a glance." Future husband. Huo Shijing couldn't help but hook her lips happily. "Well, I believe in Miss Mu's person. And..." His voice was hoarse, and there was a sense of courage in his tone, which made Ling Ruo break out in a cold sweat. "It's worth it or not, I have the final say." Mu Beiying's heart trembled violently. Knowing that he was just to protect his face, he still felt warm in her heart. When she returned to her senses, she raised her eyebrows at Ling Ruo carelessly. "My good stepmother, did you hear me? People with eyes know how to choose. Keep your daughter guarding that waist. After all, any pot should be matched with which lid. I won't accompany you." After saying that, the car went away. Ling Ruo's face turned pale and her expression was ferocious. This man really married Mu Beiying. She can't let Mu Beiying step on Qianrou's head. No, she has to think of a way. Half an hour later, in the Civil Affairs Bureau, Huo Shijing was invited to the third floor. A man who looked like a leader respectfully handed over the information that needed to be registered to the two. Mu Beiying was a little confused. Just to get married, did she need such a big battle? Fortunately, she successfully married Song Lingqian's uncle. After all, only by marrying the Song family can she get back her mother's inheritance in full. Mu Beiying signed his name. As soon as he breathed a sigh of relief, he turned his head and saw 3 majestic words in the man's pen. Huo Shijing. "Wait." Mu Beiying came up again in one breath, and his face changed. You, why are your surname Hua? Shouldn't Song Lingqian's little uncle be surnamed Song? Hua Shixing was signing, did not look up, and said lightly, changed his surname. Oh. Mu Beiying patted her heart, which scared her to death. She thought she had married the wrong person. It's just that why does it feel strange? I seem to have heard the name Hua Shixing somewhere. Mu Beiying frowned, and suddenly a light flashed in her mind. She suddenly looked up and stared wide. Hua Shixing, the most mysterious and powerful man in Ancheng. Mu Beiying was silent for 3 seconds. He was stunned and almost bit his tongue. Are you the helmsman of the Huashan Consortium? Hua Shixing stopped and smiled meaningfully. Miss Mu was so surprised that she didn't know my identity before she volunteered to marry me. Mu Beiying suddenly casulated. Of course, she didn't know about it. Who knew that Huashan's helmsman would be Song Lingqian's uncle and promised to marry her? No wonder everyone in the Civil Affairs Bureau seems to be waiting in a state of order. Isn't it a big deal for Hua Shixing to get married? Mu Beiying swallowed her saliva. She couldn't let Hua Shixing feel that she had never seen the world, so she pretended to be calm. I just didn't expect that Mr. Hua, such a famous figure, would get married so casually. Under the gaze of men, she forcibly turned a corner and changed it to casually, follow the flow. I thought you were getting married, and the Civil Affairs Bureau should come to you in person. Hua Shixing laughed in a low voice, and her ears were numb. It seemed that Miss Mu misunderstood me a little, but if you like it, it's okay to let them come to the door. Mu Beiying choked for a moment. That's not what she meant. At this time, the staff had already applied for the certificate and handed it over to the two of them. She took the 2 red notebooks, and a big stone in her heart finally landed. She even forgot the embarrassment just now and couldn't help laughing. Walking out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Mu Beiying stopped and did not get in the car. She is very self-aware that marriage is just a transaction for both parties. Now that the transaction is completed, she has no reason to stay. Mu Beiying coughed. Mr. Hua, since the marriage is over, I won't bother you. I'll. Hua Shixing's eyelids were slightly raised. Miss Mu, you just gave the Mu family a big one today. Excuse me, they are probably asking you to settle the score. Do you think there is any other choice but to go home with me tonight? Mu Beiying. She thought about the trouble she was about to face, her face changed slightly, and then pretended that nothing had happened, and sat back into the car lightly. Mr. Hua is right. We are all married. It's too outside to say that we don't disturb. Let's go home. The air in the car was embarrassed. Hua Shixing smiled for a while. Miss Mu's ability to bend and stretch was also seen by Hua today. Mu Beiying lowered his head and pretended to be shy. It's too much. Mr. Hua will find more advantages for me in the future. Even Hua Shixing was silent for a long time at this moment. This Miss Mu is really completely different from the rumor. His fingertips gently slid across her neck, intentionally or unintentionally, opening the necklace, revealing the deep scar. Hua Shixing seemed to be stabbed. He suppressed the strange emotions in his eyes and asked Bai Ji to send you back to the villa. You can choose the room. I still have something to do and won't come back tonight. Mu Beiying pursed her lips. Just now, Hua Shixing said that he would go home. After seeing her scar, he said he had something to do. Is this scar really so ugly? He can't even stand being under the same roof as himself. But she doesn't have to live together, which is just right for her. Mu Beiying didn't think about it. He politely said goodbye and leaned in the back seat and closed his eyes to recuperate. Early the next morning, when Mu Beiying woke up, he was stunned for a moment. This is not her small shabby room in Mu's villa. By the way, she got married to Hua Shixing yesterday. This is the guest room of Yu Jingyang. Mu Beiying rubbed his head and walked out of the door. He was about to go to the kitchen to get something to eat when suddenly his mind was excited. Wait. Song Lingqian said before that his uncle was quite good at calligraphy and had been living in his old house with his elders. But there are obvious traces of life in Yujingyo, indicating that Hua Shixing has lived here for a long time, and there are no calligraphy works in the whole villa. The Song family is a family of calligraphy and painting, but Hua Shixing does business alone and founded the Huashan Consortium. Mu Beiying feels something is wrong. She won't make a mistake, will she? Chapter 3 Miss Mu, are you seducing me? No, it's impossible. She had obviously seen Song Lingqian call him uncle. By the way, Song Lingqian inadvertently mentioned that there was a string of red jade at the head of his uncle's bed. Wouldn't you know when you went to see it? Mu Beiying immediately pushed open the door of the master bedroom. She stepped on the soft carpet without any movement. She groped to the bed in the dark. At this moment, the hand inadvertently touched something, warm and thin, and the shallow breath brought a man's unique taste. It was Hua Shixing's lips. Mu Beiying was so scared that he almost screamed. Didn't he say he wouldn't come back? She gritted her teeth and stubbornly moved forward. Her eyes swept across the head of the bed inch by inch, but accidentally did not stand firmly. The whole body fell on him, and the moment her lips were about to stick to him, Hua Shixing opened her eyes. He didn't wear gold glasses, his eyes were sharper, and his voice was hoarse. Didn't Miss Mu say that she didn't have any thoughts about me? Mu Beiying's head suddenly exploded. The soft and cold lips brushed the corners of her rosy lips, inch by inch, with scorching shivers, leaving no gap. She even felt the little wet breath between the man's lips. Mu Beiyin was bending down, and his brain was so confused that he didn't know how to react. He kissed Huo Shijing and looked at him for a few seconds. Until Huo Shijing spoke again, his voice was hoarse, with a little unbearable smell. Mu Beiyin, get up. Mu Beiyin suddenly came to his senses, his face turned red, and he got up immediately. Unexpectedly, my hand softened and fell back into his arms. Huo Shijing raised her thin lips, and a magnetic and pleasant laugh rolled out of her throat. It turned out that this was Miss Mu's no thoughts. If she didn't know, she thought you were seducing me. Mu Beiyin. She suddenly felt that she couldn't wash it even if she jumped into the yellow river. Mu Beiyin got up in a hurry, looked at his oppressive gaze, blushed, and whispered with his neck. I said it was a misunderstanding. Mr. Huo, do you believe it? Huo Shijing smiled and didn't say whether he believed it or not, but Mu Beiyin obviously felt the play in his laughter. What should I do? What should she say now? Huo Shijing won't suspect that she is seducing him, will she? She is so wronged. DDD. Just when Mu Beiyin was in a panic, a ringtone broke the slightly ambiguous deadlock. Mr. Huo, let me answer the phone. She suddenly felt saved. She grabbed her mobile phone and ran out, pressing the answer button randomly. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Mu Yaohui's voice exploded in his ear. Mu Beiyin, get out of the hospital for me. You shameless thing sent Qianro to the hospital and posted the matter on Weibo to make a fuss. Do you think this matter is over? Huo Shijing's eyes narrowed suddenly. Mu Beiyin paused for a moment. Without being at a loss just now, he asked lazily, who am I shameless to follow? Hasn't Mu Dong heard that the upper beam is not right and the lower beam is crooked? You rebellious girl. Mu Yaohui gritted his teeth in anger. But soon calmed down. Everyone knew that you cheated on me yesterday, and the Song family decided to cancel the marriage with you. Ling Qian is generous and doesn't care about you, but you want to give Qianro the engagement toner between you and the Song family. If you don't give it, just wait for your mother's relics to be thrown into the trash can. Your mother and daughter are really ugly. After saying that, the other side hung up the phone with a bang. Mu Beiyin's face sank little by little. Engagement ton? For Mu Qianro. It's ridiculous. Why should she give Mu Qianro what her mother left her? Mu Beiyin copied the evidence he found into his mobile phone and immediately turned around and went out. In the past, she was so stupid that she was blinded by Song Lingqian, thinking that he was a man who could be entrusted for a lifetime. Since they have to jump on her face to death, don't blame her for being polite. Huo Shijing looked at the woman's back and gave a gentle sigh. A minute later, the assistant Bai Ji pushed the door and came in. Sir, there was some trouble on the Huo family again. The old lady asked you to go to the hospital. Huo Shijing's eyebrows sank, and danger flowed in his eyes. A moment later, he thought of something and smiled. Okay, let's go. Hospital. Mu Qianro leaned weakly in Song Lingqian's arms, and her eyes were full of worry. Brother Lingqian, do you really want to cancel the marriage with your sister? In the end, it's all because of me. I'm going to apologize to my sister, okay? Song Lingqian frowned. It has nothing to do with you that I want to cancel the marriage. It is her cheating and embarrassing the Song family. Mu Yaohui also said coldly, Qianro, this is the decision of our two families. She has to withdraw from this marriage today, and if she doesn't, she has to withdraw. At this moment, Mu Qianro raised her hazy eyes with tears in her eyes, as if she was scared and trembling all over. Sister, why did you come here so soon? Mu Beiyin stood not far away, looking at his sister and fiancé hugging each other, sneerfully tidging his hair and raising his eyebrows lazily. If you don't come quickly, you won't see the little couples snuggled up to each other. Mu Qianro hurriedly broke free from Song Lingqian's arms, and her face was bloody and shaky. As soon as Ling Ruo saw her, she was furious. She stretched out her hand and slapped her palm on Mu Beiyin's face. She roared in a sharp voice. How dare you laugh? Look at what Qianro has done to you. Mu Beiyin grabbed her hand directly and folded it fiercely. It's not me who is the third child. Why am I embarrassed to laugh? Mu Yaohui was furious, beast. Your sister and Ling Qian really love each other. Keep your mouth clean. Mu Beiyin looked at Mu Qianro, an illegitimate daughter, who called herself my sister. Be presumptuous. Mu Yaohui was about to hit Mu Beiyin's head with a teacup immediately. Mu Qianro quickly said softly, Dad, don't be angry. I know I'm sorry to my sister. As long as she is happy, I'm willing to quit. That look seems to have been greatly wronged. Mu Yaohui became more and more angry and pointed to Mu Beiyin's nose and roared. Look at how kind Qianro is. Even if you and Ling Qian have been engaged since childhood, let Qianro marry instead of you. It's my meaning. If you have any dissatisfaction, come to me. What's more, you cheated on me first. Do you know how much shame you made the Mu family lose yesterday? Evil obstacle. Mu Beiyin sneered and opened his eyes fiercely. It turned out that his father also knew that cheating would embarrass the Mu family. Everyone's expressions suddenly stiffened. Inside and outside the ward, there was a sound in an instant, and the nurses all looked at each other. Yes, isn't Mu Yaohui the first to cheat on the Mu family? He didn't even feel ashamed. How dare he blame his daughter? Mu Yaohui's face turned red. Shut up. Your mother can't control men by herself. What does it have to do with me? Why don't you think that it's because your mother is not good enough that I will be with Ling Ruo? Bang! Mu Beiying picked up a chair and smashed it to the ground fiercely, making a loud noise. Do you have the ability to say it again? Chapter 4 kicked the scumbag and slapped Xiao San in the face. Mu Yaohui trembled all over and almost lost his breath. Mu Beiying glanced at everyone in the ward. Mu Qianro was only 3 months younger than her. The day after her mother's death, Ling Ruo took Mu Qianro to live happily in the Mu family villa. She found out that the cause of her mother's death was suspicious, and then she was driven to the countryside by the Mu family. If it weren't for the mother's will that she had to inherit, I'm afraid the Mu family would have forgotten that there was still a daughter. Mu Yaohui's face turned red and white, and he roared with his neck. I didn't say anything wrong. If you mother and daughter don't look for the reason from themselves, they will only blame others. Find the reason from yourself. Mu Beiying hummed with an expressionless face, which was right. After all, my mother did not have Ling Ruo's ability to seduce men. Miss Ling not only did it by herself, but also taught her daughter that the green out of blue is better than blue. I really can't compare. You. Ling Ruo cried and rushed into Mu Yaohui's arms, as if the whole world owed their mother and daughter. Yaohui, look at Beiying. She hates me. Why should she hate Qianro? It's Ling Qian who wants to cancel the marriage with Beiying, which is not Qianro's fault. This cry reminded Mu Yaohui not to forget to cancel the marriage. He held back his anger and said, that's it. Needless to say, I came to you today to cancel the marriage. Song Ling Qian also came back from his anger and took a deep breath. Beiying, I won't marry an unscryful woman, and I don't want Qianro to be hurt again. You give the jade pendant of the Mu Song family to Qianro. Tears flashed in Mu Qianro's red eyes, and her little face was full of guilt and forbearance. Brother Ling Qian, I know that my low status is not worthy of you. Don't make my sister sad for me. Song Ling Qian is heartbroken, Qianro. Even if you are an illegitimate daughter, you are self-clean, which is much better than Mu Beiying. She bullied you all day long because she was the original daughter. Don't speak for her. After saying that, he turned his head angrily and said, Mu Beiying, withdraw from the marriage. I don't want to say it again. Mu Beiying sneered. When she almost bled to death in order to save Song Ling Qian promised to protect her for the rest of her life. Later, the doctor said that the scar on her neck could never be healed. Song Ling Qian disliked her ugly scar and turned to Mu Qianro. Anyone can blame her, but Song Ling Qian, who owes her life, can't. It's strange. How could she like this kind of scum before? Mu Beiying nodded calmly. Yes, I agree to cancel the marriage. Brother Ling Qian, would you like to listen to my sister's explanation? Sister, she was just... Mu Qianro was still in tears. Halfway through her words, her face suddenly changed. She thought she had heard it wrong and suddenly looked at Mu Beiying. What did you say? I said, I agreed to cancel the marriage. Mu Beiying smiled slightly, so my good sister, can you put away your not excellent acting skills? The ward became quiet in an instant. Mu Qianro couldn't believe that Mu Beiying, a redneck, actually agreed to cancel the marriage. Song Ling Qian was stunned for a while before he reacted. Do you agree? Everyone knows that Mu Beiying loves her, otherwise she would not have used her mother's inheritance to help him achieve today's status. How could she agree to cancel the marriage so easily? But it's better to cancel the marriage, otherwise he is afraid that one day he will wrong Qianro because of this marriage contract. Song Ling Qian took a deep breath. It's good if you can think about it clearly. As long as you return the jade pendant, I won't say anything more after the marriage. In the future, I agree to withdraw from the marriage, but Song Ling Qian. Mu Beiying interrupted his words, smiled slightly, and said, but it's not you who dismissed me, but I who dismissed you. The scene became quiet again. Ling Ruo was stunned for 3 seconds before she realized and screamed loudly, Mu Beiying, what are you talking about? Song Ling Qian took the initiative to withdraw from the marriage because Mu Beiying cheated. But Mu Beiying took the initiative to withdraw from the marriage. What would happen if it was spread out? Will others say that it was encouraged by Qianro? That's not good. Mu Qianro's pale little face was covered with tears. Sister, I know you are wronged, but you don't have to vent your resentment on Brother Ling Qian. Song Ling Qian came back to his senses, and the little guilt he had just borne suddenly disappeared. What are you messing around with? Mu Beiying sneered softly. Master Song wants to cancel the marriage because he saw those photos and thought I was careless. Song Ling Qian frowned. That's the truth. You have sex with so many men, and I will never be with you. Mu Beiying nodded, took out his mobile phone from his bag, and clicked on a long-prepared video. Mu Qianro's face stiffened and subconsciously wanted to stop it. Unfortunately, it was too late. In the video, a man knelt on the ground and cried bitterly and begged for mercy to admit his mistake. It's not me. Those photos were given to me by Mu Qianro, who gave me 200,000 ye to pee. She wants to destroy Miss Mu's reputation. It's none of my business. Mu Qianro wants to destroy the wedding, and I also charge money to do things. Please spare me. Then, the man trembled with tears and handed over the check that Mu Qianro had given him. 200,000, no more or less. Mu Qianro's name is written in the lower right corner of the check. Mu Qianro bribed others to slander her own sister for cheating. The evidence is conclusive. Everyone inside and outside the ward suddenly looked at Mu Qianrou, and Mu Qianrou's face turned pale in an instant. Ling Ruo and Mu Yaohui took a step back, and their lips trembled. Mu Beiying was careless and asked lightly, "Am I not careful?" Song Lingqian's body trembled. Mu Beiying said coldly, "My sister's good trick was spent 200,000 yen to replace my position. Your mother and daughter have played this kind of trick for 15 years, but haven't you played enough?" Ling Ruo subconsciously roared, "Shut up, you slander Qianrou." Mu Beiying was too lazy to pay attention and turned to look at Song Lingqian. "And you, as my fiancé, don't listen to my explanation. In order to accuse Mu Qianrou of insulting me, in your eyes, Mu Qianrou is 100 times more important than my fiancé. Stepping on two boats, false love, right and wrong, why do you scum want to cancel my marriage? If I want to cancel this engagement, I will cancel you, a scumbag with two minds." Mu Qianrou was stiff all over, and even the tears of the play were hanging in her eyes. She was embarrassed to death. Song Lingqian trembled with anger. Mu Beiying has always been obedient to him, but now he says he is a scumbag. The eyes of the doctors and nurses around them gradually became subtle, and they whispered indignant. It was obviously Mu Qianrou who framed Miss Mu. The Mu family never doubted that none of them had a brain. Didn't you listen to Miss Mu? Ling Ruo and Mu Qianrou have been playing this kind of trick for 15 years. I don't know how many times Miss Mu has been blamed. The Mu family must know. Who said that Mu Qianrou is simple and kind? She ruined other people's wedding. Xiao San succeeded in the top, and also ruined her sister's reputation. Xiao San's daughter is indeed Xiao San. Mu Beiying is a serious young lady who knows how to seduce men. When Ling Ruo heard the words Xiao San's daughter is still Xiao San, she was so scared that she couldn't speak. She is not Xiao San, and Qianrou is not Xiao San either. Only Mu Beiying, who is not loved and still dominates the engagement, is Xiao San. Chapter 5 Huo Shiqing introduces, "My wife, Mu Beiying." There was a continuous curse outside the door, and Mu Qianrou subconsciously screamed, "Sister, I'm your sister. How can you deliberately frame me? My heart hurts so much." Qianrou. Ling Ruo reacted and pounced on her crying. "Beiying, are you satisfied with Qianrou's damage like this? Yaohui, save Qianrou quickly. She has a bad heart. Woo-hoo, why are my daughter and I so miserable?" Mu Yaohui looked at Mu Beiying's face and trembled with anger. He had known that he should have let this evil barrier die 15 years ago. Why is she so ignorant? What can you do if you sacrifice her for the future of the Mu family and Qianrou? The more Mu Yaohui thought about it, the more he hated it. He slapped the table suddenly. This matter is not allowed to be mentioned again." Mu Beiying raised his eyelids and was not allowed to mention it again. "I was slandered by Mu Qianrou, and I had no marriage and no reputation. Now that the truth is out, you say forget it, and your sister will be out of it, as if nothing happened." Mu Yaohui is even more angry. "So what else do you want to do? Let Qianrou kneel down for you?" She said it was not her. "What's the point of you being so sedantic?" Mu Beiying's eyes became cold in an instant. It turned out that the whole thing was my scrupulousness. Miss Ling and her sister cried twice and changed from the murderer to the victim. I felt ashamed of myself. Outside the door, a nurse shook her head distressedly. Mu Dong was really biased. He protected the illegitimate daughter everywhere and felt sorry for Miss Mu. Can a cheating man count on him? I'm afraid he has been fascinated by Xiao San for a long time. No wonder Miss Mu's reputation has been getting worse and worse over the years. With such a black-and-white stepmother and illegitimate daughter, how good can her reputation be? Mu Qianrou's eyes were tearful. "No, I didn't, She suddenly covered her heart and fell back. Ling Ruo hurriedly catched her. Song Lingqian was heartbroken. "Beiying, Qianrou is so weak, why do you have to be aggressive?" Mu Yaohui smashed the teacup in his hand angrily, and his voice trembled. "Get out. Get out of here. How can I give birth to a daughter like you? The Song family should not want you. Get out." Mu Beiying knew that the Mu family was biased, and they would protect Mu Qianrou, even if she killed and set fire, so she didn't plan to let Mu Qianrou get out of the Yin family now.it. Can make Mu Qianrou suffer a big loss. Mu Beiying is already satisfied. "Mu Dong, I will repay you. It's better to let Mu Qianrou give me a satisfactory explanation. By the way, what did she think of? Who said that no Song's family wanted me? Song Lingqian, maybe the next time we meet, you will have to call me aunt. Cherish the time we are still the same generation." After saying that, Mu Beiying ignored the unbearable abuse in the ward and went straight into the elevator. 10 seconds later, the elevator door opened, and she suddenly heard a surprised voice. "Huo Shiqing, you said you were married?" Mu Beiying stopped and turned his head to look. Huo Shiqing and his good friend Chu Xiao went out of the ward, and there was no joy and anger in his eyes. "Is there something wrong?" Chu Xiao exaggerated. "You are going to get married. I don't believe it unless you bring your wife to show me." Huo Shiqing raised his eyebrows slightly. At this moment, he suddenly raised his eyes and met Mu Beiying's eyes not far away. The man's eyes under the golden glasses had a faint smile. "Isn't it coming?" Chu Xiao said doubtfully, and saw Huo Shiqing walking to the woman. "My wife, Mu Beiying. My wife." Mu Beiying's face turned red when she heard these 3 words. When the man said these 3 words, why did he have a feeling of flirting? Chu Xiao was shocked. Is he really married? Huo Shiqing didn't just attract a woman to deceive him. It's just that Mrs. Huo looks so familiar. It seems that she has heard the name somewhere. Mu Beiying. Chu Xiao meditated on these 3 words several times in her heart. Suddenly, she thought of something. She looked up and almost choked herself to death in one breath. Miss Mu. Isn't this the one who cheated on her at the wedding banquet yesterday? Well, the one who shone brilliantly at the wedding banquet yesterday. Huo Shiqing, you actually married Song Lingqian. He swallowed the last few words and didn't dare to say it. Mu Beiying suddenly realized. Chu Xiao must not believe that Huo Shiqing married his nephew Song Lingqian's fiancée, so he was so surprised. After all, Huo Shiqing, as a little uncle, is not clear with his former niece and daughter-in-law, which is against ethics. Huo Shiqing's eyes were slightly gloomy, and he said faintly, "You can go." Chu Xiao also wanted to get away from this place quickly and coughed several times. Miss Mu, then I'll say goodbye first. By the way, Shiqing, that person has appeared. You can continue to check it when you are free. After saying that, it seemed that something was chasing him behind him. He ran so fast that he lost his shadow in 3 seconds. Huo Shiqing looked at her, as if she was examining something. After a long time, she gently opened her lips. It seems that Miss Mu has clarified the rumors about yesterday's wedding banquet, and the speed of doing things is much faster than I expected. Mu Beiying choked. She always felt that Huo Shiqing's words were tentative. Luck, it's all luck. I happened to meet the person who was bribed by Mu Qianrou, so things went so smoothly. Huo Shiqing hooked the corners of his lips, right? He also investigated the person who spread rumors in the P picture, but it was a pity that it was a step late. Miss Mu Da's method was much tougher than he thought. Mu Beiying couldn't know what he meant for a moment. At this time, Assistant Bai Ji opened the car door for the two. She immediately changed the topic. Mr. Huo, why are you also in the hospital? Huo Shiqing's eyes narrowed slightly to deal with some troubles of the younger generation. Trouble? Mu Beiying thought for a moment and suddenly understood. Haha, it's the shame thing that Song Lingqian wants to cancel the marriage. Thinking of cancelling the marriage, Mu Beiying frowned. The engagement letter between her and Song Lingqian is a jade pendant, which was given to the Song family by her mother, but it is required that the jade pendant will not belong to the Song family until she marries into the Song family. This jade pendant can go to Kyoto to exchange for a person, which is also one of the reasons why Song Lingqian hates her but has never withdrawn from the marriage. The jade pendant is in her hand, and Mu Qianrou will definitely find a way to take it away. But if it was given to Huo Shiqing? Thinking of this, Mu Beiying's eyes turned, showed a shy smile, and disgust and opened her mouth. Mr. Huo, it's better to choose a day than to hit the day. In order to celebrate our wedding, I'll give you my jade pendant, okay? The air suddenly became quiet. Huo Shiqing glanced at her lightly and saw the word song on the jade pendant. The corners of her lips smiled and blocked Mu Beiying's words back. It's not very good. Give me the engagement letter with my ex-fiancé, lend flowers to Buddha or waste it, huh? Mu Beiying. Why didn't you say bad things when you married your nephew's ex-girlfriend? Her smile almost cracked and forced herself to keep smiling. How can it be called waste? This jade pendant is the token agreed between my mother and the Song family. Anyway, I will give it to you. What's the difference between early and late? Huo Shiqing narrowed his eyes. Why do you have to give him the token of the Song family in the morning and evening anyway? He inexplicably felt that he seemed to have overlooked something crucial. The man looked at Mu Beiying, and the smell of danger in his eyes was getting deeper and deeper. A guess suddenly flashed in his mind. Chapter 6. Huo Shiqing, why doesn't Mrs. Song know you? At this moment, Bai Ji stopped the car and looked back respectfully. Sir, Fulu Garden has arrived. Mu Beiying looked up in surprise. Fuluyan is a famous tea restaurant in the upper class. Mu Qianrou is a loyal customer of this shop, but she has never tasted it. Why did Huo Shiqing bring her here? Huo Shiqing played with the jade pendant, pressed the guess in his eyes, and smiled. Since Miss Mu has said that the jade pendant will be given to me, I would rather obey the order respectfully. However, Huo can't accept Miss Mu's jade for nothing, so I'll treat you to dinner. Let's go. Mu Beiying was relieved to see him accept the jade pendant, but he became strange in an instant. How did he know that he really wanted to come to this store? Is it a coincidence? Before she could figure it out, a few discordant voices suddenly came from not far away. That woman was not worthy of my son, and it was already a shame for her to let her decently withdraw from the marriage. A redneck, I don't see Ling Qian, who else will want her? The scandal spread all over yesterday. I was asked to say that Mr. Song was still too kind. This kind of woman should make her lose her reputation. The sneer sounded intermittently, and several people dressed as noble women looked contemptuous. At this moment, one of them suddenly stared wide-eyed. Mrs. Song, look, is that Mu Beiying? Everyone turned their heads suddenly. Mu Beiying frowned slightly. It was really ugly. He had a meal and met Song Lingqia's mother. She was about to go to the box, but she didn't expect that Mrs. Song Fangshen had walked up quickly, with a disgusted face. Mu Beiying, what are you doing here? Ling Qian has withdrawn from your marriage. What's the point of you still coming to plit me? Snooter her? Miu Beiying almost laughed angrily. Song Lingqian and his mother are really narcissistic. Many guests around looked over, and Fang She looked high. If you are willing to kneel down and kowtow to me, maybe I will help you say a few good words to Lingqian, but don't be delusional. Lingqian can't marry you. Mrs. Song. Miu Beiying interrupted Fang She's words and smiled meaningfully. Who gave you the confidence to make you think that I would not marry Song Lingqian? Fang Shen looked into Miu Beiying's eyes and was almost frightened by her momentum, and her whole body trembled. But on the other hand, Miu Beiying must be pretending to be strong. It's so funny that you love Miu, the whole Angchen knows about Lingqian. Miu Beiying, you still have to show your face as a person. Look, Qinro is different from you. We, Lingqian, don't like you, a cheeky woman. Huo Shijing stood not far behind her, with the corners of her lips slightly hooked, and did not speak. He wanted to know how Miu Beiying was going to deal with it. Unexpectedly, Miu Beiying suddenly smiled. In the past, I thought we were fiancés, so naturally, we walked around more, but who knew that Song Shao didn't look like a man at all in that respect? Hey, Mrs. Song, I have withdrawn from the marriage today. I have saved the face for Mr. Song. Don't force me anymore. Everyone was stunned. This sentence was really thought-soaking. Miu Beiying said that Song Lingqian didn't look like a man in that respect. He withdrew from the marriage and saved his face. This is obviously vaguely telling everyone that Song Lingqian can't do it. After all, Miu Beiying is his fiancé. Will Miu Beiying still not know whether he is a man or not? Fang She's face changed dramatically, and she roared. Miu Beiying, what nonsense are you talking about? Miu Beiying shook her head helplessly. Mrs. Song, you really don't have to test me again. I'm not interested in that kind of bad man. Miu Qianro wanted it, so she gave it to her. You don't really think your son is a fragrant bun, do you? The eyes of the people around him were even stranger. Fang She was angry in her chest, and her whole body trembled with anger. You little bitch, shut up. Shut up. Well, I'll shut up. Yingsheng pretended to be tolerant and sighed. Mrs. Song, you should also accept the reality as soon as possible. If your son can't do it, it's okay. Anyway, isn't there Miu Qianro who won't leave? Finally, everyone couldn't help whispering. Oh, my god, knowing that Song Lingqian can't do it, Miu Qianro still sent herself up. What are you up? No wonder I often see Song Lingqian running to the men's hospital. I have to say that it's really hard for Miss Miu to keep this secret for so many years. That's right, Mrs. Song knew that her son was not good, but she still felt that Miss Miu couldn't forget him. The Song family is too narcissistic, right? The sarcastic words came in, and Miu Beiying's smile became bigger and bigger. He passed by Fang Sheng and said carelessly, Mrs. Song, I advise you not to trouble me. You saw it. You made trouble for me, and it was your son who was humiliated. After saying that, she didn't look back and went straight to the box. You. Fang Sheng trembled all over. It took a long time to suppress the anger from the bottom of her heart and stood firmly. That bitch is talking nonsense. Lingqian is very good. All right, let's go in for dinner. Unexpectedly, just as I was about to sit down to order food, I was stopped by the manager who came in a hurry. I'm sorry, Fu Luoyan doesn't welcome you. Fang Sheng is in a hurry. What do you mean? The manager showed a formulaic smile. I'm sorry, it literally means, please leave. Fang Sheng only felt that the way everyone looked at her had changed, and she raised her voice. Do you know who I am? Even a small restaurant dares to offend me. What are you? There was a trace of strangeness in the manager's eyes, and he was even more impatient. Even if Mr. Song was present in person, you had to get out of here. Our husband said that you have offended our boss. Fu Luoyan will never welcome the Song family. Fang Sheng gritted her teeth and thought for a long time, but she still couldn't think of who the owner of Luo Garden was. Facing the sound of others pointing, she fell down angrily and left angrily. How could she offend the landlady of Luo Garden? In the box. All the dishes have been served. Huo Shijing handed Miu Beiying a glass of water. Miss Miu is eloquent. Miu Beiying's piece of meat almost choked in the trachea. Thank you. Huo Shijing raised his eyebrows and tried carelessly, but when he heard that Miss Miu was weak and easy to handle, he saw him today, his teeth were sharp, which had nothing to do with the rumors. Miu Beiying frowned. Why did he ask this? Do you think she is too fierce? That's right. I heard that men like the soft and weak little white flower. Maybe Huo Shijing didn't like it very much when she saw her fighting Fang Shen too hard. It was hard for her to marry Song Lingqian's uncle, so she couldn't give Huo Shijing any chance to file for divorce. Miu Beiying's eyes turned, put down his chopsticks, and said aggrievedly, Mr. Huo, Mrs. Song is really too much. In the past, she used to mock me every time we met. The mudman still has a three-part temper. Huo Shijing glanced at her lightly. Isn't it? Hearing Miss Miu's cleverness, Huo thought that your personality was like this. No, you also saw that it was Mrs. Song who came to trouble me. In fact, I don't cause trouble at all. I have been. Before Miu Beiying finished speaking, I suddenly thought of a question. Wait. When she was fighting Mrs. Song just now, Huo Shijing was also present, right? Mrs. Song didn't react at all when she saw Song Lingqian's uncle beside her. A bad premonition suddenly surged in his heart. Mu Beiying put down his chopsticks in horror. Huo Shujing, why doesn't Mrs. Song know you? Chapter 7. Half a year later, I will reveal the news of our marriage. Huo Shujing narrowed her eyes. That strange feeling came up again. Mu Beiying seemed to care about his relationship with the Song family. Huo Shijing's eyes flowed, and suddenly the clouds were light and the wind was light, and he gave an ambiguous answer. Not everyone is qualified to see me. Mu Beiying thought for a moment and understood in an instant. Oh. There is no need to meet irrelevant people. Although Fang Sheng is Mrs. Song, she is nothing on the direct line of the Song family. I heard that Mr. Song is very dissatisfied with Fang Sheng, so it is normal for Fang Sheng to have never seen Huo Shijing. Huo Shijing is worthy of being the heir of the Song family, and his words are harsh. Her heart suddenly relaxed. She stuffed the unfinished abalone into her mouth, and said, I thought Fulu Garden was so famous that everything was very special, but it turned out that the taste was like this. Huo Shijing hummed. It was originally an ordinary restaurant, but I don't know how it became a place to represent identity. Mu Beiying was puzzled. So you still brought me here? Huo Shijing should not use this kind of restaurant to prove his identity. I didn't expect that the man was careless. I just heard that Miss Mu had never been there. The illegitimate daughter of the Mu family was a regular visitor here. My wife should also have what others have. She couldn't lose. Mu Beiying was stunned. What Huo Shijing means is that he knew that she had never been here, so he brought her here on purpose. Mu Jia and Song Lingqian both surrounded Mu Qianro, and she was thrown into the countryside. This is the first time that someone cares about her. The emotion on Mu Beiying's face was about to overflow. Song Lingqian's uncle and Song Lingqian's scumbag were indeed different. The Song family also had good people. At the end of the meal, Mu Beiying still thought about how to thank Huo Shijing. After all, it was the first time that someone was good to her. Miss Mu. At this moment, Huo Shijing's voice came faintly, interrupting her thoughts. I will give you half a year to clean up the mess of the Mu family. After half a year, I will make the news of our marriage public. Mu Beiying was stunned and stunned. Do you still want to make it public? Don't you need it? They made the wedding news public, and Huo Shijing was not afraid of angering his nephew to death. Huo Shijing lowered the corners of his lips, and the smell of danger flowed in his eyes. Miss Mu's past experience was relatively complicated. Since Huo was married, he did not plan to divorce again, so it was better to make it public. Mu Beiying. The touching flame was suddenly extinguished. She clenched her chopsticks. What does it mean that her past experience is complicated? Is Huo Shijing worried that she will cheat on him? Because of Mrs. Song's words? A grievance suddenly surged in her heart, but she couldn't really divorce him. The more Mu Beiying thought about it, the angrier he became. He gritted his teeth and couldn't help reaching out and pointing his middle finger at him. Fortunately, she was still moved in her heart just now. This emotion is in vain. It's better to feed the dog. I will ask Bai Ji to move your things to Yu Jingyan. Halfway through Huo Shijing's words, her voice suddenly stopped, and she narrowed her eyes with a smile. What are you doing? Mu Beiying raised her middle finger at others, which happened to be caught, and her face changed a few colors. Then in front of Huo Shijing, Yin Danfeng gently changed his gesture without panic at all. I think you are right. I'm comparing my heart to you. Huo Shijing was silent for a moment. Miss Mu's ability to adapt to improvise really surprised me. Mu Beiying accepted this praise with peace of mind, and I also thought, thank you for the praise. The corners of Bai Ji's mouth twitched. Madam, it's better to have a snack. Sir is not praising you. Returning to Yu Jingyang, Huo Shijing suddenly said, if you are free tomorrow night, how about accompanying me to an auction? Mu Beiying held back the idea of raising her middle finger. Just now, she suspected that she would give him a cuckold hat, and now she wants to accompany him to the auction. How can this man be so angry? But she still pretended to be very surprised. Well, no problem. Huo Shijing was meaningful and didn't expose her bad acting skills. Evening, study. After Huo Shijing talked to Chu Xiao, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the information sent by Chu Xiao. 5 years ago, a hacker broke into the main system of Huoshe's consortium. However, he tracked down for 5 years, but he never found the whereabouts of the hacker. Until today, the man appeared again. It's also today. His wife Huo is one step ahead of him. Found the person who was bribed by Mu Qianro. Mu Qianro erased the information of the P-map person. It was not easy to find it, but Mu Beiying locked the target so quickly. Is it a coincidence? The corners of Huo Shijing's lips raised, and it was really interesting to marry her. On the other side, Mu Beiying lay on the bed and frowned. She was too impatient to find Mu Xiaoro, the witness, and left a clue, so someone followed this clue to investigate her. Strangely enough, this force has been investigating her for so long, but it has never appeared, and it is not known whether it is an enemy or a friend. What on earth do they want to do? Forget it, it doesn't matter. She has left the Mu family. The first task is to bring back all her mother's relics as soon as possible. She is free tomorrow, so it's better to go to Grandpa's place. The next afternoon, Mu Beiying ignored Huo Shijing and walked out of the door with light steps. The man took a sip of tea and nodded on the table without making a sound. Bai Ji came forward and bent down respectfully. Sir, the auction is ready. Huo Shijing finally showed a meaningful smile. Mu Beiying drove to Mr. Mu's villa. Before she was rushed to the countryside, she put all her mother's relics with her grandfather. Grandpa was the only person in the family who loved him. He promised that he would not let her mother's things fall into the hands of the third mother and daughter. Mu Beiying walked to the door of a room on the second floor of the villa according to his memory. This room is the second largest master bedroom in Mr. Mu's villa, which was specially reserved for her by Grandpa. Mu Beiying took a deep breath, and as soon as he pushed the door open, he froze in place. The originally clean and tidy room was full of furniture, and the pink bed in the middle was clearly telling Mu Beiying that the owner of the room had changed. What about Mom's relics? At this moment, a voice came from behind Mu Beiying. Ling Ruo came up ostentatiously. Oh, isn't this Beiying? You have been away from home for too long. I'm afraid you don't know that your mother's room has been given to Qianro by the old man. In the future, this will be Qianro's bedroom. Mu Qianro lowered her head gently and shyly. Mom, stop talking. If you go on, my sister will be sad. Ling Ruo couldn't help showing a smug look in her eyes. In the past, she and Qianro entered the Mu family, and Mr. Mu was the only one who opposed it. Unfortunately, Mu Beiying then went to the countryside, and Qianro also impressed Mr. Mu. Now Mr. Mu has long regarded Qianro as his most beloved granddaughter. A bedroom, of course, Qianro wanted it, so he gave it to her. Everything in the Mu family is soft sooner or later. What is Mu Beiying? The room was given to Mu Qianro. Mu Beiying's expression became cold. Where is my mother's relic? Ling Ruo hated Mu Beiying's calm appearance and stimulated her loudly. How ugly the things of the dead are. Of course, they have been lost. Now, Mrs. Mu is me, and everything about your mother's short-lived ghost should not exist. What do you want to do? Chapter 8. Dad, am I not Mu's family? Mu Beiying strangled Ling Ruo's neck fiercely. How dare you lose my mother's relics? Mu Qianro cried and shook her head. Sister, don't do this. Your mother passed away early, which is unlucky. It's not good for Grandpa to leave her things here. Throwing them away is also for your sake. Ling Ruo couldn't help cursing. What if she lost them? Do you still want to hit me? What's the point of you, the bitch who occupies the magpie's nest? Bang! Mu Beiying pinched Ling Ruo's chin and slapped her neatly. Ling Ruo felt that her chin was about to be crushed. Mu Beiying. Mu Qianro also cried loudly at the right time. Grandpa, come here quickly. My sister is going to beat us to death. There was a hurried sound of footsteps on the stairs. Mr. Mu looked at the scene in front of him and opened his mouth without thinking about it. Beiying, what are you messing around with? Let go of Aunt Ling. She is your stepmother at least. How can you do this? Apologize quickly. Ling Ruo changed her arrogant it just now and cried and said, Dad, it's okay. Beiying's temper has always been like this. I'm used to it. This pitiful posture is like Mu Beiying has been bullying their mother and daughter. Mu Qianro's tears slipped silently. Mr. Mu frowned. Beiying, since you're home, don't bring back the bad things in the countryside. Mu Beiying asked coldly, Grandpa, is it true that Ling Ruo said that you lost your mother's relics? Mr. Mu blushed for a moment, and then turned his head and said, Qianro, take your mother to take the medicine first. Ling Ruo, go to the warehouse to find your favorite jewelry to take away, just think of it as Beiying to make amends for you. Ling Ruo wiped her tears aggrievedly. Dad, as long as Beiying is not angry. All it's what I promised to give to you. Qianro, help your mother down. Ling Ruo looked at Mu Beiying proudly. The old man loves Qianro. What else can Mu Beiying make? Tonight is the highlight of Qianro. After tonight, there will be no public opinion that Qianro is Xiaosun, and she can successfully marry into the Song family. As for Mu Beiying, humph, it's very simple for a young lady abandoned by her family to let her disappear. When the backs of the two disappeared, Mr. Mu disapproved and reprimanded. Beiying, they are also your stepmother and sister. There is no reason to beat people when you go home. Mu Beiying suddenly felt something different. She looked at Mr. Mu. Why did my mother's room become Mu Qianro's bedroom? Mr. Mu's body trembled and avoided her sight. It's just a bedroom. What do you care about? I still have your mother's relics, but I gave something to Qianro. She is going to the auction tonight, and the family arranged for her to donate the sea monster necklace. Mu Beiying's brain buzzed. That was his mother's thing. Beiying, Grandpa is also thinking about the Yin family. Although the necklace is your mother's, it has been left in the Mu family for so many years. Why help Qianro get through this difficult time? You and your father agreed. You are my sister. Be Mulder. Mu Beiying's heart cooled down inch by inch, and a sense of betrayal arose. She knew the virtues of the Mu family at the beginning. Why did she come back? One is for Song Lingqian, and the other is for Grandpa. As a result, Song Lingqian had already cheated on Mu Qianro for the rest of his life, and his grandfather was also coaxed by the third mother and daughter. Mu Beiying closed his eyes. Mu Qianro's junior high school has a bad reputation, so you want to use my mother's things to help Mu Qianro get through the difficulties. Mr. Mu frowned and sighed. It was not easy for Qianro. Because of the identity of an illegitimate daughter, she suffered a lot of injustice. Beiying, be kind and don't always bully her. Mu Beiying said word by word, I was the one who was driven to the countryside without my mother. I was also the one who was robbed of my fiancé. As Miss Mu, I was homeless, but she, an illegitimate daughter, was taken care of by the Mu family. Do you really think I'm bullying her? Mr. Mu's face was embarrassed, and there was a sense of displeasure of being exposed. Enough of Beiying. It's just a necklace. Your mother's relics are all Mu's family. What's the use? Don't be so stingy. Mu Beiying's eyes suddenly became cold. In the past, Mu Qianrou stole her things, and the whole family would accuse her of being stingy. She thought that her grandfather was different, but she didn't expect that she had seen the wrong person this time. Mu Qianrou's ability to have what she is today depends on her and her mother's hard work. Mu Beiying nodded. Well, Grandpa, I don't have to worry about what I want to do in the future. A bad premonition surged in Mr. Mu's heart. Beiying, what do you want to do? Don't make trouble. Mu Beiying sneered and walked out. In the past, in order not to make her grandfather sad, she let Mu Qianrou jump around, which made the Mu family mistakenly think that she was easy to handle. Want to turn over by the auction? Dream. Mu Beiying walked out of the villa, took out her mobile phone and pressed a few buttons. She raised her eyebrows. Very good. At the evening auction, she will give Mu Qianrou a big gift. In the evening, outside the auction hall, Mu Beiying waited at the door on purpose and looked over from afar. Ling Ruo and Mu Qianrou wore beautiful dresses, followed Mu Yaohui left and right, and followed by many high-class VIPs. As rumored, Miss Mu is indeed a model among celebrities. It's a blessing for Director Mu to have such a daughter. Ling Ruo burst out laughing when she listened to the compliments from others. Everyone knows Qianrou's good reputation, but what about Mu Beiying? Ling Ruo proudly walked out of the auction door and suddenly saw a figure. Her face changed, and her voice was subconsciously much sharper. Why are you licking your face and coming here? This is not the place where you can come. Everyone subconsciously turned around. The woman before they met was not wearing a dress and was still blocking the door of the auction. They all frowned. Mu Dong, who is this? You must have an invitation letter to enter the auction. Mu Dong, don't let people with bad intentions climb up. I'm afraid she's here to touch the porcelain. Mu Dong must not be polite to her. Mu Yaohui's face sank. He didn't expect Mu Beiying to come to the auction. What did she want to do? He frowned violently and said in disgust, Did you hear that? Get out of here. Why should I get out? Mu Beiying glanced at the people in front of him and pretended to be puzzled. The invitation says to invite everyone in the Mu family. Dad, am I not a Mu family member? With a bang, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Everyone was stunned for a long time before they realized and said in surprise, What? Is this Miss Mu? This. Look at Mu Dong and Xiao San's illegitimate daughter, Mei. Why did Miss Mu leave behind? No one knows about the Mu family. I have never seen this Miss Mu before. I only heard that she grew up in the countryside and was a vulgar redneck. But now, at first sight, she actually compared Mu Qianrou. It was agreed to invite everyone in the Mu family. The illegitimate daughter wore a luxurious dress to attend, but Miss Mu was scolded for get out of here. Why does the Mu family treat their two daughters so differently? Chapter 9 Auction, the good play began. Mu Yaohui's expression suddenly froze on his face, and he felt very angry in his heart, but in front of so many people, it was not easy to drive Mu Beiying away directly. He had to show a helpless smile. Oh, you don't know something? My eldest daughter is disobedient. I didn't mean not to bring her here. Beiying, how could Dad forget you? Come in with me. Ling Ruo stepped forward quickly and pretended to be a good stepmother. Beiying, didn't you say it just now? Oh, it's my fault. I didn't ask clearly, which made you suffer. The others suddenly understood and exchanged glances with each other. In this way, it was Miss Mordar who was angry and refused to come just now, and now she is coming up again. Director Mu, we understand you, and you are also afraid that Miss Mu will make trouble. There are scriptures that are difficult to read in each family. This illegitimate daughter is intelligent and sensible. It is not easy for the eldest lady to have a small belly and a chicken intestine. After waiting for others to leave, Mu Yaohui held back his anger and lowered his voice. You'd better not make trouble today. If you mess up, let's see how I deal with you and give me some peace. In addition, Qianrou's drinking volume is not good. If someone toasts to Qianrou, you can help her block it. We, Qianrou, are so beautiful that it is inevitable that there will be people with bad intentions. Be clever, do you hear me? Mu Beiying's expression became colder, and the end of his eyes hooked, and his aura was fully open. Why should I help Mu Qianrou block the wine? Won't Mu Dong think I'm stupid? You. Mu Yaohui was angry and gritted his teeth. Mu Beiying, have you grown up? I can let you enter the auction to give you a lot of face. If you don't agree, get out of here. Mu Beiying sneered and tied his hair. He didn't bother to argue. I got it. Mu Yaohui didn't expect her agreement to be so cheerful. He said, Okay, don't block the door to embarrass you, come in with me. Mu Beiying glanced at Mu Qianrou with a smile and followed Mu Yaohui into the door. Entering the auction house is just the first step, and she still has a big gift. Not far away, a low-key luxury car was parked in the shade of a tree. Chou Xiao opened the car window and looked at Mu Beiying's back, which was very shocked. Shu Qing, didn't you ask Miss Mu to wait for you to go to the auction together? Why did she go in by herself? Hua Shuqing's long and narrow eyes narrowed, invisibly with a sense of oppression. Oh. Chuo Xiao turned sideways and let him see more clearly. It was the first time that someone dared to disobey your orders. It was really novel. Hua Shuqing smiled as if there was nothing. It seems that she forgot what I said. Chuo Xiao trembled all over. TSK, Mu Beiying doesn't know Hua Shuqing. He doesn't think he is a good person, does he? Let go of his pigeon. Miss Muda has suffered. Chuo Xiao is interested. Shuqing, tell me, how are you going to punish her? The smile in Hua Shuqing's eyes was a little deep, which made people unable to guess what he was thinking. He answered the question, let's go, the auction is about to begin. In the auction center, Mu Yaohui walked around with Mu Qianrou, listening to the compliments of others, and couldn't help floating. Director Mu, I heard that the final item of today's auction is the sea monster necklace donated by Miss Mu Qianrou. Mu Yaohui pretended to be gratified and nodded. Yes, that's the love letter I gave to Ling Ru. Ruo gave it to Qianrou again. Qianrou was kind-hearted and willing to donate to the charity auction free of charge. This sentence caused the exclaim of the people next to him. Oh, my god, I've heard of the name sea monster for a long time. Last time someone wanted to spend 50 million yen to buy it, but Miss Mu didn't sell it. Unexpectedly, she was willing to donate it for free this time. The previous rumors of framing the older sister and the third child to the top are false, right? Miss Qianrou is so kind that she will definitely not deliberately rob other people's fiancés. Yes, the willingness to donate sea monster is enough to show Miss Qianrou's character. I'm afraid that Mu Beiying's bad character is black and white, and Song Shaozai doesn't like her. Mu Beiying came from the countryside. I guess she has never seen such good jewelry. How can she compare with Miss Qianrou? It's really a tiger father without a dog daughter. Ling Qianjing is really excellent. Are you going to train Miss Qianrou to be the heir of the Mu family? Everyone either flattered or sincerely praised Mu Qianrou to the sky. Ling Ruo pretended to be modest and said, how can everyone say so exaggerated? Qianrou just wants to contribute to charity, which is also the concept I taught her since I was a child. We are doing well, but there are still many people who can't eat enough and wear warm clothes. When we have the ability, we must help others as much as we can. Qianrou has always remembered. The public opinion is more inclined to Mu Qianrou. It's okay for her to be kind. It is rumored that Mrs. Mu, who is the third grader, is so generous. The more Mu Yaohui listened, the more proud he became. He glanced at Mu Beiying, who was standing aside, and couldn't help being arrogant. Have you heard what others think of Qianrou? Learn more from Qianrou, don't be so selfish. Qianrou knows how to donate her jewelry to charity. How about you? What else can you do besides spending money? Mu Beiying sneered. Mu Qianrou hurried forward and comforted, Dad, don't be angry. As long as you are happy, you don't have to be so strict with her. Others were even more amazed. Miss Qianrou had a good temper. Yes, Mu Beiying's face was straight, and Miss Qianrou was still willing to think about her. Mu Qianrou pressed her pride in her eyes. Mom is right. It's not a bad thing for Mu Beiying to come. She can't do anything but look at her mother's relics, which has become her own glory. Mu Beiying must hate it, right? Unfortunately, she only deserves to be trampled under her feet in her life. Soon, an hour passed, and the auction came to the final stage, the auction of the finale sea monster necklace. The host specially complimented, the sea monster necklace was donated by Miss Mu Qianrou free of charge. The valuation of this necklace is more than 60 million yen. Miss Qianrou has made great contributions to charity, so at auction house it was decided to award an additional medal to Miss Qianrou. Everyone was shocked. This charity auction house is national in nature. After its establishment for more than 10 years, only 9 medals have been awarded in total. The people who won the auction house medals are undoubtedly the best in various industries and are respected. And how old is Mu Qianrou now? She was praised by the auction house in her early 20s. Who dares to look at on her in the future? The spotlight fell on Mu Qianrou. She couldn't help getting excited when she listened to everyone's praise. Great, great, after tonight, all her negative news will be whitewashed. No one will say that she is an illegitimate daughter, and no one will say that she is a junior. As long as she takes the medal, the host will hand over the medal. If everyone has no objection, then I will announce that I will give this medal to. I have any objection. Just as Mu Qianrou was about to take over the medal, a female voice interrupted the host. Everyone subconsciously looked over. Mu Beiying stood up with a cold face and said word by word, this sea monster necklace belongs to my mother. Sister, isn't it too shameless to take the original matching things as your own glory? The words fell, and the audience was in an uproar. Mu Yaohui finally understood what Mu Beiying was doing at the door today. She couldn't see Qianrou's good at all and wanted to spoil her good things. But Mu Beiying thought that just a few words from her could make everyone believe it. Chapter 10 Slap in the face. Who on earth is shameless? Mu Qianrou quickly reacted, and Chuo Chuo opened her mouth pitifully and patiently. Sister, what nonsense are you talking about? This necklace is obviously a gift from your father to your mother. What does it have to do with your mother? If you want a necklace, I can give you something else. Can you stop making trouble for now? Ling Ruo also sighed helplessly. Beiying, I know you like this sea monster, but we can't get it back after donating it. You are obedient. There are so many jewelry at home, don't you think it's enough? After hearing this, who else doesn't understand? Looking at Mu Beiying's eyes is even more wrong. Why is the eldest lady of the Mu family so bad-natured? She would steal other people's things if she liked them, and slandered Miss Chero. I thought it was really Ling Ruo who occupied the relics of the original match, but I didn't expect that Mu Beiying was making trouble unreasonable. This kind of woman is too vicious. Mu Yaohui was so angry that the whole family knew that this was the token of love I gave to Ling Ruo, but you didn't get off for me. The token of love. Mu Beiying seemed to hear some joke and asked back indifferently. Miss Ling, are you sure this is yours? Everyone looked disgusted when they saw Mu Beiying's unforgiving. Ling Ruo can't wait to make everyone hate Mu Beiying to highlight Mu Chero's goodness. She pretended to be wronged and cried out. Of course, it was mine, Beiying. I will give you whatever you want. It is said that it is difficult to be a stepmother. I think of you everywhere. Why are you still not satisfied? Mu Beiying sneered. At this time, Ling Ruo was still disgusted with her and deliberately dug a hole for her. Enough. Mu Yaohui suddenly got up, pointed at Mu Beiying angrily, and covered up his humpiness with a roar. You don't feel ashamed, but I'm ashamed. This is not a place where you can be wild. I don't argue with you for the sake of Chero. Shut up quickly. Mu Chero hooked her lips with satisfaction and looked at Mu Beiying with the posture of a winner, as if she had a big degree. Sister, go home first. Don't disturb the auction, okay? Oh. Mu Beiying's heart is getting colder and colder. It's really not enough to go to the Yellow River. She quickly stepped onto the stage, grabbed the necklace, put it under the projector, and threw it on the ground. This necklace is the jewelry my mother ordered from Gu's Jewelry 30 years ago. It is unique. The word Xingya is engraved on the platinum diamond holder at the bottom of the necklace. Miss Ling, you said it was yours, but you told me why my mother's name was engraved on your thing. Could it be that Miss Ling had changed her name before? With a bang, everyone's eyes widened. What? The name is engraved on the necklace. Mu Chero's brain suddenly fainted and she clenched her fists. Ling Ruo's face turned pale, and what she could see was the word Star Aya on the necklace. She realized that the big thing was not going well, and suddenly she was at a head of mind. How come? Oh, my god, there really is a name. I remember that Mu Dong's original match was called So Xingya. It seems that Miss Mu didn't lie. Mu Dong gave the original necklace to Xiao San as a love letter. What kind of operation is this? Mu Yaohui unexpectedly, words were engraved on the necklace, and the situation reversed in an instant. He almost turned his back angrily and said hard with his neck. Even if it's left by your mother, it's still my thing. What's wrong with me giving it to Ling Ruo? You evil girl, what else can you do except make trouble? Others calm down and think about it. It seems to make sense. Su Xingya died, and her relics were left in the Mu family. Mu Yaohui gave them to his second wife. Although it was morally impossible, it was not her turn to be a daughter. Mu Beiying glanced at Mu Chero, who was crying in a low voice, and suddenly narrowed his eyes. Isn't it just pretending to be a white lotus? She can also do it. A layer of water mist suddenly appeared in her eyes, but I didn't get my mother's inheritance. Why did my father give it to others? When I attended the banquet today, I didn't even have a decent piece of jewelry. My sister casually donated a 60 million necklace. Everyone took a deep breath and finally found something was wrong. Yes. Mu Chenro ate the inheritance of the original match and grew up with thousands of delicate love, but Mu Beiying had nothing. This is too much to say. Mu Yaohui instantly felt that he had a cerebral hemorrhage, his face suddenly turned red, and he patted the table angrily. Isn't your mother mine? She's dead. Mu Beiying opened her mouth aggrievedly with tears in her eyes. I have nothing left. At today's auction, Dad only brought Xiaosan and Xiaosan's daughter, deliberately ignoring me. I know my father doesn't love me, but I didn't expect that you even used my mother's relics to please Xiaosan. I privately asked my sister for it, but Aunt Ling said that this was hers, and I was trying to occupy the magpie's nest. Dad, am I really not worthy of living in the world? Mu Yaohui almost fainted with his eyes. He was so angry that he trembled all over. You shut up. The necklace is just a necklace. What's the not worthy of living in the world? What do others think of him? Mu Beiying choked and said, Dad, you say I'm not as kind as Mu Qiaro. Yes, the things she donated are all picked from me, and I'm really not as good as her. There was only Mu Beiying's sad voice in the whole hall, and many noble women were distressed. It's too much. Take your wife's jewelry and give it to Xiaosan. It's obviously to sprinkle salt on Miss Mu Da's heart. Just now, Mu Dong was outside the door and deliberately didn't recognize his daughter. I was still surprised. It turned out that he was afraid that Miss Mu would expose him. Mu Chenro showed off her kindness everywhere, saying that Miss Mu only knows how to spend money. It's really funny. The mother and daughter of Xiao San embezzled the inheritance of other people's original match. How dare they say that they are kind? Mu Dong knew that he was biased about the illegitimate daughter. As a result, everything about the illegitimate daughter was stolen. What a shame. It's just a pity for Miss Mu. Mu Yaohui blushed and speechless, and almost fainted. Why do you accuse him of being biased? Qianro has been raised by her side since she was a child. Shouldn't he be biased? What's more, Qianro is better than Mu Beiying. What's wrong with this? No, he can't let Mu Beiying surpass Qianro, otherwise his cultivation for so many years will become a joke. Mu Qianro hates Yinsheng in her heart, this bitch. She just wants to see herself humiliated, bitch. But now she has to calm down. Mu Qianro's eyes were red, and she cried with pear blossoms and rain. Sister, I really didn't know that it was Aunt Sue's relic. There were so many necklaces at home. When Dad gave them to my mother, I probably didn't find them, otherwise Dad would definitely not do it. But now that the necklace has been donated to charity, does my sister still want to come back? So many children in the mountainous area are waiting for this money. Sister, please be kind and don't care, okay? Mu Beiying sneered. If she still cares about this, wouldn't she become a wicked person without good intentions? It's a good calculation, but unfortunately, she won't let Mu Qianro get her wish. Chapter 11 Mr. Song, just kneel here. The auction hall is silent. Everyone looks at Mu Beiying and waits for her reply. Mu Qianro's eyes flashed and her face was aggrieved. Sister, I'm the children in the mountains, please, okay? Mu Beiying, in your name, donate my mother's things word by word, and then let everyone thank you. Mu Qianro shook her head, as if she had endured to the extreme. I don't mean that. It's just a sister. You are the eldest lady of the Mu family. You are used to living a luxurious life, so you don't understand the suffering of those children in the mountains. I just want to try my best to help them. Although the donor is my name, the false name is not important to me. Sister, why do you care about these? Ling Ruo covered her mouth and couldn't stop her tears. Even if my daughter used the wrong method, she was also for the good of those children. Beiying, you should be sensible and not so selfish. Who said I would refuse to donate the necklace? Mu Beiying's eyes suddenly became cold, and she suddenly raised her voice. Mu Qianro. It's the first time I've seen such a shameless person. He gave you a good reputation with my mother's relics and put a selfish hat on my head. Since the necklace has been donated, of course, I can't take it back. But the donor's name must be changed to my mother. As a thief, she still wants everyone to praise your generosity. Sister, don't you think it's too beautiful? After saying that, she turned her head to look at the host of the auction. As Su Xingya's daughter, I donated a sea monster worth 60 million yen on behalf of my mother. The host was stunned for a long time before he suddenly returned to his senses. Miss Mu, please sign here. Mu Beiying looked at the three people of the Mu family. Dad didn't care about his mother. He could give his mother's relics to his illegitimate daughter to pave the way, but I can't. Since there is no one to administer justice for my mother, I will come in person. Mu Qianro's face turned red and white, and her nails were pinched into the flesh, and her whole body trembled with anger. Why is Mu Beiying so selfish? Why? Her mother died. She just used a dead thing. Does Mu Beiying have to embarrass her so much? The guests under the stage also reacted, and the eyes of the family of three became extremely disgusted. Up to now, Mu Qianro is still shameless and does not repent. Unexpectedly, she still wants to use the sea monster to set herself up. Why does this kind of shameful thing look justific in the Mu family? Miss Mu didn't say that she refused to donate. She just asked to change her name to Su Xingya. Look at Mu Qianro's expression, as if she was going to kill Miss Mu Da. It's too bullying. The Mu family actually let Miss Mu stay out and spoil a selfish thief who is full of lies. I think Mu Dong is not very old, but his Alzheimer's disease is quite serious. Mu Yaohui's face immediately lost its complexion, and he couldn't stand still. Miss Mu, please wait a moment. After signing the words, Mu Beiying was about to return to his seat. The host suddenly stepped up quickly and said respectfully, Miss Mu, our husband said that you revealed the truth and donated the sea monster, which is the great benefactor of our auction house. The gentleman decided to award this medal to you. It's the medal that was originally supposed to be given to Mu Qianro. Mu Beiying raised her eyebrows slightly, glanced at Mu Qianro's twisted face, and thanked you for me. The host should, and then he turned his head and ordered coldly, Sir, the auction house will never welcome 3 people in the future. Come on, throw them out for me. The bodyguard walked out with 3 people. Mu Qianro was going crazy. As the pearl of the Mu family, when did she suffer such injustice? She has always trampled on Mu Beiying. Why is it her who was kicked out of the house today, not Mu Beiying, that bitch? After the auction, Mu Beiying came out of the back door and was about to call a car home. North Sound. Just then, a male voice sounded behind him. Song Lingqian walked forward quickly and blocked her way. Mu Beiying frowned and couldn't stop nausea when she saw this man. Good dogs don't get in the way, get out of here. Song Lingqian frowned and couldn't help asking, Beiying, what's wrong today? Do you know how much face you let Qianro lose? Even if it's your mother's necklace, do you say no in private? Mu Beiying almost laughed angrily and narrowed his eyes. I humiliated her. What Song Shao meant was that I knew that she had stolen her mother's relics, but she still gave her hands to her and told her that since her sister liked it, she would give it to you. Do you think I should do this? Song Lingqia's face turned red in vain and his neck was stiff. What's wrong? You are sisters. Isn't her glory also your glory? Why do you have to make it so difficult for her? Mu Beiying paused for a moment. She suddenly looked up, looked at Song Lingqian's face, and asked truthfully, Mr. Song, did you forget to close the Tianling cover when you took a shower? I can't say such words because I don't have a brain. Song Lingqian heard the sarcasm in her words and suddenly became angry and took her hand. Mu Beiying. Over the years, Qiero has tolerated you everywhere. What else do you want to do? Even if she used the wrong method this time, it was forced by you. Do you know how sad she is? Can you learn from Qiero's kindness? Mu Beiying's face sank. Mu Qiero is sad. She desperately saved Song Lingqian, but Song Lingqian helped her illegitimate daughter target her. Isn't she sad? Song Lingqian owes her a life, and now she is still with the third mother and daughter, pushing her to a death. Isn't she sad? Mu Beiying didn't bother to waste any more time, so he cleverly pulled his hand back. You're right. I'm really not as kind as Mu Qiero. Song Lingqian was stunned and didn't understand the meaning of this sentence. The next moment, he suddenly felt a pain in his knee and knelt on the ground with a bang. Mu Beiying kicked him? Song Lingqian was furious. How dare you kick me? Mu Beiying withdrew his foot and nodded carelessly. Yes, who made me not as kind as Mu Qiero? Mr. Song, just kneel here. Mu Beiying, how long do you think you can be arrogant? Song Lingqian was angry and annoyed, and roared out at once when he thought of everything. I know you are married, but what kind of good man do you think you are married? The reason why that man refuses to get married is that he can't do it at all. I didn't expect that you could only marry that kind of person when you left me. You are so pitiful. That day, Fang Xie returned to Song's house and got angry, saying that she saw Mu Beiying with a man in Fulor Garden. Song Lingqian went to check and knew that Mu Beiying was married. He couldn't find out about her husband, but Fang Xie was sure that the man was old and ugly, and he was still a useless waste. Mu Beiying narrowed his eyes and turned around. How about my husband? He doesn't need you, a scumbag, to talk about it. I don't know if he can do it or not, but you may not be able to do it soon. After saying that, she kicked heavily under Song Lingqian again. Hearing a painful howl, Mu Beiying turned around and walked out lightly. As she walked, she couldn't help thinking about Song Lingqian's words. Song Lingqian said that the man she married was not good. Huo Shijing was Song Lingqian's uncle. He shouldn't talk nonsense, would he? She remembered again that Chu Xiao learned the news of Huo Shijing's marriage and said 2 impossible in a row. Chu Xiao was a doctor, and I'm afraid he also knew the truth, so he didn't believe it. Mu Beiying suddenly felt that he had realized. She nodded thoughtfully. As soon as she turned around, her expression suddenly froze on her face. Huo Shijing put his arms around his chest and leaned lazily on the glass door beside him. He didn't know how long he had been looking there. Chapter 12. You vixen, dare to take Mrs. Huo's position. The man's lips had a smile on his lips, and his long and narrow eyes behind his golden glasses narrowed slightly, meeting her eyes in the air. Mu Beiying. She suddenly choked her throat and felt a little panicked. Why is Huo Shijing here? Wait, how much did he hear? Mu Beiying swallowed his saliva and walked up quickly. Mr. Huo, when did you come? Just arrived. Huo Shijing glanced at her and opened her mouth lazily. Just arrived? It's okay. Mu Beiying was relieved. Then, he probably didn't see anything. From the moment Miss Mu kicked people, Huo looked at the hole. Huo Shijing slowly picked up the unfinished words. Mu Beiying, who had gone down, suddenly came up again. I saw her kicking people. Is this called just coming? Huo Shijing seemed to like to see her angry appearance very much. She curled her lips and smiled, as if the ice and snow were melting and Wamor was revived. He stepped forward, leaned slightly, and narrowed his eyes. We just saw Song Lingqian hold your hand. Miss Mu, what are you talking to him? Mu Beiying was disturbed by his sudden approach. The man's hot breath enveloped her all over, and her throat knot moved slightly when she spoke. Mu Beiying, then did you notice that Huo Shijing's throat knot and the tail of his eyes each had a small mole, which added an indescribable charm to him, with an extremely dangerous smell in his gentleness? It's a pity. Such a man can't do it. It's really a shame. Mu Beiying sighed in her heart. What did she and Song Lingqian say? She can't tell Huo Shijing directly. Your nephew said you can't do it, right? But if she doesn't say anything, she can't swallow it. Mu Beiying's eyes turned and suddenly showed a smile. It's nothing. It's just that Song Lingqian is quite impolite. He said a lot of nonsense and provoked our marital relationship. After saying that, she couldn't help looking under the man, and then immediately looked away as if she was burned. Huo Shijing caught this small detail and suddenly narrowed his eyes. Provoke their marital relationship? Oh. Mu Beiying was so excited that she was dying. She thought Huo Shijing knew. She can't wait to sew her eyes. Why do you want to see him when you have nothing to do? Isn't this poking other people's wounds? After all, a high-ranking man like Huo Shijing must feel uncomfortable if he has that kind of hidden disease. Mu Beiying subconsciously made up for it and pushed the blame back to Song Lingqian. Song Lingqian asked me to apologize to Mu Qiero. Mr. Huo, how do you think there is such a reason? I was so angry that I couldn't help kicking him. Miss Mu said so aggrievedly. Huo Shijing smiled softly, hoping that I could help you vent your anger. Mu Beiying nodded immediately, and then felt that he was too unreassuring and lowered his head. I just think that people like Song Lingqian can't help but teach them a lesson. After all, Mr. Huo, as Song Lingqian's elder, taught him a lesson. What's wrong? Huo Shiqing nodded gently. Meaningfully, okay. Baiji, the assistant on the side. What kind of evil did Song Lingqian do? He was kicked twice by his wife and teached by his husband. You should know the teacher's lesson, but not everyone can stand it. Half an hour later, the car arrived at Yijing Garden. Mu Beiying got out of the car first, followed by Huo Shiqing. Baiji clearly saw that all his gentle appearances had disappeared. His eyes were sharp and he was full of murderous intent. Although the corners of his lips were raised, his words were frightening. Song Lingqian also dared to spread rumors about me, so that he could understand the truth that disaster came from his mouth. Huo Shiqing said lightly, go and chop it. Baiji didn't dare to ask the gentleman where he was going to chop Song Lingqian. Yes. On the other side, Mu Beiying walked into the villa alone. As soon as she entered the door, she suddenly heard a strange voice. Mrs. Luo, our old lady, only recognizes Miss Lu as her granddaughter-in-law. Don't worry, I will definitely get rid of that vixen today. The old lady said that if she doesn't admit it, she will never be able to enter the Huo family. Then, another arrogant female voice sounded. If she dared to take the position of my daughter Mrs. Mu, it was time to show her some color. My daughter and Shi Qing grew up together. What is this Mu Beiying? Do you really regard yourself as Mrs. Huo? When Mu Beiying heard this, she understood that when she and Huo Shiqing had a flash marriage, she saw a crazy woman who was dragged away, probably Miss Luo. TSK. Huo Shiqing, a bad man, is quite popular. Housekeeper Chen turned his eyes and happened to see Mu Beiying at the door, and his eyes were full of contempt. Alas, it turns out that Miss Mu is back, so I won't hide it. The old lady ordered you to divorce the young master today. Miss Mu, get ready. Mu Beiying raised his eyebrows. When Mrs. Luo saw that Mu Beiying did not agree, she suddenly became angry and said disgusted. I think you'd better take the initiative to leave. How embarrassing would it be if Shiqing didn't want you? I'll embarrass you. Mu Beiying sneered. The two people's eyes were higher than the top. They said they were housekeepers, but in fact, their eyes contemptuously did not treat her as a human being at all. Disgrace? This is wrong. If it's a shame to divorce Huo Shiqing, what is your daughter, Mrs. Luo? After all, the premise of divorce is marriage, and Miss Lu wanted to marry Huo Shiqing, but failed. Who is more humiliated? You are indeed a bitch without a mother. Mrs. Luo was stimulated by this sentence and slapped Mu Beiying in the face without thinking about it. Why are you so shameless? My daughter is 100 times more noble than you. You are as damned as your short-lived mother. You go to me. Mu Beiying's eyes were cold. When he saw her slap, he directly hid sideways and returned one without hesitation. With a snap, there was silence all around. Mrs. Luo was stunned for 2 seconds and then became even more angry. You hit me? It's really a fucking bitch. You robbed my daughter's husband, and you dare to hit me? It's out of reason. Xiao San beat someone. Mu Beiying's tone was cold. Mrs. Luo is too old to speak. I don't mind teaching you a lesson for your ancestors. I will not only beat you, but also let you get out of here. Baiji immediately bowed his head respectfully. Mrs. Luo, please. Mrs. Luo stared wide-eyed and gritted her teeth like crazy. My daughter is the future Mrs. Huo. You bitch is not qualified to kick me out. Mu Beiying curled her lips lightly. Mrs. Huo in the future. Unfortunately, I'm Mrs. Huo now. Do you think I'm qualified? Mrs. Luo screamed and raised her palm. She has always been respectful and treated. Other noble women are respectful to her because her daughter may become Mrs. Mu, but now a Mu Beiying suddenly appeared, provoking her majesty. Mu Beiying, wait for me, and I will make you regret it. Let me tell you, Shi Qing can only marry my daughter. Before the words were over, a squeaky opening door suddenly came not far away. The next moment, a dull and cold male voice sounded behind several people. Mrs. Luo, when will the Luo family be able to do something about Huo's marriage? Chapter 13. Looking at Miss Mu's action of beating people, it seemed that she was not timid, and the living room suddenly fell into a dead silence. Mrs. Luo's face visibly turned pale. Shi Qing, I didn't mean that. Mu Beiying raised his eyebrows. Yo, Mrs. Luo, who slapped her at any time just now, was cowardly when facing Huo Shiqing. This person still has two faces. Huo Shiqing squinted his eyes, with invisible pressure. What does Mrs. Luo mean? Mrs. Luo trembled all over and hurriedly explained, Shiqing, Mu Beiying is not worthy of you. She killed her mother. The Mu family said that she was a lonely star. She will definitely kill you, unlike my daughter, who has been the lucky star of our Luo family since she was a child. Oh, Huo Shiqing smiled faintly. In an instant, all of Mrs. Luo's words were swallowed back. Shiqing, Tiansha Lone Star. Huo Shiqing's tone was calm, as if he had heard a joke. Mrs. Luo thinks that Huo will be worried about the lonely star who will defeat me. Mrs. Luo and housekeeper Chen suddenly trembled and broke out in a cold sweat. Yes, the whole Huo family said that Huo Shiqing was a disaster star and regarded him as unknown. How could he be afraid of Mu Beiying defeating him? Huo Shiqing glanced at the two of them and saw off the guests. Send off the guests? No, no. Mrs. Lu suddenly reacted and swallowed her fear. Shiqing, my daughter is more talented than Mu Beiying and more affectionate than Mu Beiying. You can't be so heartless. She has loved you for so many years. How can you not marry her? What should you ask her to do? Mu Beiying was amused by this rhetoric. Mrs. Lu, what you said is that he will marry any woman who loves Huo Shiqing. Then, Huo Shiqing should not do anything in his life, just get married. Mrs. Lu's throat was stalking. She was Huo Shiqing's elder. What is Mu Beiying? How dare she mock her? Anger surged into his heart, and Mrs. Lu reached out in a hurry and slapped it down, wanting you to talk too much. Mu Beiying dodged back, slapped her face, fell on her neck, and just tore off her necklace. The scar was completely exposed in front of everyone without the cover of the necklace. Mrs. Lu's eyes lit up, as if she had found some new continent, and she screamed excitedly. Shiqing. Look, she has a scar on her neck. This woman is not even worthy of my daughter's toe. Why do you marry her? Housekeeper Chen's contemptuous eyes also swept over. That's it, young master, the old lady has chosen so many celebrities for you. You don't like it. Why did you marry such a woman? If you attend the banquet with such an ugly scar, you won't be laughed to death. The disgust between their eyes was about to overflow. It's just a scar, but it seems to be an unforgivable sin in their eyes. Huo Shiqing's eyes suddenly sank. It seemed that Mrs. Lu had lived a stable life for too long and forgot what kind of person Huo was. Bai Yi, Mrs. Lu obviously felt the danger, and her face changed. Finally, she knew that she was afraid. No, no, I'm for your good, Shiqing, I'm for your good. Let go of me, let go of me. The next moment, Bai Yi held Mrs. Lu with one hand, ignored her screams, and said coldly, Mrs. Lu, I'm offended. Mu Beiying looked at the irresistible Mrs. Lu crying and making a fuss, but was still dragged out of the door by Bai Ji, and her movements were so fast that she didn't react. She was about to speak when Huo Shiqing had already set her eyes on Housekeeper Chen. Housekeeper Chen's expression was stiff, and he choked his neck and looked at it. Young master, I'm the person next to the old lady. You can't drive me away, otherwise you can't do it on the old lady's side. Before the words were over, Bai Ji suddenly strangled Housekeeper Chen's neck. Huo Shiqing smiled faintly and opened his lips. Housekeeper Chen, did you get something wrong? Nowadays, I am the head of the family. If you provoke Mrs. Lu, it's okay. Next time, I don't mind sending you to Yiyang Tianyang. Housekeeper Chen looked terrified. You. Housekeeper Chen, please. Bai Yi made a pleased gesture. You are the old man beside the old lady. Our gentleman will not do anything to you for the time being, but if you don't know how to write the dead word, you don't mind killing again. Housekeeper Chen gritted his teeth, glared at Mu Beiying fiercely, and ran away in a hurry. Bai Ji also quietly withdrew, leaving only Huo Shiqing and Mu Beiying in the living room. The man narrowed his long eyes and smiled at the corners of his lips. This time it was an accident, and they would not have the opportunity to get close to Yi Jingyang again. Mu Beiying came back to his senses. The words just now were so informative. No wonder Huo Shiqing didn't want to get married. It turned out that his elders were not just ordinary forced marriages. Oh, such a big family heirs looked like a lot of wind and rain, but in fact it was not easy to live. Huo Shiqing looked at her thoughtful appearance and suddenly lowered her eyes. Miss Mu, Mrs. Lu scolded you as a third party. Aren't you curious about the reason? Mu Beiying was full of excitement and not curious. After saying that, she felt that she refused too quickly and opened her mouth. Of course, I'm not curious, because I know Mr. Huo. You are definitely not a cheating scumbag, so of course I can't be Xiao San, so Mr. Huo doesn't have to tell me the reason. After all, knowing too much about the gossip of the big family is easy to cause trouble. She and Huo Shiqing just cooperated to get married, so there is no need to make trouble for herself. Do you know him? No matter what you say, you know him. In fact, you are just afraid of getting into trouble. Huo Shiqing smiled and narrowed her eyes. She had something to do. When Miss Mu hit someone just now, she didn't seem to be so bold. Mu Beiying's face changed. It was really deadly. Today, she kicked Song Lingqian first and then hit Mrs. Luo. Huo Shiqing wouldn't think she was very violent, would she? She always remembered that Huo Shiqing liked gentle women, so she coughed and lowered her head embarrassedly. Mr. Huo, what you said, I have always been timid and never dared to take the initiative to cause trouble. It was Mrs. Lu who deliberately provoked me, and I couldn't help fighting back. In fact, I haven't hit anyone before. You see, I just slapped her. My hands are red and it hurts so much. Huo Shiqing glanced at her white palm and ignored her lies. It can be seen from the kick she kicked Song Lingqian that she must have learned to fight. It is rumored that this young lady, who has been driven to the countryside by the Mu family since she was a child and has no skills, is beyond his expectation every day. And her appearance just now made him think of a person inexplicably, and the scar on her neck. Mu Beiying was watched by his eyes, and her heart beat like drums. She subconsciously realized that the necklace was broken. Was he looking at his scar? Mu Beiying hurriedly picked up the necklace and wanted to take it back, but Huo Shixing took the lead. He put the necklace in his hand to play with it. Today, it's not Huo's. The necklace is broken. I should give you a new one. The manager of Fuluye got a blue diamond necklace in Europe a few days ago, and I asked Baiji to bring it to you. Mu Beiying swallowed his saliva and thought that he had just politely said no, but was immediately attracted by the word Fuluye. Why is the necklace bought by the manager of Fulu Garden with you? Huo Shijing's fingertips were very meaningful. Didn't Miss Mu say that she knew me very well? Don't you know that Fulu Garden is also my industry? Mu Beiying suddenly found that she had dug a hole for herself. Of course she didn't know. She said that she knew Huo Shijing, but she was talking nonsense casually. How could she take it seriously? Chapter 14. Beiying is going to do bad things. Mu Beiying's voice is tutoring. What I know is your inner self, not your money. I don't care how many industries you have, so I didn't pay attention to who the boss of Fuluyan is. Isn't it normal? Huo Shijing didn't say believe it or not, did he? Of course. Mu Beiying planned to continue to talk nonsense, and suddenly remembered a question. Fulu Garden is Huo Shijing's property, isn't it equivalent to the Song family's property? As Mrs. Song, why did Fang Sheng kick her out without leaving any affection? Why do Song Lingqian and Mu Qianro have to make an appointment every time they go there? She felt that she couldn't laugh anymore, and asked stiffly, don't your family know that you have opened the Fulu Garden? Huo Shijing was careless and founded it casually a few years ago without his family's knowledge. Naturally, they didn't know. Oh. No wonder Mu Beiying had an epiphany. In fact, it can be seen from the situation just now that Huo Shijing has a bad relationship with her family, so she probably has a worse relationship with Song Lingqian, and it is forgeable to hide it. Didi, just then, her mobile phone rang. A text message was sent, Mu Beiying, Buffet Group won the big order in Northern Europe. Tomorrow, there will be a celebration banquet in Fulu Garden. Sister Qianro specially said that you used to be a member of the Buffet Group. Let me invite you to join us. All, you can come and see the world. The signature of the text message is Song Weiwei, Song Lingqian's sister. Mu Beiying's eyes became cold and he sneered. Song Lingqian was not favored by the Song family. The Song family had no family property to share with him, so he could only start his own company. 2 years ago, she found herself and said a lot of fancy words. In addition, she decided that he was her future husband, so she promised to help him. Buffet Group was supported by her little by little, but in the end, Song Lingqian kicked her away and enjoyed her hard work with Mu Qianro. As for this big order in Northern Europe, it was also negotiated by her, and now it has become Mu Qianro's capital. Wait a Monday. Invite her? Fulu Garden? Mu Beiying suddenly found something wrong. Last time Fang Xia was kicked out, the manager of Fuluyan said that even if the old man of the Song family came, he would not be accepted, and all the Song family members were blacklisted. How can Song Weiwei reserve a seat now? Mu Beiying turned his eyes and asked in a roundabout way, Mr. Huo, the smell of Fulu Garden is really good. Is there any vacancy in Fulu Garden tomorrow? I want to go there again. Huo Shijing casually asked someone to check. Only the banquet hall was empty, but if you want to go, you can go in and out freely. Is the banquet hall still empty? If Song Weiwei wants to take the employees of Buffet Group there, she will definitely not be able to sit in the private room, and her young lady will not go to the hall, so she can only book a banquet hall. Now the banquet hall is empty, which means that Song Weiwei has not booked a seat at all. She didn't book a seat, but sent a text message to ask her to go there with great fanfare. TSK, it was the first time I saw someone send his face up and beat her. The next afternoon, she wore a red dress and went out on time. Baiji lowered his head. Sir, it seems that the wife is going to do something bad. Huo Shijing took a sip of tea and smiled. Let her go. He can make trouble in Fuluye. No matter how big the fuss is, he can protect it. Half an hour later, brush the dew outside the garden. The Fulu Garden is backed by the mountain and faces the water. After entering, there is a long embankment. There is a viewing pavilion on the long embankment, and further ahead is the hall. Song Lingqian and Mu Qianro didn't come. Song Weiwei was in charge of the party, but the box was set by Mu Qianro. Song Weiwei saw Mu Beiying at a glance. Seeing that many men's eyes were fixed on her, she was so angry. Mu Beiying, look at what you are wearing. You are so coquettish. Who do you want to seduce? Mu Beiying stroked her hair and said directly that she was jealous of my beauty and good figure. After all, even if this dress is given to you, you can't seduce people. You. Song Weiwei was shocked. She didn't expect that Mu Beiying had become so sharp, completely different from before. Mu Beiying sneered. Song Weiwei has always liked Mu Qianro. So I hate her. In the past, she never argued with Song Weiwei for Song Lingqian, and didn't even say a serious word. So Song Weiwei became even worse, feeling that she was weak and deceptive. What's the use of good looking? My brother doesn't want you? Song Weiwei said with a strange voice, I heard that you married an ugly and old man. Haha, look at you, without my brother, only such an ugly man wants you. I told you earlier, I could introduce my driver to you. After all, you will never find a good man like my brother again. It's okay to match a driver. Who will make you have a bad luck? The employees around heard this insulting enough. After all, Mu Beiying used to be Song Lingqian's fiancé, but now Song Weiwei is open and secretly saying that she is only worthy of the driver of the Song family. Mu Beiying sighed, yes, I can't find anyone like Song Lingqian anymore. Song Weiwei was proud, thinking that this fool could not live without the Song family, and then she heard Mu Beiying continue. After all, he owes me a favor to save my life, owes me money, and has sex with Xiao San. It's so sweet that I can't wait for the whole world to know that he cheated on me. It is really difficult to find a second scumbag with a wolf heart, dog, lung, human face, beast heart and brain. The surroundings suddenly became quiet for a long time. Mu Beiying. Song Weiwei's face was bitter and angry and crazy. You can't control the man yourself. Why do you blame me? Fortunately, he and sister Qianro still remember your goodness. Let me invite you to Follow Garden. Do you think you deserve it? When you were in buffet group, you didn't achieve anything and did nothing. How can you look like sister Qianro? As soon as she came, she took a big order. What's wrong with my brother liking her? Now, sister Qianro invites everyone to dinner out of her own pocket. Can you? Mu Beiying laughed angrily. It's really coming as soon as you open your mouth. Who took the order? Who is the inheritance of Mu Qianro's out-of-pocket money? If others don't know, Song Weiwei can't not know, and she still has the face to shout here. Song Weiwei snorted proudly and couldn't speak. All right, let's go in together. The employees breathed a sigh of relief and were very excited. They said compliments. Thank you, Miss Song. I also have to thank Miss Qianro. Miss Song is right. Miss Qianro is much more useful than some people. At least when some people were in the buffet group, we never had dinner together. The group followed Song Weiwei in. When they came to the door, Song Weiwei suddenly stopped. Wait, I changed my mind. Others can get in, but you can't. She pointed to Mu Beiying, and her eyes turned high above. If you really want to follow us in, then we won't have dinner. This aroused the exclamation of many employees. No, we heard that when we came back to Foluyan tonight, we all posted on WeChat moments. Yes, Mu Beiying, you'd better go quickly. Miss Song doesn't welcome you, and you should be self-aware. Mu Beiying glanced around. Many talking employees have been favored by her, but now they ignore their old feelings for a little profit. That's right. If you can choose to follow Song Lingqian and Mu Qianro, what kind of good person can you be? As for the dinner, Mu Beiying blinked and asked meaningfully, are you sure you want me to get out? Chapter 15 Slap in the face, pretending to be a distinguished guest of Follow Garden. Song Weiwei is full of a sense of superiority. Nonsense. You came here with a shy face. Don't you just want to enter the Follow Garden? To tell you the truth, Follow Garden is a symbol of identity, not a redneck like you. Instead of being kicked out later, it's better to get out of here now. Mu Beiying stroked her hair. Okay, but Song Weiwei, don't regret it. Song Weiwei sneered and laughed so hard. How could I regret it? If I regretted it, I would kneel down and kowtow to you. She drove away Mu Beiying, a redneck, and Fuluyan should thank her. What should she regret? Mu Beiying nodded. All right, I wish you a pleasant meal. After saying that, he walked aside, as if he really didn't plan to enter the door together. Song Weiwei is proud. You know each other. Let's go. Mu Beiying smiled at the corners of his lips and saw several people walk into the Follow Garden. Then he took out his mobile phone and sent a text message. Song Weiwei and others came to the front desk and said proudly, check which box Miss Mu booked in and take us there. The front desk checked and just wanted to say that no lady surnamed Mu had booked a box, but just then, the phone rang, and the front desk suddenly stared wide-eyed. She suddenly got up with a more respectful attitude. It turned out that you were Miss Mu's distinguished guests. The manager arranged Miss Mu in the best box. The receptionist took everyone to a super large box, facing the river view, and the scenery was elegant. At a glance, she knew that the people who came to this box were rich or expensive. She put the menu on the table. The manager said, since everyone is Miss Mu's friend, today's expenses are all free. Please order freely. All the employees are overjoyed. Miss Qianro is really able. You should know that this is Follow Garden. She can have such a large box in Follow Garden and be free of charge. Her face is too big. Miss Qianro is also very kind to us. No wonder Song Shao falls in love with her. Compared with her, Mu Beiying is simply a cloud of difference. Song Weiwei was also not polite. She ordered whatever was expensive. In addition, there were many of them, and the amount of orders exceeded 2 million in a short time. The dish came up soon. Song Weiwei said strangely, oh, if I had known that Mu Beiying had come in and see the world, I'm afraid she hadn't seen these dishes. Miss Song, you are so kind. Mu Beiying is a redneck. How can you deserve it? Don't spoil Miss Qianro's heart. Song Weiwei was even more contemptuous in her heart. That's right, Mu Beiying, a fool, grew up in the countryside. Not to mention a table of 2 million dishes, it is estimated that he has never eaten 20,000 yo. It is also a shame to let her come in. Everyone ate half of the meal, and suddenly the door of the box was pushed open. A middle-aged man in his 50s walked in quickly. I'm the manager of Follow Garden. Did you enjoy your meal? If you need anything, just call me directly. I have ordered Follow Garden not to accept other guests today, but only for you. These honors made everyone here couldn't help but get excited. The manager of Fu Luoyang didn't even like ordinary rich people, but now he is demitling to serve them. You can talk about this for a lifetime. Song Weiwei immediately said, Fu Luoyang is indeed as good as the rumor. We will give you a few nice words in front of Miss Mu. It's my honor to serve Miss Mu's guests. Halfway through the manager's words, he glanced around, and suddenly his face changed dramatically. Who are you? Where is Miss Mu? Today, Bai Ji specially ordered him that Miss Mu Beiying would come to Fu Luo Garden for dinner, telling him to treat him well, and specially showed him a photo of Mu Beiying. But she is not in the box. Song Weiwei hurriedly said, I'm the money of the Song family. Miss Mu doesn't. The Song family. Before she finished speaking, the manager suddenly frowned and his face sank. Who the hell are you? You are not on Miss Mu's invitation list at all. The atmosphere suddenly stagnated, and the employees all looked at Song Weiwei suspiciously. Song Weiwei's face turned red. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm Song Weiwei, the eldest lady of Song's group. The manager is sure that he has never heard of this name, and he is more angry. Song Weiwei, right? I said that if you are not on the list, you are not on the list. You are full of lies at a young age. Do you think our distinguished guests in Fu Luo Garden can be impersonated by you if you want to pretend? Song Weiwei was still proud just now, but now she was scolded by someone pointing at her nose. She was stunned for a moment and roared back without thinking about it. It's impossible. Today is the employee dinner of Buffet Group. The box was booked by Mu Chero. How can I not be on Chero's list? Believe it or not, I will sue you for bullying the Fu Luoyang store. The manager was furious. I've never heard of Buffet Group. What is Mu Chero? Could it be that Mu Chero didn't tell you that although she made a reservation, we quickly refused her? Because our boss said that the Mu family is not welcome to come in. At this time, the whole audience became quiet, and the employees stared wide-eyed one by one. What's going on? Mu Chero didn't book a box at all. Then the front desk just said Miss Mu's distinguished guest. Isn't it a trick on them? Song Weiwei has been held by people since she was a child. It was the first time she was so humiliated that she trembled with anger. Even if we don't book a box, we are still guests. Do you treat guests like this? It's not that we don't pay for meals. The manager smiled angrily. Okay, then please pay quickly. It's 2.58 million in total. Are you AA or Miss Song alone? The air around was quieter. 2.58 million. Song Weiwei exclaimed, how can a meal be so expensive? The manager sneered. Our dishes are clearly marked in price. Doesn't Miss Song look at the price when she orders? Or does Miss Song want to stray the debt? Please go out and inquire. Who dares to eat the overlord's meal in Fu Luo Garden and don't want to die? Song Weiwei's face was distorted. Just now, it was the manager who said that they could be exempted from the order, but she was so expensive. Who knew that the price was so scary? She didn't have so much money. She was so angry that I didn't eat it alone, they all ate it. The employees suddenly panicked. Why are you like this? We won't pay for it if it's so expensive. That's right. It was you and Mu Chero who said they wanted to treat us. We just came here. What's wrong with Mu Chero? You asked us to be a fool without knowing it out. Thanks to me, I just praised Mu Chero. I'm so angry. But after all, they are still employees of Buffet Group. They dare not offend Song Lingqian's sister. They can only think that they are unlucky. Each person paid 10,000 ye. In addition, Song Weiwei paid 2 million in one go to settle the meal expenses. All right, get out of here. The manager ordered in a cold voice, and soon a bodyguard dragged the crowd out. This is the end of you pretending to be a distinguished guest of Fu Luo Garden. Miss Song remembers that not everywhere can let you be wild. A group of people were kicked out of the door, attracting the frequent return of the surrounding guests. Song Weiwei felt extremely ashamed and was about to leave in a hurry, but suddenly she heard a voice not far away. Mu Beiying sneered and was kicked out so soon. Do you regret it? Chapter 16. Let's find out if she was the same person back then. Mu Beiying put her arms around her chest, leaned lazily on the pillar beside her, and looked over with a smile. Song Weiwei's head exploded, and she had nowhere to vent her anger. What regrets? Be careful, I'll tear your mouth. As soon as she finished speaking, a flash of light suddenly flashed in her mind. The manager said that it was difficult to refuse Mu's family to enter. Song Weiwei immediately pointed at Mu Beiying and shouted angrily, Mu Beiying, you still have the face to talk. It's all your fault, you bitch. Fu Luoyang said that he didn't receive the Mu family, which must be because you offended them. Everyone turned their heads immediately. Mu Beiying raised his eyebrows slightly. Song Weiwei, why are you as stupid as your brother? I didn't even enter the door. Blame me? It's you. Song Weiwei is going crazy, otherwise how could the Mu family offend Fu Luoyang? You are the only one from the countryside. You must be the redneck who angered the boss of Fu Luoyang. I'm going to kill you. She rushed up angrily and wanted to slap Mu Beiying. Mu Beiying dodged sideways. Song Weiwei slammed into the pillar, and the scene fell into silence in an instant. You. Song Weiwei still wants to get a second slap. Miss Mu, are you all right? Unexpectedly, at this moment, the manager rushed over and kicked Song Weiwei's lap without thinking about it. What nonsense did you just say? The Mu family was blacklisted by Fu Luoyang. What does it have to do with Miss Beiying? Miss Beiying is our distinguished guest. As for who offended our boss, do you have to tell you by name? Is it Mu Qianro? When the words fell, everyone was stunned. Mu Beiying is a distinguished guest of Fulu Garden. But Mu Qianro offended Fulu Garden and was blacklisted. All of them made a mistake. Song Weiwei suddenly panicked and looked unbelievable. It's impossible, it's impossible. She's just a redneck. Presumptuous. The manager suddenly interrupted. You insulted our distinguished guests and tried to beat us. I have ordered someone to call the police. If you dare to make trouble in Fulu Garden, please wait for me. After saying that, he changed his angry face and became more respectful. Miss Beiying, I'm sorry to bring you a bad experience today. Please come in. Our Fulu Yuan will give you a lifetime free order. Please feel free. Mu Beiying blinked her eyes. She really didn't expect the effect of hitting her face to be so good. Is it Huo Shijing who explained that the manager helped her? Huo Shijing gave her this opportunity. If she didn't make good use of it, she would feel sorry for herself. Mu Beiying followed the manager into the door, then suddenly turned around and sighed falsely. Ladies and gentlemen, I used to stay in buffet group for 2 years. Everyone was colleagues. Originally, I planned to get together with you, but you had to drive me away. The employees outside the door looked lost and embarrassed, followed by anger. Mu Beiying was going to invite us to dinner. If I had known that I had just said a good word for Mu Beiying, I would have had a meal in Fulu Garden without wasting the 10,000 yuan. They are both Song Weiwei and Mu Qianro, 2 broom stars. Obviously, they didn't book a box, but they had to pretend to be other people's distinguished guests. Now, it's okay. Is it a shame? It also tires us. It has long been said that these 2 women have more than enough success or failure. Mu Beiying was personally invited in by the manager. Miss Mu, Mr. Shi ordered that today's Fulu Garden will only serve you alone. Mu Beiying was curious. Why did he call him Mr. Shi? The manager was surprised, don't you know? Because Mr. Shi has changed his surname, he doesn't like the surname Huo. The manager already knew that the person in front of him was Mrs. Huo. Bai Ji asked him not to hide any of his wife's problems. Naturally, he had to tell the truth. Mu Beiying nodded. Oh. So, Huo Shijing also said that he had changed his surname, probably because he changed his surname Song. He can't call him Mr. Song, and he doesn't like Huo, so he can only use the second word in the name. She was not interested in Huo Shijing's resume. She took the menu casually and planned to get something delicious to treat herself. As a result, as soon as I saw the price, I almost spit out a mouthful of water. Mu Beiying asked the truth. Isn't anyone reporting the price of your Fulu Garden like this? The price is too outrageous. The manager was helpless and was about to answer, but when he saw the person coming, his face changed and he immediately lowered his head. Mu Beiying still doesn't understand what's going on. What's the matter? Is this a trade secret? Can't you tell me? If Miss Mu wants to know, it's better to ask me in person. A gentle male voice came. Although Huo Shijing's tone was gentle, it did not have a trace of emotion, and he had a kind of superior majesty. The manager knew that gentleness was just his appearance. He did not dare to offend Huo Shijing and hurriedly said, Mr. Shi, you are here, and your subordinates will say goodbye first. Huo Shijing nodded casually, and then looked at Mu Beiying with a smile. Miss Mu seems to have a problem with the price. Mu Beiying pointed to a kind of wine on the menu, the red wine of Elton Manor in France, which costs almost 100,000 yuan for a bottle, not 880,000 yuan. As far as I know, Elton only has one kind of special red wine that can be sold at this price, but they also only provide it to one store. She has been to Elton Manor before, so she knows something. Isn't Huo Shijing's price cheating? Huo Shijing raised his eyebrows slightly, bent his lips and asked, didn't Miss Mu say that Elton only provides special red wine to one store? Why can't that store be Fulu Garden? Mu Beiying was suddenly horrified. She heard that the only way for that store can win special red wine is because the owner and the owner of Elton are good friends in business. Huo Shijing developed his power in France so early. But hasn't the business of the Song family never involved foreign countries? However, Huo also has a question to ask Miss Mu. Before Mu Beiying could figure it out, Huo Shijing had said lightly, Elton's red wine is not popular in China. You need to go to the manor specifically to understand. Didn't Miss Mu grow up in the countryside? Have you ever been to Elton Manor? Mu Beiying choked for a moment and suddenly felt a little nervous. When she was nervous, she couldn't help but eat something. Usually, she stuffed her mouth with what she had at hand. Now, there is only a glass of wine that Huo Shijing has just poured in hand. She hurriedly poured it in. No, I heard about it. Did you hear about it? Huo Shijing's voice was more gentle, and she gently tapped her forehead with a smile. Miss Mu, did I tell you that this kind of special red wine tastes different from other red wine? People who have never drunk it will be choked by the smell when they take the first sip. Miss Mu's face was rosy and she poured a large glass, as if nothing had happened. It seems that the Mu family really doesn't know you. It turns out that Miss Mu, who was driven to the countryside, not only went to Elton Manor, but also tasted the red wine in their cellar, which really surprised Huo. Cough cough cough. Hearing Huo Shijing's experience of in the countryside in a few words, Mu Beiying was really choked by red wine this time. Why did he ask these questions? Mu Beiying choked her neck and explained dryly that I grew up in the countryside, which does not mean that I have never been to Elton Manor, and the rumors can't be taken seriously. Isn't it normal for others not to know what she did in the countryside? She didn't hear that the heir of the Song family went to the winery business. Huo Shijing narrowed his eyes. Well, the rumors really can't be taken seriously. Well, let's eat. Mu Beiying always feels that his words have something to say. But Huo Shijing didn't ask any more questions. She wanted the topic to pass quickly, so she didn't explain it again. After returning home, Mu Beiying went back to her room to rest, and Huo Shijing looked at Baiji indifferently. She has been to Elton Manor, and there is still a scar on her neck. Go to check if she is the same person back then. Chapter 17. Beiying pressed Mu Qianrou's head again. Baiji responded and turned away. Huo Shijing was the only one left in the study. He took out a yellowed note and rubbed it for a moment. The next day, Mu Beiying got up early in the morning. Today, when her senior year starts, she is going to Angchang University to report, but she didn't expect to make a mistake when she went out. Yujing Garden is too big, and it will take a long time to get out of the villa area. If you walk down, it may be too late. But she was not so cheeky to ask her to be Huo Shijing's driver. Thinking about it, she decided to run all the way out and take a taxi outside. At this moment, calm footsteps came from the stairs. Huo Shijing glanced at her and smiled gently. Is Miss Mu going to Angcheng University? Mu Beiying was stunned. How do you know? I'm going to ask her some strange questions again. Unexpectedly, Huo Shijing fell down this time. I didn't try it at all. I put the gold glasses frame on the bridge of my nose. I happen to have something to go to an university, so I'll see you off. There is a car just right. If you don't sit, you won't sit for nothing. Mu Beiying sat in the co-pilot without hesitation. Huo Shijing looked casual and did not wear formal clothes. He only wore a shirt on his upper body, and 2 buttons were unbuttoned at the neckline, which was very different from his usual abstinent appearance, and he looked much more lazy. Mu Beiying couldn't help being curious. What are you going to an university for? Huo Shijing turned the steering wheel without squinting. There was a calligraphy and painting activity and invited me to have a look. Oh. Yes, an university does hold a calligraphy and painting competition every year. The Song family is the sponsor. She originally arranged Song Lingqian's fiancé to be the award guest, and she has been preparing for it for a long time. Now that Song Lingqian's fiancé has been replaced, the award guest has naturally become Mu Qianrou. Huo Shijing, as Song Lingqian's uncle, is the successor of the Song family. Chengren, there must be 2 brushes in calligraphy and painting, but he has been invited. Why did you invite Song Lingqian? In previous years, there was only one person in the Song family. Before Mu Beiying could figure it out, the car had arrived outside the school gate. Huo Shijing raised his eyes faintly. After the report, I came to you and sent you back. Mu Beiying was very satisfied with his behavior of being willing to be a free driver. He was about to get out of the car when a disdainful female voice came over Mu Beiying. A redneck like him, I'm afraid he has never touched such an expensive car. Huo Shijing narrowed his eyes suddenly. Mu Beiying sneered. Who did she say? It turned out that Song Lingqian specially drove a luxury car to send Mu Qianrou here. Did the scumbag man and bitch have to step on her face to show off her feelings? She immediately turned her head and asked very unceremonially, Mr. Huo, how much is your car? Huo Shijing looked at the little hedgehog in front of him and was a little happy, 200 million. Mu Beiying blinked. That's great. 5 minutes ago, Song Lingqian drove Mu Qianrou out of the school gate in a luxury car. The 2 held hands, and the golden boy and jade girl came over. Many people whisper. Song Shao is gentle and a lot of money, and he is so kind to Qianrou. I really envy him. The car driven by Song Lingqian seems to be more than 60 million yuan. Mu Qianrou is spoiled by her parents at home, and now she is loved by Song Shao. She is really a winner in life. At this time, I don't know who whispered. Mr. Song has never sent Mu Beiying before, has he? Mu Qianrou's eyes turned and gave the person beside her a look, and immediately a strange female voice sounded. What are you talking about? Mu Beiying grew up in the countryside. How can she be worthy of Song Shao? Why did Mr. Song send her to school? That's right, Mu Beiying probably didn't have a chance to take such a good car. By the way, according to today's report, Mu Beiying will also come. I wonder if she will be angry to death when she sees this scene. The corners of Mu Qianrou's lips finally couldn't help raising, and she held Song Lingqian's hand tighter. Everyone is blessing her. Even if she is a junior, what does it matter? Mu Qianrou looked at Song Lingqian and pretended to be worried. Lingqian's brother and sister lived outside alone, and there was no driver to pick her up. It was almost 9 o'clock. She hadn't arrived yet. I'm afraid. Song Lingqian frowned unhappily. What do you care about her? Not to mention that she doesn't come to report, even if she drops out of school, it has nothing to do with you. That's right, Sister Qianrou, you don't want my brother to pick her up, do you? She is a redneck, but she can't dirty my brother's luxury car. Song Weiwei has been angry to death since she was kicked out by Fu Luyang yesterday. Today, she couldn't help slandering Mu Beiying in front of everyone. She should have the awareness of her cheap life. Do you want a luxury car to pick you up? I think she only deserves to take the bus. Mu Qianro shook her head helplessly. Okay, Wei Wei, don't talk nonsense. Sister, she just... Before the words were soon, someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, look at the car. Everyone turned around subconsciously, and their eyes suddenly lit up. It was a luxury car that looked more high-end, and everyone recognized it immediately. This is the new star released last year. Although it looks low-key, it will reflect the lights when driving at night, as if the body has its own starlight. It is limited to 3 units worldwide, and the price is 200 million yen. 200 million? Isn't that a comparison of Mu Qianro? Did the people in the car also come to our school to report? Who is it? Mu Qianro's face changed. She looked at the luxury car ferociously. Damn it, where did it come from? She has been robbed of the stem for today. But the luxury car worth 200 million is indeed more attractive than her 60 million. Damn it. Mu Qianro gritted her teeth, her eyes were covered with worry, and she didn't know who was in the car. School is a place to study, not a place to show off. Such a high profile. Before the words were finished, the car door opened, and a female voice interrupted Mu Qianro's words. It is reasonable for you to take a luxury car to come to school, and others take a luxury car to school to show off. Sister, your logic is really impressive. The surroundings are plunged into a strange silence. Everyone was stunned for 3 seconds before they came back to their senses. Wait, did they see it wrong? What came out of the luxury car turned out to be Mu Beiying. Didn't Mu Qianro say that Mu Beiying can't afford to sit in a luxury car? I didn't expect that Mu Beiying was the richest one. She is usually very low-key, but Mu Qianro wants to show off everything. Mu Qianro's face turned white. All the confidence just now turned into unwillingness, and her body was about to collapse. If it weren't for the outsiders present, she would have wanted to come forward and strangle Mu Beiying's neck to question. How could she come to school in a luxury car at this price? How is it possible? Song Lingqian frowned. Beiying and Qianro also care about you. Can you speak well? Song Weiwei is not willing to accept it, that's right. Don't even look at your virtues. Are you worthy of this car if you are so cheap? Mu Beiying's eyes were cold. When Huo Shijing stopped the car, she heard Song Weiwei's amazing theory. She sneered and asked back, isn't the car for people to sit on? Is it worthy of it? Song Weiwei, this is a university, modern society. Who said that luxury cars represent nobility, and people who take buses are mean? Collect the thoughts of those people in your mind, divided into 3, 6 and 9, the Qing dynasty is already dead. Chapter 18. He suddenly wanted to argue for Mrs. Huo. Song Weiwei was angry. You. What did you say? Mu Beiying raised his eyes carelessly. Anchong University is the first-class university in China. The students here are all admitted from all over the country. Are they all from rich families? It's cheap to have never been in a luxury car. Do you think you are very noble? At this time, many students became angry. That's right, they are all ordinary people. Is it possible that ordinary people don't deserve to live? I really didn't expect that the Xianjing of the calligraphy and painting family would have such an idea. It is her elders who are powerful in the Song family, not her. How can she look down on others here? When Song Weiwei said that just now, Mu Qianro didn't refute. Is that how she looks at us? Mu Qianro's face suddenly changed, and she gritted her teeth and said, Weiwei, how can you say such an exaggeration? What kind of car do you take to school? That's everyone's freedom. Song Lingqian didn't look good either. Under pressure, he said stubbornly, Weiwei is still young and can't speak well. I apologize for her. When others saw that Mu Qian was soft and Song Lingqian had a good attitude, the anger subsided a little. Mu Beiying raised his eyebrows slightly, so please teach Song Weiwei well, lest she say such ridiculous remarks next time and embarrass your Song family. After saying that, she took the lead in entering the school gate. TSK, it's a pity that Huo Shijing didn't get out of the car, otherwise it would be interesting to let Song Weiwei know that the owner of this car is their uncle. Mu Beiying left, and the classmates around him also dispersed. Mu Qianro sighed sadly, Weiwei, don't be angry. I didn't mean to blame you just now. However, this luxury car was bought by a mysterious man last year. Those who can pay 200 million in one breath are rich or expensive. I'm afraid that you will offend the person in the car. Song Weiwei cursed loudly, you bitch. I just got married with my brother and climbed onto other men. It's cheap. A trace of disgust flashed in Song Lingqian's eyes. That's right, Mu Beiying has no connections in the upper class. Except for the old man who commits himself to himself, he has no chance to take a 200 million luxury car. Although the photos of cheating at the wedding scene are fake, I'm afraid her cheating is true. Fortunately, they have withdrawn from the marriage. This kind of water-based poplar woman is not worthy of him. Thinking of this, Song Lingqian looked at Mu Qianro's eyes more gently. Qianro, don't argue with her. You will be the award guest later. Don't worry, you must be the most dazzling person today. Mu Qianro's eyes turned, and then she bit her lip pretending to feel guilty. Brother Lingqian, anyway, my quota was originally for my sister. I'm afraid that my sister will be unhappy. Shall we invite her in the afternoon? Song Lingqian's expression was complicated. Why do you have to? Mu Qianro shook her head. Grandpa Song attaches great importance to this award ceremony. I'm afraid that if my sister doesn't come, it will make Grandpa Song angry. Song Lingqian sighed. Mu Beiying made Qianrou suffer so much injustice, and Qianrou still thought about her everywhere. He couldn't help but be glad that he fell in love with the kindest woman in the world. Mu Qianrou suppressed the smile in his eyes. What if Mu Beiying is in the Stein today? In the end, don't you have to look at what originally belonged to you and be taken away by her little by little? On the other side, the school director's office. Huo Shuqing looked lazy and retrieved Mu Beiying's information and raised his eyebrows. 3 years ago, I was admitted to an university in the college entrance examination, but I didn't come to study. 2 years ago, when I was a sophomore, the Mu family spent a sum of money to transfer it to her. Because he went through the back door, he was disliked by Song Lingqian as an unlearned redneck. Interesting. Sir. Bai Yi knocked on the door. The calligraphy and painting competition is almost over. The principal, please go there now. Huo Shuqing got up. Bai Ji said again, his subordinates found out that the winner of the original book painting competition was Miss Mu, but Song Lingqian gave the quota to Mu Qianrou. Oh, Huo Shuqing suddenly narrowed his eyes. If the place that originally belonged to her was taken away, will Mu Beiying compromise obediently? Multiplied by in the afternoon, the calligraphy and painting competition came to an end. Song Lingqian called and ordered Gao Gao, Mu Beiying, you come to the Literature and Art Hall. Qianrou kindly invited you to attend the award ceremony. I think you don't want to let Grandpa down, do you? Mu Beiying sighed and subconsciously clenched his mobile phone. Mr. Song was the only elder who was good to her after she returned to Angchang. She knew how much Grandpa Song cared about the award ceremony. In the end, she got up and walked to the cultural hall. It turns out that the calligraphy and painting competition was organized by the Song family in conjunction with an university. Mu Qianrou seems to be the award guest, right? Song Shaoke really loved her and let her take the stage with Taido in the calligraphy and painting industry. Therefore, what's the use of Mu Beiying in the line just now? In terms of talent, she can't compare with Qianrou. SHH, stop talking. Mu Beiying is coming. As soon as Mu Beiying entered the door, he heard these words. He raised his eyebrows and found a seat to sit down at will. Mu Qianrou stood beside Song Lingqian, gentle and tender. Sister, I'm sorry, I know you are unhappy, but today's award ceremony is really important. Brother Lingqian doesn't want to make mistakes, so. Song Lingqian squirmed. My, Qianrou, there is no need to apologize. This place belongs to my fiancé, and you are my fiancé. He turned his head and looked at Mu Beiying again. Okay, you should not be dissatisfied. Although you are the award guest chosen by your grandfather himself. You are unlearned, and it is a shame to be on the stage. Qianrou is for your good. Mu Qianrou smiled proudly and pretended to be sorry. Sister, if there is such an opportunity next time, I will definitely let you come. Brother Lingqian, it's time for us to prepare for the stage. After saying that, she took Song Lingqian's hand and slowly left under everyone's envious gaze. Mu Beiying looked at the backs of the two and narrowed his eyes sarcastically. She was about to find a corner to do it, but when she turned around, she just met a pair of smiling eyes. Huo Shuqing stood aside with great interest. Seeing that Mu Beiying finally noticed him, he suddenly curled his lips. Miss Mu, it's not your nature to let others step on your head like this. Mu Beiying's expression stiffened. What kind of image is she in Huo Shuqing's heart? She lowered her head with her neck. Mr. Huo, did you misunderstand something? Even if the place of the award guest was taken away, I didn't want to argue. Huo Shuqing smiled deeper. Don't you plan to argue? The man's fingertips gently brushed her hair, and his eyes suddenly flashed fiercely. Unfortunately, he suddenly wanted to argue for Mrs. Huo. Mu Qianrou returned to the backstage and hesitated to say, Brother Lingqian, Grandpa Song didn't come. Does he still hate me? Song Lingqian comforted, it's okay. Hurry up and get on the stage. I got this quota for a long time. You must behave well so that Grandpa can accept you earlier. Looking at many reporters waiting outside, Mu Qianrou gritted her teeth. That's right. When she takes the stage with the calligraphers and painters, Mr. Song will naturally know how excellent she is. Soon, the award ceremony officially began. Mu Qianrou came in a dress and took the stage in the envy of everyone. There are so many people in the whole school, and she is the only one with this honor, but Mu Beiying can only stare below. This feeling made Mu Qianrou a little flutter. She smiled proudly at Mu Beiying and was about to go on stage. Wait, Miss Mu Qianrou, please go down first. Chapter 19. Huo Shuqing ended for Beiying, and a male voice passed through the microphone and spread to every corner of the literary hall. Everyone turned around in an instant. The person in charge of the calligraphy and painting competition rushed up. Miss Mu, I'm sorry, the award guests have been changed. Please leave first. Mu Qianrou's expression stiffened, and then she asked softly, this award guest has always been me. Did I do something wrong? I didn't make a mistake? A big man asked to change the award guest. Oh, Mu Qianrou, don't be verbose. Hurry up and go down with me. Mu Qianrou's face is extremely ugly. How can it be? Replace her? Song Lingqian came over quickly, frowned and scolded. Without my consent, I'll see who dares to change. This is not the place where you are fighting. It is impossible to change the award guests if they have been determined. The person in charge wiped a cold sweat. No, this quota was originally. Song Lingqian sternly said that this quota was set by me. Do you know who I am? The person in charge is in a hurry and louder. I know you are Master Song, but the change of person is an order from Mr. Song. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and Mu Qianrou's face suddenly turned white. Song Lingqian's eyes widened, as if he had heard it wrong. How could it be? Don't think. How impossible. Before the words were over, a roar full of energy suddenly came from the background. An old man in his 70s walked out with a cane, with an angry face. I want to replace Mu Qianrou. What, do you have a problem? Everyone was shocked. Isn't this the head of the Song family, Mr. Song? Song Lingqia's face was visibly flustered, and his voice was much lower. Grandpa, why didn't you say a word to me when you came? If I don't come, I don't know how much Beiying has suffered. Mr. Song took a deep breath. Beiying, come here. Mu Beiying looked at Mr. Song in a daze. She didn't expect Grandpa Song to come. By the way, Huo Shijing seemed to go to make a phone call just now. She looked at Huo Shijing, who hooked her lips and bent down to lower her voice. The old man told you to go. Mu Beiying didn't want Mr. Song to wait any longer, so he walked over. Mu Qianrou's eyes turned red. Brother Lingqian. Song Lingqian scolded unhappily. Mu Beiying, what did you say to Grandpa again? Do you know how important this award ceremony is? Can you stop making trouble? Shut up. Unexpectedly, before Mu Beiying spoke, Mr. Song roared louder. Beiying is messing around. You give Beiying's award guest quota to Mu Qianrou, and you won't mess around. Everyone on the stage took a breath. Oh, my god, Mr. Song meant that the award guest was originally Mu Beiying. Did Mu Qianrou show off in front of Mu Beiying just now? Why are you so shameless? Song Lingqia's momentum weakened. Grandpa, you don't know that in fact, Qianrou has also suffered a lot of injustice. Grievance. You drove a luxury car to send her to and a university today, which made her look in the stand. But Beiying has been your fiancé for more than 10 years. Have you ever sent her once? Mr. Song's eyes were full of disappointment, and you thought that Mu Qianrou was wronged. Isn't Beiying wronged? Others looked at Song Lingqian contemptuously. This is too much. At least, Mu Beiying was also his fiancé. As a result, before she had annulled the marriage, she had sex with Mu Qianrou and snatched Mu Beiying's place. Mu Qianrou is the same. She pretends to be a pure goddess. Xiao San is still vicious. Ask it. I came to give the award in person, and you left me to make amends in Beiying. As for you, Mr. Song slowly looked at Mu Qianrou, and the things that can't be on the table will go wherever they come from. Mu Qianrou's face was ferocious, and her nails pinched into the flesh fiercely. Why does this old man say that about her? If she just leaves, it will really become a joke. No, no. Mu Qianrou suddenly covered her chest and shook her body twice. Qianrou. Song Lingqian hurriedly hugged her. Grandpa, Qianrou had a heart attack. I took her to the infirmary. After saying that, he didn't bother to apologize to Mu Beiying and hurried away through the back door. The disappointment in Mr. Song's eyes is getting stronger and heavier. His grandson, who used to be the most important, actually turned black and white upside down for a woman. Now, he doesn't even want the face of the Song family. Beiying, come on the stage with me. Mr. Song took the trophy, ordered the host and the award-winning students to take the stage, and then took Mu Beiying to award everyone. Half an hour later, Mu Beiying helped Mr. Song back to the backstage. The old man's face was full of fatigue. Beiying, Grandpa was the last to know such a big thing. Cough cough cough. I've wronged you. Don't blame Grandpa. Mu Beiying's heart was sour. It's impossible for me and Song Lingqian. I don't want you to worry. At that time, she was willing to marry Song Lingqian, a waste, for Grandpa Song. He was not in good health, but he insisted on completing the marriage contract that year. He also loved her from the bottom of his heart, which made her feel the family affection that she did not have in the Mu family. Mr. Song shook his head and said, it's okay to cancel the marriage. That unmarried son is not worthy of you. He has no vision. Next time, I will introduce my youngest son to you. The youngest son of Mr. Song, the real heir of the Song family, is handsome and riche. He is one of the most wanted to marry for many celebrities in Encheng. However, Mu Beiying's expression stiffened and he blinked his eyes. Wait a min, isn't Grandpa Song invited by Huo Shijing? Since Huo Shijing invited Grandpa Song for her, Grandpa Song should know that she and Huo Shijing know each other. Why did he still say introduce you to know? She felt that she couldn't laugh anymore. Your little son, isn't he here? Didn't you see him? Mr. Song said, oh, he attaches great importance to this calligraphy and painting activity. He should have come, but he is busy, so I'm too lazy to go to him. Next time I'll let you come to my house for dinner. Mu Beiying breathed a sigh of relief again. It sounded like there was no problem. But why do you feel something strange? She hesitated a little and summoned up the courage to ask the old man, the Song family when the heir was called Huo Shijing, Mr. Song suddenly covered his heart and coughed violently. The medical staff quickly came up to surround him. Mr. Song shook his head regretfully. Grandpa made this old problem again. Go back and come to see me later. Mu Beiying watched Mr. Song get into the car and knew that now was not a good time to ask questions. She was a little worried about Grandpa Song's illness and wanted to send a message to ask her friends, but her mobile phone rang at this time. Mu Beiying connected, and Mr. Mu's disappointed and angry voice came from the other end of the phone. Beiying, what's wrong with you? Can you still cause trouble when you go to school? Do you know how many pairs of eyes are staring at Qianro now? As long as it's for the good of the family, what if you suffer a little injustice? Qianro is your sister. Mu Beiying listened to the questioning in his ear and suddenly felt ridiculous. Other people's grandfather is feeling sorry for what happened to her and wants to help her get angry. But her own grandfather is questioning her why she can't swallow her grievances. Mu Beiying's eyes became cold. Are you really my grandfather? Do you regard me as a family member? Mr. Mu was angry. Beiying, when did you become so ignorant? You. Dor. The mobile phone was suddenly stolen, and Hua Shijing hung up the phone neatly. The man's cold eyes swept over, and his tone was calm. Miss Mu, you don't need to talk to people who don't care about you, because people who care about you don't want to see you sad. Chapter 20. Don't you know that Hua Shijing can't do it? Mu Beiying's heart trembled, and a warmth surged up. Although getting married is just a helpless choice, I have to admit that Song Lingqian, a little uncle, is more like a person than Song Lingqian. Thank you for helping me just now. Grandpa Song, did you find it? Well, I made a phone call. Mu Beiying, remembering that Grandpa Song said that his youngest son was too busy and left after making a phone call, she couldn't help sing. Grandpa Song was inside just now, and you didn't go in to see him. How did he make a son? Hua Shijing narrowed his eyes slightly. Strangely, Mr. Song is not him. Why did he go in? That strange speculation surged up again, and his newlywed wife seemed to misunderstand his relationship with the Song family. Hua Shijing changed the topic without moving. Miss Mu actually gave up the number of award guests, which surprised Hua. Mu Beiying. Her expression stiffened for a moment. What does this mean? Hua Shijing thought she was joking when she said she didn't care. Does she look very small? Mu Beiying explained that I felt unhappy about having a relationship with Song Lingqian, and she was afraid that Grandpa Song would be sad if the matter was big. The quota was given to her by Mr. Song. In case Mr. Song gave it to Mu Qianro again and she made a fuss, wouldn't it make the old man sorry? Hua Shijing guessed what she didn't finish from her expression and raised her eyebrows in surprise. She actually tolerated Mu Qianro because of this. She originally thought she was a little hedgehog, but she didn't expect her to be so soft-tempered. An hour later, Hua Shijing sent her to Yu Jingyan and was about to get off when Chu Xiao's phone suddenly came. Shijing, it's time to come to the hospital for a review. Hua Shijing's eyes rarely showed an impatient look. Chu Xiao sighed on the other end of the phone. You can't avoid the doctor. All right, come and see the doctor. You are still young and can be cured. Mu Beiying was silent, and his expression was suddenly very scary. What kind of taboo is it? He is still young and can be cured. Hua Shijing is in good health and his limbs are healthy. What's the problem that needs to be checked in the hospital often? Isn't it only his hidden disease that can't be humane to outsiders? You said it in front of me without shyness. Is it really good? Mu Beiying's face turned red and he hurriedly got out of the car. Mr. Hua, Mr. Chu is right. Now that medical technology is so developed, a little problem can definitely be cured. Go quickly. After saying that, she ran like a rabbit and lost her shadow. Hua Shijing hung up the phone with a dangerous breath in his eyes. Isn't his Mrs. Hua too much misunderstanding of him? Uncle Zhang, the housekeeper, prepared afternoon tea for Mu Beiying. After eating, she went upstairs to sleep. When I woke up, I turned my head and looked at the sky outside. It was already dark. Mu Beiying doesn't know if Hua Shijing has come back, but that kind of problem can't be solved so quickly. She went downstairs to have dinner, but as soon as she stepped on the stairs, I heard a female voice. I am pregnant with Shijing's brother's child. What is that bitch upstairs? The sharp voice made Mu Beiying frown. Uncle Zhao's tone is calm. Miss Lu, your wife is the woman identified by you. Please don't disturb her. Be presumptuous. You, a servant, dare to talk to me like that. The bitch upstairs took advantage of my quarrel with Shijing's brother and came in. She was a shameless junior. I'm going to kill her. Mu Beiying understood that it turned out to be Miss Lu. This young lady was indeed spoiled by the Lu family. If she opened her mouth and closed her mouth, she would kill her. Uncle Zhao's face sank. Miss Lu, you know very well the reason why you cancelled the engagement. If you mess around again, I don't mind calling the Lu family. Lu Xixie's expression suddenly stiffened, as if something had been pierced. She turned angry and suddenly raised her hand. I told you to shut up. Ah. Mu Beiying walked downstairs quickly, took Lu Xixie's hand, and twisted it fiercely. Lu Xixie screamed in pain. Bitch. Let go of me. Are you educated? Mu Beiying sneered. I said who it was. It turned out to be Miss Lu. The Lu family is very educated when they come to other people's homes to cry and make trouble. Both Hua Shijing and Uncle Zhang mentioned this engagement and said that the cancellation of the engagement was because of what Lu Xixing had done. And Lu Xixie's expression also told Mu Beiying that she was guilty. Since she did it herself, what right does she have to blame Hua Shijing and scold her for being a junior? Luo Shixie was so angry that she suddenly picked up the hot tea beside her and splashed it on Mu Beiying's head without thinking about it. Unexpectedly, Mu Beiying took a faster step. He grabbed her hair and flashed sideways. If he was sick, he went to the doctor. What kind of prestige did he play with me? The maid quickly came forward and forcibly pulled Luo Shixie away. Luo Shixie looked at Mu Beiying's back with anger and annoyance and was extremely unwilling. She almost became Mrs. Huo. Didn't she just make a small mistake? Brother Shixing must have forgiven her long ago and blamed this bitch for taking advantage of the void. What are you proud of? With our Lu family here, I will snatch Brother Shixing back sooner or later. Do you think it's amazing that you marry him? Brother Shixing and I have long been married. Mu Beiying paused and suddenly turned around, looking at Luo Shixie strangely and in horror. Then he waved his hand to let the maid leave. For a moment, there were only the two of them in the living room. Luo Shixie is proud. Let me tell you, I'm pregnant with Brother Shixing's child. What are you? Give up as soon as possible. Maybe I can save you a cheap life in the future, otherwise when my child is born, I want you to die. Unexpectedly, Mu Beiying suddenly smiled, his eyes flowed, and he came slightly closer. Luo Shixie, are you pregnant with his child? A trace of pleasure flashed in Luo Shixie's eyes. Of course, but don't you know? Mu Beiying interrupted by pretending to be confused. Can't he do it? Huo Shixing just walked to the door and suddenly heard this sentence. Oh, he finally knew what Mrs. Huo misunderstood him. In the villa, Luo Shixie suddenly realized what these words meant. She was angry and splashed. You are talking nonsense. Really? Mu Beiying sighed. This is what he told me personally. By the way, Chu Xiao, do you know him? Chu Xiao also said that he had a hidden disease. Miss Luo, is it really his child? It's impossible. Shut up, shut up. Luo Shixie couldn't think and stretched out her hand to hit her in the face. However, before her palm touched Mu Beiying's face, her body was kicked away by Bai Ji. Huo Shixing stood with his hands down and stood outside the door, coming against the light. Man, word by word, Miss Luo, do you want what to ask you to get out of here in person? The villa was quiet for 2 seconds. Mu Beiying couldn't help being surprised. Huo Shixing, such a gentleman, said the word get out. What on earth did Luo Shixie do? Chapter 21 Miss Mu, do you still think I can't do it? Luo Shixie's tears fell with a brush. Brother Shixing, how can you be so cruel? We grew up together as childhood sweethearts. Didn't you promise that my sister would marry me? Now, I just made a small mistake. You regret your marriage and marry this woman who is not as good as me. Mu Beiying's expression flashed. Luo Shixie's words meant. Huo Shixing promised to marry her because of her sister. Before she could figure it out, Bai Ji beside her had already said, Miss Lu's so-called little mistake is to secretly give Mr. Lu's business secrets to his mortal enemy. Luo Shixie's expression suddenly froze. Huo Shixing didn't want to listen to it any longer and sent the guests off. Bai Ji was not polite. He pressed Luo Shixie and took everyone out of the door. For a moment, only Mu Beiying and Huo Shixing were left in the living room. Mu Beiying was still in shock. No wonder she heard some rumors a few days ago that there was an insider in Huasha's consortium, but she didn't expect that the business secret was stolen by Huo Shixing's fiancé. Is this called a small mistake? Miss Mu, at this moment, Huo Shixing looked back faintly. What did you say to Luo Shixie just now? What did she say to Luo Shixie just now? Mu Beiying recalled for a moment, and her face suddenly changed dramatically. It's dying. In order to choke Luo Shixie back, she just said what Huo Shixing couldn't do in public. Huo Shixing smiled more deeply. It seemed that Miss Mu remembered. He paused and asked with a smile, can't I? Hearing these 3 words, Mu Beiying only felt that there was a knife on her neck. If the answer was not good, she would immediately click on her. She swallowed her saliva and racked her brains to justify herself. What if? What if I say I'm for your good? Huo Shixing raised his eyebrows slightly and bent down gently. Oh, I would like to hear about it in detail. Mu Beiying felt as if he was dancing in a minefield. He jumped to death, and if he didn't jump, he was also dead. She looked serious and tried to make her words sound more convincing. Because there are too many people who like you, for the sake of the stability of our marriage, I have no choice but to take this policy. Otherwise, Luo Shixie said that she was pregnant with your child. How can you prove that the child is not yours? I also help you avoid trouble, lest she go out and shout nonsense. Huo Shixing nodded and said that, I have to thank you. No, as long as you know my feelings. Mu Beiying looked at him carefully and couldn't help but look down. You went to the hospital for so long. What did the doctor say? Huo Shixing suddenly smiled. What kind of doctor do you think I'm going to see? Mu Beiying suddenly became entangled.
Xu Jinyao's attitude is obviously that she doesn't want to spend the 188,000 yuan for nothing, so he has to give the money. He suddenly looked at Xu Jiaxing coldly, so he called the police. Xu Jiaxing raised his eyebrows. Before he could speak, Xu Jinyao nodded, yes. Call the police. Just now, you deliberately guided me to sign the contract, and you didn't mention the liquidated damages at all. When she heard the words, she laughed out loud. She has never seen a fool like you. Then call the police. Noyu can wait until the lawsuit is over. What I hate most is that others throw dirty water on me. Xu Jinyao felt that she was bluffing and attached to Gu Huizu's words. The police will distinguish between right and wrong in this matter. Xu Jiqing ignored it, signed the purchase contract, and then paid on the spot. Xu Jinyao and Gu Hui's house arms turned pale when she saw it. How can she have so much money? The more than 7 million, just said, and now it's more than 1 million, adding up to almost 10 million, right? The 10 million project is a medium-sized and large-scale project in Jiang's group, but how much does the company draw? Xu Jiqing actually bloomed without blinking his eyes like this. Congratulations on your successful face slap. Open one treasure chest. You have obtained the electric eye camera tool, and the time limit is 30 minutes. Force value +5. Xu Jinyao stared at Xu Jiqing in shock, and after swiping the card, Xu Jiqing said, by the way, I also want the things I just chose. This should equalize the hard conditions for you to run for the store manager, right? Xiao Tao heard that she was helping herself. She was very grateful, but she didn't forget to worry about her. Miss Xu, I'll accompany you to the police station. Xu Jiqing swiped the card again, no need. However, I suggest that you go to the monitoring room now and download all the surveillance videos of our conversation just now, lest someone mess with you. Lily nodded. I am going to download it now. Gu Huizu snorted coldly. You dare to mention the surveillance. Your guidance itself is a crime. Xu Jiqing didn't even look at her, but said to Amy, give you another chance and apologize to me. Amy was stunned and knew that she must have heard him speak ill of her. But with so many people watching, how could she apologize for this matter? Isn't that showing everyone that you treat customers one thing in front of you and one thing behind the scenes? What's more, Amy still looks down on Xu Jiqing. She said hard, why should I apologize? Although you are a customer, it does not mean that your unreasonable demand, that we have to meet everything. Xu Jiqing glanced at her faintly and left directly. Xiao Tao took her to the VIP lounge. The noblewomen were originally amazed that Xu Jiqing bought a very expensive men's dress, but now they have slapped Xu Jinyao in the face. They stood not far away and pointed at her in a low voice. Xu Jiqing became popular, and they all knew it. Not to mention Xu Jinyao. There is also a layer of the identity of Miss Sus group, and this is the result. Xu Jinyao could have been able to assume that she didn't hear, but when she passed by them, they still didn't restrain themselves. She couldn't help clenching her hands. Gu Huizu noticed her abnormality and took her hand. Don't argue with others at this time. Listening to the low voice in her ear, Xu Jinyao nodded aggrievedly. Chapter 53 Xu Jiqing just wants to kill me. Is that Xu Dong's daughter? I also know the man around me. My daughter likes him very much recently. I don't know what's good. She doesn't even have 1.88 million. A man who can't support a woman is not a man. No, I still like the Antarctic star just now. It's beautiful and doesn't drag things out. There is still a little trick. I just like smart women. Now when we talk about Xu Jinyao and Xu Jiqing, they are actually stepping on the same remarks. And the one who was stepped on was still her. Xu Jinyao couldn't help it. She stopped and turned around. Grandma, you have already saw it. It's not my fault. I said I would give it to Xu Jiqing, but who knew that she would use this method to deceive me? After saying that, she rolled her eyes directly at the 3 people before leaving. Several people were stunned, as if they hadn't realized that the person who had just spoken was Xu Jinyao. Xu Jinyao, who is known as the head of the new generation of pure jade girl. She actually called me grandma. Am I that old? My daughter is only in junior high school this year. She definitely did it on purpose. Mrs. Zhou, don't be angry. I don't think the guest was talking about you just now. For a moment, the whole 4 floors became lively. What are you proud of? A little drama, relying on the man to rise to the top. You wait, I will immediately ask my husband to cancel the cooperation with Sus Group. I heard that she is a wild seed or a fake gold. Anyway, it's not the seed of the Xu family. Is it true or not? The voice behind him came one after another, like the waves hitting the shore. And the waves turned into a slap and hit Xu Jinyao's face again and again. She was angry and wanted to curse back, but Gu Huizu beside her had reached out and pulled him into the elevator. Xu Jinyao, calm down. Amy followed them and pressed the elevator button. Although she turned her back to them, she still stretched out her ears to listen to gossip. When Gu Huizu saw her action, he endured Xu Jinyao's dissatisfaction and anger in his heart. What do you want to hear? His voice was cold, and there was a trace of not very calm gnashing of teeth in his words. Amy was stunned and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Gu. I didn't want to hear anything just now, but my ears were a little uncomfortable. Gu Huizu just snorted coldly. Unfortunately, the elevator door opened quickly. Amy took them to the monitoring room and happened to meet Lily, who copied a video. Xu Jinyao hated Wu and Wu. She stared at Lily and said angrily, "I can't wait to be Xu Jiaxing's lackey. I'm really angry." Lily frowned. Her personality is weak, and in the face of people with such a status as Xu Jinyao, she can fight back. Lily even gave way and let them go. Amy sneered when she passed by. It was also a bereaved dog. Lily didn't know where the courage came from. She suddenly turned to Xu Jinyao and said, "Miss Xu didn't trick you into signing. You signed it voluntarily. Even if you have surveillance, you are destined not to be recognized by the police. Evil has evil retribution. Even a small salesman dares to talk to her like this." Xu Jinyao clenched her back teeth. "Do you dare to say it again? It's the same again. Do you want to hit someone? Don't forget, you insulted me first." After saying that, Lily turned around and ran. Blame her all. Xu Jinyao's eyes suddenly turned red. When she looked at Gu Huizhu, her face returned to her previous grievances and pity. "Brother Huizhu, Xu Jiaxing just wants to kill me." Gu Huizhu originally wanted to comfort him, but when he thought of her like a shrew just now, he frowned deeply. He said firmly, "Don't worry, the police will come soon. I will ask Xu Jiaxing to apologize to you in person." Xu Jinyao didn't notice Gu Huizhu's dislike and hugged his arm and said, "Thank you, Huizhu brother." Amy on the side coughed softly, "Miss Xu, Mr. Gu, shall we also copy the video now?" Xu Jiaxing was served deliciously by Xiaotao and Lily. Looking at the video copied by Lily, Xu Jiaxing looked up and stared into her eyes. "Have you taken a rough look at the surveillance videos of the past week just now?" Facing her question, Lily nodded and said, "According to what you said, I have seen it once, but I haven't found Miss Xu Jinyao coming to our store." Xu Jiaxing nodded clearly, looked at her eyes unrelentingly, and asked, "Did you also see the surveillance of Amy and your colleagues hiding in the corner and saying bad things about other guests?" Lily hummed. She did see this. The security guard also heard my voice. It was indeed Amy and others who were saying it. It was not wrong. Very good. She withdrew her gaze and a smile appeared on her face. "If I became the owner of this store later, I would definitely hire many GRLs like you to work." Lily smiled shyly, and I didn't have anything good about it. "Okay, what's wrong?" Xu Jiaxing used the tool of the electric eye camera on himself and tried to talk to the system about the loopholes in the prop rules, which also used on Lily. Lily didn't know that her eyes were like the computer screen she was watching just now, playing all the surveillance videos she had seen. Even in Xu Jiaxing's ear, the sound in the headphones will be played when the video is monitored. The electric eye camera can transmit what you see to an electronic device. This thing is good, but unfortunately I can't have it forever. Xu Jiaxing saw the surveillance video that Lily had just seen with her own eyes from her eyes. Naturally, there were many videos of Amy saying bad things about others. Lily also knew how to listen to the voice inside with headphones. Xu Jiaxing transmitted these things directly to the mobile phone. These things are enough for Amy, who doesn't know how thick it is, to eat a pot. Soon the police came, and several people recorded their confessions separately. Xu Jinyao cried before she could speak, and I didn't know. How could it be like this? She wants me to sign this agreement like that, and she must have known the above content for a long time. She colluded with this store to cheat my money, and maybe she will withdraw the deduction. She is beautiful, and she also wears clothes and accessories that can see the brand logo at a glance. The policeman who recorded her confession was teased by her and comforted her repeatedly. "Miss Xu, please rest assured that we will find out the truth no matter what." Xu Jinyao knows how to take advantage of her beauty. She wiped the tears on her face and smiled at the little policeman who was talking. "Then thank you in advance." Chapter 54. I am going to sue. Xu Jiaxing recorded the confession normally, and Xiaotao and Lily were still telling their subjective judgment to the police. She directly handed over the video to the police. "Comrade police, I'm going to sue for this matter." Xu Jiaxing's voice interrupted Xiaotao and Lily, who were still angry for her. "I called the police today, which caused you trouble. But if I attend the hearing and need evidence in the future, I hope you can do me a favor and tell you the fact that they slandered me." Her attitude is not humble, but she is absolutely sincere. The policewoman nodded. "Don't worry, if we verify the fact that you have been wronged, we will definitely give you an innocence and justice." Xu Jiaxing smiled gratefully. Because they are public figures, both sides have a lawyer to discuss with the police and record confessions in the laugh store. Therefore, after the police left, Xu Jiaxing met Xu Jinyao and Gu Huizhu again. At this time, there was no one else around. They stood at the door of the lounge, blocking the way of both sides. Shu Jaixing raised his faint eyes, and swept over the two of them coldly. The good dog didn't. Get in the way. Xu Jinyao snorted coldly. You know that, then get out of the way. Gu Huizhu frowned deeply, and deliberately held Xu Jinyao's hand in front of Xu Jaixing. You are sisters. Is it necessary to make such a fuss? He stared at Xu Jaixing's face. I don't know why. Obviously, this woman hasn't changed much, let alone plastic surgery, but she seems to be more beautiful than before. The figure is also better. Xu Jaixing didn't want to talk nonsense with them, so he directly made a high kick. The two were shocked and subconsciously retreated. Xu Jaixing withdrew his legs and walked through the aisle. They gave up. Xu Jinyao was shocked. When she came back to her senses, she saw Gu Hui's house eyes falling on Xu Jaixing's back, looking thoughtful. She immediately said with tears, Did my sister want to hit us just now? But we didn't do anything. Brother Huizhu, how did her sister become like this? She used to be very gentle. Gu Huizhu withdrew his eyes and let go of Xu Jinyao's hand. If you don't mention her, shall we go shopping again? Don. Let her affect your mood. The way he spoiled Xu Jinyao moved Xu Jinyao's heart. Xu Jinyao nodded. Okay, thank you, Brother Huizhu. Brother Huizhu still needs to help with the liquidated damages just now, otherwise I don't know what to do. She took Gu Huizhu's arm intimately, with a happy smile on her face. But Gu Hui's house expression suddenly stopped. Just now, when the police decided that the liquidated damages should indeed be paid, Xu Jinyao said, borrow, and said that she would give him the money after returning home from here. How did he help now? If I tell Dad about this matter, he will definitely think you are very responsible. Hearing Xu Jinyao say this delicately, Gu Hui's house expression was a little more relaxed. It's okay, as long as you are happy. He is very good at pleasing Xu Jinyao. The two didn't seem to take what had just happened the same thing, and went to several layers of different accessories, above lap to have a look. It's just that no one has seen any more stunning jewelry like the cuff just now. And both of them didn't buy anything secretly, because the budget had been used to compensate for liquidated damages. Xu Jaixing has bought everything he wants and is ready to leave. Lav also specializes in distribution, which is in charge of Lily and Xiaotao. They sent Xu Jaixing out with an apologet. Ick face. I'm sorry, Miss Xu. I caused you trouble today. Xu Jaixing shook his head gently. It's not your fault. It's the fault of the shopping guide, who didn't make the agreement clear to Xu Jinyao. Xiaotao, be more confident and don. Belong to yourself. Your mistakes are on your own, because others may not appreciate you, and only think that you are an angry and easy to bully. There will definitely be more such things happening in the future. If you want to be a good store manager, you just need to help all the clerks complete the task. You also need to teach them to deal with it by themselves, and you also need to know who is suitable to stay here and who is not. Only in this way can you succeed. Xiaotao was slightly stunned, and nodded with red eyes. Think why? Oh, Miss Xu. I know what to do in the future. Xu Jaixing got in the car and drove away from Lav. When she got home, Lav's car should have delivered her things long ago. Xu Jaixing took a deep breath and asked the system, hasn't they been asked to pay the liquidated damages? Why is there no hint of successful slap in the face? You did succeed in hitting the face. However, with your upgrade, such a small face slap ceremony will not be reminded in the future, but will directly add a few points or attribute values to you. Unless the hatred value reaches a certain threshold, the better your face slap effect, the greater the reward. The sound of the SY stem sounded, and Xu Jaixing was a little disappointed. It turns out that the threshold of slapping in the face has been raised. The system seems to have sensed her emotions, but you can rest assured that as you upgrade, the rewards you get will get better and better. Isn't the electric eye camera, this time a prop that transcends scientific explanation? Xu Jaixing snorted coldly. Which prop do you say is not? The system actually smiled mechanically, and maybe it can set off for permanent props in the future. She couldn't wait to ask, is there an electric eye camera? Yes, the system paused, and a mechanical sound sounded. I just checked it for you. There is permanent prop, electric eye camera. Can only bind one person, but you can transfer the images you recorded to any device, even to your memory. Xu Jaixing cheered secretly, then I have to work hard. As soon as the car arrived at the villa, Qin Zixian rushed out of it. Miss Xu, are you all right? Xu Jaixing got out of the car and shook his head. It's okay. Where's Ace? He looked disappointed. He also heard the manager I gave you, Sister Persimmon, calling. Knowing that you had called the police and Lav, he didn't think of coming out to care about you at all. She looked at Qin Zixian. Why did you call Persimmon? Qin Zixian scratched the back of his head. I'm just worried about you. Inexplicable. Xu Jaixing squinted his eyes. You'd better not lie to me. Qin Zixian said with a smile, of course not. Xu Jiaxing walked to the door and saw Qin Yaowu slowly coming down from upstairs. Have you tried on the clothes? She walked upstairs and didn't see a strong jealousy in her eyes when Qin Zixian stared at Qin Yaowu. Chapter 55 Crazy with Jealousy, What's wrong? He looked at Xu Jiaxing and ignored Qin Zixian's gaze downstairs. Xu Jiaxing frowned. It's nothing. Let's try on clothes first. I guess you should be able to wear them. Qin Zixian asked. How did you estimate it? Xu Jiaxing turned around, smiled slightly, and touched the estimate. Qin Zixian stared. Is the clothes still Brother Ze? She ignored him and directly pushed Qin Yaowu upstairs, and locked Qin Zixian, who followed him outside the door. Damn it. Looking at the servants transporting Lav's things upstairs, Qin Zixian couldn't help but clench his fists. If Qin Yaowu is not here, Xu Jiaxing's partner for the party tonight should be himself. Buzzing, the mobile phone in the pocket vibrates. He saw the caller ID, and went back to his room. How about it? Did Xu Jiaxing say he would take you there? According to my investigation, she didn't. Choose any capitalist who invited her to be her male companion. She should take you there. I really envy you. At the other end of the phone is my good friend Chen Shan. Qin Zixian heard it and sighed. No, I didn't tell you that the young owner of the Qin group, who was kicked out, is now living in Sister Zing's house. Their relationship looks ambiguous, but it's not a boyfriend and girlfriend relationship. Then you have to cheer up. As they were talking, there was a sound outside the room. They came out of the room. I won. Tell you. Qin Zixian hung up the phone and hurried out. Sister Xin, today you. He originally wanted to take the initiative to attack, but when he saw the clothes Qin Yaowu was wearing, he was stunned. It's just that the suit with a little fabric luster seems to be completely unlike his figure. Not more or less. Whether it is the color or the layout, it complements Qin Yaowu's cold face. This suits him. This is a treasured piece of Lav. Even if Qin Zixian has never entered Lav, he has seen it in the magazine. But seeing this dress in person is much more vivid than seeing it in the picture in the magazine. Xu Jiaxing asked Qin Zixian, how about it? My eyesight is not bad, right? This set of clothes is just right for A's. That's right. That's the price. Qin Zixian's legs are weak, and he has to hold the door frame to stand firmly. Well, it's very suitable for Brother Ze, but Sister Xin, what kind of dress do you have? I'm more curious. Qin Zixian went crazy with jealousy. But he can. Show half in front of Xu Jiaxing. He put his hands in his pockets to hide the palms he had clenched into fists. Xu Jiaxing said with a smile, I'll show you later. She went back to her vacation, and only Qin Yaowu, who looked indifferent, and Qin Zixian, who could no longer help but be jealous, were left in the corridor. Brother Ze, Sister Xin is so kind to you. His tone was mixed with some soreness. Qin Yaowu hummed. Now that you know, don't play tricks on her anymore. If you are smart enough, you know that you can't get anything from staying here. Are you persuading me to give up? Qin Zixian smiled, but I just don't give up easily. Just chasing women. Or is it a woman who can make you worry-free in the second half of your life? There was a trace of mockery in Qin Yaowu's voice. Qin Zixian was pierced and frowned tightly. What qualifications do you have to say about me? Aren't you the same? I was kicked out by my own family, but now I follow a woman to eat soft rice. Why do you say I eat soft rice? This time, it was Qin Yaowu's turn to laugh out loud. I didn't say that you eat soft rice. After all, you can live here now, and occasionally say a few words to the stars, but it's all because you have worked hard. Otherwise, do you think you can stay here? Qin Zixian gritted his teeth, or you can wait, and see who will be the male host, in this villa in the end. Qin Yaowu restrained his smile and looked at Qin Zixian coldly. I advise you not to daydream. After saying that, he turned around, and knocked on Xu Jiaxing's door. After getting permission, he opened the door directly and went in. Qin Zixian knew that if it were him, Xu Jiaxing would not allow him to enter. But there is no other way. Now it is really difficult for him to shake Qin Yaowu's position in Xu Jiaxing's heart. In the room, Xu Jiaxing has changed his dress, wearing a thin shawl on his body, and is sitting in front of the mirror with makeup. Qin Yaowu went in, glanced at Xu Jiaxing in front of the mirror, and then sat on the small sofa. Why did you remember to take me there? You can take it if you want. Do you need a reason? Qin Yaowu's eyes fell on her slender waist. Under the fabric of the dress, Xu Jiaxing's figure loomed. If he doesn't know, he cannot think about it. But it is precisely because he has touched almost every inch of her body that he knows the taste and wants more. Qin Yaowu's rolled between his throat and squeezed out a sentence from it. I mean, there should be many people inviting you to this party. Why did you refuse? Xu Jiaxing looked back with an eyeliner in his hand. It was still the same sentence. If you refuse, just refuse. Do you need a reason? After saying that, a slight smile appeared on her lips. This smile has no special meaning. But when she turned her head to continue her makeup, Jin Yaois couldn't help standing up again and walked to Xu Jiaxing's side. Do you need any help? Xu Jiaxing looked at the man standing beside him from the mirror, with a merciless sneer on his face. It seems that Ace has dated many girlfriends before. Jin Yaois' fingertips fell on her shoulder. How to say it? You can even put on makeup. Do you usually wear makeup? Xu Jiaxing took his hand and took a closer look. Your face, a little more decorated, is full of snakes and feet. He couldn't help hooking his lips. Can I take this as if you are praising me? Xu Jiaxing's red lips raised slightly. Of course, I am praising you. But I have to hurry up now. I didn't agree to any capital's invitation in the first place. If I go a little later, I don't know how to be criticized. Jin Yaois held back the lust that came up in his heart. He just wants to cooperate with her and let her get everything he wants. Okay. Sitting back on the sofa, Jin Yaois waited for a long time before seeing Xu Jiaxing stand up from the dressing table. She herself is the tallest among female stars. She is not wearing high heels yet, and she looks very handsome and beautiful. This diamond dress with the end of the skirt is colored in dark blue. It makes Xu Jiaxing's fair skin more clean. The makeup on her palm-sized little face is exquisite but elegant, which complements the hair casually curled behind her ears. Jin Yaois was stunned. Chapter 56. What's the reward? He has seen all women, but he has never seen such an unparalleled beauty as Xu Jiaxing. There was not much expression on her face, but it made people feel that she was as soft and warm as spring water. Xu Jiaxing stretched out his hand and swayed in front of Jin Yaois. No, what kind of big scene has Mr. Qin never seen? Will you stare at me and see the god? There was a smile on her face, which made people feel like a spring breeze. But Xu Jiaxing is not such a person. If Jin Yaois didn't know her, he would have been impressed by her smile. His eyebrows were slightly raised, but he couldn't see the god. I was just thinking about what else Jiaxing looked like to surprise me. It seems that the word surprise is relatively heavy. Xu Jiaxing came forward and put his hands on Jin Yaois' neck with a seductive smile on his face. It seemed that Aiza was really amazed by my beauty. Jin Yaois gently pinched her waist. So what's the reward? Xu Jiaxing smiled. Isn't it a reward to show you my beauty? If when she heard her words, he would be shocked. In the past, Xu Jiaxing was humble and never so enthusiastic. Even though her beauty is really touching. She took Jin Yaois' arm and said, let's go, Ace, I only have one request for you. What? Xu Jiaxing was close to him and printed a light lip print on the collar of his shirt. Don't seduce other women. Xu Jiaxing's right possessiveness gave Jin Yaois a great sense of satisfaction. He hugged her tightly in his arms and sang softly on her lips. Then let's see if the stars can keep my heart. Xu Jiaxing pushed him away and said coldly, don't forget, I'm your gold master now. Jin Yaois shouted obediently, Miss Jin, let's go now. As soon as the words fell, there was a knock on the door outside the room. Dawn. Think about it. The only person who likes to disturb people at this time is Jin Zixian. Xu Jiaxing took his arm again and let us go. Jin Yaois went to open the door and saw that Jin Zixian really looked like a golden hair with a smell. He came to the door and looked at him suspiciously. Sister Xin, the driver is already waiting outside. Are you leaving now? He looked reluctant, and he was a little awkward at this time. It's like Xu Jiaxing is the emperor, who is about to leave the palace to make a private visit. Jin Yaois is the queen and can follow her. But Jin Zixian is just a concubine, and she can only see them off with envy. If Xu Jiaxing knew that Jin Zixian thought like this, he would why laugh for a whole week? Jin Zixian could only suppress his inner jealousy and see the two of them intimately holding arms and going out. After their car left, he called his friend just now. Didn't Mr. Lin just say that he needed a male companion? Before the charity auction banquet begins, it is a good time for many people to expand their network. Xu Jiaxing was not in a hurry to go, and he didn't urge Xiaosong even if there was a traffic jam. When I arrived at the hotel, the auction was still half an hour away. The appearance of Xu Jiaxing is undoubtedly not a small sensation. After all, the fact that she spent a lot of money to buy the dress for her male partner in the afternoon has already spread in the circle. Everyone wants to see this woman who spends money without blinking an eye, and even more to see what the man who deserves her so much money looks like. However, the appearance of Jin Yaois did not disappoint them. His flawless face, wearing that top dress, was as noble as a prince. Oh, no, it's the king. However, standing Xu Jiaxing also attracted everyone's attention. She is elegant and beautiful, and she looks like a queen. She is not the kind of queen who clings to the past, but the queen who controls the lifeblood of the country. But in any case, two people stand together and get along unexpectedly. Those people who originally wanted to mock Xu Jiaxing are now amazed and can't wait to go forward to ask her where she usually does skin and figure maintenance. However, Xu Jiaxing's eyes did not even fall on those who were staring at him. He gently swept over and walked to the auction site according to the signboard. She took Qin Yao's arm, and the distance between the two was close enough. Anyway, it has also been officially announced on the program that it is up to others to believe it or not. Xu Jiaxing suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, is your family qualified to attend this charity bank? Oot. Qin Yao's understood what she meant and said lightly, enough. That is to say, you may meet the civet prince in your family tonight. Xu Jiaxing raised his eyebrows and looked sideways at Qin Yao's. He said, I am the civet cat. Although he didn't know what was going on with the Qin family, Xu Jiaxing felt that people like Qin Yao's were not the crown prince, and I'm afraid that the people around him were not qualified to say that they were the heirs of the big group. However, Xu Jiaxing didn't say it out. She said, oh, fortunately, you are a civet cat, otherwise I can't take care of you at all, can I? Qin Yao's looked at Xu Jiaxing. You were right. I already knew that Qin's group was going to choose an heir when I was recording the program. Xu Jiaxing didn't mean that, but in the face of Qin Yao's frankness, she was quite satisfied. It's okay. I don't admire the strong, but I like to protect those who are weaker than me. Of course, even if you are the heir of the Qin group, you are not a strong man in my eyes. In this world, the only person most qualified to say this sentence is Xu Jiaxing. Qin Yao's didn't say anything and followed Xu Jiaxing into the auction hall. A waiter guided them to sit in their seats. As soon as they sat down, a gray-haired old man came towards them. The old man was in good spirits, and there were not too many wrinkles on his face. But he has gray hair, and it is difficult for people to guess his correct age. Hello, Miss Xu. Even his voice is not that old. Xu Jiaxing slowly raised his eyes, stared at the old man's face, and raised the corners of his lips. Are you? She didn't even stand up. The old man introduced himself. I am Zinglin, the chairman of Bei Ai Group. I think you must have heard my name. Lin Yi. Lin Yi. The system is also describing this person's information. Lin Yi, the chairman of Bei Ai Group, is one of the villains who stumbled the hero and heroine in the book. Because he loves the heroine, he wants to get the heroine, but because he doesn't get the heroine in the end, he wants to destroy the heroine. Xu Jiaxing was a little surprised to hear this, but he was already so old. Yes, he is one of the perverts in this book. Chapter 57 Pervert. Or one of them. The corners of Xu Jiaxing's mouth twitched. The pervert who should have revolved around the heroine Xu Jinyao, how did he turn to his side? The white-haired old man was not annoyed to see that she hadn't spoken for a long time, with a graceful smile on his lips. If it hadn't been for the prompts of the system, it would have been really difficult for Xu Jiaxing to match this very kind-looking old man with a pervert. Sorry, I really don't know who you are. Xu Jiaxing smiled slightly, stretched out his hand shallowly, and shook hands with him. Just that before their hands touched each other, Qin Yao's hand stretched out first and touched the old man's hand. Hello, Mr. Lin. Many people in the entertainment industry know Qin Yao's name, let alone in the business circle. You know, the general reason why Qin's group can have today's prosperity is this young man. Lin Yi squinted and stared at the man, who stopped him from shaking hands with Xu Jiaxing, and the displeasure flashed in his eyes. Mr. Qin, oh no, now that you are not in the Qin group, I really don't know what to call you. In the face of the elders' unemotional greetings, Qin Yao's had no expression on his face, which was up to Mr. Lin to volunteer. Xu Jiaxing saw that there seemed to be a spark between the two, so he said, Sir, is there anything else? If not, please give way. I feel that the exhibits have been introduced on the stand. She spoke lightly, as if she didn't know that Lin Yi was also one of the bosses invited to her tonight. Lin Yi also saw Xu Jiaxing's coldness and was a little unhappy. But soon, Lin Yi regained his gentlemanly demeanor. Well, our company's cosmetics is looking for spokespersons recently. If Miss Xu is interested, I hope we can talk about cooperation. Lin Yi said, but Xu Jiaxing didn't even look at him, and he didn't know whether he was listening to him carefully. His well-maintained face finally showed a trace of displeasure. Miss Xu, I'm talking to you. Xu Jiaxing came to his senses. Oh, really? Old sir, what are you talking about? Lin Yi is 68 years old this year. But what I hate most is that when others call her, she puts the word, old, in front of it. Forget it if Qin Yao's just called. After all, looking at his infinite appearance here tonight, he couldn't tell whether Xu Jiaxing appeared as Qin Yao's female companion or Qin Yao's appeared here as Xu Jiaxing's male class. But in any case, it's wrong for a suddenly popular female star to disrespect him so much. Thinking of this, the smile on Lin Yi's face soon became unbearable. His voice suddenly became cold. Is Miss Xu a little too disrespectful? After all, I am more than 10 years older than your father. Xu Jiaxing finally looked at the gray-haired pervert. Oh no, the old man. She smiled lightly at Lin Yi. This smile was so beautiful that even when Lin Yi saw it, he temporarily dispelled his undissatisfied mood. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, but she still doesn't repent of her name. I think you may have misunderstood. Lin Yi thought to himself, after all, she is a beauty, and a beauty can make mistakes. He is willing to forgive. Unexpectedly, the corners of Xu Jiaxing's mouth turned up with a mocking arc. You are not only a few years older than my father, you may be a few years younger than my grandfather. Lin Yi's face changed. You? Xu Jiaxing covered his mouth and looked surprised. Did I say something wrong? Sorry, but you really look like you are in your 70s. Lin Yi gritted his teeth in anger. But there have been people sitting around one after another. Almost everyone is a first-class enterprise in the upper class, or powerful. Lin Yi doesn't want to lose his face in front of these people. After all, his external image is so graceful and respected. Lin Yi lowered his voice and said, You seem to have forgotten your identity today. Really? The sarcasm in Xu Jiaxing's eyes deepened. Did I forget, or Mr. Lin didn't know it all? Today, I came in with an invitation. What is my identity? Do you need me to confirm with the organizer, and then reply to Mr. Lin? She was so clever that Lin Yi never expected it. He also thought that a star like Xu Jiaxing should flatter him. Why? Lin Yi really has no resistance to young and beautiful girls. Obviously, Xu Jiaxing is still the best among such girls. But this does not mean that he will lose his position for Xu Jiaxing. Qin Yaowu said lightly at this time. If there is nothing wrong with the old gentleman, he can indeed sit down. Because you also seem to block the sight of the people behind you. Lin Yi smiled and didn't smile. Well, see you later when the auction is over. No one responded to him, so Lin Yi had to walk to the side by himself. After he left, Qin Yaowu looked at Xu Jiaxing. Did you know that what he said just now would offend him? Xu Jiaxing doesn't care. What are you afraid of offending? He will deal with you. How to deal with me? Did she sneer, block me, or find someone to kidnap me? Qin Yaowu frowned slightly. Aren't you afraid? She looked sideways and stared at Qin Yaowu. Why should I be afraid? That's right. When was Xu Jiaxing afraid? Qin Yaowu opened her mouth and wanted to comfort her not to be afraid, but she couldn't say it. Soon, the auction will begin. Looking at the host on the stage, and began to introduce the exhibits. Xu Jiaxing smiled slightly and said to Qin Yaowu, It's really 30 years in Hedong and 30 years in Hexi. Qin Yaowu is puzzled. What? Last time, you seemed to be sitting alone in the VIP seat. But today, it is the two of them sitting in the VIP seat. Moreover, Qin Yaowu still appeared here as Xu Jiaxing's male companion. Qin Yaowu gently hooked the corners of his lips, smiled and said nothing. It's just that I didn't see Gu Hue Zhu and Xu Jinyao today. However, Xu Jiaxing saw an acquaintance, but she didn't care. You can bid for anything you like, no matter how high the price is. Xu Jiaxing was close to Qin Yaowu's ear. Today, he came here to focus on a consumption. Her warm breath hit Qin Yaowu's ear, like a feather gently brushing through her. Qin Yaowu's mind moved, and he involuntarily put his hand on the back of Xu Jiaxing's hand and gently hooked it. Okay. Xu Jiaxing hooked the corners of his lips and seduced me. Qin Yaowu coughed lightly and looked at the exhibits first. There is nothing special, but there are many beautiful ornaments. Qin Yaowu likes an antique brooch, while Xu Jiaxing likes an antique plum bottle. Chapter 58 There is no meaning of competition, and the rest has no meaning of competition. So the two left early. After completing the payment procedures, they returned to the home field of the banquet. The home of the banquet is divided into indoor and outdoor. It's October now, and the weather is cool. Xu Jiaxing didn't want to go out to get cold. After tasting a few glasses of red wine from a famous Italian winery, he was bored and ready to leave. As soon as she took 2 steps in a dizzying head, her arm was clamped hard. Xu Jiaxing. The man's doubtful voice sounded, and Xu Jiaxing looked at him, with a slight mockery at the corners of his mouth. I thought it was someone, but it turned out to be my cheap brother. Xu Lin stared at Xu Jiaxing, looked at her most beautiful cheeks and noble posture, and couldn't help frowning. However, I haven't seen him for only 2 or 3 months. How did this wild child, who was sent back to the Xu family from the countryside, become so temperamental? Temperament is one thing, what's the matter with the expensive dress on her body, and the expensive jewelry she is carrying? Xu Lin understood in an instant. Don't forget that you still have the word, Xu, on your head. Before doing anything, think about whether it will embarrass the Shu family, understand? Shu Jaixing was a little drunk. He was in a good mood, but when he saw Shu Lin's stinky face like his dead parents, he was instantly unhappy. Who are you? Why do you care about me? Shu Lin gritted his teeth. I am your brother. I have the responsibility to take care of you, let you humiliate the Shu family, and let you not embarrass the Shu family. Shameful. Shu Jaixing laughed out loud. Instead of worrying about me, you'd better worry about whether Shu Jinyao would embarrass the Shu family. After all, she was really ashamed enough in this variety show. Isn't it all about you and her, to do everything? Shu Lin grabbed her arm with a little force. If it weren't for you, how could Jinyao be so humiliated? Speaking of which, you really should apologize to her. I apologize. Don't you think it's ridiculous, when you say this? What? So funny. Shu Lin was very dissatisfied with her disrespectful attitude. Shu Jaixing easily pushed his finger away and smiled coldly. You are quite ridiculous. Do you want to teach me a lesson? You also need to see whether you are qualified. Shu's group is qualified to enter the banquet, but it seems that only Shu Lin came on behalf of Za's group. Who knew that she was so strong that even Shu Lin, who was exercising all year round, was easily pushed away by him? It seems that Za's group didn't take pictures of anything. Strangely, such a big enterprise doesn't want to emerge at the charity banquet to win the favor of the industry, so as to raise the stock value in the market. Shu Jaixing's words, like a needle, accurately poked into Shu Lin's heart. Do you think the auction exhibits are too expensive? She sneered. Is it to compensate Shu Jaixing's public relations, and lose a lot of money to the brokerage company? TSK, if you have time, you really need to educate Jinyao's sister well. Why are there so many things in the variety show that have been decided? Oh. Shu Jaixing suddenly exclaimed, and covered his mouth. Has his sister's black material affected the stock of Za's group? Has it fallen a lot? Brother, don't scold her. What's wrong with her? You just lost some money, but she was scolded until she was in a bad mood. In terms of acting, Shu Jaixing is a professional. Shu Lin clenched his back teeth. Don't fan you like me in this place? Shu Jaixing's mouth shrinted, and the eldest brother was angry. You should pay attention that this is a public place, and kilowatts can't embarrass the Shu family. Shu Jaixing, she is right. Shu Jinyao's matter not only cost the Shu family a lot of money, but also affected the stock of Za's group. It's just that the Shu family spoils Shu Jinyao, and no one said anything important to her. Shu Jaixing is different. Although he knew that she was the bloodline of the Shu family, because they had not lived together since childhood, and she also made Jinyao always cry, Shu Lin didn't like her. Shu Jaixing's eyes were undisguisedly provocative, and Shu Lin was stimulated and finally raised his palm. Isn't that the effect she wants? Shu Jaixing screamed, which attracted many people's attention. However, before the slap was taken down, a straight figure stood in front of her. Mr. Shu, Qin Yao's cold eyes were full of danger. Before you do it, should you think about the consequences? Shu Lin, I'm already angry. At this time, I am a little hysterical. What does it have to do with Mr. Qin? When I teach my sister a lesson. As soon as the words fell, he realized that the current Prince of Qin's group had already changed people. Shu Lin sneered. Even if he wants to be a hero to save the beauty, should Mr. Qin see if he is qualified? Qin Yao's was not annoyed either. He stared at Shu Lin coldly, and shook off his hand. Then he took out a warm wet towel, from the tray of the passing waiter to wipe his hands, and threw it on Shu Lin. Qin Yao's, what are you? Shu Lin, who felt insulted, stared at Qin Yao's, who was one head taller than himself. You are just a wild seed driven out by the Qin family. Okay, Shu Jaixing's purpose has been achieved. She just wants Shu Lin to look crazy. There is no need for Qin Yao's to be bitten by this mad dog. Shu Jaixing pulled Qin Yao's behind her. She was surprised and said aggrievedly, Brother, how did you become like this? Didn't you always be a very gentleman and gentle? You look like you will do domestic violence. If someone else's celebrity sees you, who dares to marry our Shu family? Shu Lin was furious. Shu Jaixing, shut up. Shu Jaixing stepped back half a step, and his eyes were red, and he choked, Brother, I know I have just been recognized by the Shu family, and you don't like me very much. But I didn't do anything wrong. It's not my fault that I was wrongly held by the hospital. Why do you blame me? I don't know, why Jinyao doesn't like me. What? Some people around were amazed that Shu Jaixing was actually the henchman of the Shu family. I heard that the Shu family seemed to have confirmed that a daughter, who had been separated for many years, had returned home. I didn't expect it to be Shu Jaixing. No wonder she spends so much money. It turns out that there is Za's group behind her to support her. But it's not right. How can Za's group squander so much money on her? Public opinion has come one after another, and a slight smile flashed in Xu Jiaxing's eyes, but his face was still extremely wronged. Chapter 59. It made everyone laugh. She said, "Brother, tell me, what did I do wrong to make you hate me so much? I can change it. In order not to make my sister unhappy, I don't live at home now and live outside alone. I don't know what else I can do to satisfy your parents." Xu Jiaxing bit her lip. She was born beautiful, but after dressing up today, she is even more pitiful. In terms of appearance alone, Xu Jinyao is indeed not as good as her. There began to be a biased discussion around, saying the Xu family was inhumane. Xu Lin quickly explained, "No, what is the purpose of saying such words in public?" Xu Jiaxing followed his words and said, "What is my purpose? Does my brother really not understand?" Xu Lin opened his mouth and didn't know what to say for a moment. "I didn't expect that the Xu family was so big that it couldn't even accommodate a woman. It's still my own bloodline. What do you think? It's not your own blood that loves you for death, but your own blood, but you still drive you out of the door." He listened to the discussion around him and found that whatever he said was in vain. In the end, Xu Lin could only glare at Xu Jiaxing viciously, and then left angrily. Xu Jiaxing took Qin Yao's arm and looked at the wives and money who were watching the excitement with an apologetic face. "Sorry, I let everyone watch the joke. She is beautiful and has a gentle attitude." Compared with Xu Lin, who left with her sleeves and turned her face, Xu Jiaxing naturally attracted a lot of favor. "It's okay. If Miss Xu has any difficulties in the future, you can come to me. This is my business card. If the Xu family doesn't want you, it's really a loss. Just now, I thought it was the money given to you by the Xu family. Now it seems that they don't want to care about you. I didn't expect that Xu's group, which announced how many charities it had done to the outside world, was actually nothing more than that internally." Xu Jiaxing left silently with Qin Yao's. They entered the lounge. Xu Jiaxing put on makeup and looked pale, as if he didn't take the victory just now seriously. Qin Yao's looked at her, and countless interested people appeared in his eyes. "What are you doing watching me?" Xu Jiaxing closed the foundation. Could it be that he was impressed by my acting skills just now? "In your opinion, I have nothing to improve." When she looked at Qin Yao's and asked about this sentence, her expression should not be too serious. The corners of Qin Yao's mouth twitched, "And you were so angry with Xu Lin. Otherwise." Xu Jiaxing smiled slightly. "If I can be angry with him, what's the use of my acting?" He stared at her and said for a long time, "Do you completely regard me as your own?" Xu Jiaxing got up, walked to him, and then sat on his lap. "What do you think? Do we have the same disease and pity for each other? But I am your gold owner." Qin Yao's laughed out loud and didn't have to emphasize it all the time. "Don't emphasize, do you remember?" Xu Jiaxing stretched out his index finger and raised his chin. "Why can't you remember?" He took the opportunity to come forward. Before the two kissed, the door of the lounge was open from the outside. "Qin Shao, don't worry." The woman's smile and the man's laughter came from the door. When she saw Xu Jiaxing and Qin Yao was in the room, the woman screamed. Qin Tian put the shocked woman in his arms and walked inside. "Brother, I didn't expect to meet you here. I thought you would never come to such an occasion again." Xu Jiaxing got up from Qin Yao's arms, and I went outside to wait for you. Qin Yao's didn't mean to talk to Qin Tian. He also stood up and followed her to go out. But Qin Tian blocked the door and blocked their way, with the shy 18-line little star female companion in his arms. The woman looked at Xu Jiaxing, and then leaned towards Qin Tian. "Qin Shao, they were going to go there." Qin Tian asked with a smile, "If they want to go there, do we have to get out of the way? On what basis?" The woman's laughter is sharp. "Qin Shao, you are so bad." Once upon a time, the title, Qin Shao, was still represented by Qin Yao's. Of course, it's the same now. Even if Qin Tian has been officially introduced to the media by Qin Xiong, he will still be silently compared with Qin Yao's. Facts have proved that Qin Tian is not as good as Qin Yao's, whether it is appearance, ability, or means of work. It can be compared at all. Therefore, in the eyes of others, Qin Yao's is still Qin Shao, Qin Tian. If it weren't for the support of the Qin family's family behind him, I am afraid he was nothing. But there are people who want to please Qin Tian, such as Lin Lina, the little actress around him at the moment. Xu Jiaxing said lightly, "A good dog doesn't stand in the way." Qin Tian sneered, "Which small cookie are you?" She looked at the wall clock on the wall, and knew that it was illegal imprisonment, if it was blocked here for more than a few minutes. "Do you talk about law with me?" Qin Tian obviously began to see no one because he drank a little wine. "Let me tell you, the Qin family is the law in the whole capital. Do you understand? Xu Jiaxing's face doesn't change color, so why don't you try it? She took out her mobile phone and was about to call the police when Qin Yaowu suddenly held her hand. Xu Jiaxing looked up puzzledly. Do you want to speak for him? Qin Yaowu shook his head, and the next second, his big and powerful fist fell on Qin Tian's face. Qin Tian retreated repeatedly. Lin Lina's eyes widened in shock and quickly went to hold Qin Tian. Mr. Qin, how can you do it? At this time, her inner thoughts were fully revealed. Only Qin Yaowu is worthy of the title of Qin Shao. Lin Lina didn't. Look for Qin Yaowu before, and even when he was socializing, she deliberately found an opportunity to come forward. But Qin Yaowu has always been cold-sighted and avoided. Not to mention giving her a chance to touch him. Just take a closer look. Qin Yaowu can get her out of the social table. But now, she actually saw Xu Jiaxing sitting on his lap so ambiguously. The two seemed to be about to do something intimate, but were interrupted by them. Isn't Qin Yaowu rumored to be gay? The jealousy in Lin Lina's heart still comes from Qin Yaowu's flawless face and his sedging figure. Why does Xu Jiaxing have such an honor to have something to do with Qin Yaowu? Is it just because she is rich? Hearing her address to Qin Yaowu, Xu Jiaxing raised his eyebrows. Miss, did you call me wrong? Qin Shao is the one who was beaten down. Qin Tian's face changed and he shook off Lin Lina. Qin Yaowu, are you fucking crazy? Do it if you don't agree with each other. I want to call the police. Qin Yaowu repeated what Xu Jiaxing had just said in a cold voice. Good dogs don't get in the way. Chapter 60. It's simply too fierce, motherfucker. Qin Tian stood up and waved his fist directly at Qin Yaowu. I'll beat you to death. Xu Jiaxing raised his mobile phone. Don't retaliate. Qin Yaowu was obedient and did not fight back, but his eyes quickly dodged Qin Tian's fist attack. He hit the door panel, and it hurt so much that his face was distorted. Well, there is also the material to call the police. Xu Jiaxing put down his mobile phone. Qin Shao, I'll give you some advice. If you don't want to be kicked out of your house by your cheap father, you better be a man with your tail. Otherwise, if this video is released, you should know what the consequences will be. Qin Tian held his hands and looked at them fiercely. Xu Jiaxing added, by the way, you probably don't know much about it. People like you should be she'd except for money and women in their minds. But you can ask me to tell me that I don't mind explaining these things to a fool. I, Xu Jiaxing, am a person who repays grievances with virtue. Who believes it? Lin Lina looked at the aura exuding from her body, and didn't dare to go forward in time, for fear of being injured by mistake. Qin Tian gritted his teeth and said, you two are really bitches and dogs for a long time. Xu Jiaxing laughed out loud, stepped forward and looked up. He raised his head. You want to do it? Bang. She slapped hard and instantly printed a fingerprint on Qin Tian's face. Qin Tian looked at Xu Jiaxing indisbelievably. You bitch. Bang. Another slap in the face. Xu Jiaxing said, my hands are numb. You can continue to curse, but you better not meet me, otherwise I will see you once, and hit you once. After saying that, she raised her foot, and stepped hard on the instep of Qin Tian's foot. The thin high heel stomped on Qin Tian's instep like this. Qin Yaowu left behind Xu Jiaxing, and the coldness on his face had already been broken and disappeared. It was replaced by shallow surprise and smile. His star is simply too fierce. Out of the break, Xu Jiaxing wiped his hands with a wet towel and swept the audience. It's boring. Let's go back. Qin Yaowu nodded. Okay? Qin Zixian, who had just come out of the bathroom and finally found Xu Jiaxing, was about to greet her, but she and Qin Yaowu left the hotel gate. Behind him, a gorgeously dressed woman appeared from behind him. How can you be so good? The noble woman is obviously old enough to be Qin Zixian's mother. She holds his hand and feels bored. Shall we go first? Qin Zixian turned around and looked a little pale. I felt a little uncomfortable and wanted to go home first. I'll send you. The noble woman seemed to like Qin Zixian, but Qin Zixian refused. No, I still want to go to the hospital. Sister Yoon, don't go to the hospital. Don. Go to the hospital and get sick. The lady thought for a while. Well, then be careful on the road. I asked the driver to give you the red envelope. You can see that you have lost weight. Eat more good food at ordinary times. I will come to you when I come back from a business trip. Qin Zixian squeezed out a smile. Okay? When I went back, it was Zhao Shan who replaced Xiao Song to drive. Xu Jiaxing drank some wine and had a headache because of the cold wind pouring in from outside the car window. Qin Yaowu closed the window of the car and covered Xu Jiaxing, who closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, with a blanket. He naturally held Xu Jiaxing's right hand and gently rubbed her palm. The red mark in the palm of the hand has not dissipated at this time. Qin Yaowu frowned slightly. When he thought of Qin Tian, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. When the car arrived at the villa, Xu Jiaxing opened his eyes and his mobile phone began to vibrate. She took out her mobile phone and saw the number with Mom flashing. Xu Jiaxing frowned and looked at Qin Yao's. Qin Yao's thought she wanted to stay alone, so he got out of the car with Zhao Shan. Unexpectedly, Xu Jiaxing hung up the phone directly, grabbed his hand, and his legs were numb. She doesn't want to pick it up at all. Qin Yao's paused slightly and immediately said, wait, I'll take you back. He turned to the other side to open the door, and carried Xu Jiaxing back to the villa. The mobile phone has been vibrating all the time. Xu Jiaxing directly deleted the number and then blocked it. Xu Jiao's mother looked at the number that could no longer be reached and slapped the table hard in anger. What on earth is Xu Jiaxing doing? You don't even answer my phone. Xu Jinyao held Za's mother and put her palm on her back. Mom, don't be angry. What if you get angry? Isn't my sister always like this? She came from a small place and was uneducated. Her adoptive parents couldn't teach her. She seemed to forget that Xu Jiaxing's adoptive parents were her biological parents. At this time, Xu Jinyao had completely left the relationship with them. Za's mother took a few deep breaths before she calmed down. It's better for us, Yao Yao. I think it's better not to recognize her at the beginning. Now that she has the title of the Xu family, she is still eating inside and out. What a white-eyed wolf. Xu Lin sat on the sofa and looked at Xu Jinyao's sensible appearance, and half of the anger in his heart dissipated. I would be grateful if Xu Jiaxing was half as good as Yao Yao. What she said outside today seemed as if the Xu family was abusing her. Xu's father snorted coldly. At the beginning, I knew she was not a good person. I said that it would be enough to pay the living expenses. There was no need to pick her up at all, but you didn't listen. Za's mother said angrily, I didn't think you might think of your own daughter. After all, that's your bloodline, but who knew she was such a person? Za's father sighed and said, what was this for? I thought so, but who knew that she would be so dissident and unfilial? Xu Jinyao on the side heard this, and her expression was depressed. When Xu Lin saw it, he frowned and said, well, don't talk about that white-eyed wolf. Anyway, my only biological sister is Yao Yao. Do you have any other daughters? Xu's father and mother looked at Xu Jinyao and showed with a sad face, Yao Yao is my only daughter. Even if Xu Jiaxing comes back in the future, I will not recognize her and let her live and die alone. No one is allowed to secretly take money from her. I want to see if all her money has been squandered and whether the creditor will come to her door. They have thoroughly analyzed that since Xu Jiaxing was not taken care of, but he squandered so much money, he must have borrowed usury. No one in the Xu family was worried. Instead, they all held an optimistic attitude and wanted to see the embarrassment of Xu Jiaxing's accident. Xu Jinyao smiled reluctantly. Thank you, Mom, Dad and brother. After your biological daughter and sister came back, they were so kind to me and didn't give up on me. Xu Lin and others quickly comforted her. However, Xu Jinyao's expression was still melancholy, but in fact, her heart had already blossomed.
How could such words be said in person? She hung her head. Mr. Huo, don't worry, no matter what you have, I will keep it a secret for you. It seems that Miss Mu still misunderstands me. Huo Shixing sighed, suddenly stepped forward, pushed her to the corner, picked up a strand of her hair, and said slowly and logically, Huo needs to correct your opinion. Mu Beiying had a bad feeling. Male hormones came to her face, and her legs suddenly softened. A palm suddenly covered her waist, and the hot temperature passed through her clothes, and then gradually moved up. The place where the palm crossed seemed to be ignited. She never knew that Huo Shixing had such a means, and the control of her body seemed to be not hers. Mu Beiying's eyes began to be loose, and he opened his lips slightly. Huo Shixing. Now, does Miss Mu still think I can't do it? Mu Beiying dares to say that there is. Her brain is chaotic, and she can't hear the sound clearly. She can only rely on her survival instinct to shake her head. No. Huo Shixing curled his lips and smiled, bent down, and Mu Beiying suddenly closed his eyes. Shixing, I heard that Lu Xixin was coming. How dare she come to you? A voice appeared outside the door, and time seemed to stand still. Mu Beiying panicked and hurriedly pushed Huo Shixing away, rolling back and running up the stairs. Chu Xiaoda. Pushing the door in careless, I felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong. What are you doing? Huo Shixing narrowed her eyes. What's the matter? Chu Xiao suddenly felt a murderous aura, and he swallowed his saliva. It's okay. I just want to remind you that Lu Xixi will definitely go back to Su. That Mrs. Lu is also troublesome. Well, sometimes I feel that Miss Lu is not from the Lu family. How can they also be sisters? The gap is so big. Mu Beiying raised her ears. Miss Lu, is that the sister Lu Xixi said? Does she have a good relationship with Huo Shixing? But Huo Shixing did not answer, but looked upstairs meaningfully. Mu Beiying trembled all over, and the temperature of a man's palm seemed to remain on his waist. He hurried to take a shower. Downstairs. Huo Shijing looked at Chu Xiao slowly and logically. I remember that you cooperated with Mu. Chu Xiao nodded. A sub-brand of the Chu family is indeed cooperating with Muse. What's the matter? Huo Shijing's clouds are light and the wind is light. Let's withdraw. Chu Xiao raised his eyebrows. He took the lead in destroying the cooperation with Mu, and others knew that it was Huo Shijing's intention. Is Huo Shijing trying to sweat out her anger on Miss Mu? Late at night, Mu Yaohui answered the phone and got out of bed in a hurry, his face full of panic. The two businesses that were originally negotiated suddenly, he broke the contract. Mu Yaohui asked anxiously for more than half a round, and then someone vaguely told him that his daughter had offended people at the award ceremony of an university today. When Mu Qianro arrived, the living room was brightly lit. She covered her mouth and couldn't cry herself. She walked to Mu Yaohui and knelt down with a thud. Qianro, what are you doing? Dad, I know that two companies broke the contract. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Dad, I'd better move out. Mu Yaohui suddenly became anxious. What's the matter? Say something good and move. Ling Ruo cried and shook her head. Yaohui, don't you know that today Xianro was the guest of the award ceremony? As a result, the child Beiying schemed her. She was disgraced in front of everyone and was reprimanded by Mr. Song. Those companies were afraid that they had heard about this matter and were afraid of offending Mr. Song, so they were anxious to get rid of the relationship with us. Mu Qianro choked up and said, everything is my fault. If I had followed my sister, maybe it wouldn't be like this. Dad, let me and Mom leave. My sister can't tolerate me. I don't want to stay and cause any more trouble to Dad. Mu Yaohui looked at his wife and daughter crying in a ball. He suddenly felt distressed and vented his anger on Mu Beiying without thinking about it. What are you going to do? The trouble was caused by Mu Beiying. Of course, she should be responsible for it. She is just an award guest. Qianro likes her, not only doesn't let her out, but also makes a big deal. It's bad. Mu Yaohui sank in a deep voice. If Mu Beiying can't make up for the company's losses, I will skin her. Ling Ruo suppressed a trace of calculation in her eyes and suddenly said, Yaohui, how can a girl in Beiying make up for the loss of tens of millions? Why don't we find another partner? Mu Yaohui frowned, but how can any partner be willing to join halfway? Give tens of millions to Mu for nothing. Ling Ruo smiled sinisterly. If other roads don't work, you can still get married. Ling Qian doesn't want Beiying. What good man can she marry in her life? Isn't it all your arrangement to be a father? Chapter 22. What kind of medicine did she get and had an attack in front of Huo Shijing? Marriage? Mu Yaohui's eyes lit up. But then she hesitated again, but after all, she had just withdrawn from the marriage, and I'm afraid that no one would want her. Mu Qianro lowered her head. I don't know if her father still remembers Huang Dong of Hua's enterprise. Since he saw his sister at the last banquet, he has been thinking about her, and now he doesn't care about her sister's divorce. Ling Ruo hurriedly helped. Yes, that's right, Yaohui, the scale of Hua's enterprise is larger than ours. If Director Huang is willing to help, why can Mu not get through the difficulties? Moreover, Huang Dong is worth hundreds of millions, and Beiying's marriage is not wronged. Mu Yaohui suddenly felt hopeful. Well, Huang Dong is also a superior person. Mu Beiying can still marry into such a rich family even if she loses her reputation. We didn't treat her unfairly. However, the rebellious girl was disobedient and asked her to see Huang Dong. She certainly didn't want to. Mu Qianro's eyes flashed and she said softly, Dad, you invited Huang Dong to your 50th birthday and then let your sister meet him again, right? A week later. Mu Beiying hasn't seen Huo Shijing for 7 days. She recalled the kiss that didn't fall that day and couldn't help but snort. Does Huo Shijing also feel embarrassed that he hasn't been home for a week? Just then, a piece of news attracted Mu Beiying's attention. A week ago, the Chu family broke the contract with the Mu family, which caused a huge blow to the Mu family and was devastated. But a week later, Mu actually attracted the investment of Hua's enterprise. Mu Beiying narrowed her eyes and always felt something was wrong buzzing, and the mobile phone on the table suddenly vibrated. She came over to take a look, and the text message popped out. Ling Ruo, Beiying, tomorrow is your father's 50th birthday. You must come. By the way, your mother left a box with Yaohui at that time. Yaohui said that you would give it to you when you come tomorrow. Mu Beiying sneered, 50th birthday. Invite her? This looks like a banquet. But the box left by her mother. Even if it's a Hongmeng banquet, she can only go through. She told Uncle Zhang that she was going out tomorrow night. Uncle Zhang nodded and then reported to Huo Shijing. Huo Shijing's fingertips paused slightly. Mu Yaohui's birthday banquet. Originally, Mu Yaohui also invited him, but he never cared about this kind of banquet. But now, he suddenly became interested. The next evening, the banquet hall of Huo's hotel. Mu Yaohui, chairman of Mu's group, invited many high-ranking officials to celebrate his 50th birthday. The banquet hall was staggered and very lively. Mu Yaohui made many friends with Mu Qianro, and everyone praised her. Mu Dong not only made a successful career, but also gave birth to a good daughter. Mu Yaohui's hypocritical and modesty, Qianro still has a lot of shortcomings. She needs to study like everyone. Qianro, go and say hello to her uncles. Mu Qianro took Song Lingqian's hand, and Tingting walked into the crowd with a wineglass. Miss Qianro and Mr. Song are together, and she is really talented and beautiful. Yes, it's no wonder that Song Xiaohui chose to cancel the marriage for her. After all, Mu Beiying really couldn't be on the stage. When Mu Beiying came, she just heard this sentence and raised her eyebrows slightly. The whole banquet hall was embarrassed because of her arrival, and some people couldn't help but shake their heads. What a redneck. Look at what she is wearing. Attending his father's 50th birthday, he didn't even have a dress. Oh, it's so embarrassing. After listening to everyone's demeaning of Mu Beiying, Ling Ruo proudly pretended to be a good stepmother and walked forward quickly. Beiying, come here. Yao Hui has been waiting for you for a long time. Mu Beiying narrowed her eyes. Where are my mother's things? What are you in a hurry? Let's have a drink first. Ling Ruo pulled Mu Beiying to a corner. Mu Yao Hui was communicating with a man in his 50s and 60s. As soon as he saw Mu Beiying coming, his eyes lit up. Director Huang, this is my eldest daughter. Mu Beiying frowned. Huang Dong, chairman of Huao's enterprise. Something suddenly flashed in her mind. Before she could figure it out, she heard Ling Ruo say flatteringly, Beiying, what are you doing in a daze? Hurry up and have a drink with Huang Dong. Mu Beiying looked at Huang Dong's disgusting expression and sneered. Why don't you let your daughter drink it? Ling Ruo sighed, because Huang Dong fell in love with you. Qianro didn't have such a good blessing. Beiying, you can't be ignorant of good and bad. Huang Dong is more than enough for you. They don't mind that you cancel your marriage and specially spent 50 million yuan to marry you. It's your honor. Mu Beiying finally knew what the strange feeling was. Hua's enterprise injected 50 million yuan into Mu's, which turned out to be because her good father sold her. Huang Dong looked at the woman in front of him with his explicit eyes. Miss Mu, you don't drink my wine. Isn't it too disgraceful? Mu Beiying knew that something must have been added to the glass of wine, and her face sank. Dad hasn't learned anything else at his age, but he is very proficient in selling his daughter. I'm sorry, I won't accompany him. When the words fell, she just turned around and walked out 2 steps. Suddenly, she felt dizzy and her legs softened involuntarily. You, Beiying, we are also for your good. If you don't give you some medicine, you won't know how to be obedient. Ling Ruo sighed. Huang Dong, Beiying has cooperated. Please help her go to the guest room to rest. Mu Beiying's brain was dizzy and his steps were disobedient. He was pushed away by Huang Dong and had no power to resist at all. When Song Lingqian saw this scene in the crowd, he frowned suddenly. What's going on? He knew Huang Dong's character and also knew that he had always liked to force women. In case Mu Beiying. The next moment, Mu Qianro shook her head and sighed. Brother Lingqian, my sister is with Huang Dong, don't care. The family can't control her either. Song Lingqian's face suddenly looked ugly. He thought that Mu Beiying was in danger, but he didn't expect that she was willing to degenerate. What are they going upstairs for? Thinking about it with their toes, Mu Beiying can't even wait for people like Huang Dong. It's disgusting. With a bang, Mu Beiying was thrown onto the bed. She was dizzy, and it seemed that there were tens of millions of ants gnawing on her heart, which was painful and itchy. Huang Dong swallowed his saliva. Miss Mu, don't struggle. This is the latest medicine in my hand. It is colorless and tasteless. It will seep into the skin. The medicinal properties on your body have attacked. Be good. You will die without a man. Only then did Mu Beiying know that this medicine was applied to the skin. That glass of wine is just a cover. No wonder Ling Ruo is so fearless. She felt that her strength was gradually disappearing. If Huang Dong wanted to do something, she couldn't resist at all. No. Mu Beiying forced herself to calm down and took out a dagger from her bag. She couldn't sit and wait for death. Why pretend to be a chaste woman? Your father has said that you have had many men, and I am kind enough to marry you. I advise you to lie down. Huang Dong smiled and came closer, and his hands almost touched Mu Beiying's face. Miss Mu now looks reluctant. When the medicine takes effect, she may beg me to. Bang. Before the words were over, the door of the guest room was suddenly kicked open. The next moment, Huang Dong was thrown out arrogantly. He didn't even have time to scream, so he knelt down to the person who came. Miss Mu. A stern male voice came. Mu Beiying's brain was about to be taken away by the effect of the drug. In a daze, she heard someone calling her name, a bit like Huo Shiqing. Huo Shiqing frowned and ordered Bai Ji to escort Huang Dong away. He leaned over and poured a glass of water for Mu Beiying. How about you? Mu Beiying. Mu Beiying touched the man's hand and her eyes lit up. She didn't even know what she was doing, so she crashed into Huo Shiqing's arms. Huo Shiqing's throat rolled, and his brain buzzed. She was drugged and had a seizure. Chapter 23 Mrs. Huo, we did what the couple should do. Mu Beiying's brain was in a mess, her breathing became rapid, and she subconsciously sought the heat source around her. Her heart seemed to be gnawed by tens of millions of ants. She couldn't control her body. She collapsed in the arms of the man in front of her and was powerless to get up. Huo Shiqing, he wrapped his hand around her waist, pressed a few buttons on the mobile phone with one hand, and sent a message to Chu Xiao. Miss Miu, I'll take you to the hospital. You. The soft lips stayed at the corner of his mouth for less than half a second, hot and soft, which made his heart tremble. Miu Beiying's mouth and tongue were dry, and she felt that her paws were dry and hot. She didn't know what she was doing at all, so she could only kiss her instinctively in an attempt to relieve her enthusiasm. Huo Shijing's breathing was sluggish, and her voice was tense. Miu Beiying, do you know who I am? Miu Beiying raised her head from the man's arms, and her eyes lost their focal length. Huo Shijing. A huge sense of emptiness came. She frowned, and the effect of the medicine was not relieved, so that her body hurt more and more, as if her bones were about to break. Her voice was soft and changed, with wet water vapor and crying. It was so sad. It hurt so much. Sound of one's voice as soon as it fell, Chu Xiao sent an anxious voice message. Shuxin, I can't do anything about this medicine. Huang Dong is right. If the effect of the drug can't be relieved, it will really hurt to death. It's not without people who commit suicide in pain. I told you not to be entangled. You and Miss Miu are husband and wife, and you can help her in the simplest and fastest way. Miu Beiying was itchy all over at first, but as time went by, she began to hurt and had no strength to stand. She was soft on the bed, her eyes were red, her lips were slightly open, and she was full of water. The lips were slightly wet by the hot air. Seeing that Huo Shijing didn't move for a long time, I couldn't tell why a grievance surged up. Are you really bad? Huo Shijing's eyes suddenly sank. He thought of Chu Xiao's words. Even Chu Xiao didn't have an antidote, so he could only. Huo Shijing bent down. Miss Miu, don't regret it. Early the next morning, Miu Beiying woke up with pain all over. She sat on the bed in a daze for a few seconds, and her brain couldn't calm down for a long time. Yesterday, Huang Dong drugged her, and she was taken to the room, and then what? Suddenly, she felt that someone was moving around her. Miu Beiying stiffened her neck, turned her head little by little, and met Huo Shijing's eyes with a bang. The memory of last night surged up like a tide. She had an attack on the effect of the drug and lost her mind. Then she hugged Huo Shijing and begged him for help, and asked him if he couldn't do it. Then, it was a night of chaos. Miu Beiying's body hurt when he moved, which was more difficult to wear than when the drug was on. She swallowed her saliva in horror, as if she couldn't believe the fact. We. Huo Shijing's throat, not the moles, are moving up and down. Mrs. Huo should no longer doubt it now. I can't do it. Miu Beiying's face suddenly changed, and the broken memories of last night emerged again and again. This man is not only good, but also too good. Last night, the effect of the medicine had obviously faded, but he still didn't let her go. She begged for mercy like that, but he still. Huo Shijing smiled gently and stretched out his hand gently. Miu Beiying was shocked. The plants and trees were all soldiers. What are you doing? The man carelessly arranged her hair. Last night, due to the situation, it was too late to send you to the hospital at that time, not to mention that even if you went to the hospital, I was afraid that it would not be relieved. Miu Beiying's expression was slightly stiff. What's more, Mrs. Huo, we just did what the couple should do. The corners of Huo Shijing's lips are slightly hooked. Why are you nervous? What husband and wife should do? Miu Beiying's whole body is dizzy. Normal couples are indeed like this, but they are getting married by agreement. Her face kept changing, and she was about to speak. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of eager footsteps outside the door, and Ling Ruo's hypocritical and disgusting voice Yao Hui, don't be angry. Beiying and Huang Dong may really love each other. When the child has grown up, don't blame her. Miu Beiying's eyes sank. If she didn't know what conspiracy they were plotting behind their backs, she might really think that Ling Ruo cares about her. Huo Shijing's fingertips gently brushed the corners of her eyes. Mrs. Huo, don't worry, I won't let you be wronged. 10 minutes ago. Today is the second day of the birthday banquet. As a result, the banquet began. Miu Beiying, Miu Do's daughter, still did not show up, and there was no one in the room. Then, Miu Qianro didn't know what she remembered. Her face turned pale and she said that she seemed to see Huang Dong taking Miu Beiying upstairs yesterday. Miu Qianro's tears kept falling. If something happens to my sister, I won't live. I invited her to come back. Okay, Qianro, let's go find her quickly. Miu Yaohui frowned and took Ling Ruo and others upstairs. Are you looking for Miu Beiying? Suddenly, a man came to the corner of the stairs, and everyone recognized that he was Huang Dong's assistant. Ling Ruo's eyes flashed. Of course, this was also her arrangement, so that Huang Dong's assistant was sure that Miu Beiying was with Huang Dong. At that time, Miu Beiying would be even more indisputable. The assistant received the money. Naturally, he should behave well. There is no need to look for it. Miss Miu was with our Huang Dong. There were too many tricks last night. He was tired of playing, and now he is resting. This sentence stunned everyone for a moment. What do you mean? I was tired last night and you are still resting. Miu Qianro's face suddenly turned pale. Don't talk nonsense to slander my sister's innocence. My sister has always been self-clean. How could she be at her father's birthday banquet with Huang Dong? She seemed to be unable to speak anymore, and her eyes were hurt. Assistant Huang Dong sneered, why did I lie to you? Miu Beiying has been taken care of by Huang Dong for a long time. I advise you not to disturb Huang Dong's Yaxing. Everyone looked at each other, and their hearts were not public. Get up, the assistant doesn't look like he's lying, so Mu Beiying was not forcibly taken away at all, but voluntarily. Huang Dong is indeed rich, but his appearance and personality are difficult to describe. It's really disgusting that she can find him to support herself. Why is the gap between the two rich people of the Mu family so big? Mu Tianro is amazingly talented. Mu Beiying is a redneck, and her vision is still very short-sighted. No wonder Song Xiao doesn't like her. Mu Tianro covered her mouth and cried. I don't believe it. I'm going to find my sister. Everyone caught up with Mu Tianro and walked to the door of the room. When they heard something in the guest room, their faces became ugly. Ling Ruo sighed and hypocritically stopped her. Yao Hui and Beiying divorced Ling Qiang. Even if they have a man they like, it doesn't matter. Maybe she and Huang Dong really love each other. Don't be too harsh. Mu Yao Hui is angry. If I don't blame her, who knows where her bottom line is? At my birthday banquet, I slept with a man who could be her father. This unfilial daughter simply disgraced our Mu family. I want to cut off the father-daughter relationship with her. The more people persuaded, the angrier Mu Yao Hui became. He raised his foot and was ready to kick the door. It was because I didn't educate her daughter well. She really... Before she could say anything, the door suddenly opened. Mu Beiying stood at the door, smiled slightly, and asked meaningfully, what did I do wrong? Dad wants to cut off the father-daughter relationship with me. Chapter 24. You can't afford to offend the people in the room. Everyone didn't expect Mu Beiying to open the door at this time. Ling Ruo's eyes flashed, and Mu Beiying covered up and dared not open the door, and there was a man's voice inside. It seemed that Huang Dong was still there. She hurriedly pretended to be a good stepmother. Beiying, it's good that you're okay. Yao Hui is also too worried about you. Open the door and let us in. Mu Beiying glanced at the crowd slowly. Do you want to open the door? That won't work. This sentence seemed to ignite a lead, and everyone couldn't help shaking their heads. This is so shameless. Now, she is still like this, selling her body for a little money. Oh, my god, Huang Dong can do it. I think the rumor of Mu Beiying's cheating is true. How can she be Mu Tianro's sister? Ling Ruo was proud. Mu Beiying has been like this in his life, becoming a stepping stone for Tianro, and making the last contribution to the Mu family. She should be humiliated and die like her mother. But Ling Ruo still cried in a low voice on her face. Don't talk about it. It's my stepmother who didn't educate Beiying well. She is also my daughter and a piece of meat in my heart. How could it be like this? Mu Yaohui's face is ugly. Mu Beiying, what's wrong with you in your room? Open the door for me. Mu Beiying suddenly smiled. Does Dad really want me to open the door? Mu Yaohui must let Mu Beiying marry Huang Dong, otherwise the 50 million won't be credited. There is no way, which is more powerful than catching adultery in bed in public. So he deliberately raised his voice, otherwise. You have done such a shameful thing, and you still don't admit it. What other choices do you have besides marrying Huang Dong? Open the door. I want to discuss your marriage with Huang Dong. Others shook their heads and sighed. They all said that Mu Dong didn't love his eldest daughter. Isn't it good? Until now, he is still thinking about Mu Beiying. After all, the matter between Mu Beiying and Huang Dong is out of trouble, and no one will marry her. What else can she do except marrying Huang Dong? Mu Beiying is difficult to open the door, but the people inside, I'm afraid you can't afford to offend. In order to please Ling Ruo, several noble women deliberately pretended. Miss Mu, there won't be anyone else in the room, right? How many men did you accompany all night? If I have to say, a motherless bastard is cheeky. If it were me, I would be ashamed to death. Mu Dong, your daughter really needs to be well educated. What else does she dare not do when she has promiscuous sex? Mu Yaohui was so angry that he suddenly raised his foot and kicked open the hidden door. I want to see who is the person I can't afford to offend. Mu Yaohui's words suddenly stuck in his throat, and his face changed dramatically. Everyone looked back at the room in unison. The double bed was neat and tidy, and no one had ever slept with it. There are 3 people sitting on the sofa in the luxurious room, holding poker and shuffling cards slowly. Hearing the sound, one of the men and one of the women turned their heads, smiling but not smiling, which was meaningful. Director Mu, let's play cards in Miss Mu's room. Do you have a problem? Everyone was stunned. Why is it different from what they think? Where is the promised Mu Beiying accompanying the man? It turned out to be playing cards. And these people. The innermost man can't see his face clearly, but his temperament is outstanding, and he is by no means an idle person. The 2 people who lean outside, one is Chu Xiao, the young master of the Chu family and the person in power of Chu's hospital. The other is the real heir of the Chu family, Miss Chu Ji. Mu Yaohui's heart was stunned, and his expression suddenly changed. Wait. Where is Director Huang? Why did the people in the room become brothers and sisters of the Chu family? Where is Huang Dong? Ling Ruo and Mu Qianro could hardly lose their emotions, and a pair of eyes kept looking in the room. Impossible, impossible. They clearly watched Huang Dong take Mu Beiying upstairs, but that kind of medicine Mu Beiying couldn't resist at all. What's going on? Several noble women who helped just now are afraid. How can they offend Chu Ji and Chu Xiao? If I had known, I would not have spoken for Ling Ruo. Mu Beiying finished appreciating everyone's watch. Love, then he sighed slowly. Dad, I've already said that you can't afford to offend the people in the room. Now it's okay. I disturbed Miss Chu and Master Chu's interest in playing cards. I want to beg for mercy for you, but I don't know how to open my mouth. Chu Xiao took a look at Hua Shijing, and then narrowed his eyes and asked knowingly, looking at this posture, does it be that Mu Dong thinks that Miss Mu is doing something insignificant in the room? Chu Xiao and Chu Ju were called by Hua Shijing. They took the fast lane and went straight to the guest room from the side door of the next room, pretending to be playing cards. The sister and brother understood at a glance that Mu Yaohui and Xiao San sold Mu Beiying to Huang Dong for 50 million yao, hoping to make her famous. Chu Zhe casually threw the poker, and his eyes sank. It was rumored that Mu Dong didn't like the original daughter. Sure enough, he had to cut off the father-daughter relationship when playing cards. Mu Yaohui was sweating coldly. He glared at Ling Ruo viciously. Obviously, everything had been arranged, but he didn't know where Huang Dong had gone. He couldn't offend the Chu family. It was really hard to say. Ling Ruo gritted her teeth angrily. She didn't know what went wrong today. Unexpectedly, she was escaped by Mu Beiying. If there were 3 men in the room, she could still bite Mu Beiying to sleep with them. But Miss Chu is also here. She can't say that Miss Chu also has a relationship with Mu Beiying. At this point, we can only fool around first, and then secretly give Mu Beiying to Huang Dong. Thinking so, Ling Ruo laughed. Miss Chu, you misunderstood. Yao Hui was just too worried about Beiying and said some nonsense. As parents, how can we not feel sorry for our daughter? Before Ling Ruo finished speaking, Chu Ji interrupted unceremoniously, who are you? Ling Ruo's throat was choked and said flatteringly, I'm Yao Hui's Mu Dong's junior. Chu Ju disdains, a junior, don't shamelessly say that Miss Mu is your child, show your face, it's not like this to climb relatives. The surroundings fell into a dead silence. Ling Ruo's whole body began to tremble with anger. Mu Beiying's friend is indeed a bitch. She is not Xiaosan. Bitch, bitch. She was about to curse, but Mu Qianro held her hand. Mu Qianro took a deep breath and begged for everything, Miss Chu, it's not like that. Mom was too worried about her sister and said something wrong. Don't mind. Since you are still playing cards, we won't bother you. It's just my sister. After all, today is Dad's birthday banquet. When you accompany your friends, don't forget to come back to see your father. Mu Beiying sneered. Mu Qianro is really good at pretending. Now, she still tries her best to put the unfilial hat on her head. She can't get Mu Qianro's wish. Mu Yaohui coughed. Beiying, Qianro is right. Remember to go downstairs after playing cards with Miss Chu. Let's go first. A group of people were about to leave, when suddenly, a clear and cool male voice with a sense of oppression sounded. Mu Dong thought that this was the end of the matter. Chapter 25 Slap Ling Ruo Mu Qianro in the face and throw out the evidence. Everyone stopped. Mu Yaohui's expression stiffened. He had just noticed that Chu Xiao and Chu Ju would look at the man's meaning before opening their mouths, indicating that the man's identity was more valuable than that of the Chu family, and he could not offend. A drop of cold sweat dropped from the corner of Mu Yaohui's forehead. I don't quite understand what you mean. Don't understand? Chu Xiao looked at Hua Shijing's face and suddenly sneered. Didn't Mu Dong just say that Miss Mu and Huang Dong are not clear? Do you have to teach Miss Mu a lesson? Chu Xiao didn't give Mu Yaohui a chance to talk, and I don't know why Mu Dong felt that it was Huang Dong in the room. If it weren't for us today, wouldn't Miss Mu have suffered injustice? Mu Yaohui subconsciously looked at Ling Ruo, and everyone turned their heads suddenly. Ling Ruo's face was stiff and she cried very exaggeratedly. It's not that I don't believe in Beiying, it's the assistant who misled us. Mu Yaohui nodded staggeredly. Yes, it's not our fault. We just listened to the slander. Chu Xiao nodded. Well, it seems that Mu Dong doesn't trust his daughter very much. You can believe whatever Xiao San says. Others provoke 2 words to cut off relations with Miss Mu. Although her mother is gone, she is still the eldest lady of the Mu family. How can everyone bully her? Mu Beiying lowered his head and pretended to be perfect. Master Chu, my father trusted Aunt Ling and her sister the most. I'm used to it. Ling Ruo and Mu Qianro covered their mouths and cried, as if the whole world owed their mother and daughter. Mu Yaohui's brain was No, I was just cheated by Huang Dong's assistant. I was angry for a moment. How could I break off the relationship with my daughter? Mu Beiying asked slowly, Huang Dong's assistant, and I have no grudges. Why did he deliberately frame me? Mu Qianro shook her head patiently. Sister, are you doubting me? I know you don't like me and think that my mother and I took your place, but I really regard you as my sister. How could I deliberately frame you? Ling Ruo cried and shouted, yes, it's all a misunderstanding. Beiying, you asked Master Chu to question us. Do you regard us as relatives? Everyone knows how much I was worried about you just now. Woo, how can you? Mu Yaohui was made to cry by Ling Ruo, and his heart suddenly softened and he roared angrily. Mu Beiying, what nonsense are you talking about? Well, Ling Ruo and Qianro have always said that you are still young and advised me not to argue with you. Are you slandering them like this now? You disappoint me so much. Mu Beiying said coldly, am I really letting you down? Doesn't Dad know anything? Mu Yaohui suddenly had a bad premonition. Last night, Huang Dong did come to my room. Mu Beiying raised his eyes and looked into his eyes. Huang Dong said that I was sold to him by my father for 50 million yo. Mu Yaohui almost couldn't breathe. Everyone looked at each other and was not sure what Mu Beiying said was true or not. Has Huang Dong really been here? 50 million. Isn't that the amount invested by Hua's enterprise to Mu? Mu Beiying answered slowly. Huang Dong gave me medicine, or Hua. Or Chu Xiao and his friends arrived in time to save me. Dad, what's going on? Mu Yaohui felt that the way others looked at him was not right. He blushed and raised his voice to hide his guilty feelings. No, it's not. How can you listen to Huang Dong's nonsense? You are my own daughter. How could I sell you for some money? If Huang Dong doesn't find someone else to find you, you must be not good enough. How can you blame others? Mu Beiying's eyes turned and suddenly choked and lowered her head. Really? Up to now, my father has put all the responsibilities on me, but why don't you say that I didn't want to see Huang Dong, but it was Miss Ling who forced me to toast to Huang Dong? Yes, it's all my fault. It's all my fault. My existence is destined to make Miss Ling only a junior. Dad is biased, I also admit it, but I am also your daughter. Do you have to ruin my life and pave the way for my illegitimate daughter? Everyone trembled all over. Yes, Mu Beiying was helpless in this family and could only beg for a living under Xiao San. Chu Xiao also said, Miss Mu was given that kind of medicine last night, It's a doctor. Naturally, it can be seen that the medicine is colorless and tasteless on the skin. Yesterday, only Ling Ruo touched Miss Mu's hand. Who took the medicine? Mu Dong couldn't count it in his heart. Mu Yaohui was really flustered and stiff all over. No, 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 no. Ling Ruo's face turned pale, raised her voice, and cried and said, Beiying, I'm just kind to see that you are drunk to help you. You can't be wronged by yourself, so you can shift the responsibility to me. It is said that it is difficult to be a stepmother. What did I do wrong? Mu Beiying nodded. You are right. I can't blame others for being wronged. But, she deliberately paused for 2 seconds, looked at Ling Ruo's anxious and fearful eyes, and suddenly smiled. However, Miss Ling, I have evidence that you bribed assistant Huang Dong to spread rumors. Ling Ruo's breathing suddenly stopped. I was drugged for the 50 million invested by director Huang to Mu. You bribed the assistant, and finally you came to catch the adultery. Miss Ling, do you think it's very interesting? Ling Ruo's face was pale and her whole body trembled. I don't know anything, it's just a coincidence. Mu Beiying sneered. Since it was a coincidence, why did you bribe Huang Dong's assistant? If I can't explain it, I will suspect that you deliberately gave me to Huang Dong and asked me to get out of the Mu family. Chu Xiao also hummed and said, after all, the front foot Mu Qianro robbed Miss Mu's fiancé, and Miss Mu's back foot did such a big thing. No matter how you look at it, your mother and daughter are the most suspicious. Ling Ruo looked so flustered that she almost fainted. What's the name of this? If it spreads out, what will she and Qianro do? Enough. After a minute, Mu Yaohui finally couldn't help pointing at Mu Beiying and roaring. Didn't something happen to you? It's all a family. What's the point of you being so mean? Shut up. Mu Beiying laughed. Yes, as long as I'm not dead, no matter what Ling Ruo does, I should suffer. How can I be so naive that I think my father will administer justice for me? Dad doesn't love the original match, and how can he care about the original matchie's daughter? Dad told me to shut up, so I'll shut up. Miss Ling, sister, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Mu Yaohui and Ling Ruo choked their throats. What are Mu Beiying doing with the aggrieved appearance of the deputy committee? Huo Shijing in the room raised his eyebrows. His wife Huo took retreat as progress and said that she would no longer care, but pushed Ling Ruo and Mu Qianro to the forefront. Chapter 26. Get out of here with your little third illegitimate daughter. Can't others see it now? Just forcing Mu Beiying to toast to Huang Dong and bribe Huang Dong's assistant, I know Ling Ruo's purpose. This stepmother, it's just cruel. In order to pave the way for his daughter, he actually pushed Mu Beiying to that Huang Dong. The original daughter is so pitiful. That's right, Huang Dong doesn't know how many women have died. Her daughter became a junior, and she still had to kill Miss Mu. Song Lingqian didn't arrive for a long time, but he had already listened to the matter. In his heart, he thought that Mu Beiying must have deliberately sacrificed himself in order to part Mu Dong, which had nothing to do with Ling Ruo. But there was more and more evidence, and he also panicked. Could it be that Mu Beiying was not drunk at all last night, but was? I can't help it. At this moment, Ling Ruo, who was referred to by Qian Fo, knelt down to Mu Beiying with a thud. Beiying, I was forced to be helpless. Do you know the current situation of the Mu family? All investors withdraw investment. Without Director Huang, the Mu family would be finished. You are also a member of the Mu family. Are you willing to watch the Mu family go bankrupt? Director Huang said that as long as he got married, he could invest in Mu's family. That's why I came up with this. Beiying, I'm sorry to you, but I'm all for the Mu family. Others look at each other. Ling Ruo's words are still reasonable. After all, everyone has heard about Mu's divestment, but no one invested except Huang Dong. Although Ling Ruo used the wrong method, but... Joke. Cho Ji sneered with sharp words. If you want to marry and sell your daughter, why don't you sell your daughter? Just the illegitimate daughter, Jin Goi, the original daughter is nothing. As soon as your daughter climbed into her brother-in-law's bed, you turned around and gave Mu Beiying to that kind of scum. What, do you want to clean up Miss Mu and let Mu Qianrou marry into the Song family? After saying that, Chu Ji also glanced at Song Lingtian and was not polite. Except for Mr. Song, the Song family probably all lost their minds, so they wanted such an illegitimate daughter with 2 faces and 3 knives. Song Lingtian's face sank, but he couldn't refute it. Mu Beiying swallowed his saliva and looked at Chu Ji in horror. Wait. Her scolding scolded everyone in the Song family except Mr. Song. Didn't Huo Shiqing also be scolded? Mu Beiying subconsciously looked at Huo Shiqing's expression, but saw that his expression was pale, as if he had not heard of it. He is worthy of being the helmsman of the Huoshan consortium, but he is calm. Mu Yaohui trembled with anger. Miss Chu, you. Cho Zhi speaks very fast. The reason why our Chu family broke off cooperation with the Mu family was because this illegitimate daughter offended us. As a result, the Mu family was good, and the trouble caused by the illegitimate daughter had to be solved by selling Mu Beiying. She was worthy of being a junior at the top, and no one could match this method. The sentenced Xiao San scolded 2 people, and the guests who came to the banquet subconsciously took a step away from the Mu family. This calculation is really loud. The illegitimate daughter offended people and ruined her life, instead became Mu Beiying. I doubt that Mu Qianrou was not intentional, right? Yes, even if Mu Qianrou offended everyone, the Mu family was reluctant to hand her over, and could only let Mu Beiying be wronged. Mu Yaohui and Song Lingtian, 2 men, are really blind-minded. I have to say that Miss Mu is much better than Mu Qianrou in terms of character and appearance. There are always some cheap bones, that is, she likes Xiao San and sneaky. Ling Ru's cold sweat suddenly fell, and the insults of others were heard word by word in her ears, and her expression was ferocious. No, it has nothing to do with Qianrou ah. She covered her chest, rolled her eyes, and fell to the ground with a thud. Mom. Mu Qianrou cried and shouted, Sister, please let us go. Dad, Mom's heart is not good. Woo-hoo, I'm so sad. Mu Yaohui was very distressed. Beiying, you heard it. Ling Ru didn't mean it. She fainted. Do you still want to force her to death? She is so kind. Mu Beiying's smile is getting colder and colder. Fainted? Ling Ru and Mu Qianrou will faint every time. As long as they faint, all their mistakes can be offset. After all, in Mu Yaohui's eyes, they are so pitiful that they are unreasonable to care about each other. Isn't it just pretending to be dizzy? Who can't? Mu Beiying said helplessly, Dad, you always say that nothing happened to me, so I have to forgive Miss Ling, but what if something happens to me today? Are you going to persuade me to marry Director Huang? In a word, no matter what, Miss Ling will not be punished in any way. Forget it, I have now recognized the fact that it is my fault, and I should not have appeared in this house. Before the words were finished, Mu Beiying suddenly raised her hand to cover her chest. Her face suddenly turned pale, and her rosy lips were fading little by little. Then, she closed her eyes and fell back softly. Miss Mu. When Cho Ji saw that Huo Shiqing's expression darkened, he immediately picked him up and gave Chu Xiao a wink. Chu Xiao frowned and came forward in a cold tone. Mu Yaohui. You are indeed a scumbag who abandoned the original match and supported the 3rd rank. I only care about Ling Ru pretending to faint there. Your own daughter was almost ruined all her life, and now she still has a high fever, but you don't care at all. Okay, since you like Xiao San, get out of here with Xiao San. Come on. Soon a team of bodyguards appeared, and Chu Xiao was not polite. Pull these people into the blacklist. This hotel is under the Huoshan consortium, and Chu Xiao is Huo Shiqing's best friend. He gives orders, and the bodyguards will of course listen. In an instant, the banquet hall was cleaned up, and the Mu family was kicked out of the door. A 50th birthday banquet became a joke. Not only Mu Yaohui was humiliated, but even Song Lingxian was pointed out, and he couldn't help losing his mind. Last night, Qian Roming said that Mu Beiying and Huan Dong had been together for a long time, but why was Ling Ru framed? What on earth is wrong? After Ling Ru and others were dragged out, Mu Beiying wanted to open her eyes. She was obviously pretending to be dizzy, but why did she feel so sleepy now? Is it because you didn't sleep well yesterday? Yes, Huo Shiqing tossed her so much last night. In a daze, she seemed to hear something. It was Chu Xiao who was talking. Shiqing, she really has a fever. I'll present some medicine, and you take her back to rest. Then Chu Xiao went out of the door, and then Chu Ji said, Huo Shiqing, you are really not a human being. Miss Mu is such a delicate little girl. You are too cruel. I just looked at her waist, and the traces on it. Chu Ji looked at Mu Beiying distressedly. I'll get you some medicine. Besides her waist, she also has that place. Cough, anyway, you give her medicine. Huo Shiqing, the clouds are light and the wind is light. You go out first. Chu Ji said beast, left the room for the 2 of them, turned around and left. Although Mu Beiying couldn't open her eyelids, she was still conscious. Hearing these dialogues, her face turned red. What are they talking about? Can this be said? And her waist. Hiss, no wonder it has been hurting since just now. It turned out to be pinched by Huo Shiqing. The fever made her more sensitive. She could feel Huo Shiqing's fingertips wandering around her waist and abdomen. The crisp touch brought trembling. Mu Beiying bit her lower lip tightly, but inadvertently let out a trace of exclamation. Woo. Chapter 27. Mrs. Huo, I'll give you another medicine. This exclamation touched her whole body, causing a tingling sensation somewhere. She twisted her body uncomfortably and was suddenly held by someone. Huo Shiqing said slowly, you have a fever. Go to sleep. I'll give you medicine, and it won't hurt when you wake up. Mu Beiying's brain was dizzy. Hearing this sentence, she subconsciously closed her eyes. The man laughed out loud, and his eyes swept over her waist, slowly down. Then, he picked up the person and put him back in the car, and said in a low voice, drive. Bai Ji raised the baffle respectfully. Before that, he also asked, sir, what are you going to do with the Mu family? Huo Shiqing opened her lips lazily. The Ling family seemed to have a niece. Bai Ji nodded. Ling Ru's brother did have a daughter. Find a way to let her go to Mu's house to add some trouble to Ling Ru. Mu Beiying got up with his temples and looked at the sky outside the window. Well, that's good. She only slept for 2 hours before noon. As soon as she turned over and got out of bed, the pain all over her body made her take a breath, hiss. Why is it getting more and more painful? Huo Shiqing just pushed open the door. He was a little surprised. Did he wake up? Chu Xiao looked at the door. Miss Mu woke up. Then, I won't go in. I just said that she was just too tired, so she slept for a long time. You had to ask me to come. Mu Beiying's face was full of doubts, so I just slept for 2 more hours. As for finding a doctor for her, Huo Shiqing drooped slightly and smiled. Mrs. Huo, are you sure you only slept for 2 hours? Mu Beiying had a sense of discontent to be questioned. She immediately took out her mobile phone and pointed to the 10 o'clock on the mobile phone. I looked at the time before I fell asleep. It was 8 o'clock at that time, and now. Before she was speechful, she caught a glimpse of the date beside her. It turned out that she didn't sleep for 2 hours, but for a whole day. It's already 10 a.m. the next day. Mu Beiying suddenly choked, and his face was hot. Who made me so tired? Huo Shiqing hooked her lips with great interest and did not expose her embarrassment. Well, blame me, and her body still hurts? Mu Beiying couldn't walk steadily. He struggled for a while and lay back. It hurt. This time, Huo Shiqing frowned and said seriously, I have given you medicine. Turn over and give you one more time. Mu Beiying. Mu Beiying closed her eyes and really didn't want to remember where he drugged her. Huo Shiqing brought the medicine. She was silent for a while and gritted her teeth. It's not the pain there, it's a bone headache. This man is about to smash her. Can the bone not hurt? Huo Shiqing's hand was about to be drugged, and his throat rolled up and down. I asked for leave from school for you to rest at home these days. Mu Beiying was suddenly shocked and hurriedly asked, you? Why did you ask me for leave? If she bluntly says that she is asking for leave because of this kind of thing, will she still have a face? Huo Shiqing is meaningful. Mrs. Huo, what are you thinking about? Mu Beiying was stunned and wanted to keep her mouth shut on the spot. That's right, what was she thinking? Who would say this when she asked for leave? She immediately covered her head with a quilt and said self-abandoned, I'm going to rest. Huo Shiqing got up slowly and just woke up to have a rest. Mrs. Huo took care of herself. Mu Beiying suddenly found that his excuse to escape was too bad. His face turned red and he couldn't say anything embarrassing. Probably seeing her embarrassment, the man smiled and closed the door for her. After Huo Shiqing left, Mu Beiying lay in bed for another 2 days. 2 days later, on the afternoon, when she was walking in the backyard, she suddenly saw an open space covered with weeds. Uncle Zheng, why are there no flowers on this land? Uncle Zheng thought about it for a while. It seems that when he designed the garden at the beginning, he didn't design this piece. If you want to renovate it, you can tell me. With this intention, she immediately called someone, pulled out the weeds on the ground, and prepared to design it into a small garden. Halfway through the design, Mu Beiying heard 2 eager footsteps behind him. Miss Mu, what are you doing? Mu Beiying turned around and recognized that the speaker was one of the housekeepers of Yujingyang. As for the young woman beside the housekeeper, she should be her daughter. Mu Beiying felt something was wrong, but she didn't want to have sex with people. I was going to pull out the grass and plant some other flowers. Housekeeper Xu's face sank, and his eyes were full of doubt and disgust. Her daughter Xu Lingling couldn't help but accuse unceremoniously, Miss Mu has to say in advance if she wants to move the things of Yujingyu next time. This is not a weed. It's an orchid planted by Miss Law. It hasn't bloomed in the past few years. This year, there is finally a sign of blooming. You pulled it up like this. How can you destroy Miss Lu's efforts? Mu Beiying was stunned and then narrowed his eyes. Housekeeper Xu waited for his daughter to finish speaking before pretending to interrupt. Lingling, what nonsense are you talking about? Miss Mu is the current hostess of Yijingyang, and she can do whatever she wants. She bit the word current heavily, and then sighed. It's just. Miss Luo and Mr. have known each other for many years. She planted orchids in Yujing Garden, and you also know about it. In case Mr. blames you, I'm afraid you can't explain it. Why don't I explain it for you? Xu Lingling was angry. Mom, don't always be so good. It's obviously Miss Mew herself who doesn't know the goods. What's the size of the Mew family? Where is my sister? I don't even know Lao Hua. It's so embarrassing. Why do you want to bear the burden of what she caused herself? Mew Beiying looked at the mother and daughter singing together as if she was so unforgiving. She finally knew where the strange feeling came from before. The mother and daughter didn't regard her as a mistress from the beginning. Didn't they pretend to act in front of her just to highlight the specialness of Miss Luo? However, Huo Shixing obviously hates Luo Xishe. How could she allow her to grow orchids in Yujing Garden? Does Miss Luo refer to Luo Xishe's sister? Housekeeper Shu shook his head. Okay, Ling Ling, it's because I didn't tell Miss Mew in advance that I'm going to be punished. Don't be impulsive. When Xu Lingling heard this sentence, she was so angry that she reached out and pushed Mew Beiying hard. It was obviously your fault. Why did she want my mother to be punished? Miss Luo and Mr. Huo are childhood sweethearts. They are a natural couple. Is it your turn, a redneck? Do you really regard yourself as Mrs. Huo? Ah, Mew Beiying hid sideways. Xu Lingling suddenly fell on the stone beside her and cried out in pain. Housekeeper Xu suddenly changed his face. Miss Mew, I respect you as Mr. Huo's wife and tolerate you everywhere. How dare you hurt my daughter? Wait, I'm going to kick you out of Yujingyan. Kick me out of Yujingyan. Mew Beiying really smiled. Huo Shixing hasn't even said anything yet. Why did you overdo him and dispose of me? Housekeeper Xi's face is ugly and uncertain. Don't believe it. As long as I open my mouth, the gentleman will definitely drive you away. Mew Beiying raised his eyebrows slightly. How did this servant have so much confidence? Chapter 28. Mr. Huo slapped 2 white lotus flowers in the face. You probably don't know that I was brought in by Miss Luo. Housekeeper Xu explained to himself, and then he didn't know what came to his mind. He smiled proudly. I advise you to restore this place and plant orchids back. Unless Miss Luo come back to you in the future. At that time, even if I don't say anything, Mr. Huo will let you get out. Mew Beiying raised his eyes and suddenly asked, who am I? Housekeeper Xu didn't react for a moment. You. I am Huo Shijing's righteous wife and the mistress of Yujingyan. Mew Beiying is slow and logical. How many flowers do I plant in my own house, and I have to be blamed by an outsider? The mother and daughter are yin and yang, and they all say that she is not worthy of Huo Shixing, but so what? At least she and Huo Shixing have a marriage certificate. What is that, Miss Luo? Do you care about how she lives? Housekeeper Xi's face changed slightly and he raised his voice. That's not what he said. If you want to be Mrs. Huo, you have to keep this position. Miss Luo is respectful to me every time she sees me. How about you? He is really not worthy of Mr. Huo. Housekeeper Xu raised his foot and wanted to kick Mew Beiying's waist. She turned around directly and slammed the person to the ground without any effort. Mew Beiying looked at the overwhelming Housekeeper Xu in front of him and pretended to be surprised. Are you also a noble leader? Half of my feet have stepped into the coffin. Why can't I figure out my position? You Butler Xu was angry and was about to curse, but suddenly his eyes widened and burst into tears. Madam, please forgive me, it's all my fault. Mew Beiying was wondering what the man was crazy about when he heard a cold male voice behind him. What's the matter? Mew Beiying was stunned and subconsciously turned around. Huo Shixing wore gold glasses and sharp eyes. She swept over several people and finally fell on the kneeling Housekeeper Xu. Housekeeper Xu quickly bowed his head and looked patient. It's nothing, sir. I accidentally offended Miss Mew. It was all my fault. Xu Lingling cried and ran to Huo Shixing and said aggrievedly, Sir, please save us quickly. When my mother saw Miss Mew pulled out the flowers planted by Miss Luo, she euphemistically persuaded her. She was crazy and wanted to teach me and my mother a lesson. Look at the wounds on my hands, they were all caused by her. It's a pity that my mother is so old that she still has to kneel down for Miss Mew. My mother has been in Yujingyan for so many years without any credit and hardships. How can it be like this? Mew Beiying looked at the wound that Xu Lingling had just hit, and then looked at the movement of the housekeeper Xu kneeling on the ground, and sighed. Looking at the current situation, it seems that it is really not easy to explain. Housekeeper Xu stopped Xu Lingling's words, lowered his eyebrows and said, Lingling, Miss Mew is the mistress, and she deserves it for us. It's just that I'm not in good health. I'm going to kneel down at any time if I serve Miss Mew. I really can't stand it. Since Miss Mew can't tolerate us, I'd better go back to my old house. Mew Beiying didn't expect that Housekeeper Xu was so old and could still be so white. He regretted that he didn't record it just now. She was about to speak, but Huo Shixing suddenly raised her eyes and her voice was hoarse. Housekeeper Xu wants to leave? Housekeeper Xu suddenly felt something was wrong and felt cold all over. She was about to open her mouth, but was blocked back by Huo Shixing. In this case, Huo will complete you. At this age, it is really time to be nourished. Mew Beiying was stunned and quietly looked at Huo Shixing. Huo Shixing didn't blame her. In the past, when others cried, the Mew family would blame her, but Huo Shixing asked the housekeeper Xu to get out of here without asking. A warmth suddenly rose from the bottom of her heart. When housekeeper Xu saw that Huo Shixing came for real, he suddenly panicked and his voice started. First, sir, I didn't mean that, I just... Didn't that mean that? Huo Shixing narrowed his eyebrows and opened his lips carelessly. Since housekeeper Xu doesn't want to leave, why does he pretend to resign? Are you trying to tell me that Mrs. Huo bullied you and want me to vet my anger for you? Housekeeper Xu was poked in the heart and could only swallow saliva stammeringly. I'm for the sake of hello. Miss Mu is too empty. I. Huo Shijing bent down and her voice was even hoarse. It was the first time I knew that the servant of Yu Jingyin had so much power that he could blame the hostess for no one. Although he curled the corners of his lips, his smile did not reach his eyes, which was even more frightening. Housekeeper Xu was more and more frightened, but he thought of Miss Lu. She has confidence again. Sir, I was left by Miss Lu herself. In case she can't see me next time. Housekeeper Xu, you are the old man of the Huo family. Huo Shixing interrupted in a low voice. His voice was gentle, but with a strong sense of oppression. He should know the end of offending me. Baiji, take people down. Housekeeper Xi's whole body was soft, and he no longer dared to take a chance. He directly knelt on the ground with a thud, and his face turned pale. I know I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Please forgive me, sir. Mu Beiying suddenly choked. Butler Xu changed his face too fast, right? Housekeeper Xu begged for a long time, as if he realized that it was useless to beg Huo Shijing, so he hurriedly knelt down and climbed to Mu Beiying's feet. Madam, please raise your hands high and give me. I know I was wrong. Please spare my little life for the sake of my age. Woo woo woo. Huo Shijing narrowed his eyes and looked at Mu Beiying. He was suddenly curious. Mrs. Huo, what can I do? Mu Beiying blinked and let you go. It's not impossible. The housekeeper suddenly felt that she was saved, but Xu Lingling snorted coldly. Mom, why did you kneel down for her? She had known for a long time that she would not be punished. Well, I asked for a few words. Mu Beiying, a good fool, did not dare to embarrass them. Xu Lingling was about to leave immediately and was about to go to Miss Lu to sue, but the next moment, Mu Beiying suddenly smiled and looked at the housekeeper Xu. Yin Danfeng said softly, your daughter just said something rude to me and tried to do it. Well, if you slap Xu Lingling in front of me, I will spare you. As soon as the words fell, the surroundings became quiet in an instant. Huo Shijing smiled in a low voice. That's right. Mrs. Huo is quite smart. Xu Lingling looked at the housekeeper Xu and suddenly realized that it was not good. She retreated in horror. Mom, don't listen to this bitch. She is avenging herself in public and private. Ah. Housekeeper Xu gritted his teeth and slapped Xu Lingling's face with pain. It's nothing to slap twice. If you really anger the gentleman, that's the end. I didn't hear Mu Beiying's call to stop, so housekeeper Xu could only hit the second one. Not long after, Xu Lingling's whole face was swollen. Mu Beiying finally said, all right, that's it. Huo Shijing waved his hand and asked Bai Ji to take away the mother and daughter of the housekeeper Xu, and then looked at Mu Beiying, smiling. I didn't expect that Mrs. Huo was really a little leopard with only teeth and claws, and she would see blood when her claws went down. Mu Beiying's throat was stopped. What does this describe? Then, without waiting for her to speak, Huo Shijing asked slowly again, but Xu Lingling was only slapped a few times, and Mrs. Huo was satisfied? Chapter 29 I didn't buy anything. Why should I pay? Mu Beiying's expression stiffened. She feels he felt that Huo Shijing was testing himself, so he immediately blinked his eyes and lowered his head very shyly. Mr. Huo, what are you talking about? Am I such a small-bellied person in your heart? Xu Lingling wanted to hit me, so I asked Xi's housekeeper to beat her. Of course, I was satisfied. Huo Shijing ignored her rhetoric. If he hadn't come just now, Mrs. Huo would probably use her own way to take revenge. At this time, Uncle Zhang rushed over and hurriedly explained, Sir, I want to design a small garden here. It's my fault that I let the mother and daughter of the housekeeper Xu take advantage of the gap. Madam, you have been wronged. Mu Beiying waved his hand shyly. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. Fortunately, Mr. Huo came in time. I'm fine. Huo Shijing's eyes flashed and he smiled. Wronged. Uncle Zhang thought too much. Whoever is wronged, she can't be wronged. After Mu Beiying returned to the room, Uncle Zhang immediately reported, Sir, Ling Ru's niece Ling Xiaxia has come to Encheng. Your plan? Huo Shijing said coldly, execution. Yes. The next day, as soon as Mu Beiying woke up, he received a phone call. Beiying, I'm in Encheng. I heard that a new women's clothing store has opened in Encheng. Come with me. Mu Beiying took his mobile phone a little further away, looked at the caller, and raised his eyebrows. The person who called her was Ling Ru's niece, Ling Xiaxia, who had lived in the Mu family for a period of time before. She completely regarded herself as the Mu family's Jianjing and completely ignored her as a genuine. In the past, for the sass of her grandfather, she received Ling Xiaxia several times, but Ling Xiaxia regarded her as a fool. Now, she is back. Mu Bei's eyes were flowing. Ling Xiaxia probably thought that she was the one who used to be bully and treated her as a money tree. Thinking of this, Mu Beiying went to the cloakroom and found the clothes Huo Shijing had given her. These clothes are all orphan products of high-end brands, which are hard to find. She chose several gorgeous jewelry and carried a valuable bag. Huo Shijing was looking at the documents on the sofa in the living room. When he saw her dress, his eyebrows moved slightly. After Mu Beiying left, the man smiled deeper and gently opened his lips. It seemed that it was Ling Xiaxia's appointment with her. As soon as Bai Ji heard him speak in this tone, he knew that someone was going to be unlucky, and he trembled all over. Sir, if you want to vent your anger, you can directly destroy the Mu family. Why is it so complicated? Huo Shijing was careless, because my wife's hands should be clean, and she couldn't leave a little word. Mu family, let them bite their own dogs. An hour later, at the gate of the mall, Ling Xiaxia has been impatient, and her face is as deep as the bottom of a pot. Mu Beiying said that she had gone out, but she hadn't come since she stood here for so long. Is it intentional? It's just that an unfavored young lady of the Mu family is even worse than herself. Who gives her the courage to grind? Just as Ling Xiaxia was about to call angrily to question, a luxury car stopped in front of her. Mu Beiying got off the car. She was wearing a luxurious dress and her jewelry was shining. Even the bag in her hand was seen by Ling Xiaxia at the auction, which cost millions. Ling Xiaxia clenched her fists, hid the darkness in her eyes, and smiled like a good friend. Beiying, here you are. I don't know who this woman hooked up with. She actually wears a high-end brand, and her whole body costs tens of millions. So she must not be short of money, right? Ling Xiaxia hinted. Beiying, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Don't you have any gifts for me? I don't care. You have to compensate me well. This bag in your hand is not bad. Mu Beiying suddenly raised her eyebrows and turned her head to look at her. The eyes were cold and sharp, without the gentleness and care of the past, which made Ling Xiaxia's heart jump. But the next moment, Mu Beiying nodded with a smile. Do you want a gift? Okay, but it seems that you have never given me a gift. Friends should give gifts to each other, right? Ling Xiaxia's expression stiffened. Oh, I'm kidding. Why do you still take it seriously? Come and take a look at the women's clothing store with me. She must squeeze out the money from Mu Beiying later. Sister Xiro said that Mu Beiying had no friends and was willing to be her only friend. Mu Beiying should bow to her and thank her. After all, in the past, Mu Beiying agreed to whatever she said. Mu Beiying pretended not to see the greed in Ling Xiaxia's eyes. Well, go ahead. When the two arrived at the women's clothing store, the salesperson knew that it was a big customer as soon as he saw Mu Beiying's clothes, and hurriedly invited the store manager down. The store manager smiled flatteringly around her. This lady, you can sit and rest for a while. Our clerk is making coffee for you. What do you like? Ling Xiaxia looked at this scene and her eyes were stung. How can Mu Beiying, a damn bitch, still have so much money? That money should be hers. Mu Beiying hooked her lips. She deliberately wore such expensive clothes just for the present. She pretended to be casual and careless. It's not that I want to buy clothes, but that my friend wants to buy. You take her to see. Then the store manager turned his head. Ling Xiaxia's clothes were obviously not as good as Mu Beiying's, and her temperament was also greatly lost, but since the two were friends, they didn't have no money to pay. So the store manager personally took Ling Xiaxia around. Over the years, Ling Ruo will pay her own brother from time to time, so Ling Xiaxia's life is richer than that of the eldest lady of ordinary enterprises, and naturally, she doesn't like ordinary clothes. What's more, she made up her mind to kill Mu Beiying severely, so she took all the skirts she had seen. Mu Beiying glanced at it. The skirts in this store are all priced at more than 200,000 yen. Ling Xiaxia took more than a dozen, but she really dared to ask for them. Beiying, I think these pieces are very beautiful. What do you think? Ling Xiaxia hinted that Mu Beiying would help her pay the bill. Mu Beiying hummed. If you like it, just wrap it up. Ling Xiaxia was excited and looked at Mu Beiying disdainfully. She was really a fool. No wonder her aunt and cousin Shiro said that she was easy to handle. Sure enough. Thinking of this, Ling Xiaxia no longer hesitated. She waved her big hand and wrapped it all up for me. The store manager was happy, packed it in person, and respectfully sent the card reader to them. Miss, please swipe the card. Ling Xiaxia immediately looked at Mu Beiying. Usually, Mu Beiying would definitely take the initiative to pay in order to reassure Mr. Mu, but she waited for a minute today, and Mu Beiying was indifferent. The scene was awkward for a moment. The store manager urged again. If Miss Ling didn't bring the card, we could also pay by check. Ling Xiaxia blushed and became more and more impatient. She urged displeased, Beiying, what are you doing in a daze? Pay quickly. This woman is so inactive and humiliated her. I have to kill her later. When Mu Beiying saw the hook on the prey, he deliberately wondered and blinked his eyes inexplicably. Huh. I didn't buy anything. Why should I pay? Chapter 30. Huo Shijing came to support her. This sentence was like a thunderstorm. Ling Xiaxia suddenly exploded. Didn't you pay for it all before? You still bring me to the mall if you don't have money. Mu Beiying tilted his head and asked strangely, you said you would come to the mall to buy clothes, so I came with you. Xiaxia, are you out of money after buying too much? The eyes of the people around him suddenly became strange when they looked at Ling Xiaxia. Ling Xiaxia's face turned red and white, and said, I don't care. Anyway, you pay for me. After saying that, she yelled at the store manager, you asked her for money, and she is very rich. The store manager hesitated a little. Mu Beiying pretended to be unhappy. Ling Xiaxia, I treat you as a friend, but you just want me to pay. I'm not your mother. You spend a lot of money in your 20s, and you still have to let me take care of you. Ling Xiaxia was so angry that we are relatives. You don't even help me with this. If you don't give me the money, I'll tell Grandpa. Wait to die. People around me thought it was a little too much. At this moment, Mu Beiying suddenly lowered his head and sighed. What kind of relative are we? You are Xiao Sa's niece, and I am the daughter of the original match. We are not related by blood at all. It's good enough for me to treat you as a friend. But you morally kidnapped me here. Is it possible that because I am the married daughter of the Mu family, do I have to contribute to the Xiao San family free of charge? Ling Xiaxia almost couldn't breathe. She only knows that she has no money now, and Mu Beiying is her money jar. She smashed the coffee cup in her hand angrily, rushed up, and roared like a shrew. She raised her hand and slapped her. Obviously, you said we were friends, otherwise who would accompany you, an ugly bitch like you. Now you turn your face and don't recognize anyone. Ah, with only a slap, Mu Beiying held her hand neatly and slapped her back fiercely. Ling Xiaxia, you say that we are friends, but you only think of me as an ATM and covet my mother's inheritance. Now that I'm married, I don't want to give you money, so you beat people. How can there be such a reason? Ling Xiaxia's eyes widened. You. How dare you hit me? Mu Beiying's words were so informative that the guests and store managers around her were stunned. Immediately, a female voice came from nowhere. Isn't this the eldest lady of the Mu family? The Mu family said that Mu Beiying was rude. I think he was quite educated. Is this Ling Xiaxia Ling Ru's niece? Xiao Sa's niece can beat and scold the young lady if she wants to. Their family forced the original match to die and bullied her daughter. It's so shameless. Ling Ruo pretended to be a good stepmother on the surface, and Mu Qianro was also an older sister and a short sister. As a result, she was so disgusting in private and treated the children left by the original match harshly. The store manager's disgust between his eyebrows did not hide. Xiao Sa's niece dared to come to our store to show off. Who gave you the courage? Get out of here. Ling Xiaxia was going crazy. Obviously, she was the one who was beaten, but this group of people actually sympathized with Mu Beiying. Just as the security guard was about to drive her away, there was a sudden noise outside the door. Everyone turned their heads and looked over. A group of bodyguards opened the way. Not far away, a man came over. Everyone took a deep breath. The man's eyebrows are deep, his outline is sharp, his posture is straight, his figure is just right, and his aura is strong. He wore gold glasses and pressed down a few points of sharpness to show half a sven. Mu Beiying was stunned and stuttered. Huo Shiting. While everyone was stunned, a man who looked like a bodyguard said seriously, "What are you doing? How dare you hurt the distinguished guest?" Distinguished guests. Everyone stare at each other. Who is the distinguished guest? Although they have never seen this man, looking at his momentum and face, they know that he is by no means an ordinary person. Maybe he is the powerful people on the top floor of Engcheng who never show their faces. In short, they can't afford to offend him. What kind of honor should such a person, the distinguished guest in his mouth, become? Suddenly, everyone looked at Lin Xiaxia. The bodyguard just said, "How dare you hurt the distinguished guest," and only Lin Xiaxia was slapped here. So that distinguished guest is Lin Xiaxia. Lin Xiaxia, naturally, thought of this. She was stunned at first, and then fell into ecstasy. Although she doesn't know this man, she knows it when she thinks about it. It must be because she is too beautiful that he wants to be angry with her. What is Mu Beiying? Even if she is the eldest lady of the Mu family, she is not a woman whose mother died and was abandoned by her fiancé. How can she compare with her? When she climbs up to this man, she must buy everything in the store and punish Mu Beiying. Thinking so, Lin Xiaxia twisted her waist and came forward. "Sir, thank you for your willingness to help me. We can exchange a phone number." Before the words were over, Huo Shiting had passed her and walked towards Mu Beiying. Lin Xiaxia hurried to catch up, but was stopped by the bodyguard. "Miss, don't get in the way. What do you know? Get out of here." Lin Xiaxia flattered and smiled at Huo Shiting. "Sir, this woman hit me, please teach me a good lesson." Huo Shiting's eyes sank, and her cold voice interrupted the noisy female voice, and her eyes fell on Mu Beiying. "Does it hurt?" Mu Beiying. Who is Huo Shiting asking? Did he make a mistake? She was beaten, not she was beaten. Lin Xiaxia was also stunned for a moment and cried in a hurry, "Sir, you asked the wrong person. It was Mu Beiying who hit me. She is too unreasonable. I'm just. Does my hand hurt?" Huo Shiting's fingertips gently stroked her palm and frowned unhappily. Next time she wanted to do it, she could use others. Mu Beiying almost couldn't breathe. She widened her eyes in shock. It took a long time to be sure that Huo Shiting was talking to her. Who can still hurt when he hits someone? At this time, shouldn't you ask if the one who was beaten hurts? Mu Beiying just wanted to say that it didn't hurt, but Yu Guan saw Lin Xiaxia's crazy expression. She blinked and changed her mind. "It hurts. My palms are red. It hurts so much." Everyone was silent for a full minute because of her words. Lin Xiaxia's face turned pale, and her eyes widened in disbelief. "Mu Beiying, are you shameless? She hasn't been beaten yet. Why did Mu Beiying sue?" Mu Beiying lowered her head. "Look, she still scolded me." "Shut up." Lin Xiaxia's dream of a rich wife suddenly broke down. She was unwilling to watch Mu Beiying step on her head again and said eagerly, "Sir, you don't know that Mu Beiying is a water-based poplar bitch, and even her fiancé doesn't want her. She has been dead since she was a child. She is a lonely star, and no one." Bang! Before the words were finished, the bodyguard beside him slapped him fiercely, and Lin Xiaoxia's cheeks were swollen. Huo Shijing narrowed his eyes and dragged him back to the Mu family to let them watch. Mu Beiying raised his eyebrows and dragged him back to the Mu family. Mu Yaohui and Mr. Mu loved Face the most. Even if they were Ling Ru's niece, they would lose Face to their Mu family, and I'm afraid they would not give up. There is a good play to watch. Chapter 31, Huo Shijing, can't be here. Lin Xiaoxia was dragged out, angry and scared. "No. Mu Beiying, you bitch, I don't want you to die." Unfortunately, no matter how loud she shouted, she was pressed into the car in a short time. The guests in the store couldn't help but exchange their heads and ears. This man is not simple at first glance. Ling Ru also said that Miss Mu can't get married without Song Lingqian. Look, Xiao says calculation failed. The Mu family is really ashamed this time. It has just been revealed that Ling Ru tried to sell Miss Mu, and Lin Xiaoxia is greedy for inheritance. I don't know what the Mu family will do. Mu Beiying withdrew her gaze. All right, let's go. Before the words were finished, her wrist was suddenly grabbed by the man. Huo Shijing frowned slightly. Didn't he say that his hand hurt? Go to take medicine. Mu Beiying turned around in shock and almost staggered. She just said that the pain in her hand was just to anger Lin Xiaoxia. Did Huo Shijing take it seriously? She swallowed her saliva. I'm not so delicate. I don't need to take medicine, do I? Huo Shijing has brought the ointment. I allow you to be delicate and reach out. Mu Beiying stretched out her hand in a daze, as if no one had ever been so good to her. Huo Shijing was the first man to care about whether she was in pain. For a moment when she was stunned, Huo Shijing had applied the ointment and got in the car. The driver raised the baffle, and the back seat turned into a closed space. As soon as Mu Beiying sat down, he suddenly heard a slight click, as if the zipper of the dress was stuck in something. She wanted to reach out and touch it. But because my hand was full of ointment, I could only find Huo Shijing. Please help me take a look at this moment. The zipper behind me suddenly collapsed as if it couldn't stand it. The skirt fell down, and her snow-white skin appeared in front of the man. Mu Beiying was confused and grabbed a few pieces of cloth, and then subconsciously looked up. It just met Huo Shijing's eyes. The man's eyes are getting deeper and deeper. His eyes gently swept over, and his voice was hoarse. What can I do for you? Mu Beiying connected the unfinished words in a daze and helped me look at the zipper. Huo Shijing rolled his throat and turned around. Huh! Mu Beiying was flustered and instinctively obedient and turned around. The cold fingertips pressed against the skin on her back, which was crisp and numb, and she shuddered all over. The hand seemed to be studying something, intentionally or unintentionally lingering on her back, bringing a strange feeling. Mu Beiying bit her lower lip, but her pupils gradually became loose. What was he doing? Although they had done everything at the last party of the Mu family, she was drugged at that time and had no choice. Now, he doesn't plan to be in the car just. Mu Beiying immediately trembled and woke up for most of the time. He couldn't help raising his voice. Huo Shijing, you can't be here. The space in the car is too small. Huo Shijing's eyebrows were slightly raised when he was studying the zipper. He disliked that the place was too small. Mu Beiying's face turned red, ashamed and indignant, and her body was a little pink, and she squeezed out a few words. There is also a driver in front. In short, it's not good here. The car suddenly became quiet. Huo Shijing suddenly understood what she was talking about. How did her brain circuit jump to that kind of thing? The man debugged the zipper slowly and orderly, serious and abstinent. Mrs. Huo, I think you misunderstood. Huo didn't force people's hobbies here. The next moment, Mu Beiying was stunned when he heard the sound of the zipper being pulled up. She turned her head little by little with her neck, her cheeks turned red, and she felt even more like she wanted to die. Are you just trying to help me fix the zipper? Huo Shijing smiled gently. Mrs. Huo asked me to help look at the zipper. Naturally, I have to help, otherwise what do you think I'm doing? Mu Beiying. Her face changed several colors in 1 minute. Huo Shijing seriously helped her fix the zipper, and she was thinking about something messy. He won't misunderstand anything, will he? Mu Beiying was really eager to explain, and he heard the man right lightly. However, if Mrs. Huo likes to be here, it is not impossible. Mu Beiying's throat was choked, and he immediately closed his eyes and leaned on the car window to pretend to sleep. Fortunately, not long after, the driver respectfully said that Yu Jingyang had arrived. Mu Beiying immediately rushed out of the car and rushed upstairs. Huo Shijing hooked his lips slightly and looked at Uncle Zhang. How is the design of the small garden? Uncle Zhang is excited when it comes to this. Sir, the lady's design is very good. Look. Huo Shijing looked at the design drawing and raised her eyebrows unexpectedly. She didn't expect that she still had a talent in this field. Xie Lin has returned to China. If she is willing, she can ask Xie Lin to help guide her. Uncle Zhang was surprised that Xie Lin was a well-known landscape designer at home and abroad. He usually asked him to design a villa landscape worth tens of millions. If the wife can get Xie Ling's guidance, then Uncle Zheng is a little hesitant. Is the gentleman too careful about Mu Beiying? Mu Beiying's cheeks were still crimson when she returned to the room. She decided to find something else to divert her attention. Just as the design drawing of the small garden was finished, she turned on the computer and prepared to process it with software. At this moment, she saw a message that Xie Ling, a talented designer, had returned to China. Xie Ling. She remembered that the Mu family had a big project and hoped that Xie Ling would be the chief designer. She sent a lot of people back and forth to invite several times, but Xie Ling refused. And just in time. She and Xie Ling have a little private relationship. Mu Beiying's eyes turned, and an idea suddenly emerged in his mind. Mu Jia. Ling Xiaxia was dragged in crying and complained loudly, "Auntie, save me." The Mu family was suddenly alarmed. Mr. Mu hurried downstairs. Ling Ruo pounced on him and hugged Ling Xiaxia. "What are you doing? She is a girl." The bodyguard at the head said contemptuously, "Miss Ling spent 5 million yen in the Luosong women's clothing store on Century Avenue and refused to pay. We were ordered to come to the door to ask for money." It was quiet all around, and Ling Ruo's expression stiffened. Mr. Mu frowned. "What 5 million? The bodyguard handed over the bill sarcastically. Seeing that Ling Ruo's face turned pale, Mr. Mu said angrily, "This has nothing to do with the Mu family." The bodyguard said calmly, "Miss Ling Xiaxia admitted that she was Miss Ling Ruo's niece and the cousin of the Mu family. She also said that the Mu family was very rich and asked the shopkeeper to ask the Mu family for money." These words were clear, and the surrounding guests heard them word by word. "Why, the Mu family also want to stray the debt. You." Mr. Mu's throat was choked and heard by so many people. If he is reliable, he will be poked in the spine. What's more, Ling Xiaxia is Ling Ruo's niece, which can't be faked. "Old man, do you think you will pay or put Miss Ling in jail?" The bodyguard paused. 5 million is not a small amount. If Mr. Mu refuses to pay, the store manager will sue. It's okay for Miss Ling to be in prison, but everyone heard what she said. If others think the Mu family is indifferent, then I can't help it. That's all. What else can Mr. Mu do? Chapter 32. The Mu family's calculation is empty, and they are ready to slap in the face. There are enough stains on the Mu family. If there is another scandal of a heartless and letting his daughter-in-law's niece go to prison, will his face still be? Mr. Mu gritted his teeth. "Housekeeper, go to pick up the check." The bodyguard got the check and left with great satisfaction. Only Ling Xiaxia's crying was left in the living room of the Mu family villa. Mr. Mu was very bored. He used to think that Ling Xiaxia could talk and please him. He was a good child. But who knew that she spent more than 5 million yen in the name of the Mu family without saying a word? What's going on? Ling Ruo hurriedly persuaded, "Dad, this must be a misunderstanding. Xiaxia has always been very well behaved. How could she blatantly choose such expensive clothes and not pay?" Ling Xiaxia's eyes turned red from crying. It was Mu Beiying. "Grandpa Mu, how dare I spend the money of the Mu family indiscriminately? It's all Mu Beiying. She said she wanted to buy clothes for me, but in the end she refused to pay. She also said that it was her who asked the bodyguard to come to the Mu family to collect debts." Ling Ruo cried. "Beiying must hate me, so she deliberately targeted the Mu family, but I was the one who felt sorry for her. Why did she have to pull the Mu family into the water? Now not only Chu's investment has been withdrawn, but also those small enterprises that have seen the wind and turned the helm have also refused to cooperate. Our Mu family has been hit back and forth. If Beiying had been more obedient, there would not have been so much trouble at all. Now she is still. Wu, Beiying is obviously going to force me to death." Mr. Mu suddenly lost his voice. At Yao Hui's birthday banquet last time, he felt guilty, but he was more bored. Why didn't Beiying refuse to be with Huang Dong? Why did he make such a big fuss? Looking at Ling Ruo kneeling on the ground, Mr. Mu sighed. "Grandpa, don't worry." At this moment, Mu Qianro came down from the second floor with joy on her face. "It doesn't matter if Chu is gone. We also have a big project. I have contacted Xie Ling's assistant. I will negotiate tomorrow. If we can invite designer Xie, then we can completely turn over with this project." Mr. Mu was stunned. "Have you contacted Xie Ling's assistant? Mu has a project in Yangbian Park, which is large-scale and competitive, and many enterprises are staring at it. But if Xie Ling can be invited to be the chief designer, then this project will be stable and can make Mu's reputation." They negotiated with Xie Ling's team for a long time, but Xie Ling's side ignored it. Unexpectedly, Qianro contacted Xie Ling's assistant. Mr. Mu said excitedly, "Okay, Qianro, you are really worthy of being the lucky star of our Mu family." Mu Qianro sighed, "Grandpa, I know my mother did something wrong, but her original intention was for the Mu family. I'm willing to make up for it. Don't be angry." Mr. Mu asked Ling Ruo and Ling Xiaxia to stand up and sighed. "Qianro, you are really a sensible child." In contrast, Mu Beiying is simply, alas. Mu Qianro pressed the resentful look in her eyes. When she wins this project, she will be the great meritorious minister of the Mu family. What is Mu Beiying, and she also deserves to be compared with her. Early the next morning, Mu Beiying's mobile phone rang, and Xie Ling sent her a message. "Beiying, where do you live? Shall I pick you up? She replied while having breakfast, no, see you later. At the same time, Huo Shiqing took a sip of coffee and looked at the message on her mobile phone. It was sent by Xieling. Shiqing, I'm sorry, a friend is going to see me today. I can't come to you until tomorrow. If your wife is really talented in design, you can study with me for a few years. Huo Shiqing raised his eyebrows slightly and was a little surprised. It's rare for Xieling to refuse him. What kind of friend is so important? Seeing that Mu Beiying was very interested in design, he planned to introduce it to Xieling, but he didn't expect that Xieling had no time. However, Mu Beiying got up so early today, and she probably has something to do to go out. That's fine, let's do it tomorrow. As soon as Mu Beiying received her mobile phone, she was replying to Huo Shiqing's message. She couldn't help sighing. He is worthy of being the man who founded the Huoshan Consortium and started working early in the morning. After she finished eating, because what happened yesterday was still a little embarrassing, she whispered, Mr. Huo, I have something to do today, so I won't come back for lunch. I'll go straight to school in the afternoon. After saying that, Mu Beiying jumped into the car, and his back soon disappeared. Huo Shiqing hooked his lips. After a while, Bai Yi came. Sir, I heard that Mu's project wanted to ask Xie Li to be the chief designer. Huo Shiqing sneered, and then Mu Shika had miscalculated. Half an hour later, Mu Beiying arrived at Xie Li's studio. She looked at the building with a unique design style, which was big and special, not like a studio at all, but like a museum. Mu Beiying came here for the first time. After entering the door, she walked around and almost got lost. She looked at her mobile phone and found the floor of Xie Ling's office, ready to take the elevator. But at this moment, there were a few footsteps behind me, and there was a disgusting female voice. Brother Ling Qiang, you are so awesome. I want to see designer Xie Ling. I haven't made an appointment for a long time. I didn't expect you to help me so much. Thank you. Mu Beiying's steps stopped. Mu Qian was soft and Song Ling Qian. Wait, Xie Ling, and she made an appointment to meet in the morning, so she wouldn't make an appointment with others at the same time. Why did Mu Qianro say that Song Ling Qian and Xie Ling had contacted? Aren't they afraid of being slapped in the face? On the other side, Song Ling Qian said gently. This little favor is nothing. I know Xie Ling. When I beg for mercy for you, he won't embarrass you. Mu Qianro smiled deeper. She had never been able to date Xie Ling before. But after hearing about it, Song Ling Qian directly set a meeting time. He said that Xie Ling was his friend and could go directly to the studio. As long as she sees Xie Ling will be willing to help the Mu family. Ling Xiaxia exclaimed, Xie Ling? I've heard of this name. It's a very famous designer. Oh, my god, Sister Chiaro, can you invite Xie Ling? You are so awesome. She paused and pretended to be strange. Mu Beiying couldn't do it. She couldn't do anything except to make trouble. Mr. Song, fortunately, you divorced her. You don't know what she did yesterday. Okay, Xiaxia. Mu Qianro shook her head helplessly and said, my sister has a bad temper. I didn't mean to target you. I apologize to you on behalf of my sister. Don't take it to heart, okay? Seeing this, Song Lingqian frowned unhappily. It was Mu Beiying who caused trouble everywhere, and Qianro apologized in a low voice. If it hadn't been for Grandpa's difficult explanation, he wouldn't have let Mu Beiying stay in Angcheng and the scar on her neck. Every time he saw it, Song Lingqian felt sick and wanted to vomit. Brother Ling Qian, let's go in quickly. Mu Qianro interrupted Song Lingqian's thoughts. The two walked inside and suddenly saw a back. Mu Qianro's face changed. She bit her lip and shouted in fear and timidity, Sister. Mu Beiying raised her eyebrows and turned around. She smiled gently at the disgusted eyes of the three people. Chapter 33 Because Miss Beiying is our guest. Ling Xiaoxiao suddenly reacted and was angry. Why are you here? You are not stalking Song Xiao, are you? Shameless. Song Lingqian frowned. This is not the place where you should come. Mu Beiying is slow. Why can't I come? Your names are written here. Song Lingqian is subconsciously unhappy. You. Sister, did you also come to Xie Ling as a designer? Mu Qianro hesitated and said, but he has a strange temper, and not everyone can see him. Song Lingqian immediately understood and said in disgust, it turns out that you followed us because you wanted to see Xie Ling. Die this heart. I won't take you to see him. If Qianro wants to win that project, you'd better not make trouble. Mu Beiying blinked his eyes, so confident. She pretended to be puzzled and asked, are you sure that Mu Qianro invited Xie Ling? Mu Qianro's face turned pale, as if she had been wronged. Song Lingqian couldn't get used to Mu Beiying. Qianro, please don't move. Can you move? All it, get out of here and don't make trouble. Ling Xiaxiao hummed proudly, I'm afraid you don't know yet. Xie Ling has never seen strangers. Song Xiao's uncle and Xie Ling know each other, so we can come in. I advise you to leave by yourself, lest you be driven away, which is not good looking. Mu Beiying sighed. Unfortunately, Song Lingqian's uncle is her husband. If Mu Qianro can meet Xie Ling with this relationship, wouldn't she be better? What's more, she and Xie Ling have other connections. Several people saw Mu Beiying standing there and didn't leave, and their expressions became more and more ugly. Especially Song Lingqian, anger and irritability surged up together. Mu Bei. Brother Lingqian, don't be angry, I'll persuade my sister. Mu Qianro had no choice but to step forward and walk to the corner. From the angle that Song Lingqian could not see, she changed her gentle expression and said coldly, what do you think you can do when you come? The family has decided to leave this project to me, and you can only be a jumping bean clown. Mu Beiying raised his eyebrows and didn't pretend. Mu Qianro's eyes seemed to be poisoned. Did you come here to see the project at home? Just because of you? Mu Beiying is careless. Yes, it's up to me. Mu Qianro glanced at her proudly and disdainfully. Xie Ling is a designer and is interested in beautiful things. Look at the scar on your neck. It's so ugly. Do you know why Dad and Grandpa don't want to see you? It's because of your scar that someone will have such a long scar on his neck, like a monster. Mu Beiying narrowed her eyes. The more Mu Qianro said, the more addicted she became. Also, do you know what Brother Ling Qian said? He said that you were a burden, and your scars would only humiliate him. Why didn't you just die at the hands of the kidnappers at that time? Mu Beiying raised her hand without saying a word and slapped Mu Qianro, interrupting her directly. Mu Qianro covered her face, tears suddenly gushed out, pretending to tremble all over. Sister, you. What are you doing? Mu Beiying. Song Lingqian roared and rushed up, put Mu Qianro in his arms, and said angrily, who hit you in the face? Do you know that Xie Ling hates others doing it in his territory the most? It has to be so unreasonable, doesn't it? Mu Beiying finally understood why Mu Qianro had to anger her. It turned out that she wanted Xie Ling to see it. She looked up calmly. Mu Qianro mocked that I had a scar on my neck. Song Lingqian, you don't think my scar is born, do you? The air suddenly stagnant, and embarrassment surged on Song Lingqian's face. Yu Qianro must not be intentional, not to mention what's there to say about the past for so long. Don't blackmail me with the grace of saving my life. Qianro has said that it's just a scar, and it's not dead. In short, it's wrong for you to hit people. Mu Beiying raised his eyebrows. Sister, I'm ashamed of your tricks. It's just a scar, isn't it dead? It turns out that Mu Qianro has been brainwashing Song Lingqian like this for so many years. Therefore, Song Lingqian thought that she deserved that she almost died to save him. Mu Qianro's face turned pale and she subconsciously rushed into Song Lingqian's arms. She said weakly, Brother Lingqian, I'm so scared. Song Lingqian was very distressed and even more angry. Mu Beiying, look at what you have done. Yes, you saved me, and then what? Didn't you survive? It's not serious. Why do you have to say it? This scar reminded him that everything he had was given by Mu Beiying. He is a man. Mu Beiying will not consider his dignity at all. What kind of life-saving love, no matter what kind of grace, it is said that it is someone else's talk. People will only say that he is a waste who made a fortune by relying on women. It was Qianro who told him that saving his life was a thing of the past, which gradually made him regain his confidence. Mu Beiying sneered coolly. In order to save you, I left a scar. Your good fiancé mocked that my scar was extremely ugly, and you said that it was not serious at all. Song Lingqian, do you want to confess to Mu Qianro again? Song Lingqian's face turned red and he couldn't refute it, as if he had been pierced by something, and he was annoyed and angry. All it, shut up. I have something to do today. I don't want to mess with you. He took a deep breath, looked at the assistant who ran down from the second floor, and squeezed out a smile. Hello, Assistant Fang, I'm Song Lingqian. This is my fiancé Mu Qianro, whom we made an appointment yesterday. Mu Qianro also smiled gently. Anyway, the assistant should have seen the scene of Mu Beiying beating people. Ling Xiaxia looked at Mu Beiying and couldn't help mocking. Xiao relied on the grace of saving his life to get benefits from Mr. Song. Did you see? Now the person Mr. Song cares most about is my cousin. No one else can see Xie Ling, only Sister Qianro can see her. Arrived, envy, right? The assistant looked at Mu Qianro and then at Mu Beiying. Finally, he frowned. I'm sorry, Mr. Song. Mr. Xie has an appointment with someone else today. Please come back. Several people's expressions suddenly stiffened. Mu Beiying applauded on the side. Didn't Mr. Song say that he would definitely help his sister meet Mr. Xie today? He was so confident. I'll settle the score with you later. Song Lingqian held back his anger and said to his assistant with a smile, since Mr. Xie is not free today, let's come back another day. Qianro, let's go first. Mu Qianro had something to ask Xie Ling. Naturally, she couldn't offend him, so she could only follow Song Lingqian to go out. As soon as the three of them walked to the door, Song Lingqian urged in disgust. Mu Beiying said that Mr. Xie had a guest this morning. What are you still doing there? As soon as the words fell, the assistant was stunned for a long time. He looked at Song Lingqian doubtfully and said naturally, because Miss Beiying is our guest. Miss Beiying is our guest. Several people's faces turned pale and looked up suddenly. Chapter 34 Huo Shiqing, is Mrs. Huo showing off our marital relationship? Mu Qianro's brain buzzed, and her pale face seemed to fall down at any time. Mu Beiying. Is it Xie Ling's guest today? Xie Ling put off the meeting with Song Lingqian for the sake of Mu Beiying. How can it be Mu Beiying? What is Mu Beiying? Song Lingqian stared wide-eyed and staggered back 2 steps. Ling Xiaxia couldn't believe it and shouted, how is it possible? Did you make a mistake? My cousin's name is Mu Qianrou, not Mu Beiying. Song Lingqian also felt that he must have made a mistake. They were all surnamed Mu and sisters. Maybe. The assistant suddenly frowned impatiently and didn't make a mistake. It's Mu Beiying. Mr. Xie said it clearly, and I never heard it wrong. Are you questioning me or Mr. Xie? Who do you want to meet? Do you have to get your consent? He looks like he has a head and a face. Why is he so unreasonable? After saying that, he turned around. Head, the attitude towards Mu Beiying has changed 180 degrees. Miss Beiying, please go upstairs. Mr. Xie has been waiting for you for a long time. Mu Beiying stroked her hair. Sister, I'll just say, don't be too confident in everything, or you will be embarrassed when you are slapped in the face. Mu Qianrou looked at Mu Beiying's back and swallowed her anger, and her face was grievance. Brother Lingqian, I'm sorry, my sister hates me so much. I'm tired of you. Song Lingqian just raised a little displeased with Mu Qianrou, which also disappeared with the cry. Qianrou, it has nothing to do with you. Mu Beiying is Xieling's guest, but she didn't say it earlier. She deliberately wanted us to be humiliated. Mu Qianrou's eyes flashed and she lowered her head lonely, but if I couldn't get this project, I would definitely disappoint my grandfather. Brother Lingqian, what should I do? Song Lingqian gritted his teeth in distress. Don't worry, I have a way. Xieling's cooperation partner must be you. You can wait for my good news tomorrow. Mu Qianrou gritted her teeth. She wanted to get this project no matter what. The 2nd floor, the office. Xieling made a cup of tea for Mu Beiying. Miss Mu met again. Mu Beiying nodded and got straight to the point. Are you going to be the designer of Mu's project? Xieling's movements paused slightly, depending on the situation. Although the project is large, there are too many variables. Mu Beiying blinked his eyes and suddenly smiled sly. Xie designer. Do you still owe me a door? Xialing smiled. Oh. What does Miss Mu want to do? Half an hour later, Xialing listened to Mu Beiying's request, which was meaningful. This was a good way. So Miss Mu, have a good cooperation. Mu Beiying shook hands with him and cooperated happily. Just then, the assistant knocked on the door and said happily, Sir, your friend is visiting you. Xialing raised her eyebrows and pulled Mu Beiying. Don't go first. I'll introduce someone to you. Only Huo Shijing can be called his best friend. Although he didn't have time to meet Mrs. Huo today, Huo Shijing was still very happy when Huo Shijing came. It happened that Mu Beiying was here, and Xialing introduced, my good friend has a head and a face in Anchong. If you stay and meet him, there will be many ways in the future. Mu Beiying heard Xialing say a few years ago that there was a close friend, and it must be this one. So she gives a lot of face. Thank you very much. Your friend must be the best. Xialing smiled. Today, he originally wanted to bring his wife to worship, but I had something to do, so I didn't make an appointment. I didn't expect him to come here. I've never seen him care about anyone so much. Mu Beiying nodded immediately. Wow, he was so kind to his wife. Xialing hummed. His wife's major is not landscape design, but she is interested in design. Mu Beiying continued to praise. Wow, his wife is so powerful. After a while, footsteps came from outside the door. Xialing suddenly remembered something. The way, I heard that you got married a few days ago. Don't you have to marry the Song family? Why did you get married so soon? Mu Beiying stopped peeling the orange and didn't care. Oh, it's okay, I've dealt with it. Xialing thought that she had married someone else in the Song family, but after thinking about it, there was no reliable man in the Song family. He couldn't help but worry. Beiying, you can't get married so casually. What's your husband's name? I'll help you investigate. If he treats you badly in the future, you can divorce when you get your mother's inheritance. Mu Beiying suddenly frowned. She and Xialing have known each other for several years. Xialing is worried that she is normal. But Huo Shijing is powerful in Ancheng, and it is too risky to investigate him. She doesn't want her friends to get into trouble because of this little thing. So he made up half true and half false. Don't worry, my husband is very good to me. I have all the financial power of the family. He is rich and beautiful. Compared with him, Song Lingqian is a big difference. He feels sorry that I am too far to go to school. He has to pick me up and drop me up every day, saying that he doesn't want me to work hard on the road. Xialing sighed, that's really good. Mu Beiying really felt that he cooked for me every day, coaxed me to get up, put on clothes when it was cold, called me baby at night, and had to stick to me during the day. Wherever I went, he would go wherever I went. Today, I came out to see you. I specially coaxed him for a long time, and then he felt at ease to let me come out alone. Click, the footsteps outside the door stopped, and someone held the doorknob. Huo Shijing raised his eyebrows, with a smile in his eyes, and looked at the nameplate in the office meaningfully. His wife Huo not only knows Xialing, but also seems to be showing off their marital relationship with Xialing. Huo Shijing raised the corners of his lips and opened the door. In the office, Xialing coughed. Okay, don't show off your husband, my friend seems to be coming. Before he finished speaking, Mu Beiying had already looked up and met Huo Shijing, who had just entered the door. The surrounding air suddenly became silent. She suddenly jumped up from the chair, and her face gradually changed from surprise to horror. Wait. Why is Huo Shijing here? Xie Ling's friend. Is it Huo Shijing? Oh, yes, Song Lingqian said that his uncle and Xie Ling knew each other. Then, why did she make up those nonsense just now? When did Huo Shijing come? He won't hear it, will he? Mu Beiying thought of what she said. My husband is clingy, cooks with his own hands, and can't give up on me. Suddenly, his eyes went black and he almost fainted. Xie Ling found something was wrong, and her eyes moved back and forth between the two. Do you know each other? Mu Beiying choked for a moment, haha with sloppy eyes. It's a long story. Huo Shijing curled his lips and smiled, as gentle as the spring breeze. Well, I know you. Xie Ling nodded. Oh, it's good to know each other. I originally thought. This is the one I mentioned to you, and he is very talented in design. Huo Shijing interrupted Xie Ling's words, paused, and connected the last 3 words meaningfully. Mrs. Huo. Xie Ling's neck suddenly stiffened and she subconsciously turned her head. Huo Shijing smiled lightly, and a light flashed in her eyes behind her golden glasses. I heard Mrs. Huo's praise for me just now. Mu Beiying said to himself. She covered her face with both hands with an expression that she didn't want to live. Help, she just wants to leave the world quietly. Chapter 35. Mrs. Huo, you are shaking. Why are you nervous? However, Huo Shijing did not allow her to escape and asked gently, didn't you tell Xie Ling that the person who married you was me? Mu Beiying had to explain awkwardly. Still, before, Xie Ling seemed to be choked by something and couldn't speak for a long time. He couldn't help recalling what Mu Beiying said just now. She said that her husband cooks for her and takes her to and from school, and she is still very clingy. Is this Huo Shijing? Mu Beiying swallowed his saliva and decided to take advantage of Xie Li's confusion. Mr. Xie, thank you for your help. If it's okay, I'll leave first. After saying that, she ran faster than a rabbit, leaving a wind-like back. Huo Shijing interrupted Xie Ling's thoughts. Mu Beiying is the good friend you said owed kindness. Xie Ling immediately came back to her senses. Yes, I didn't expect such a coincidence, but Miss Mu's design level was so high that I couldn't be her teacher. Huo Shijing raised his eyebrows. Is the design level very high? If you can get Xie Ling's evaluation, it seems that Mrs. Huo is not just what she said about a little interest in design. After all, Xie Ling has also experienced storms and waves. After calming down for a while, she also accepted. She really didn't expect Miss Mu to marry you. She kept saying that she would only marry if she wanted to get married. Speaking of this, Xie Ling paused for a moment. Wait, isn't Mu Beiying going to marry the Song family? Huo Shijing is not from the Song family. Is there any other way for Huo Shijing to help her get back the inheritance? Xie Ling thought about it for a long time, but this is the only possibility. Beiying has not had a good time these years. If you can help her take back Su Jingya's inheritance quickly, she won't have to work so hard. Huo Shijing narrowed his eyes. Inheritance. Mu Beiying has never mentioned any inheritance to him. Why did Xie Ling use such a determined tone to think that he could help Mu Beiying get the inheritance back? Mu Beiying rushed out of the studio as if he was running for his life, almost out of breath. She must have gone out today and didn't see the yellow calendar. Still and quiet after 5 minutes, the mobile phone suddenly rang. It was a call from a director of Mu's group. Beiying, I heard that Xie Ling would come to the headquarters tomorrow. Song Lingqian found someone to beg him, and he agreed to accept Mu Qianrou's invitation. Mu Beiying narrowed his eyes and replied, what does the company say? The director quickly replied, the whole company praised it, saying that Mu Qianrou cares about the company, and you. In short, it's not a good word. The third mother and daughter are almost overjoyed. Mu Beiying smiled. Aren't she? Are you sure that the person Xie Ling promised is Mu Qianrou? Director Qi was confused for a long time. Yes. Song Lingqian said so. If Mu Qianrou didn't win this project, why would she be happy? Mu Beiying sneered, which was meaningful, because she was stupid. After hanging up the phone, she sent a thank you text message to Xie Ling, turned around and went to university for 2 classes, and went home early to bed. Early the next morning, she received a reply from Xie Ling, Beiying, I'm ready to leave. Mu Beiying immediately got up and washed. She went to the restaurant after breakfast and was about to go out when a car suddenly stopped in front of her. Huo Shijing lowered the window, and the tear mole in the corner of his eyes hid the sharpness. I'll see you off. Mu Beiying was stunned for a moment. I'm going to Mu's, which is different from the Huoshen Foundation building. Huo Shijing responded in a low voice, I heard what Xie Ling said. Did you pick me up on purpose? Mu Beiying was very touched. The 2 companies were in the south and the other in the north. Huo Shijing had to take a detour to see her off. As soon as she sat in the co-driver's seat and fastened her seatbelt, she heard Huo Shijing say slowly, after all, you told Xie Ling yesterday that I would coax you up every day, cook with my own hands, ask for warmth, and pick you up in person. It's probably impossible to coax you up and cook by yourself, but it's okay to pick you up and drop you up in person. No, it's not. Mu Beiying's eyes went black and she almost fainted. She didn't expect that Huo Shijing still remembered what happened yesterday. Mr. Huo, don't get me wrong. I'm just talking nonsense. Huo Shijing smiled and grasped her hand. Mu Beiying felt that her hands were crisp and numb and almost unconscious. The next moment, the seat belt buckled in with a click. The man's voice was hoarse. Mrs. Huo, you are shaking. Why are you nervous? Mu Beiying felt that she couldn't explain herself jumping into the yellow river. She simply collapsed on the co-pilot's seat. I was not nervous. Huo Shijing raised his lips meaningfully. Mrs. Huo's whole body is hard, only her mouth is hard. Soon, the car came to the bottom of the Muse building. Mu Beiying jumped out of the car and saw that there was no one on the left and right, and then quickly said, Mr. Huo, thank you for sending me here. Go back quickly. Huo Shijing looked at the woman in front of him with a smile. Mrs. Huo, do you know what we look like now? Mu Beiying's brain didn't react. What does it look like? The man smiled, suddenly leaned over and said 2 words in her ear. Mu Beiying's face turned red. After the car drove away, she hurriedly covered her face with her hand and closed her eyes. Who had an affair? She just wants him to go back quickly. How can it be like cheating? Such a noble and indifferent person like Huo Shijing would say such words. Xie Ling must have taught him badly. Mu's building. Mu Qianrou invited Xie Ling to do the designer's work, which has spread to all departments. Mu's whole family is waiting for her, and Xie Ling is welcome to come to her door. Mu Yaohui and Ling Ruo also arrived at the company early. As soon as Mu Beiying walked to the door, he was stopped by a man who looked like a manager. Yo, who do I think I am? Isn't this our eldest lady? Miss, Mu's family will receive distinguished guests today. I don't have time to entertain you. Please come back. Mu Beiying glanced at the speaker, and it was Manager Zhang of the sales department. She didn't care and went straight in. Manager Zhang was suddenly angry, but he was a young lady who was abandoned by the Mu family and still had sex with him. Stop for me. Who allowed you to come to the company? Do you know how important today is? Come on, kick her out. The bodyguard suddenly came forward. Mu Beiying hid sideways and raised his eyes coldly. You even called me miss. I can't come to my own company. Manager Zhao's eyes turned. He knew that Mu Qianrou didn't like Mu Beiying and deliberately said, Miss, you should also know your identity. Although you are the daughter of the Mu family, you have more than enough success or failures, and Mu's company doesn't have your place. Mu Beiying sneered carelessly. Those who know that you are a manager. Those who don't know that they think that Mu has changed the owner and want you, an outsider, to point out at me here. Manager Zhao's face changed. You. What happened? At this moment, Mu Qianrou hurried from outside the door with a worried face. Manager Zhao, are you all right? My sister usually has a bad temper. Please bear more. Mu Beiying was almost amused. Mu Qianrou threw the mistake directly on her head in front of everyone. She apologized, but in fact, she was deepening the impression of Mu Beiying making trouble in everyone's heart. Chapter 36. Take an illegitimate daughter to fool me. What I want is Mu Beiying. Manager Zhao's face is a little better and he snorts coldly. Miss Qianrou, don't you know that Mu Beiying is very arrogant? He shuts up and says that I am an outsider. At least I have been in the Mu family for more than 20 years, without merit and hardships. Mu Qianrou bit her lower lip and was very helpless. Sister. How can you say that? Manager Zhang has done his best for Mr. Mu, please apologize to him. Manager Zhang looked at Mu Beiying proudly. Mu Beiying sneered. It turned out that Manager Zhang also knew that you had been in Mu for more than 20 years. Do you remember who your former boss was? Manager Zhao's face changed and he was speechless. His former boss is Su Xingya, the major shareholder of Muse Group. Mu Beiying said coldly, the founder of Muse is my biological mother, Su Xingya. I own 50% of Muse shares. Am I not qualified to join the company? Manager Zhao never expected that Mu Beiying was so powerful that he blushed. You. Mu Beiying glanced lightly at Mu Qianrou. Sister, if you don't ask me the reason for the quarrel with Manager Zhao, you directly blame me and ask me for my apology. Do you also think that I am not a Mu family member and I am not qualified to come to Mu's company? Your illegitimate daughter went in and out of the Mu family, but I, the real heir, was excluded. What's the reason? When the words fell, everyone around looked over. They only heard that the young lady didn't have the heart to inherit the company, so Mu Qianrou came here, and they didn't think it was strange. But now, listening to this, could it be that the young lady was deliberately ostracized by Mu? After all, Mu Qianrou was indiscriminate just now, so she had to help Manager Zhang and force Mu Beiying to apologize. Mu Qianrou gritted his teeth angrily, his eyes were resentful, and he pretended to feel guilty. Sister, why do you think so? I really didn't know that Manager Zhang was going to get rid of you. Maybe he was just afraid that you would make trouble today. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Mu Qianrou's eyes turned red and she sighed, as if she were a master, and ordered the bodyguard beside her, remember your sister's face clearly and don't stop her in the future. Then the bodyguards retreated. Okay, Miss Qianrou. Mu Beiying almost laughed out loud, but the company bodyguard left by her mother only listened to Mu Qianrou's words. Mu Qianrou asked gently, why did you come today? Mu Beiying said slowly, didn't you say you were going to sign a contract with Xie Ling? Let me have a look, can't you? Of course. Mu Qianrou seems to be very happy. Did my sister come to bless me on purpose? It was my fault yesterday, which made my sister angry. Go up quickly. Mu Beiying went directly into the elevator. Mu Qianrou subconsciously clenched her fists, and her face gradually became ferocious. What are you proud of? When Xieling comes, she will let Mu Beiying know what the difference is. She didn't see Xieling yesterday and thought there was no hope. Unexpectedly, an hour later, Xieling personally called Song Lingqian and asked him if this cooperation was personally invited by Mu Shiqianjing. After Song Lingqian's affirmative answer, Xieling agreed and said that he was giving Mu a lot of face. Over the years, everyone knows that Mu's Tianjin is called Mu Qianrou. As for Mu Beiying from the countryside, no one cares at all. Therefore, everyone concluded that the Mu's Tianjin in Xieling's mouth must be Mu Qianrou. Thinking of this, Mu Qianrou's face finally looked good. What if Mu Beiying is Miss Mu? Isn't it yourself who invited Xieling? The living room upstairs. Mu Beiying walked in slowly. Mu Yaohui and Ling Ru's faces changed, and Mu Yaohui was about to curse subconsciously. Unexpectedly, Ling Ru pulled him. Yaohui, Beiying rarely cares about the company at home. Don't be too harsh on her. Beiying, sit down. The shareholders and managers around shook their heads and were extremely disappointed in the young lady. Mu Beiying was not polite. He found a place to sit down and heard Ling Ru showing off. Beiying, I heard that you also went to see Xieling yesterday. Oh, it's a pity that Qianrou got the cooperation quota in the end. Beiying, don't be unbalanced. Ling Ru's words attracted many people's attention. Did the young lady also go to Xieling? Xieling didn't promise her, but promised Miss Qianrou. It's good that Mu Beiying doesn't offend Xieling. Do you still count on her? I'm Xieling, and I will also choose Miss Qianrou. What else can Mu Beiying do except add chaos? It's bad luck. Ling Ru is proud. Everyone is very dissatisfied with you. You should learn more from Qianrou. Mu Bei sound I wave flow, well, good. As soon as the words fell, Mu Qianrou came in. Everyone got up to welcome her. Everyone said compliments without hesitation. The stars were holding the moon, as if she was the master of the Mu family. When everyone sat down, the assistant informed that Mr. Xieling was here. A tall man with outstanding temperament walked into the living room. Mu Yaohui's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly took Mu Qianrou to meet him. Mr. Xie, it's a pleasure to meet you. Xieling nodded with a smile, and then turned her head to look at Mu Qianrou. This is Miss Mu, right? Mu Qianrou smiled shyly. Hello, Mr. Xie. Xieling nodded with great satisfaction. I have read your proposals. There are some things that need to be changed, but I am willing to join this project for Miss Mu. Mu Qianrou was so happy that she almost fainted. What an honor it was to be so affirmed by Xieling. Ling Ru was also excited and glanced contemptuously at Mu Beiying. Beiying, look at how excellent Qianrou is. Yaohui and Ling Qian don't like you. You should find the reason in yourself. Mu Beiying curled her lips with a smile and looked at Xieling. Xieling nodded and reached out to Mu Qianrou in a voice that everyone could hear and said, then have a happy cooperation in the future. Mu Qianrou was so excited that she couldn't help looking at Mu Beiying. What about Miss Mu? Now we can only stand under the stage and watch her scenery. Mu Beiying should be trampled on by her. Mu Qianrou stretched out her hand excitedly and saw that she was about to shake hands with Xieling, but suddenly heard Xieling shout a name, Miss Mu Beiying. Miss Mu Beiying. Because of this sentence, the scene suddenly fell into a dead silence, and everyone's faces changed. Mu Qianrou's expression stiffened and she reminded her very awkwardly, Mr. Xie, my name is Mu Qianrou. I thought Xieling had called the wrong name, but as soon as Mu Qianrou said, Xieling withdrew her hand without hesitation. Mu Qianrou. I've never heard of it. Who are you? Why do you pretend to be Mu Beiying? Everyone was stunned. What's going on? Ling Ru's brain buzzed and immediately became anxious. Oh, did Mr. Xie remember it wrong? Beiying and Qianrou are sisters, and they are often mistaken. Mu Yaohui immediately reacted and explained. Mr. Xie, you don't know something? Qianrou is my youngest daughter. You may have misremembered the names of my two daughters. Qianrou has always been in charge of this project. Did I remember it wrong? Xie sneered and interrupted. This Mu Qianrou is Mu Dao's illegitimate daughter, right? You Mu actually fooled me with an illegitimate daughter. I said, I want Miss Su Xingya's daughter to cooperate. I don't know who is Su Xingya's daughter. Chapter 37, Mu Qianrou lost her face, Su Xingya's daughter. The high-level people in the living room looked at each other and immediately looked at Mu Beiying. Ling Ru's face was hot, and Xieling was so unserious that she was undoubtedly slapping their mother and daughter in the face. However, didn't you discuss with Ling Qian that you want to cooperate with Xiaorou? I know you and Beiying are friends, but Mr. Xie can't do nothing. My poor daughter, Wu. Xieling listened to this cry. I was irritable and disgusted. I promised that I would cooperate with the real lady of the Mu family. You don't think that this illegitimate daughter is the real lady, do you? Who gave you the confidence to let an illegitimate daughter pretend to be a young lady? Everyone in the company didn't look good, and their expressions stiffened. They understood. Xie Lin said that the object of cooperation was the real young lady. The Mu family thought that the young lady was referring to Mu Qianro, but in fact it was Mu Beiying. Mu Qianro is 1 month younger than Mu Beiying and is still an illegitimate daughter. Why does Mu Qianro acquiesce that this young lady is her? Ling Ruo looked flustered and anxious. No, it must be a misunderstanding, and we made a mistake. Mu Beiying raised her eyebrows, interrupted directly, and looked at Mu Qianro with a smile. I'm sorry, sister, she asked for my mother's daughter by name. Are you addicted to the magpie nest? Miss Ling is still next to you, and she wants to recognize someone else as her mother. Mu Qianro's eyes were about to split. I'm not my sister and Miss Ling pretended to be my credit. Why did my father also acquiesce? Mu Beiying turned his head and smiled. Dad felt that the credit was Mu Qianro's. There was no surprise in Mr. Xie's wording. Everyone nodded. Xie Ling was a big lady. As a father, he should know which of his 2 daughters is big and which is small, right? Mu Yaohui's blood pressure rose and his face turned red. It took him a long time to say, Beiying, it was Ling Qian's transliteration error, so Dad didn't think about you. Mu Beiying nodded. Oh, now Dad knows, and then what? Mu Yaohui almost fainted. This rebellious woman forced him to take a stand in front of so many people. However, he blindly defended Qianro and would only lose this cooperation. Mu Yaohui gritted his teeth and said, Beiying, this cooperation is all thanks to you. Dad remembers it in his heart. During the cooperation, you are responsible for docking with Mr. Xie. Ling Ruo is really going crazy. She screamed regardless of the occasion. No, what about Qianro? Ah. Mu Yaohui covered Ling Ruo's mouth and said with a smile, Mr. Xie, don't get me wrong. Ling Ruo is just a little excited. She didn't mean that. Beiying, would you like to take Mr. Xie to the site to survey later? Mu Beiying is very satisfied. Of course, Mr. Xie, let's go to the office first. After saying that, she took the lead in walking out of the living room, and the group dispersed in 2s and 3s. Only then did Mu Yaohui let go of Ling Ruo's mouth and roared, do you have the brain to say those things in front of Xie Ling? Ling Ruo burst into tears. Yaohui, it can't be like this. The news outside said that Qianro was responsible for this cooperation. If the person in charge became Mu Beiying, what should Qianro do? Mu Qianro bit her lower lip aggrievedly. I didn't want to fight with my sister, but too am going to marry my brother Ling Qian. I'm ashamed, and it's also his shame. I'm afraid that if my sister makes such a fuss, the Song family will have more objections with me. Mu Yaohui calmed down for a long time and also knew that he could not give up all the credit to Mu Beiying. Ling Ruo's eyes turned around. Yaohui, well, later, Qianro will also follow Xie Ling to the scene. At that time, it will be said that the 2 sisters cooperated together, which not only brought Beiying, but also completed Qianro. Mu Yaohui nodded and could only do this. Qianro, there will be reporters at the project site. Dad will give you the most expensive luxury car at home. You appear in a luxury car, which is much more impressive than Mu Beiying. Everyone will naturally think that you are the person in charge. Mu Qianro clenched her fists and got it, Dad. Office. After reading the plan of Mu's Riverside Park, Xie Ling frowned and said, there is a big problem with this project. Mu Beiying blinked, so he asked you for help. Isn't Mr. Xie willing to help me? Xie Ling trembled all over. Don't talk to me in this tone. Forget it. Help others to the end. I'll go to the scene later. If there is anything that can be changed, I will try to modify it and try to make sure that the project doesn't go wrong. Xie Ling, what are you thinking? Before the words were sent, Mu Beiying looked up in doubt and asked in shock, can I help Mu improve the project? Do you think I'm such a good person? Isn't it? Mu Beiying suddenly laughed. That's going to disappoint Mr. Xie. I mean, can you catch more loopholes so that Mu's blood can't be returned? Xie Ling. Xie Ling looked at the person in front of her, was silent for a long time, and then muttered, it's really worthy of Huo Shiqing's love. It's exactly the same. Mu Beiying didn't hear clearly. What does it have to do with Mr. Huo? The corners of Xie Ling's mouth twitched. No, let's go and help you cheat people. He said as he sent a message to Huo Shiqing, are you sure Mu Beiying needs my care? Huo Shiqing, well, she has a good temper and is afraid that she will be bullied by the Mu family. Xie Ling looked at Huo Shiqing's affirmative reply and almost choked in her throat. Are you serious? Mu Beiying has a good temper. Half an hour later, Xie Ling proposed to go to the site for survey. Mu Yaohui has prepared the luxury car. Mr. Xie and Qianro will also accompany you to the scene. She also wants to learn something from you. Xie Ling agreed indifferently. Everyone walked to the door of Mu's building, and there was a luxury car parked in front of them. Everyone took a breath. This luxury car was worth a lot. It was bought by Mu Yaohui at the auction a few years ago and spent nearly 100 million. Mu Yaohui complimented, Qianro, Mr. Xie, get in the car quickly. Xie Ling sat in the back seat. The driver and another deputy director were sitting in front of her, and there was still one person in the car. Everyone subconsciously looked at Mu Beiying and Mu Qianro. Both sisters were going to the scene, but only one person could sit in the car, so. Ling Ruo smiled, Qianro, get in the car quickly. Yaohui originally planned to give you this car on your birthday, and you are already the half owner of the car. Mu Qianro is the half owner of the car, so the last empty seat, of course, Mu Qianro should sit. Mu Beiying raised his eyebrows slightly. This car requires 100 million yuan. Mu Yaohui's business talent can't earn 100 million yuan at will, so this 100 million yuan is his mother's inheritance. Mu Qianro can sit in the car she bought with her mother's inheritance, but she can't. Xie Ling narrowed her eyes in the car. Seeing that Mu Beiying was silent, she suddenly remembered Huo Shiting's good temper. Chapter 38. Huo Shijing seemed to have just finished taking a shower. Mu Qianro pretended to shake her head, but if I take the car, how can I get there? Mu Yaohui was irritable, and there were no extra cars left in the company. Just let her take a taxi. Qianro, you are the pearl in the palm of your parents. It is reasonable to take this car. This is fate. After Ling Ruo finished speaking, she pretended to turn her head and asked, Beiying, you are a good boy. You won't compete with Qianro, will you? Mu Beiying smiled gently, take a taxi. Mu Qianro and Xie Ling took a 100 million luxury car to the scene. She took a taxi. When the reporter reported, the person in charge of the cooperation would definitely become Mu Qianro. Such a simple pit, do you think she can jump? A trace of contempt flashed in Mu Qianro's eyes. It's so funny. What if Mu Beiying is liked by Xie Ling? With the support of the Mu family behind her, Mu Beiying can't fight her no matter how much she fights. Thinking so, Mu Qianro showed a smug smile and asked the driver to open the door and get ready to get on the car. However, at this moment, Xie Ling suddenly lowered the window. Mu Dong, Xie has something to say, Mr. Mu seems to be too harsh on his daughter. Mu Yaohui thought that Xie Ling was going to beg Mu Beiying for mercy, and hurriedly said, Mr. Xie, just let her take a taxi by herself. It's nothing. Even if it's my daughter, she can't be too arrogant. Xie Ling smiled at the corner of her mouth. I know that Mr. Mu is jealous and dissatisfied with Mu Qianro pretending to be the person in charge, but since she also wants to go to the scene together, she's better arrange a car for her. Even if she is an illegitimate daughter, she is also your own daughter. What does it look like to take a taxi? Mu Yaohui's expression stiffened, and everything he wanted to say was held in his throat. Xie Ling thought that this car was arranged for Mu Beiying. He thought Qianro was going to take a taxi. Mu Qianro's tears came up. Mr. Xie, you misunderstood, Dad. Misunderstood? Xie Ling frowned, but I heard Mu Dong say, there are no extra cars in the company, just let her take a taxi. Could she not refer to Mu Qianro, but Beiying? Mu Yaohui subconsciously wanted to say that it was Mu Beiying who wanted to take a taxi. Who knew that the next moment Xie Ling narrowed her eyes and said word by word, Mu Dong, if the real young lady of the Mu family wants to take a taxi to the scene, then Mu Qianro, the illegitimate daughter, can't cross the young lady and take this 100 million car, right? What's more, this luxury car was still bought with Su Xingya's inheritance. I believe that Mu Dong can't distinguish between right and wrong. Instead of spoiling the great meritorious minister of project cooperation, he spoils the illegitimate daughter who has achieved nothing. If it spreads out, how can Mu Dong do? Mu Yaohui's face changed dramatically, and his brush turned pale. He never expected that Xie Ling would guess like this. The car was obviously arranged by him to show off to Qianro, but by Xie Li's words, Qianro was not worthy of the ride. Mu Qianro's shy expression suddenly froze on her face, as if she had seen a ghost, and her lips trembled. Mr. Xie, this car. Xie Ling raised her eyebrows and said carelessly. What kind of expressions are Xie Dong and Miss Mu? Could it be that I was wrong? Is it Mu Beiying who should take a taxi? And this car is actually a gift prepared by Mu Dong for his illegitimate daughter. A few questions almost stunned people. Mu Yaohui hurriedly wanted to explain when he saw Xie Ling getting out of the car by herself. Since this is the case, I don't have to cooperate. I originally took over this cooperation for Miss Mu. Who knew that you Mu would be so unfair? Xie Ling shrugged her shoulders. Mu Dong, I don't like to get along with illegitimate girls. I said goodbye. Mu Yaohui was terrified. This cooperation was Mu's life. Xie Ling is gone, and the cooperation is doomed to bankruptcy. Not only can he not explain to the shareholders, but he may even have to mortgage the villa. Fear surfaced in his heart. Mu Yaohui rushed up and opened his mouth flatteringly in Mu Qianro's unwilling eyes. Misunderstandings, all misunderstandings. How could I treat Beiying like this? That luxury car is for Beiying. Mu Qianro shook her body twice. Dad. That's her car, her capital to show off. Why was it taken away by Mu Beiying? But Mu Yaohui has no time to control Mu Qianro's mood at all now. Beiying, you are really a child. You said that the luxury car was too conspicuous and refused to get on the car, which made Mr. Xie misunderstand. You go up quickly. Xie Ling seemed to smile but didn't smile. Ah, it turned out to be my misunderstanding. Mu Yaohui can't wait to strangle Mu Beiying, but now he can only pretend to be a loving father. Yes, Beiying is my most beloved daughter. Qianro is just an illegitimate daughter. She can't be on the stage. If she can learn something around you, it will give her a lot of face. Don't even think about taking a luxury car. Mu Qianro cried with pear blossoms and rain, and she almost fainted. Only then did Xie Ling be satisfied. Laugh, that's good. I believe Mu Dong is not the one who was stunned by Xiao San. Miss Mu, get in the car. As for Mu Qianro, he paused and his tone was full of oppression. Mu Qianro wanted to go to the scene, and I didn't stop her. Then take a taxi. I hope to see you in half an hour. Mu Qianro is really going to faint. Forcing her to take a taxi and forcing her to arrive at the scene half an hour later is simply to embarrass her. Xie Lin helped Mu Beiying open the door. Miss Mu, please. Mu Beiying walked to the side of the car and suddenly turned around. Sister, I'm sorry, I don't want to. Miss Ling is right. Maybe this is fate. The car went away, and Mu Qianro felt weak all over and fell to the ground all of a sudden. After the survey, Xie Ling sent Mu Beiying home and asked strangely, if I hadn't helped you just now, would you really take a taxi there? Huo Shiqing won't be right, will she? In fact, Mu Beiying has a good temper now and won't be angry until the critical moment. Mu Beiying didn't lift his eyelids. Oh, if you didn't help, I was going to smash the car. Xie Lin. Excuse me, my nature hasn't changed at all. Arriving at Yijingyan, Xie Ling drove away, and Mu Beiying entered the villa alone. As soon as she entered the villa, she suddenly found something wrong. Not all the lights in the villa were turned off, and the heavy curtains were drawn, so there was no light. It's only 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and it's dark in the villa. Mu Beiying fell into the darkness in vain. Her eyes couldn't get used to it and almost fell down. She immediately looked for the switch of the light, but after pressing it for a long time, she found that the light was still not on. Is it a circuit problem? Did Huo Shiqing go out? She went upstairs in the dark, and suddenly a figure flashed in front of her. Mu Beiying's legs were weak. A pair of warm and powerful big hands hugged her waist. Huo Shiqing lowered his eyes in a hoarse voice. Mrs. Huo, what are you doing? Mu Beiying. She hasn't asked Huo Shiqing what she is doing yet. In broad daylight, he didn't sleep and didn't go out. He cut off the electricity and drew the curtains, sneaking. Why is the rich man's fetish so strange? Mu Beiying was about to speak when she suddenly felt that her body seemed to be a little wet. The palm of his hand directly touched the man's skin, and he could still feel his powerful but not exaggerated abdominal muscles. Mu Beiying was stunned, and his head immediately turned into a paste. He seems to have just taken a shower and didn't wear clothes. Chapter 39, Mrs. Huo, she is so shy. This recognition made Mu Beiying blush and didn't know where to put her hand. She can't see anything now. Without vision, other senses are more prominent. She could feel the beating of the man's heart, the shape of the abdominal muscles, and then down. Mu Beiying immediately stopped and was ashamed and indignant. Why did you walk around at home without wearing anything? Huo Shiqing paused and smiled softly. Mrs. Huo, I heard your voice. I was afraid that something would happen to you, so I came out directly. Who would wear clothes when taking a shower? The reason is this truth, but Mu Beiying still has a throat. Then you wear at least one. Huo Shiqing's voice was hoarse, and the situation was urgent, so he only had time to wrap a bath towel. Mu Beiying breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he wore it underneath. But after thinking about it carefully, she can wrestle, isn't it because of this man? Mu Beiying gritted her teeth. Why don't you turn on the light? Huo Shiqing's eyes flashed slightly, and then he turned his eyes away and understated it. Maybe there was something wrong with the circuit. I had asked Bai Ji to fix it. Mu Beiying always feels something is wrong, is that right? Then, why should I draw the curtains? Huo Shiqing smiled and didn't like others to spy on my privacy. Mu Beiying suddenly choked. There were no other houses around the Yijingyan villa. Who could spy on Huo Shiqing's privacy? Unfortunately, before she could say anything, she suddenly heard a slight collision. Huo Shiqing frowned slightly and reached out to touch the guardrail of the stairs. Mu Beiying reacted. Did you hit the railing? Huo Shiqing, can't you see it? Strangely, she turned on the flashlight of her mobile phone. Although it was a little dark, she couldn't see anything. Huo Shiqing hit the railing like this, which made her feel strange in her heart. Huo Shiqing has been treating Zhou Xiao's side. What is he treating? Is it an eye disease? But I've never heard that the heir of the Song family has eye disease. Mu Beiying fell into entanglement in his heart. Huo. At this moment, a few buzzing sounds flashed in his ears, and the lights in the villa turned on at the same time. Mu Beiying subconsciously looked at the man's eyes, but Huo Shiqing moved one step faster, raised his hand to cover his eyes, and moved away after 2 or 3 seconds. It's too bright and I'm a little uncomfortable. Mu Beiying nodded and realized that she suddenly came into contact with strong light after staying in the dark for a long time, and she also felt a little dazzling. Huo Shiqing smiled and curled her lips. What did you want to ask just now? His eyes were calm, and he looked at her lightly. Mu Beiying shook his head and swallowed the words back. It was nothing. It should be that she thinks too much. How can Huo Shiqing's eyes be blind? Mrs. Huo, don't lie to me. He reached out and gently lifted Mu Beiying's chin, forcing her to look at him. I didn't lie, I just... The man's body suddenly appeared in front of her eyes without cover. Mu Beiying's breath stopped and immediately covered her eyes, and her voice changed. I just care about you. You. Put on a dress. I'll go first. After saying that, she immediately slipped out of his arms and rushed away as if she was running for her life. Huo Shiqing looked at her back and laughed softly. She was so shy. The impact of the scene just now was so great that Mu Beiying didn't calm down for a long time. Why doesn't he wear clothes when he is so neat? Until he went downstairs for dinner in the evening, Mu Beiying was still careful and didn't dare to look at Huo Shiqing. The meal was as quiet as a chicken, and she just wanted to go upstairs quickly. After finally eating, Mu Beiying was about to run away when he heard Uncle Zhang coming in a hurry. Sir, Mrs. Luo and Miss Luo came. Mu Beiying raised his ears. Why are they here again? Haven't you been beaten in the face yet? Huo Shiqing stopped at his fingertips and sneered, I don't see you. I also said that you don't have a guest. Uncle Zhang seemed to be very embarrassed, but they... Before the words were over, Luo Shiqi's aggrieved voice came from outside the door. Brother Shiqing, I'm sorry, I'm here to apologize. Huo Shiqing narrowed his eyes, and his eyes were full of impatience. Luo Shiqi and Mrs. Luo were in noble status. They really broke in, and the bodyguards did not dare to stop them. With a little innocence and a grievance, she looked at Mu Beiying. Brother Shiqing, I have something to tell you. Can you let Mu Beiying go away? Mu Beiying raised his eyebrows. This man really climbed up with a pole. As a guest, there was no reason to let the master leave. She was so surprised. How could the mother and daughter come here? Luo Shiqi leaked the secrets of Huoshan's consortium and expected Huo Shiqing to marry her. She thought everyone was a fool. Huo Shiqing glanced at the mother and daughter lightly. Huo had already said what he should say. I don't think I need to talk to Miss Luo in private. Luo Shiqi's eyes red and she cried loudly. Brother Shiqing, why are you so cruel to me? Can't you give me another chance? Mrs. Luo also sighed. Shiqing, the child cried as soon as he came home. He cried for several days, and his eyes were swollen, just to ask for your forgiveness. She looked at Mu Beiying quickly. I know that if you have Miss Mu, you won't care about Shise, but can't you even be friends? The scene was awkward for a moment. Mu Beiying almost wanted to applaud the mother and daughter. Last time I saw them, they still had no one in their eyes. They shouted bitch one by one. Today, they actually learned the White Lotus. Huo Shiqing didn't lift his eyes. Uncle Zhang, see off the guests. Uncle Zhang responded, and Luo Shiqi's eyes turned redder. Brother Shiqing, how did you become like this? Do you have to drive away for this woman? Woo woo woo, I'm not alive. The more Mu Beiying listened, the more impatient she became. She was about to go upstairs to sleep. Suddenly what's crying? It's your own fault, and you should bear it yourself. No wonder anyone. A majestic male voice came from outside the door. A man in his 50s entered the door and scolded him harshly. You are no longer a child. What else do you know except crying in the face of mistakes? Woo-hoo. Dad, I know I was wrong, and I'm trying my best to make up for it, but Brother Shiqing already has other people around him, and he doesn't want me. The man sighed, okay, wipe your tears dry, Shiqing won't blame you. After saying that, he turned his head again and said contemptuously with a very subtle look, this must be Miss Mu, Shishi. Miss Mu is calm when things happen. Unlike you, she can't hide any thoughts. She is in her 20s, just like when she was a child, and she didn't grow up at all. She also blames me for raising you too arrogantly. No wonder Shixing will like Miss Mu. Mu Beiying understood that this was Luo Shiqi's father, Luo Ming. She said, why did the mother and daughter of the Luo family suddenly turn into white lotus flowers? It turned out that there was a high finger point behind them. After Luo Ming finished speaking, he looked at Mu Beiying. Miss Mu, am I right? Chapter 40. She just refused Huo Shiqing and was going to beg him again. Mu Beiying sneered. Mr. Luo said it nicely and praised her for not being alarmed, but in fact, she said that her mind was gloomy. And Luo Shiqi was still a naive little girl. She wrote everything she encountered on her face, so the man was taken away by her. In the face of the remarks of many traps, she nodded thoughtfully. Well, indeed, it's still wrong to grow up at this age. It should be that there is something wrong with his brain, and Huo Shiqing doesn't think it's normal. Luo Shiqi's face turned red. You. Luo Ming stopped his daughter and turned his head sarcastically. Miss Mu was really eloquable. Mu Beiying, oh, it's a good time. The contempt in Luo Ming's eyes could hardly be hidden. He felt that he would lose his identity by saying two more words with Mu Beiying. He looked straight at Huo Shiqing. Shiqing, it has happened. It's Shiqi's fault. I, the Luo family, will bear it, but I also hope you can listen to Uncle Luo's advice. Huo Shiqing seems to be smiling but not smiling, please say. Luo Ming sighed. Our two families are friends of the world, and we can't break our relationship just because of Shiqi alone. So far, I don't expect you to marry Shiqi, but after all, you grew up together. Keep some face for her. I promise she won't bother you again. Huo Shiqing raised his eyes faintly to save some face. Luo Ming paused for a few seconds before he opened his mouth. Shiqi was originally your fiancé, but now that you have married someone else, Shiqi has lost face. Shiqing, you understand the truth of leaving a line as a human being. What's more, Uncle Luo is still indebted to you. If you are too aimed at Shiqi, in case others think that you will avenge it, it will not be good for you. Mu Beiying leaned on the sofa and smiled gently. This family is really interesting. kidnapping Huo Shixing with a little kindness morality, and he said so grandly. Huo Shixing sipped a sip of tea, slowly and logical. Huo never cared about the comments of the outside world. It means, even if kindness is revenged, so what? Luo Xixie's eyes turned red again and rushed into Luo Ming's arms. Dad, I knew that Xixing's brother must be blaming me. I was too wayward. I don't want to be with Xixing's brother anymore, but why is he so cruel? Mrs. Luo was also helpless to cry. Xixie, don't cry. Mom knows that you love Xixing, but he already has miss, don't fight anymore. Just like your sister, just be friends with Xixing and keep this friendship. Luo Ming finally said the theme, Xixing, the Luo family will have a banquet in a few days. I hope you can explain at the banquet that you only regard Xixie as your sister, so she depends on you a little, but you are not engaged, so that everyone can get together and break up. Miu Beiying suddenly blinked. The family doesn't want Mrs. Huo's position? If at the banquet Huo Shixing personally admitted that he had never had this engagement, so Luo Xixie would have no reason to approach him in the future. Although this marriage contract does not exist, it is just a casual joke between the two parents. But over the years, Luo Xixie has long implicitly hinted that she is the future Mrs. Huo. The Luo family didn't coerce and law, but gave up voluntarily. Huo Shixing raised his eyebrows slightly and became interested. Is that what Uncle Luo plans to do? Luo Ming seemed to be really good for him. Yes, Xixing, Luo will try his best to compensate for the loss of Huoshen's consortium. She soon knew that she was wrong. How could she be willing to propose a marriage proposal again? It's better to get together and break up. Huo Shixing did not refuse Luo Ming's request. He narrowed his eyes. Uncle Luo personally invited him, and Huo would naturally be present. Luo Ming finally opened a smile. That's good. I thank you for Xixie. Ling Shuang will return to China in a few days. You can also get together. After saying that, he suddenly looked at Miu Beiying. If Miss Miu is free, she can also go to the Luo family banquet. Miu Beiying supported his chin and did not answer. Ling Shuang. Is that Miss Lu's name? Huo Shixing and Chu Xiao both have a good impression of Miss Lu, but can the Luo family really have a young lady who is not stained with mud? Luo Ming stood up and took his wife and daughter who were still crying out of the house. Then we said goodbye first. The conversation seemed to be smooth. The Luo family reconciled with Huo Shixing. Huo Shixing agreed to attend the banquet, and the Luo family compensated Huoshen's consortium. But Miu Beiying always felt something strange. She felt that the Luo family would not give up so easily. However, Luo Ming's attitude seemed to really want his second daughter to break the engagement with Huo Shixing. What's wrong? Forget it. Anyway, she won't go to the Luo family's party to disgust herself. It's none of her business. At this time, Huo Shixing suddenly opened his mouth. Under the momentum of the Luo family, the engagement was in an uproar. I'm afraid they would not give up. Miu Beiying realized that he was talking to him and nodded immediately. What should he do? Huo Shixing curled the corners of her lips, but if everyone knew that I was married, they didn't have to worry about the Luo family's calculations. He paused and carelessly, so, Mrs. Huo, come with me. Miu Beiying's expression stiffened. What does he mean? He wants to make the news of their marriage public. However, on the side of the Song family, Miu Beiying shook her head without thinking about it. No, we are a secret marriage. It's not appropriate for me to go. Huo Shixing's eyes sank slightly. Miu Beiying felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong and wanted to say a few words. Suddenly, she received a message, and her face suddenly changed. She didn't care what Huo Shixing was thinking. She didn't even have time to say hello and rushed upstairs. Downstairs, after Chu Xiao knew the news, he called. Shixing, Luo, and you are no longer in the same heart. I'm afraid the banquet was not so simple. More than 20 years ago, when Mr. Luo was joking with Mr. Huo, he said, Lao Huo, if I have a granddaughter, let her marry your grandson. Everyone knew it was a joke. The Huo family didn't take it to heart, but the Luo family refused to let go of this good opportunity to cling to the Huo family. There was danger in Huo Shixing's eyes, but it was an understatement. It didn't matter. It was just a banquet. I could guard against the Luo family's little tricks. Chu Xiao still wanted to persuade, but Ling Shuang is going back to China, and she will soon inherit the Luo family. Huo Shixing opened his mouth in a hoarse voice. Luo Xixi made a mess of the Luo family. If there was still an enemy of Huoshen consortium, Ling Shuang would be having a hard time. Chu Xiao didn't expect that Huo Shixing agreed to go to the banquet. That's why he suddenly lost his voice. After a long time, he nodded in agreement. That's right. If you go to the banquet and take a stand, it will make Ling Shua's way easier to walk. Otherwise, even if she succeeds as the heir, she will be dragged down by the Luo family. Ling Shuang is too affectionate and righteous. The Luo family is not very good to her. They love Luo Xixi, but they also want her to take care of the mess. There is another sentence that Chu Xiao didn't ask. If this joking engagement fell on Luo Lingshuang's head, would Xu Qing still reject the marriage? However, Chu Xiao also knew that it was impossible. Ling Shuang only thought of them as good friends. All right, see you at the Lu's banquet in a few days. Mu Beiying returned to the room and carefully read the text message again. The thing you have been looking for has a whereabouts. The ruby brooch will appear as an exhibit at the Luo family's banquet. According to the Luo family, it is the brooch that Luo Lingshuang, the young lady of the Luo family, has worn since she was a child. How could that be Luo Lingshuang's thing? It's obviously his mother's. Mu Beiying's eyes were slightly red, and she suppressed her rapid breathing. It seems that she must go to the Luo family's party. But she just told Huo Shijing that she was not going to the banquet, and now she begged him to take her there. Isn't she hitting herself in the face? Chapter 41. Huo Shijing asked, "Why don't you wait for me and come first?" At 10 o'clock in the evening, Mu Beiying did a good job of psychological construction and knocked on the door of Huo Shijing's study. The man's cold voice sounded and he came in. Mu Beiying is holding a glass of milk, Mr. Huo, this is what Uncle Zhang asked me to bring to you. Huo Shijing's eyes fell on the glass of milk, which was meaningful. Mrs. Huo, have you ever heard a sentence? Mu Beiying said, and subconsciously asked, what? If you have nothing to do, you will be a traitor or a thief. Mu Beiying blushed. What nonsense are you talking about? I just care about you. Huo Shijing smiled faintly and said no. Mu Beiying's scalp was a little numb. She ignored the embarrassment and was cheeky. You said you could take me to the party in the morning. Do you still count? Huo Shijing seemed to smile but didn't smile. I remember you refused. Mu Beiying blushed and lowered his head embarrassedly. I thought about it. You can't face this kind of thing alone. What if the Luo family uses some tricks to force you to marry Luo Shishi? So, why don't you let me follow you? After saying this, the air became a little quieter. Mu Beiying was a little at a loss. Why didn't he say anything? Did he agree or not? Just as she hesitated to say something, the man casually broke the silence. No. Mu Beiying choked and raised his voice involuntarily. Why? After saying that, she felt too excited, coughed, and asked softly, why? I want to meet the world with you. Can't I? Huo Shijing smiled gently and gently pushed her head away with her fingertips, pretending to be sorry. Well, no, because Mrs. Huo is right. We are a secret marriage, and it is not appropriate for you to go there. Mu Beiying's face kept changing. This sentence was the rhetoric she used to reject Huo Shijing before, and now it has been used by him on herself, but she can't think of how to refute it. Huo Shijing looked at her. Is there anything else? This expel order was so obvious that Mu Beiying almost lost his breath. It's gone. She scolded Huo Shijing 800 times in her heart before she squeezed out a smile. Then I'll go back to my room first, Mr. Huo, good night. Huo Shijing looked at her back and raised her eyebrows. Mu Beiying went back to the room and hammered the bed angrily. Forget it if you don't take her. But it was hard to get the news of the ruby brooch. She must go to the banquet. As for how to go, Mu Beiying suddenly thought of something. Her eyes turned, she immediately sat up and called Xieling.it. The day of the next day's banquet in a blink of an eye. Half an hour before the banquet, Mu Beiying strolled slowly outside the banquet hall of the Luo family. Xieling said that she could get her another invitation letter, but she needed to wait. Mu Beiying looked at the guests coming and going, and she didn't mean to break in, so she chose a corner to sit and wait for him. Not far away, Luo Shishi saw Mu Beiying and almost bit her silver teeth. I just politely invited Mu Beiying last night. I didn't expect that she really came. Luo Shishi suddenly thought about it and complained with a bitter smile to the little sister beside her. I just saw that the woman who robbed Shiqing's brother also came. Did she think I was not miserable enough to come to see my joke? The Luo family was the object of many people's flittery. Soon, a celebrity surnamed Yang asked, is that Xiaosan? How dare she come? Luo Shishi is very wronged. Now she is the woman beside Shiqing's brother. She doesn't dare. It's just that I really don't want to see her. Forget it, let's go in. Miss Yao's eyes turned. Mu Beiying was alone, and she hadn't worn a dress yet, so she certainly didn't follow Huo Shiqing. Isn't that easy to do? As long as she drives this woman away, won't the Luo family remember her in the future? Miss Yao immediately held Luo Shixi's hand. Obviously, she was shameless. Why did she want you to avoid it? Xixie, don't worry, I'll help you get rid of her. Mu Beiying was lowering her head and playing with her mobile phone. Suddenly, she felt a shadow in front of her. She subconsciously looked up and unexpectedly saw two people. One is Luo Shixie, and the other seems to be the illegitimate daughter of Yao's group. Miss Yao stepped forward indignantly and snorted coldly. I don't know how there is such a shameless person, ruining it. People's engagement, and Chen shamelessly come to the door to show off, do this as a junior, choose one from 100 miles, don't you think so, Miss Mu? Many people around were attracted by this sentence and looked at each other. Mu Beiying didn't even lift his eyelids. Miss Yao was ignored for the first time and gritted her teeth angrily. I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Mu Beiyin put away his mobile phone and raised his eyes slowly. Before rushing into battle for others, it was better to know the truth of the matter, lest you lose face after being exposed, but the initiator hid behind him safely. Miss Yang subconsciously looked at Luo Xixi. Luo Xixi bit her lip. What do you mean? Doesn't Miss Yang even have this ability to distinguish? Miss Yang immediately reacted. Well, you actually scolded me for being stupid. Get out of here. Mu Beiyin sneered. It's really stupid. Luo Xixi, have you forgotten why you invited Huo Shijing today? Huo Shijing was invited to clarify the rumor of marriage. Luo Xixi is good and still presumes himself as Huo Shijing's fiancé. But strangely, Luo Xixi obviously refused to give up. Why did she say so casually yesterday? Luo Xixi's expression stiffened and she became angry. I won't tell you. Anyway, I didn't invite you. Miss Yao's arrogant order, did you hear it? This woman came uninvited and kicked her out. The security guard was about to come forward, but just then, a car suddenly stopped. Everyone stopped and turned their heads with wide eyes. Mr. Huo actually came. Didn't you say that the Luo family and Mr. Huo have parted ways? It must be fake, otherwise how could Mr. Huo come to the banquet? Miss Yang immediately shouted, Mr. Huo, this woman sneaked to the banquet to make trouble and bullied Miss Luo. You have to be the master of Miss Luo. Mu Beiyin subconsciously turned around and met Huo Shijing's cold eyes, and her expression suddenly stiffened. Oh no, Huo Shijing said yesterday that she was not allowed to come. As a result, she secretly came to the banquet and quarreled with Luo Xixi. In case, if Huo Shijing opened her mouth, she would definitely not be able to enter. Mu Beiyin felt a grievance inexplicably. She gritted her teeth and decided to leave first and find a chance to sneak in later. She made up her mind to turn around and leave, but the next moment, she was suddenly held by someone's wrist. The man's voice was gentle, and his eyes were clear, and he leaned over and asked, Why don't you wait for me? You came first? Chapter 42, deliberately separating her from Huo Shijing. The surroundings became quiet in an instant. Mu Beiyin was stunned for a long time. What did Huo Shijing say? Huo Shijing glanced at the crowd coldly, and then lowered his eyes to ask you to wait for me, but you didn't listen. Why are you so angry? Mu Beiyin was shocked. Why couldn't she understand? Didn't he refuse to bring her with him yesterday? But at this moment, there was someone more shocked than Mu Beiyin. Miss Yang almost couldn't control her expression. Mr. Huo, did you bring this woman? Do you know that she? Mu Beiyin suddenly understood that he was helping her. When she saw Luo Xixi eating, her eyes turned. Suddenly, she lowered her head and said aggrievedly, They said that I didn't have an invitation letter and couldn't go in. Huo Shijing's fingertips stopped, and this complaint of Yi and Yang showed that Mu Beiyin was angry. He raised his eyes faintly. There was no invitation letter. There was silence all around, and no one dared to speak. Luo Xixi is stubborn. Brother Shijing, I also follow the rules. Miss Mu really doesn't have an invitation letter. If everyone wants to break in directly, will our Luo family still have the face? Huo Shijing narrowed his eyes and was careless. Is Miss Luo the head of the Luo family now? Luo Xixi was extremely wronged and didn't understand why he asked this. Of course, it was not me, but... Miss Luo drove away the guests invited by Mr. Luo Huo thought that the head of the Luo family had changed. Huo Shijing's lips bent an arc that seemed to be smiling but not smiling. Huo, like Beiyin, was verbally invited by Mr. Luo, and there was no invitation letter. In this case, I will not participate. Luo Xixi's expression instantly stiffened. Everyone was stunned. Mu Beiyin was invited by Mr. Luo. Didn't Luo Xixi say that Mu Beiyin sneaked in? Is Miss Luo lying? Mu Beiyin flashed behind Huo Shijing. Yes, although we were invited by Mr. Luo, Miss Luo said that the rules cannot be broken. What's the use of Mr. Luo's guest? Huo Shijing stopped talking and turned around to leave. Luo Xixi's pupils suddenly widened, and she suddenly became anxious. Brother Shijing, you can't go. Today's banquet. Bai Ji came forward to stop Luo Xixi. Miss Luo, please go back. Our ninth master is a trustworthy person. Since the master does not allow it, they can only say goodbye. No, it's not like that. Luo Xixi's words were incoherent and bit her lower lip tightly. If she really let Huo Shijing leave, how should she explain? Brother Shijing actually embarrassed her for this bitch. Luo Xixi was about to cry in anger. What else could she do now? We can only let Mu Beiyin in. She held back her shame and unwillingness, and gritted her teeth word by word. Brother Shijing, I'm just joking with Miss Mu. I didn't mean to drive her away. I know she is a guest invited by my father. It's too late to welcome her. Mu Beiyin asked meaningfully, so, can I go in? Miss Luo won't mock me with her little sisters anymore, will she? Luo Xixi almost cursed and reluctantly squeezed out a smile. You are the guest invited by your father himself, of course. Mu Beiyin raised his eyebrows and walked in through the gate with great satisfaction. Luo Xixi was going crazy. She trembled all over, stared at the people beside her fiercely, and roared, "What are you looking at?" She doesn't believe it. Miu Beiying has always been so lucky. Luo Xixie was angry and annoyed. She stamped her feet fiercely and turned to find Mrs. Luo angrily. "Mom. She humiliated me. You must help me." When Mrs. Luo knew the cause and effect, she was suddenly angry. This woman was really shameless. "Xixie, don't worry. Even if you can't marry Xi Qing, I won't let her live well." "Mom, what can you do?" Mrs. Luo thought for a long time. "Xixie, you go to your grandfather, and then I." She said a few words in her daughter's ear. Luo Xixie's eyes lit up and she ran away happily. What is Miu Beiying proud of now? She won't be able to laugh in a moment. Miu Beiying took Huo Shiqing's hand and entered the banquet hall, looking for the ruby brooch with a pair of eyes. Huo Shiqing's eyes were full of smiles, and there was a trace of inquiry in her smile. "Mrs. Huo is very so good at the banquet of the Luo family." Miu Beiying was very shameless to praise. The man smiled and invited her for the first time. She obviously refused, indicating that she was not interested in the banquet itself. But since last night, Huo Shiqing suddenly remembered that she had received a text message at that time. After reading the text message, she changed her attitude and insisted on accompanying him to the banquet. The man is very meaningful. It seems that something at the banquet is very attractive to Mrs. Huo. She would rather offend the Luo family than break through. Miu Beiying's heart tightened. He didn't know what Huo Shiqing knew, but it was always right to pretend to be stupid. "What are you talking about, Mr. Huo? Isn't this an ordinary banquet? I have to come here because I'm completely worried that the Luo family will embarrass you." Huo Shiqing raised his eyebrows. "So, I have to thank you?" Miu Beiying's eyes turned. She hadn't figured out the relationship between Lu Lingshuan and Huo Shiqing, and how her mother's ruby brooch fell into Lu Lingshua's hand, so she could only fool around. "As long as Mr. Huo knows my intentions, it's too distant for us to say thank you." Huo Shiqing was used to the woman's ability to bend and stretch, and her throat rolled. "Shiqing, Miss Miu." Just then, a female voice came from behind. Mrs. Luo took a group of noble women to Miu Beiying's side and took her hand. "Beiying, I've heard about what happened just now. Xixie is too nonsense. Don't worry, I will definitely educate her well." Speaking of this, she suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Huo Shiqing. "By the way, Shiqing, Dad is looking for you. It seems that he wants to discuss something with you. Can you go there?" Huo Shiqing narrowed his eyes. Miu Beiying raised her eyebrows. How did she feel that Mrs. Luo was deliberately separating her from Huo Shiqing? Huo Shiqing's voice was cold. "Thank you for Mrs. Luo's reminder. Beiying, come with me." "Shiqing, Mrs. Luo is a little sorry. Dad only called you. You'd better go by yourself. We will help you take good care of Miss Miu." Miu Beiying was more sure that Mrs. Luo was deliberately separating her from Huo Shiqing. What does Mrs. Luo want to do? Miu Beiying's eyes turned and suddenly said, "Mrs. Luo is right. Don't worry about me. The Luo family can't be a cannibal." "Mrs. Luo, are you right?" Mrs. Luo's smile is almost stiff. "Yes, Shiqing, you don't have to worry." Huo Shiqing glanced at Miu Beiying with a smile, and clearly saw a trace of cunning in her eyes. It seems that his worries are unnecessary. After Huo Shiqing left, Mrs. Luo reluctantly squeezed out a smile and said enthusiastically in front of everyone, "Miss Miu, you are in a hurry today." "I didn't put on makeup. There is a stylist on the second floor. There is still more than half an hour before the opening of the banquet. Why don't you go upstairs and change your dress first?" Chapter 43 Teach Luo Xixie a lesson. Miu Beiying narrowed her eyes. Obviously, Mrs. Luo would not be so kind. But the Luo family clearly wanted to trick her. If she did nothing, wouldn't it make the Luo family think that she was easy to bully? So Miu Beiying evoked an innocent smile. "Okay." A trace of contempt flashed in Mrs. Luo's eyes. Miu Beiying was really stupid to death. Mrs. Luo took her to the cloakroom on the second floor. "Beiying, you can choose any clothes here. After choosing, you can change them and put on makeup." Miu Beiying glanced at the dress, tilted his head and asked, "Are these the only ones? But I don't like it, or forget it." After she finished speaking, she was about to go out. Mrs. Luo's heart jumped and hurriedly pulled her back. "Beiying, how can it be?" She realized that she was too excited, and then comforted herself in a soft voice. "We still have a lot of dresses here. I'll ask someone to send them to you." Miu Beiying faintly spit out several signs of dresses. Mrs. Luo's expression became more and more painful, and her expression was distorted, but she still responded to her request. "Well, don't leave here." Soon, a man who looked like a housekeeper sent an expensive dress. Mrs. Luo gritted her teeth and said, "Beiying, each of these dresses is worth millions. You should like it, right?" Miu Beiying raised his eyebrows. "Oh, it's okay. Mrs. Luo, go slowly. I'm going to change my clothes." Mrs. Luo was distressed by the pain of her heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys. She took a deep breath and stared at Mu Beiying. Fortunately, this woman will be finished soon. It's a waste of a few dresses. After Mrs. Law left, Mu Beiying closed the door of the cloakroom and checked the dress one by one. These dresses have not been labeled, and there are no traces of passive hands and feet. No, Mrs. Law asked her to change her dress. There must be a trap. Suddenly, she looked up at the ceiling. If there is no problem with the dress, then the problem is in this room. She guessed that there should be invisible surveillance in the room. Once she takes off her clothes here, she will be photographed. Mu Beiying walked to a corner, stretched out his hand twice, and quickly removed a pinhole camera. She thought for a moment and called Bai Ji. Bai's special assistant, please send me a dress and find an empty lounge. 10 minutes later, Mu Beiying changed his dress in the lounge and prepared to go to Mrs. Law to settle the score with the camera. She pushed open the door of the dressing room directly and happened to see Lu Xixi adding something to the foundation. Lu Xixi didn't expect Mu Beiying to come so soon, and her whole body was stunned. Mu Beiying narrowed her eyes. Miss Law, what did you add to the foundation? Lu Xixi feels guilty. I didn't touch the foundation. You read it wrong. Mu Beiying raised his eyebrows slightly, turned on the recording function of his mobile phone, and opened his mouth carelessly. I guess. You should have added corrosive agent to the foundation, which can ruin my face, right? Lu Xixi's mind was guessed and immediately raised her voice. You're talking nonsense. Mu Beiying, why do you slander me? That's right, she added a corrosive agent to the foundation. This medicine can directly disfigure a person. Who let Mu Beiying rob Brother Shijing? It's just to make Mu Beiying disfigured, which is very face wrong. But she absolutely can't admit it. Anyway, as long as she doesn't admit her debt, can Mu Beiying still be like this? Mu Beiying understood Lu Xixi's idea and suddenly smiled. Miss Lu, it doesn't matter if you don't admit it. Anyway, you are dressed in the locker room. The head has been removed by me. Once I announce it, not to mention you, even the Lu family will suffer, so I don't care what you add to the foundation. Your mother and daughter's plan failed. Are you disappointed? The camera has been dismantled, and you still want to talk about it. Lu Xixi was shocked and screamed without thinking about it. It's impossible. The camera is obviously very hidden. You are talking nonsense. Mu Beiying showed a suckward smile. Oh, the camera is indeed installed by you. You. Lu Xixi found that she was surrounded by Mu Beiying and admitted to the installation of the camera in disguise. She was so angry that she roared regardless. Mu Beiying, shut up. What about what I did? I can't wait to send the video of you changing clothes. Don't be complacent. What's the use of removing the camera? The camera will automatically connect to the internet. Now the video of you taking off your clothes is everywhere. Mu Beiying's face is cold. Connected to the internet? Lu Xixi laughed. You have put on a dress, which means that you have taken off your clothes in front of the camera. Now, I don't know how many obscene men are looking at your photos, haha. Mu Beiying sneered. Fortunately, she kept her heart and went to the lounge to change clothes. She deliberately changed into a dress in order to stimulate Lu Xixi to tell the truth. Just then, the door of the dressing room was suddenly closed. Lu Xixi roared, come and hold her down for me. Mu Beiying dodged the hand of a makeup artist sideways, and Miss Lu didn't pretend. Lu Xixi's dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. Anyway, you have found out. To tell you the truth, I just added something to the foundation. Today, you have to use it, and you don't have to use it. I want to see who wants you after the disfiguration. Brother Shixing is mine. Mu Beiying narrowed his eyes. The Law family's so-called clarification of the marriage contract was indeed false. Lu Xixi did not give up marrying Huo Shijing at all. She looked at the bottle of foundation calmly and suddenly smiled. Do you want me to disfigure you? The next moment, Mu Beiying suddenly smashed the foundation and came forward with lightning speed to wipe it on Lu Xixi's face. Lu Xixi fell to the ground in fright and screamed in panic. She killed someone. She will be disfigured if she touches the foundation. She doesn't want to be disfigured. Lu Xixi's exclamation came from upstairs, and Mrs. Law and Lu Ming rushed up. Xixi, what's the matter? Lu Xixi retreated in embarrassment, pale and panicked. And Mu Beiying was condescending, cold and murderous. When Lu Xixi saw her parents coming, she cried and shouted, Dad, Mom. Mu Beiying wants to kill me. She is so cruel. Mrs. Law cursed without thinking about it. Mu Beiying, why are you so vicious that you want to kill my daughter at our Lu family's banquet? Are you still a human? Even if you are jealous that my daughter is close to Shijing, you can't kill people. Mu Beiying looked at the mother and daughter turning black and white upside down, and wanted to applaud them. She sneered, Mrs. Law, you and I are clear about the truth. It's not good for the wicked to sue first here. Mrs. Law was in a hurry. It was you who sued the wicked first. What did my daughter do wrong? You want to treat her like this? Shijing, you come to judge. Several people turned around. Huo Shijing stood aside and glanced at Mrs. Law's face. Seeing that Hua Shijing didn't say anything, Luo Ming said half-maintenantly, "Well, Shixie, what's going on?" Luo Shixie bit her lip and was very aggrieved, and tears fell down. "My mother and I saw that Miss Mu didn't wear a dress and didn't wear makeup, so we contacted the makeup artist to make up for her. Unexpectedly, as soon as she came in, she made a big fuss and said she was going to kill me. Woo woo. Even if Miss Mu married Brother Shixing, she can't treat me like this. Is it also my fault that I grew up with Brother Shixing?" Mrs. Luo also cried and said, "Miss Mu's jealousy is too strong." Luo Ming understands Luo Zixie's character and knows the truth. It must not be so simple, but after all, this is his daughter, and she can still be ridden by Mu Beiying. "Miss Mu, what is yours, and others can't take it away. If it's not yours, you can't grab it even if you try your best. You don't have to worry about it everywhere for Xu Qing." Mu Beiying laughed. "This family is really interesting. Mr. Luo, before accusing me, you might as well take a look at this thing." She pointed to the broken foundation on the table and spoke slowly. "Mrs. Luo invited me to put on makeup. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Miss Luo adding something to the foundation." Mrs. Luo's eyelids jumped and she hurriedly defended. "You said nonsense." Before the words were finished, Hua Shixing's eyes swept over coldly. The eyes seemed calm, but Mrs. Luo felt a murderous spirit and forced her mouth to close. Chapter 44 Slap in the face. As evidenced by the recording, Luo Shixie was frightened, and Mu Beiying continued, "Then I found that there was a corrosive drug added to the foundation. If I applied it to my face would ulcerate in less in a quarter of an hour." "Mrs. Luo, do you think this is a coincidence?" Mrs. Luo broke out in a cold sweat. She never thought that Xixie's medicine for the foundation would be seen by Mu Beiying. She must not admit it. Mrs. Luo squeezed out a smile and pretended not to understand. "Beiying, what are you talking about? How can there be corrosive agent in the foundation? Xixie just added some essential oil to make the foundation more moist. You think too much." Mu Beiying bent the corners of his lips, "Right. Then why doesn't Luo Xixie dare to use this bottle of foundation by herself?" The scene suddenly fell into a dead silence. Mrs. Luo pretended to be calm. "Xixie didn't dare to use it. It's just that everyone's skin quality is different. Xixie has her own makeup artist. She has already painted her makeup, and there is no need to apply foundation again." "Do you think so?" Luo Xixie gritted her teeth and was extremely unwilling, but at this moment she could only nod. Mrs. Luo breathed a sigh of relief. "Beiying, if you don't like this brand of foundation, I'll just change it for you. Why make such a big deal?" After saying that, Mrs. Luo threw away the bottle of foundation as if destroying the evidence. Luo Ming answered, "Since it's a misunderstanding, let's break up." "So do you too. If you don't know what brand of cosmetics Miss Mu likes, she will arrange it randomly." After saying that, he said half soothing and half threatening, "Miss Mu, Shixing is also here today. There is really no need for you to make trouble for the foundation. Well, I'll ask the makeup team to come over and design a style for you alone. How about it?" Hua Shijing looked slightly depressed and looked at Mu Beiying. Mu Beiying sneered. This family of three sang together. "Do you think this is the end of the matter?" She sneered. "Mouth, if it's just foundation, I wouldn't be so angry, but what if I say that even the dress has problems?" Mrs. Luo's eyes turned, found a loophole in her words, and immediately said, "What's wrong with the dress?" "Miss Mu, I kindly arranged a makeup artist for you to choose a dress at will. Is that how you slander us? If there is really something wrong with the dress, why do you have to wear it?" "Mrs. Luo, don't worry." Mu Beiying smiled and said, "My dress was given by Bai Yi, and it was also changed in the lounge, and the reason why I did this was because she said clearly word by word, the dress arranged for me by Mrs. Luo can only be worn close to the body, which means that the original clothes must be taken off when changing the dress. And more than a dozen pinhole cameras are installed on the wall of the changing room. Once I take off my clothes there, the camera will take a clear picture." Mrs. Luo thinks, "Is this a problem? There are many kinds of dresses. In this case, Mu Beiying, the best way is to wear a loose dress. You can put the dress directly on the shirt without changing clothes. But those dresses in the locker room need her to change clothes from the inside to the outside, even underwear. Coupled with the pinhole camera, what does Mrs. Luo want to do? Will anyone else not understand?" Hua Shixing's face suddenly sank, and her murderous spirit emerged. She said hoarsely, "Mrs. Luo." These three words seemed to be death. Mrs. Luo trembled all over and suddenly panicked. "Nonsense. Mu Beiying, I think you are Xu Qing's wife, and I am respectful to you. How dare you frame us? I don't know what kind of pinhole camera it is." Mu Beiying sneered, "Am I talking nonsense? It's a pity that your good daughter has admitted it." Her fingertips moved, and the next moment, a sharp and ugly female voice then it spread, "The camera is automatically connected to the internet, and now there are videos of you undressing everywhere. I don't know how many men are looking at your body. You are so cheap. Why do you marry Brother Shixing? I'm going to destroy you." Everyone looked at Luo Xixie dumbfounded. These vicious words made everyone shudder. There was a camera in the locker room. She wanted to ruin a girl's life. Mrs. Luo and Luo Xixie's expressions were stiff, and they trembled with fear. Mu Beiying She actually recorded. Our Mrs. Luo rushed up like a mad dog and smashed Mu Beiying's mobile phone to the ground fiercely. She was furious. It's all fake. Mu Beiying looked at the crazy Mrs. Luo coldly and said lightly, Mrs. Luo, please smash it. Anyway, the mobile phone backup has been uploaded automatically. Now you two should consider how to explain it. Luo Xixie still wanted to be sophistry and cried, no, it was Mu Beiying who stimulated me. I'm talking nonsense. There was no camera at all. Huo Shiqing glanced at Luo Xixie. Her blood was surging and her whole body was cold. Every cell felt danger. Her throat was choking and she couldn't say any more. For the first time, Luo Xixie clearly realized that she was finished. She was really finished. Luo Ming suddenly said fiercely, Luo Xixie, shut up. I didn't expect you to have such vicious thoughts, saying that you would give up Shiqing, but in fact you were targeting his wife behind her back. How many times have I told you that your personality needs to be changed, but what about you? Do you think you can marry Shiqing if you humiliate Miss Mu at the banquet? Get out of the country for me, and I will treat you as a daughter in the future. And you? Luo Ming pointed to Mrs. Luo again, Xixing is making trouble, and you are also following her. If Ling Shuang hadn't returned to China, I would have asked you to get out with Luo Xixie and apologize. When Mrs. Luo heard the word Ling Shuang, she glared at Mu Beiying fiercely. She resisted her unwillingness and gritted her teeth to apologize. Miss Mu, it's my ghost. Mu Beiying raised his eyebrows. Luo Ming seemed to be scolding the mother and daughter, but in fact he was making a small deal. After all, he scolded him and defined the matter as nonsense. So how can she, a junior, be easy to quarrel? Luo Ming took a deep breath. Shu Qing, they were also anxious for a moment. Fortunately, it didn't make a big mistake. I compensated Miss Mu for the mental damage, and this matter was treated as Mr. Huo. Mr. Huo, be careful. Just then, several exclamations suddenly sounded. The more Luo Xixing thought about it, the more unwilling she became. Why did she want to send her out of the country if she failed? Why does Mu Beiying have to be careless when she has nothing to do? Sending her abroad means that she has been abandoned by the Lu family, and all her glory and aura will disappear. No, when she saw a fruit knife in her hand, anger surged into her brain. Luo Xixie grabbed the fruit knife and stabbed Mu Beiying. Unexpectedly, Huo Shiqing took Mu Beiying into his arms. Seeing that the knife was about to stab him, he quickly raised his foot and kicked Luo Xixie's hand. The knife fell to the ground with a thud. Bai Ji rushed up. Sir, are you all right? Luo Ming and Mrs. Luo's faces gradually turned pale. It's over, it's really over. Huo Shiqing shook off the dust on his shoulders, looked cold, and issued an ultimatum, Mr. Luo. I don't mind letting your daughter disappear completely. Chapter 45 Huo Shiqing, look, isn't that your wife? Luo Ming knew that it was impossible to save Luo Xixie today. He took a deep breath and said decisively, Shu Qing, the Lu family will definitely give you an explanation about today's matter. Xixu is up to you, and I will never interfere. Huo Shiqing said slowly, I'm not interested in interfering in Mr. Luo's family affairs, as long as Mr. Luo deals with it to my satisfaction. Mu Beiying was speechless. He said that he let others deal with his daughter, killing people. Sure enough, Luo Ming's face sank a point, but he still endured it. He looked at Mrs. Luo and pointed to Dirty and scolded Huai. Didn't he hear what Shu Qing say? Don't take this shameful daughter to get out of here. Mrs. Luo glared at Mu Beiying viciously and helped Luo Xixie to walk out. Luo Ming turned around and asked with a smile, I heard that Miss Mu is interested in that ruby brooch. How about I send someone to take you to have a look? Before Mu Beiying could speak, Huo Shiqing spoke indifferently. Don't bother Mr. Luo, I'll just take her there. Luo Ming could only see the two leave, and his eyes swept at Mu Beiying coldly. In this case, I won't disturb him. Luo Ming went back to the room with a straight face. Mrs. Luo was comforting Luo Xixie. Xixie, you go out first. Luo Xixie ran over aggrievedly. Dad, I'm going to marry brother Shiqing. Please help me. I want to. I'll let you out. Luo Ming roared fiercely. Luo Xixie shrank all over and didn't dare to say anything more. She cried and ran away. Luo Ming closed the door and suddenly turned around and slapped Mrs. Luo in the face. Mrs. Luo covered her face and was obviously stunned. Are you going to hit me? Luo Ming said with a gloomy face, stupid. What's your use against Mu Beiying now? They are all married. Even if Xixie has great ability, can she still force Shiqing to divorce? Mrs. Luo was unwilling, but Mu Beiying was already damned. Shut up. It's just to make her disfigured. She actually did such a simple thing herself. You're stupid. The more Luo Ming said, the more annoyed he became. My Luo Mei's daughter was so stupid that she wanted to kill someone and was left behind. What's the use of you? Mrs. Luo cried unwillingly, then you don't have to send Xixin abroad. She has been spoiled since she was a child. How do you let her live? She dared to almost hurt Huo Shiqing with a knife. Do you think it's so simple to send her out of the country now? Mrs. Luo panicked. So, what else do you want? Shisho is your biological daughter. Isn't it just Mu Beiying? When Ling Shuang comes back, how can Shi Qing care about her? You also know that Ling Shuang is coming back soon. If Shu Qing alienated Ling Shuang because of the stupidity of you and Luo Shixi, I want you to look good. Luo Ming sneered and made a decision. If Ling Shuang is willing to beg for mercy for Xixi, she will be thrown abroad. If Ling Shuang is unwilling, let Luo Shixi wait for death. Mrs. Luo staggered 2 steps, and panic surged on her face. Mu Beiying followed Huo Shixing to the collection of the Luo family. The ruby brooch has not been officially exhibited yet, and it is lying quietly in the glass cabinet at the moment. Mu Beiying ran forward excitedly and looked at it, and his expression suddenly became indescribable. Huo Shixing raised his eyebrows slightly. Not satisfied? Mu Beiying shook his head in despair. She thought she had found the ruby brooch. She spent so much energy to come into the banquet, but she didn't expect it to be a fake. What is the Luo family doing? Aren't you afraid of being humiliated if such a big family wants to exhibit a fake? Seeing her lack of interest, Huo Shixing guessed that her trip today was for this ruby. The man raised his eyebrows slightly. If you want to see the ruby brooch, why spare such a big circle? Just come to me. Mu Beiying, don't open your eyes and whisper, but you won't let me come to the party. Huo Shixing suddenly smiled. Mrs. Huo, why don't I let you come to the party? You really don't know? Mu Beiying's expression stiffened and her scalp was numb. Huo Shixing refused to bring her to the banquet because she insisted on a secret marriage, but, isn't it good to make their relationship public now? She refused to make it public, and she was not afraid of Song Lingqia's embarrassment, but that she was worried that Mr. Song would accept her incompetence. After all, it would take some time for her granddaughter-in-law to become a daughter-in-law. Mu Beiying's eyes turned, and suddenly he thought of a reason, and lowered his head very aggrievedly. Huo Shixing, before the marriage news has been made public, there is a Luo family who wants to put me to death. If it is made public, wouldn't there be more people who want me to die? How can I come here? Therefore, we keep the current secret marriage, which is also for my safety. Huo Shixing lowered his eyes and looked at her. As time passed, Mu Beiying's cold sweat fell. The man suddenly turned his head and said, if Luo Shixin teaches a lesson, she will not offend you again in the future. Mu Beiying suddenly remembered and blinked his eyes. Did you really leave her to me? Huo Shixing nodded indifferently. Mu Beiying was a little surprised and suddenly had the illusion of being taken care of. Why are you so good to me? Huo Shixing raised his eyes calmly. There was no reason. If you had to ask, Mrs. Huo, why did you marry me? Mu Beiying sighed in her heart, of course, because you are Song Lingqia's uncle. But if she really says so, it seems that she is too heartless. To be fair, Huo Shixing is so excellent that it seems that he was not born in the Song family. She was about to open her mouth when a man suddenly came to her side. Mr. Huo. Disrespectful. I didn't expect you to come. I'll toast you. A trace of disgust flashed in Huo Shixing's eyes, but the man was unforgiving. Mr. Huo is worthy of being the best heir of the Huo family. Now even the Luo family has been trampled on by you. Mu Beiying frowned. How strangely did this man speak? Wait. She is actually an exciting person. What is the best heir of the Huo family? Isn't he the heir of the Song family? When the speaker saw that Huo Shixing ignored him, he was not in a hurry and turned his eyes to Mu Beiying. Is this Mrs. Huo? Has Mrs. Huo ever been to the Huo family's old house? This person didn't leave the Huo family word for word. Mu Beiying suddenly panicked, looked at Huo Shixing, and then asked in a trembling voice. The old house of the Huo family. Huo Shixing raised his eyebrows slightly, took Mu Beiying's hand, glanced at the man, and went downstairs with her without saying a word. The toasting man did not chase, but glanced at the 2 people who left with high eyes. Until downstairs, Mu Beiying hadn't recovered from the word Huo's family. Well, why did he ask you to take me to the Huo family's old house? Huo Shixing's expression became more and more cold. It was nothing. The trivial things at home made you watch jokes. Mu Beiying was really scared. What kind of family? Does this family refer to the Song family or the Huo family? If you don't make it clear, she won't be able to sleep tonight. But Huo Shixing's face was too cold. Mu Beiying's words suddenly became cowardly and swallowed back. She didn't doubt much in the past, but now she has to be a problem. It seems that she has never investigated Huo Shixing. She won't really marry the wrong person, will she? After returning from the banquet, Huo Shixing was busy and did not return to Yijingying for 3 days in a row. Mu Beiying used all kinds of means to investigate Huo Shixing, but what he found was always blank. She calmed down, and there was another place where she might get the information she wanted. Half an hour later, at the door of a bar. This bar looks like a bar on the surface, but in fact it is an intelligence trading agency. A few years ago, Mu Beiying unexpectedly became one of the owners of the bar, but she rarely came. She came here today to investigate things. As soon as she walked in, someone not far away suddenly surprised, Hua Shiqing, look, isn't that your wife? Chapter 46. In the bar, someone drugged Hua Shiqing, and Chu Xiao immediately wanted to ask someone to bring Mu Beiying here. Today, Hua Shiqing came here to check something. Unexpectedly, the group of bastards in the Hua family actually moved their hands and feet. He accidentally got that kind of medicine. The bar is full of people from the Hua family, and Hua Shiqing can't let them notice the abnormality. He must clean up those people as quickly as possible before he can leave. Before that, he could only endure it when the drug was effective. But now it's different. Mu Beiying is here, and she can help Hua Shiqing relieve it. The hair on the corners of Hua Shiqing's forehead was soaked with sweat, and the man's vision was confused. When he heard the familiar name, his throat rolled. No, Chu Xiao said, why not? That's your wife. Isn't it natural to help you? Hua Shiqing breathed heavily and sat down for me. Oh. Well, then you can only endure it. Chu Xiao had no choice but to agree, but the next moment, his expression suddenly became serious. Hua Shiqing, you may not be able to go. Chu Xiao scolded, guess who I saw? Mu Yaohui and Mu Qianrou are also here. They are forcing Miss Mu to accompany her to drink. Hua Shiqing's breath was slow and he got up suddenly. Chu Xiao hurried to catch up. What are you doing? Hua Shiqing forcibly endured the effect of the medicine and said hoarsely, of course, go and protect my missus. Hua. On the other side, Mu Qianrou held a wine glass and smiled, and couldn't help but be angry. Since offending Xie Ling last time, their last resources have been lost, and Dad can only take her out to please these bosses. Looking at the ugly and old gold master in front of her, Mu Qianrou was about to spit it out. Suddenly, she flashed and saw a figure. Mu Qianrou hurriedly bowed her head. Dad, I seem to have seen my sister. Mu Yaohui looked in the direction of her finger, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Mu Qianrou said aggrievedly, Dad, brother Ling Qian just asked me where I was, and I didn't dare to tell him that I was in the bar. Mu Yaohui immediately decided to let Mu Beiying replace you, and you went to find Ling Qian. After saying that, he looked at the bosses flatteringly. Mr. Chen, my eldest daughter is also here. I'll ask her to come and serve you. Naturally, the boss also saw the beauty sitting in the corner, and his mouth was about to drool. Good, good, Mu Dong, we are waiting for you. Mu Beiying worked in his position for a while. Instead of waiting for the bar owner to come, he heard a disgusting voice. Mu Qianrou Liu Fufang said, Sister. Mu Beiying squinted his eyes, cold, as if he had never heard of it. Mu Yaohui was angry with this look. His daughter, like her mother, will always be so high. He put on the momentum of a parent and habitually scolded first, what are you doing in the bar? Can you learn something good? Mu Beiying sneered, then what are you and Mu Qianrou doing in the bar? Father and daughter come together to have a haul. Be presumptuous. Who allows you to talk like that? After Mu Yaohui roared, he remembered the business and said impatiently, come here and accompany Mr. Chen for a few drinks. Mu Beiying is careless. Isn't there Mu Qianrou? Mu Yaohui was angry. Qianrou was an innocent girl. Can she be the same as you? Get out of here. Mu Qianrou bit her lip and advised, Sister, you can't be so selfish, and you should also think about your family. Mu Beiying turned around and left. Unexpectedly, those bosses came over at this time. Mr. Chen blocked Mu Beiying's way, stared at her lustfully, and swallowed his saliva. Mu Dong, is this your eldest daughter? Why didn't you tell me earlier that there is such a beautiful woman in your family? Mu Beiying was disgusted by the look, and there were dense bumps on her body. Mu Yaohui is flattering. Yes, 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 she can serve people. Unlike Qianrou, who is still inexperienced for the first time, Beiying is very experienced. I guarantee that you will be satisfied with the service. Several bosses suddenly burst into laughter and said ambiguously, but we have so many people, can your eldest daughter stand it? Why don't you keep your little daughter with you? Mu Yaohui immediately protected Mu Qianrou behind him without thinking about it. Qianrou can't do it. She can't do anything, but Beiying can definitely do it. She has had so many men. Beiying, are you right? Mu Beiying clenched her fists. Although she knew that the Mu family had always disliked her, her heart was still cold when she heard that her biological father was going to push her into the wolf's nest. Is she Mu Yaohui's biological daughter? Mr. Chen rubbed his hands obscenely. Miss Mu, come and have a drink with us. Mu Beiying glanced coldly at the crowd, suddenly smiled, and asked slowly and logically, do you want me to drink? Everyone around suddenly laughed ambiguously. Mu Dong, your eldest daughter is really good. She is very good at doing things. Sure enough, she is very good at serving people. Mu Dong can rest assured that if she serves us comfortably, that project will be news. Mu Yaohui smiled happily. He was proud and surprised to get such a great benefit by selling Mu Beiying. Mr. Chen swallowed a few times. Miss Mu, please, don't let us wait too long. Mu Beiying reached out and took the glass of wine. Obviously, something was poured into the wine. She suddenly raised her eyes and her eyes flowed. This glass is too small. Why don't you change to a big glass? Mr. Chen couldn't wait. Didn't you hear what Miss Mew said? Change a big cup. Miss Mew, you are comfortable to serve us tonight, and I guarantee that all the resources will be delivered to the Mew family. That's right. Mew Dong really gave birth to a good daughter. At this time, a glass 3 times larger was sent into Mew Beiying's hand. She suddenly smiled and raised her hand. At that time, we should take a video to enjoy it. If Miss Mew misses this posture, the voice will stop abruptly. Let's go. A glass of wine drizzled from head to toe, and Mr. Chen's greasy hair suddenly stuck to his face, dripping with wine all over his body. Everyone was stunned and watched the scene in the corner motionless. Mr. Chen suddenly reacted and was furious. What are you doing? Mew Dong, does your daughter want to rebel? Mew Yaohui was so angry that he was afraid that the resources he had won would be gone. Mew Beiying, you give me. Mew Beiying was slammed at Mew Yaohui. Seeing him covering his head in pain, he sneered, don't you want me to drink with you? Here, I'm with you. Mr. Chen was angry. After playing with so many women, some are willing and some are reluctant, but this is the first time that a woman dares to play wild on his head. He looked at Mew Beiying's back, immediately came forward and grabbed Mew Beiying's hand. Little bitch, your father has given you to me. Why do you pretend to be a chaste woman? I must kill you today. Mew Beiying's eyes were cold, and he grabbed Mr. Chen's wrist and was about to knock Mr. Chen down. However, at this moment, she only heard a bang, and someone kicked Mr. Chen away. Then, she suddenly fell into a hot and familiar embrace. Huo Shixing's body was hot, but his eyes were extremely cold. He swept over the crowd and asked word by word, which hand touched it. Cut it. Everyone's breath was slow. Mew Beiying felt his abnormal body temperature in his arms and suddenly was stunned. He seems to have been drug-cated, and the effect of the medicine is on set. Chapter 47 Mrs. Huo, we are husband and wife, help me. Huo Shixing suppressed her heavy breathing, and the heat almost melted her. Mew Beiying's face changed, and he hurriedly said, Huo Shixing, let's go. Be obedient and avenge you first. The man's fingertips gently touched her lips, rubbed her soft and delicate lips for a moment, suppressed the heavy desire, and then glared at several people coldly. Mr. Chen lay on the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. He roared angrily, who are you? How dare you disturb my good things? Come on, take them down. Huo Shixing sneered. There was a whirlwind in front of Mew Beiying's eyes. The man held her in his arms and solved Mr. Chen's people in 3 or 2 times. Huo Shixing stepped on Mr. Chen's wrist with a cold voice. Did this hand touch her? Mr. Chen let out a pig-killing scream. Don't step on it, don't step on it. Mew Qianrou's eyes were straight. She has never seen such a handsome and temperamental man. He actually helped Mew Beiying out his anger. Do they know each other? No, Mew Beiying can't know such a high-quality man. He must be unable to get used to what Mr. Chen did and stood up to do justice. She must not let Mew Beiying take away this man. Mew Qianrou's mind was lively, covering her lips and shed tears. Sir, don't be impulsive. This is our family. Sister, say something. Dad just cares about you and thinks you shouldn't come to the bar. How can you hurt people? Mew Yaohui also immediately reacted, that's it. Why are you a college student in the bar? I taught you a lesson and you are still angry. Mew Beiying raised his head from Huo Shixing's arms. Housework? The family is that my father forced me to sleep with Mr. Chen and others for one night. The other guests in the bar looked at Mew Yaohui in disbelief. Is this your own father? How can he let his daughter sleep with 5 or 6 elderly people for one night? Mew Yaohui blushed with anger. You are talking nonsense. It's obviously that you like Mr. Chen, and you still. Phew. Before the words were over, Huo Shixing raised his foot and kicked Mew Yaohui's stomach fiercely. He spit out a mouthful of blood and trembled all over. You. Huo Shixing's eyes swept coldly, get out. The bodyguard of the bar quickly came forward and dragged Mew Yaohui and others out. Mew Qianrou has never been treated so rudely. Her clothes were torn. She screamed heartbreakingly, what are you doing? Why did you drive me away? Mew Yaohui is angry and unwilling, presumptuous. Do you know who I am? The manager of the bar was condescending and sneered, no matter who you are, if you offend that person, you will all be doomed. Let them get out of here. Mew Yaohui has never been so humiliated. He couldn't wait to rush up and slap Mew Beiying twice. He was so angry that his eyes were dizzy. The evil woman. Broomstar. Mew Qianrou broke into the car while crying, woo woo. Dad, why did you do this to me? Aren't we a family? Why? Why is Mew Beiying so lucky? She is not convinced. Mew Qianrou gritted her teeth and suddenly thought of something. She took out her mobile phone and took a few photos at Mew Beiying. Today's shame, she will definitely let Mew Beiying repay 100 times. In the bar, after the idle people were kicked out, Huo Shixing's breathing suddenly became heavy. Mew Beiying felt that her arms were getting hotter and her whole body trembled. Huo Shijing's fingertips actually pressed lightly on her lips. Huo Shijing's eyes became thicker and thicker, staring at her neck, as if the wolf had finally taken the prey he was satisfied with and was studying where to start. This hot gaze seemed to turn into substance, gradually melting Mu Beiying. She felt soft all over and her cheeks were crimson, as if she knew what would happen next, and shook her head in a low voice. No. Huo Shijing, this is a bar, and many people are watching. The man paused and retreated a little. Mu Beiying breathed a sigh of relief, and then the next moment, he picked her up and turned into the dark corridor. The voice gradually went away, and there was only a faint light in the corridor. Mu Beiying wanted to remind her that the exit was not here. Before the words were finished, Mu Beiying was suddenly pushed against the wall, and her head was dizzy. It was too late when she wanted to escape. Huo Shijing put one hand on her waist and imprisoned her in his arms. The other hand raised her chin and kissed her in an absolutely controlled manner. Mu Beiying's pupils contracted violently, and the exclamation disappeared between her lips and teeth. I don't know how long it took before he finished the kiss, slowly pulled away, his voice was hoarse, and went to the car. Mu Beiying's legs were weak, and shame surged up. No, unfortunately, even if Huo Shijing was drugged, she was much stronger than her. She was almost unable to resist being stuffed into the back seat. The baffle rises, and the back seat of the luxury car becomes a closed space. Mu Beiying panicked. Huo Shijing, you, calm down. Huo Shijing's forehead dripped with sweat, as if he had endured it to the extreme. He easily controlled Mu Beiying's hand on the top of her head and exhaled a hot breath. Mrs. Huo, we are husband and wife. They are husband and wife, and then what? Mu Beiying's brain was confused and he couldn't think of a reason. His brain was so hot that he couldn't think. Huo Shijing coaxed in a low voice, don't be afraid, it will be fine soon. After that, Mu Beiying felt as if he had fallen into a nightmare. He was repeatedly tossed and turned, and his whole body was sore. The man took her out of the car and threw her back to the bed. Then, she didn't know anything. The morning of the next day, Mu Beiying was awakened by the alarm clock and suddenly opened her eyes. She habitually wanted to get out of bed and wash. However, the soreness on her body made her fall back. She looked at the ceiling in a daze, her memory gradually returned, and her cheeks turned red. Last night, Huo Shijing actually. She had never seen such an irrational Huo Shijing. She said it will be fine soon. However, her voice was almost hoarse and she ran away crying. Unexpectedly, she was carried back by him. The more Mu Beiying thought about it, the hotter his head became. She patted herself on the head in a hurry, stopped thinking nonsense, took a deep breath, gritted her teeth and got out of bed to wash. When she got to the bathroom, she unexpectedly found that her body had been cleaned up. It's a little conscientious. There was a class at Angcheng University this morning today. Mu Beiying did not dare to delay and walked downstairs with pain. However, her legs were extremely sore. She broke her foot and was about to fall down the stairs. Mrs. Huo, are you going to go to class like this? Huo Shijing picked up the person with a smile on his lips. Shall I ask for a day off for you? The temperature on Mu Beiying's cheeks, which had just calmed down, became hot again. She also asked for leave last time, and she asked again this time. Is it possible for her to ask for 2 sick leave because of this kind of thing? Mu Beiying opened her lips with difficulty, ashamed and indignant. No. I'm going to class. Huo Shijing looked at her blushing and suddenly laughed out loud. Chapter 48. Mu Beiying is the owner of that bar. Mu Beiying wants to die even more. Close your eyes. Why are you laughing? It's not because of you. Huo Shijing thought of her strange walking posture and said slowly and logically, Mrs. Huo, please ask for at least 1 morning off, or you want everyone to see the reason why you are late. Mu Beiying looked at the time. The first class had already begun. She must be late to go now. In addition, her thighs are so sore that she can't walk at all. Mu Beiying covered his face, abandoned himself, and gritted his teeth fiercely. I got it, I'll take it myself. She asked for leave from the counselor and went back upstairs to rest. Huo Shijing waited for her back to disappear, and her gentle and smiling eyes instantly became cold. She swept to Bai Ji and found out. Sir, it was the smashed Huo family who drugged you. The people behind it were too cunning to catch them. Huo Shijing sneered. Who else can there be in the Huo family? It's nothing more than his good stepmother, or his good father. Bai Ji asked respectfully, Sir, do you want to track it down? Huo Shijing crushed an orchid bud with his fingertips and checked it carelessly. The bigger the trouble, the better, until the whole Huo family knew about it. Bai Ji was puzzled for 2 seconds, but he had never questioned Huo Shijing's decision. He immediately nodded and said yes. After dinner in the afternoon, Mu Beiying felt very comfortable. She let the driver took her to school. When she got out of the car and went to the computer department, she found that her classmates looked at her a little strangely. Mu Beiying frowned. What's going on? It's her. She still has the face to come to school. How old are you? It's an old man in the society who messes around. Isn't this kind of person in our school ruining the reputation of Anda University? I heard that Mu Beiying grew up in the countryside. She is a local man and has not received any good education. No wonder what she does is so bad. A group of discussions penetrated into his ears, and Mu Beiying narrowed his eyes. Are these people talking about her? Hey, I said you don't have any shame. You had sex with 5 or 6 old men last night, and now you still have the energy to come to school. Suddenly, a classmate blocked Mu Beiying's way. Mu Beiying recognized this person's name was Wu Lina. She had a little money at home. She was Mu Qianrou's little sidekick. She often followed Mu Qianrou to do evil and bully her classmates. Wu Lina hates Mu Beiying's face so much. How can she be so beautiful? She has heard from Qianrou that Mu Beiying has done all kinds of dirty work in the countryside. How can such a person deserve to be a classmate with her? Seeing that Mu Beiying didn't say anything, Wu Lina was angry. Are you dumb? Mu Beiying stroked his hair. What he didn't see was the least to spread rumors. It's illegal to spread rumors, do you know? Wu Lina pointed at her nose and scolded angrily, don't talk nonsense. Who said I was a rumor? You don't know yet. The photo of you drinking with the old man in the bar last night has been spread on the campus website, and all the students have seen it. When the words fell, many students around stopped. The teaching director was notified that the big man would come to the school soon. When he saw someone making trouble here, he was afraid that it would have a bad impact on the school, so he rushed over. What's wrong? What are you arguing about? When Wu Lina saw the teaching director coming, she seemed to find a helper and burst into anger. Director Xu, I reported that Mu Beiying's private life was not simple. She went to the bar to drink and sleep at night, which was tarnishing the reputation of our school. For the sake of the school, I wanted Mu Beiying to give an explanation, but she denied it and slandered me for spreading rumors. Obviously, it was her own stubborn resistance, and all the classmates knew how dirty she was. Her words fell, and several people who were jealous of Mu Beiying also spoke one after another. Yes, Mu Beiying went out for a drink in the middle of the night, and he had photos. She got in and out of a different luxury car every time, and she was very close to a man. The two of them finally went to the corridor and didn't know what they had done. Director Xu, you should deal with it properly. In case the matter spreads out, what about the reputation of our university? Director Xu frowned. Classmate Mu, is this true? Mu Beiying sneered and was about to open his mouth when a weak voice suddenly came from not far away. Director Xu, don't be angry. Although my sister went to the bar, she must not have sold her body. Mu Qianrou seemed to have just heard the news. Wei Liu Fufeng rushed over, his eyes were red, and he bowed vigorously to apologize. I'm sorry, everyone. My sister has caused you trouble. I apologize for her. She rarely goes to the bar, but only drinks occasionally. I will advise him more in the future, and please don't talk about it again. The classmates around her looked at each other and couldn't help sighing in their hearts. Mu Qianrou is really a good sister. She specially went to the computer department to replace Mu Bei. Sound interpretation. Mu Qianrou looked more and more proud. She just posted 2 photos and found someone to spread some plausible rumors. I didn't expect the effect to be so good. Mu Beiying smiled. This is Mu Qianrou's usual method. Pretending to apologize for her is actually a disguised admission that she often goes to the bar and often drinks with old men. Seeing that public opinion is in her own hands, Mu Qianrou wants to add a fire. Sister, you just explain it to everyone, there is no need. Mu Qianrou, are you disgusting? At this moment, a female voice behind interrupted Mu Qianrou's words. Everyone looked back and suddenly stopped breathing. The principal, the school director, the director, and other people with status are all standing behind them. There was a man among them. The man's face was cold and his eyes were calm, but he was as sharp as a knife. The students shuddered together. It was a woman standing in front of her who spoke. Mu Qianrou turned around angrily, and suddenly her expression stiffened. Then she said aggrievedly, Miss Chu, what did I do wrong? Are you going to scold me like this? Chu Ju sneered. What if Mu Beiying went to the bar? Do you need to apologize for her so falsely? Whether you are sincerely good for her or to ruin her reputation, you know it yourself. Mu Qianrou's tears fell helplessly. I just wanted to explain for my sister that I was afraid that everyone would misunderstand her. Wu Lina was angry. If Mu Beiying was really innocent, why did she go to the bar? Chu Ju raised his eyebrows with a smile, of course, because Mu Beiying was the owner of the bar. Boom, the whole hall is in an uproar. That bar is one of the most luxurious bars in Ancheng. How could the boss behind it be Mu Beiying? Mu Qianrou's face sank and she shook her head desperately. Miss Chu, what are you talking about? My sister is obviously from the countryside. How can she? Mu Qianrou is so hard-mouthed that she died. It's not a secret that the owner behind the bar is. You can find out whatever you want. I need to lie to protect Mu Beiying. Chapter 49. Huo Shiqing helped to slap Mu Qianrou in the face. Chu Zhi laughed angrily. He couldn't go to his bar. If he went, he slept with the old man. Principal Zheng, it's not what I said. The students in your school are too dirty. The students around who had just accused Mu Beiying were suddenly panicked. We didn't. Yes, it's all Wu Lina who is talking nonsense. She spreads rumors without knowing the truth. We have all been deceived. Wu Lina panicked. No, it was Qianro who told me. Qianro, please help me say a few words. Mu Qianro hates this idiot so much. Mu Beiying raised her eyebrows. Oh. It turned out that my sister told Wu Lina that I went to the bar to drink and sleep with her last night. So why did my sister pretend to apologize for me just now? Is it really what Miss Chu said? Your real purpose is to destroy my reputation. Chu Ju laughed out loud. Mu Qianro, you said that Beiying went to the bar and didn't check the order, but you also drank in that bar last night. Where did you check it? With a snap, several photos flew out and fell at the feet of the classmates. When everyone saw it, they couldn't help staring. Mu Qianro sat among the old men with a red face and a smile, still leaning in their arms. This time, the public opinion completely reversed. Wow, it was Mu Qianro who accompanied the wine. In those photos of Mu Beiying, she only took a back, but in Mu Qianro's photos, it can be seen that she is happy to accompany her to drink. Mu Qianro's brain went blank for a moment, and then she was so angry that she almost went crazy. Bitch. Mu Beiying actually left a photo. She will kill this bitch sooner or later. Mu Beiying raised her eyebrows. Sister, the campus network of an university needs a student number to log in. Last night, only our 2 students of an university were in the bar. Who took those photos and who sent them to the forum? Why don't you explain? What's more, Wu Lina said that you told her that my private life was not careful. You said that we were a family. Since we were a family, why did you deliberately spread rumors about me? Mu Qianro panicked. She gritted her teeth and burst into tears. It was extremely pitiful. Sister, you really misunderstood. Those photos were not taken or sent by me. Sister, if you doubt me, you can find someone to check the IP address. Anyway, she breathed the junior girl and sent it with her school number. Mu Qianro was extremely aggrieved. I just listened to Lina say this matter and advised her not to guess you at will. I didn't expect that she heard me saying that your private life was chaotic, and I really just wanted to care about you. After all, sister, your situation is special. You have been growing up in the countryside and don't understand the world. You don't have a good relationship with your former classmates, and you have no friends. I'm worried that you will be wronged, so I specially told Lina to take good care of you. But she misunderstood what I meant. Sister, it's all my fault. I apologize to you. Everyone listened and didn't know what to say for a moment. After all, Mu Qianro was not wrong. Mu Beiying came from the countryside. As a sister, she was worried that she would be bullied, so she asked someone to take care of her, which was forgive. This matter is all blamed on Wu Lina's nonsense. What does it have to do with Mu Qianro? Mu Qianro breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Mu Beiying proudly. This fool, do you think you can bring yourself down in this way? It's too simple to think. Mu Beiying suddenly smiled. So you are worried that I am from the countryside and can't integrate into college life. But why do I live in the countryside? Doesn't my sister know better than anyone else? Mu Qianro's face changed and she subconsciously stopped, but it was too late. Mu Beiying said very quickly, because your mother's junior can't tolerate me, she drove me to the countryside when I was 10 years old. The Mu family said that I was a redneck and you were a noble princess, but what did I do wrong? You, an illegitimate daughter, is holding the moon in the stars of the Mu family. As the original daughter, I can't eat enough and wear warm clothes. I have to worry about survival every day. If my sister is really for my good, why do you have to tell others over and over again that I came from the countryside and stabbed my heart? After this passage, the scene was as quiet as a chicken in an instant. The students' eyes widened and their faces were full of shock. No way. The reason why Mu Beiying became a redneck was deliberately thrown away by Xiao San. Mu Qianro kept saying that it was because Mu Beiying couldn't stand the strict tutoring of the Mu family, so she had to go to the countryside. I didn't expect it to be like this at all. The illegitimate daughter occupies the position of the lady of other people's money, and also mocks the barber people in their hometown. Why didn't I find Mu Qianro's green tea before? Mu Qianro's expression was about to suffocate. How dare Mu Beiying? This is about the face of the Mu family. Why is she so selfish? Students spit out one after another, it's too much. I reasonably suspect that the post was posted by Mu Qianro. Who let Mu Beiying be the daughter of the original match and block her way? Did you go to the award ceremony of the last calligraphy and painting competition? Mu Qianro robbed Mu Beiying's fiancé and showed off proudly. Hiss. Xiao Sa's daughter is still Xiao San. She says it's for the sake of Mu Beiying. In fact, she can't wait for Mu Beiying to die. Chu glanced at Hua Shijing, and then sneered, Mu Qianro, you'd better give an explanation. Others are afraid of you, but I'm not afraid of you. Mu Qianro's whole body trembled, and anger and unwillingness surged up like a tide. Let her apologize to Mu Beiying. Absolutely impossible. Mu Qianro gritted her teeth weakly, covered her face and cried bitterly, pretending to repent. The next moment, his body swayed like a willow branch and fell down softly. Cho Ji sneered, and he would only use the means that could not be put on the table. Principal Zhang. Huo Shixing, who had been silent, suddenly raised his eyes and smiled lightly, looking very gentle and harmless. But Principal Zhang clearly felt the murderous spirit under the smile. The man was careless. Since Mu was wronged, how does the principal plan to deal with this rumor-monging student? Mu Qianrou fainted, and Wu Lina couldn't pretend to be dizzy anymore. Her teeth were trembling in horror. When President Zhang heard Huo Shixing's words, he was afraid of neglecting the master, so he hurriedly turned his head and frowned. Wu Lina deliberately slandered and spread rumors on her classmates, which had a great impact on her classmates. In order to prevent similar things from happening in the future, she must be severely punished and fired immediately. Just now, Wu Lina asked the school to expel Mu Beiying, but she didn't expect that she was expelled now. The students around are still pouting for the fire. Wu Lina bullied a junior girl last time and killed her suicide. Fortunately, she was saved. Who doesn't know that Wu Lina has been violent to others in school for a long time? Mu Beiying can be regarded as giving us a bad breath. Wu Lina looked in a trance, and her whole body staggered. Dissipation. Expulsion. No, 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 she is going to marry into a rich family in the future. Her parents finally put her into Angcheng University. If she has such a stain on her body, which rich family will want her? Why did she fall to such a point? Wu Lina suddenly turned around and looked at Mu Qianrou, who was falling aside. Suddenly, she collapsed and rushed forward. It was you. It's all you who hurt me. Mu Qianrou, I fought with you. Chapter 50. Mr. Huo, what is the relationship between you and Mu Beiying? Mu Qianrou, who pretended to be dizzy, was suddenly strangled and subconsciously reached out to push Wu Lina. Wu Lina was not willing to hold her hand, as if to vent all her anger. It's all you. It was you who said that Mu Beiying bullied you every day, and that you said that Mu Beiying robbed your fiancé. That's why I want to help you vet your anger. I didn't expect that you lied to me. You are the shameless junior. Your mother is Xiao San, and you are also Xiao San. Why is Xiao San so cheap? It's not enough to frame Mu Beiying, and you still want me to bury you. Mu Qianrou was pinched and kept coughing, and tears gushed out. Let go, let go. Wu Lina went crazy. I let you lie to me. You are the one who should be fired the most. She pressed Mu Qianrou's head and slapped her face left and right. After a while, Mu Qianrou's whole face was swollen. The students watched the two goddesses fight together in a daze. What kind of large-scale dog-biting scene? Mu Beiying smiled softly. Classmate Wu woke up his fainted sister with a few words. What a medical miracle. I think my sister will faint in the future. I don't go to the doctor. How good it would be to go directly to Wu. Everyone immediately understood that Mu Qianrou was pretending to be dizzy just now. The principal hurriedly ordered people to pull them away. Wu Lina and Mu Qianrou dealt with them according to the school rules and informed your parents to come. Well, the other students go back to class quickly. After saying that, he wiped the cold sweat between his forehead and turned around and asked, Mr. Shi, are you satisfied with this treatment? Huo Shixing was finally willing to give the principal half a look. It doesn't matter whether I am satisfied or not. The important thing is that Beiying is full of dissatisfaction. The principal is in a cold sweat. Mu, what do you think? Mu Beiying is neither humble nor arrogant. For rumors and slander, how the school rules are written, the principal will deal with it, and there is no need to ask my opinion. However, Wu Lina's case is not an exception. Although Angcheng University is a famous university, there is also campus violence. I hope the principal can find out clearly and don't make the students feel cold. Principal Zhang dares to say a word no. Mr. Shi, classmate Mu, don't worry, I will deal with it well. Huo Shixing then nodded and came over. Principal Zhang was wondering who he was calling for. Then, he saw Mu Beiying's face blushing and squiring and walking towards him with small steps. Huo Shixing looked at President Zhang indifferently. He is a senior in Beiying University and doesn't have much time in school. I hope she can finish college happily. Today's incident will never be allowed to happen again. Mu Beiying's eyes were hot. At this time, everyone felt that she had proved her innocence, and the matter was over. Only Huo Shixing hopes that she can be happy. Principal Zhang was shocked when he heard this, and an idea came to his mind. Is it possible that Mr. Shi came here today for Mu Beiying? He suddenly felt a little scared. What is the relationship between Mr. Shi and Mu Beiying? At this moment, Huo Shixing asked lightly, how many classes are there? When Mu Beiying saw him, she remembered what happened last night. Her cheeks couldn't help blushing and replied obediently. 4 sections. I happen to have something to deal with in an university. By the way, I'll wait for you after class. Huo Shixing said, I drove here myself today to pick you up after class. Mu Beiying teased for a moment. Thinking of the car, last night's picture poured into her brain again. She covered her face. I got it. Principal Zhang, who was not far away, looked at this scene and suddenly realized. Fortunately, he just wanted to ask such a stupid question. Isn't it clear at a glance what the relationship between Mr. Shi and Mr. Mu is? The principal came forward and sighed beside Mu Beiying. Classmate Mu, I didn't expect you and Mr. Shi to have such a relationship. You are really deep in hiding it. Huo Shijing stopped walking. Mu Beiying was stunned. What? Did the principal see it? Don't do it. She said that she would marry Huo Shijing in secret, and Grandpa Song often had contact with Anda. In case Grandpa Song knew about it, then Mu Beiying's thoughts drifted farther and farther away, and the more she thought about it, the more afraid she was. Then, she heard the principal say excitedly, I didn't expect you to be Mr. Shi's niece. I've always heard that Mr. Shi has a junior, but I didn't expect it to be you. Classmate Mu has such a background and is so low-key, which is worthy of being a student example of an university. Mu Beiying almost choked herself to death in one breath. Scared her to death. She was afraid that Principal Zhang would say something again that would make her scalp tingle, so she pulled Huo Shijing to the teaching building. Behind him, Principal Zhang also said happily to Director Xu, Look, Mr. Mu is still embarrassed. Director Xu asked, Principal, is Mr. Xu really Mu's uncle? I have never heard that Mr. Shi and the Mu family are related. Principal Zhang waved his hand. Oh, Mr. Mu hasn't lived in Mu's house for a long time. Maybe he was adopted by Mr. Shi at that time. Director Xu believed it. He didn't expect Mu to be so good in front of Mr. Shi. Sure enough, the students were still afraid of their parents. Mu Beiying. She staggered under her feet, hurriedly accelerated her pace and fled the scene. After 4 classes, it was already 5 p.m. Mu Beiying came out of the teaching building and did not see Huo Shijing, but Bai Ji. Bai Ji said respectfully, Madam, sir has something to do in the school director's office. I'll take you to find him. Mu Beiying nodded. The two walked around the campus for 20 minutes and finally arrived at the administrative building. They took the elevator directly to the top floor. Mu Beiying was curious, does Huo Shijing usually come to an university? Bai Ji answered truthfully, Sir is one of the school directors of an university. Oh. It turned out to be the school director. By the way, she remembered that the heir of the Song family was the school director. Song Lingtian said that Mu Tianro showed off for a while. But last time at the Luo family banquet, those people clearly mentioned the word was old house. Last night, she was afraid of misunderstanding Huo Shijing's identity, so she specially investigated, but she couldn't find out the reason. Mu Beiying's worries surged up again. Just then, the office arrived. Mu Beiying pushed the door in and suddenly stared wide-eyed. There is a special table for calligraphy in the office, covered with white rice paper. Huo Shijing is writing, and his writing is smooth and magnificent. From her point of view, Huo Shijing's calligraphy is even better than that of Grandpa Song. Mu Beiying's eyes turned and he decided to try. When did you start learning calligraphy? The man said lazily, I can't remember clearly. Mu Beiying swallowed his saliva and couldn't remember clearly, which means that he has been practicing since he was a child, and his talent and achievements must be inseparable from the guidance of the Song family. It seems that she really thought too much before. She was about to walk over when Huo Shijing suddenly narrowed her eyes and asked meaningfully, Mrs. Huo seems to be very concerned about whether I can calligraph. Are you hiding something from me? Chapter 51. What did Mrs. Huo hide from him? Mu Beiying's expression stiffened, and his scalp was numb when he met Huo Shijing's eyes. She still can't tell Huo Shijing the real purpose of her marriage to him. There are many questions and unreasonable things about the Song family, the jade pendant left by the mother, and why they must marry the Song family after obtaining a will. She didn't want anyone to intervene until Mu Beiying found out. And she inexplicably didn't want Huo Shijing to know that she was taking advantage of him. Mu Beiying was a little afraid to look at him and lowered his head. I just care about you. Huo Shijing smiled inexplicably. Last night, Mrs. Huo was still restless, but after knowing that he could calligraph, she was obviously in a much better mood. Therefore, Huo Shijing guessed that the fact that he could calligraph was the reason why Mu Beiying was in a good mood. But why does she care whether he can call for calligraphy? Huo Shijing said carelessly, it turned out that you just wanted to care about me. I thought that if I didn't know calligraphy, Mrs. Huo would plan to marry someone else. Cough. Mu Beiying was almost choked by his own saliva. Huo Shijing wouldn't doubt it, would he? She was too anxious to try. Mu Beiying coughed and decided to stabilize the moment first. How could it be? Am I that kind of person in your heart? I really just want to know more about you. After saying that, she stepped forward with her eyes turning and changing the topic. It's late, how about we go home first? Huo Shijing looked at the sly and scared little fox in front of her, and suddenly raised a smile. Okay. Mrs. Huo must be hiding something from him. It doesn't matter. He can check it slowly. Mu family. The servant was serving the food to the table. Mr. Mu looked at it again and again. Where is Qianro? Why don't you go home? Words. As soon as the sound fell, Mu Qianro walked into the villa in despair. As soon as she saw several people, tears fell instantly. She knelt on the ground and sobbed aggrievedly. Dad, Grandpa, Mom, I'm sorry, I was fired from and a university. Woo-hoo. The principal said he would invite parents to go there. I'm ashamed of you. The Mu family's face changed, and Mu Yaohui subconsciously said, what's going on? Mu Qianro choked, Dad, don't ask. I don't want to go to and anymore. I just want to live well. Ling Ruo helped Mu Qianro up distressedly and hurriedly said, oh, Qianro, what are you doing? You have good grades and are obedient. How could Anda fire you? Did someone bully you? Mu Qianro shook her head and burst into tears. Mom, no one bullied me. I'm just so sad. Forget it, Mom, don't care. I'm afraid that if I stay in Anda, I will even die. I don't have as much thought as my sister. Speaking of this, Mu Qianro seemed to realize that she had said something and hurriedly covered her mouth. But Mr. Mu and Mu Yaohui have heard clearly. Mu Yaohui immediately frowned. Mu Beiying. Did she make trouble again? Mu Qianro said in a panic, Dad, don't blame me. My sister also hates me so much that she told everyone that I was drinking in the bar last night. Woo. She said that I was the kind of woman. My classmates and teachers believed me, saying that my private life was chaotic and I didn't deserve to stay in an university. I'd better die. Mu Yaohui's face changed, and Mr. Mu slapped it fiercely. It's ridiculous to get off the table. Ling Ruo hugged Mu Qianro and cried like a ball. How could Beiying be like this? Doesn't she know what Qianro has? Why do you have to slander Qianro's reputation? Woo, my daughter. Qianro, why don't we transfer? I know Beiying doesn't like you. If we transfer, we won't be in an way. Otherwise, Mom will really worry about you. Mu Yaohui's face is getting more and more ugly. This rebellious woman knows that she will cause trouble for me when she goes to the security conference. I told her earlier, don't let her go to such a good university. Mr. Mu closed his eyes. When he picked up Mu Beiying, he proposed to spend some money to let Beiying go to an university to study. But now, he sighed, Qianro, I will talk to Principal Zhang in person tomorrow. Anda owes the Mu family a fave. You can rest at home for a few days and then you can go back to school. A light flashed in Ling Ru's eyes. She knows this kindness. In fact, more than 20 years ago, the previous president of an university owed So Xingya. Now, to use that dead bitch's mother to protect Qianro. Haha, I don't know if Mu Beiying will be angry to death. The next day, Mu Beiying went to school, and she saw Mr. Mu during the break. Mu Beiying narrowed her eyes. The Mu family was also a little powerful in Angcheng. She didn't expect Mu Qianro to be really fired. But it was only the next day that Mr. Mu came to beg Mu Qianro for mercy. Was he too anxious? Principal's office. Mr. Mu said, President Zhang, I have heard about it. Qianro just doesn't know how to defend herself, and she hasn't reached the point where she has to be expelled. Principal Zhao's throat was stalked. What are you talking about? Mr. Mu was dissatisfied. Qianro said that the school wanted to fire her because Mu Beiying deliberately spread rumors that she was a drinking girl. Thinking of this, Mr. Mu's last trace of tolerance for Mu Beiying also disappeared. Beiying's child is jealous, and what he said may not be true. Qianro has always been innocent. How can she drink in the middle of the night? It's too unreasonable for your school to fire her because of this little thing. As soon as the words fell, the principal and other teachers looked at him with surprise and horror. Principal Zhao's face turned cold. Mr. Mu, do you think these things are deliberately slandered by Beiying? Mr. Mu is dissatisfied, otherwise what? Director Xu on the side was laughed angrily. How dare you claim to be the parents of Beiying? She was slandered that you didn't care, but instead beat the culprit back. Mr. Mu frowned. What do you mean? Yesterday, it was Mu Qianro who bribed a girl named Wu Lina and spread rumors that Beiying's classmates slept with her and her private life was chaotic. The human and physical evidence are there, and Mu Qianro also admitted that she did it. It's only one day, and the whole Mu family lost their memory. The teachers around said one by one, which made Mr. Mu's face turn red. Qianro was at home last night. That's obviously not what she said. Is it really Qianro spreading rumors to slander Beiying? No, Qianro has always been very kind and has always liked this sister very much. It was Beiying who targeted her everywhere. Mr. Mu didn't believe it. Beiying must have lied to everyone. Moreover, the marriage of the Qian and the Song family has not been fully decided yet, and now she can't be expelled from the university scandal. Mr. Mu has calmed down. Well, Principal Zhang, Mingren doesn't talk in secret. 23 years ago, and owed our Mu family a fave. As long as you promise not to fire Qianro, this kindness will be offset, and our Mu family will not ask again in the future. Although this kindness was left by So Xingya, so what? This disaster was caused by Mu Beiying. It is reasonable to protect Qianro with her mother's kindness. When Principal Zhang heard the words, his eyes changed from sarcasm to pity. Chapter 52. Her remarks to Hua Shijing. What is this? A great kindness was wasted on begging Mu Qianrou for mercy. The Mu family is really visionless. But at the same time, he is also not worth it for Mu Beiying. Being slandered and bullied, it was hard to prove her innocence, but the family tried their best to protect Mu Qianrou, and turned a deaf ear to her grievances. Principal Zhang sighed and finally persuaded Mr. Mu, sometimes, you can look away from Mu Qianrou, and look more at Beiying, and you will find that she is more than 1,000 times better than Mu Qianrou. Mr. Mu refused to admit from the bottom of his heart that Mu Beiying was better than Mu Qianrou, and waved his hand. It's impossible, President Zhang. You don't know about our family. Don't talk nonsense. Qianrou is an illegitimate daughter. We will spoil her more after suffering from snacks. Beiying is different. She doesn't learn well by herself. The goal has been achieved. Mr. Mu doesn't want to stay for a moment. I will let Qianrou come back to school tomorrow. Principal Zhang looked at Mr. Mu's back and sneered on his face. Director Xu couldn't help but say, illegitimate daughter. I think Mu Qianrou wears ayaluo satin and eats mountain delicacies and seafood. What's the bitterness? No one loves the original daughter. Their family and Xiao San's illegitimate daughter and Mei Mei, these three views. Principal Zhang shook his head. It's hard to persuade the damn ghost with good words. Look, the Mu family prefers Xiao San and his illegitimate daughter. Sooner or later, they will decline. At that time, it will be too late for them to regret. The next afternoon, Mu Qianrou came back to school. When Zhou Jin learned about this, he specially came to Anda to see Mu Beiying. Well, the Mu family is really shameless. Beiying, are you okay? Mu Beiying shrugged his shoulders indifferently and got used to it. It doesn't matter. I know that the Mu family can't watch Mu Qianrou be fired. Zhou Jin said distressedly, you are so heartbroken. I want Shijing to coax you well. Half a minute later, Mu Beiying's mobile phone rang, and the three big words Hua Shijing were on the call ID, and his cheeks began to burn. The man's voice came slowly. Hearing Zhou Jin, are you unhappy? Mu Beiying blinked. No. Hua Shijing narrowed her eyes. Mrs. Hua, I said, never lie to me. Mu Beiying really didn't lie this time. I know that the Mu family favors Mu Qianrou, so it's not uncomfortable. I didn't know that this sentence made Hua Shijing feel a little strange in his heart. I know. Mu Beiying didn't feel uncomfortable, not because she didn't care, but because she had known for a long time that the Mu family would do this. She practiced the skill of turning a blind eye in the disappointment of the Mu family again and again. Hua Shijing suppressed the strangeness in his heart and did a very childish thing for the first time after hanging up the phone. He asked Bai Ji to announce what Mu Qianrou had done in Anda University, and stabbed the Song family by the way. In the past, he disdained to use this kind of public opinion, but now, if it can make Mu Beiying happy, it is childish. Mu Beiying looked at the hung-up phone and frowned puzzledly. What does Hua Shijing know? Why did he feel better after making a phone call without saying anything to comfort him? Zhou Ju raised his eyebrows and looked down. What did Hua Shijing say? Why don't you say anything? Why are you so indifferent? You just note Hua Shijing directly. Last time I saw that he noted Mrs. What are you two reporting from superiors and subordinates? Don't make an intimate note. Mu Beiying picked up and subconsciously asked, what's the note? Zhou Ju turned his eyes and gave me your mobile phone. Mu Beiying was so trusting that she handed over her mobile phone. Zhou Ju pressed it twice and returned it to her. She said mysteriously, don't look at it yet. Next time he calls you, you can look at it. It's guaranteed to make you feel sweet. Mu Beiying. Why do you feel like you sold her and asked her to help you count the money? On the other side, Ling Ruo accompanied Mu Qianrou to get out of the car. There was a disdainful discussion from the classmates. Why did Mu Qianrou come back? Wu Lina was expelled. How could she, the initiator, still come back to school? It's good to have power in the family. But she is just an illegitimate daughter. Mu Beiying never uses the power of the family. She is an illegitimate daughter who is arrogant. Mu Qianrou's face changed again and again. She walked to a place where no one was, and finally couldn't help crying. Mom. You see, what do you say about me? Why don't you let Dad punish them? Mu Yaohui was originally worried that Mu Qianrou would be wronged, and said that he wanted to kick all the classmates who bullied her out of an university, but it was Ling Ruo who stopped her. Ling Ruo comforted, Qianrou, that matter has reached the ears of the Song family. If you want to drive these poor people away now, Mr. Song will be unhappy. Don't you want to marry Cheng Xiu? Mu Qianrou stamped his feet angrily. It was so annoying. Why hasn't the old immortal man died yet? Ling Ruo's eyes turned. Qianrou, your classmate is only in his early 20s and has not yet entered the society. It is the simplest time. As long as you put down and give some favors, your reputation will be reversed in less than a month. With that, Ling Ruo ordered her assistant to buy more than 30 cups of milk tea, send them to the class, and said hello kindly. Everyone is Qianrou's classmate. Come and drink milk tea. I know, Xianro was a little impulsive yesterday. She will definitely get along well with everyone in the future. Mu Xianro also looks like a good girl, biting her lower lip. It's the monitor's birthday next month. Monitor, I'll invite you to the Yupingtao Hotel for your birthday. The whole class can go. The students stared wide-eyed and couldn't help looking at each other and muttering in a low voice. It seems that Mu Qianro, the little third mother, is not as bad as Mu Beiying said. Yes, maybe we really misunderstood. Mu Qianro smiled proudly and hid his resentment in his eyes. Mu Beiying did not pay much attention to Mu Qianro's affairs. She opened the email and saw someone leaving a message to her. I found a little information. The relationship between your mother and the Song family may not be so good, but it's also her own will. If you want to get her inheritance, you must marry the Song family. Mu Beiying has always felt that something was wrong. Her mother tried her best to leave the inheritance to her. Why did she add this clause? Even if my mother had a good relationship with the Song family in those years, people's hearts were changeable. Who knows what it will be like in 20 years? The message also said, maybe you can find your mother's photo back then to see if the Song family appeared in her group photo. The photo of that year. This is a good way. Mu Beiying immediately wanted to look through the mobile phone album, but after looking for a while, she found that the mobile phone was missing. It seems that when I went home just now, I threw it casually. I don't know where I threw it. Mrs. Huo, what are you looking for? Huo Shijing took a sip of tea and rolled her throat. Mu Beiying is still looking down. I can't find my mobile phone. Did you see it? The man raised his eyebrows and dialed Mu Beiying's number, and the mobile phone rang under the sofa. Mu Beiying was surprised. It turned out to be here. She was about to bend down to pick it up, but Huo Shijing was one step closer to her, holding her mobile phone in her hand, her eyes drooping slightly, as if she saw something interesting, and asked with interest, Mrs. Huo, what is this what you noted for me? Mu Beiying's expression stiffened. Wait. Chuo Ju changed her note, and she didn't have time to read it. So, what did she note to Huo Shijing? Chapter 53. Huo Shijing had been investigating the people. Huo Shijing curled the corners of his lips, gently tapped his fingertips, hung up the phone, and the caller ID disappeared. Mu Beiying, who didn't see anything. Huo Shijing asked carelessly, doesn't Mrs. Huo want to make it public? Why did you change such a note for me? Mu Beiying's brain began to run rapidly. What do you mean? What did Chuo Ju change? Could it be husband, kiss husband, or something like that? In a word, it must be a name for meat numbness. Without waiting for her to speak, Huo Shijing was meaningful again. It turned out that Mrs. Huo was so true. Mu Beiying's throat was choked and he wanted to explain that the note was not changed by her, but if it was changed by someone else, it would be even more embarrassing. She turned her eyes and decided to pretend to the end. I just don't want to make it public, and it's not that I don't treat you as my husband. I'll give you a note. What's the problem? Huo Shijing smiled and nodded gently. That's it. Yes, that's it. Seeing that he believed it, the more Mu Beiying said, the more confident he became. You can also change the note for me. We are secretly married, but in private, we still have to get along as husband and wife. Huo Shijing said lightly, well, Mrs. Huo is right. Mu Beiying swallowed his saliva and always felt something strange, but he couldn't say it. Can you return the mobile phone to me first? Huo Shijing gave her the mobile phone. I have a video conference. Mu Beiying nodded. After Huo Shijing left, she went to do other things for a while. When she was free, she remembered that she hadn't read the note yet. So she clicked on the missed call. Mu Beiying immediately felt dizzy and almost suffocated. This. What is this? Chuo Ji's note to her was, I want the whole world to know that this is my husband. Wait. Mu Beiying was suddenly horrified. She just told Huo Shijing that she didn't want to make it public. She wanted to have a secret marriage. But the note is, I want to tell the whole world. No wonder Huo Shijing didn't let himself read the notes just now. He obviously knew everything. Mu Beiying hurriedly stretched out her hand to cover her face. She was dying. Did she look like a fool in Huo Shijing's eyes just now? She took a deep breath, forced herself to divert her attention, and opened the mobile phone album to take a closer look. There is no Song family in the photo in the mobile phone. But my mother still has a few albums, which she put in her old house in Baishui town. Mu Beiying pursed her lips. It seemed that she had to go back. Huo Shijing finished the video conference and suddenly smiled when he thought of Mu Beiying's remarks. He really wanted to make it public, but unfortunately, that note was not changed by Mrs. Huo. Sir. At this moment, Bai Ji knocked on the door and respectfully reported the whereabouts of the person you have been investigating. Huo Shijing raised his eyebrows. Oh. The subordinates found that the man had lived in Baishui town for a period of time 2 years ago. Baishui town is a small town around Anchang. Huo Shijing narrowed his eyes. The hacker he had been investigating broke into the computer system of Huoshen's consortium 5 years ago and stole a document. With such a level of hacker, he must not be short of money. How can he live in an ordinary town? Huo Shijing smiled with interest. It happened that he would go to Baishui town tomorrow. Bai Yi should, yes. The next day, Mu Beiying got up early in the morning. She asked Uncle Zhang to borrow an ordinary low-key car and drove to Baishui town alone. After she was kicked out of the house by the Mu family, she lived in a small villa in Baishui town for a long time. The villa was left by my mother and has been taken care of by the housekeeper, Uncle Fu, so she put her mother's relics here. Mu Beiying drove the car to a small intersection. Just as he was about to enter the yard, he suddenly heard Fu Bo's plea. Mr. Ling, no, this is Mrs. Xingya's thing. Miss Ling, please don't do this. Mrs. Xingya has passed away. You. Mu Beiying frowned and accelerated her pace. Then, there was another angry male voice. Be presumptuous. My sister is Mrs. Mu now. Who are you disgusting by calling her Miss Ling? Do you look down on us? Well, even a housekeeper in the countryside dares not admit my sister's identity. You want to die? Before the man slapped, the door of the yard was suddenly pushed open. Mu Beiying walked quickly to the man, clasped his wrist and twisted it. The man shouted in pain. When he saw the person coming, he couldn't even think about it and cursed. Mu Beiying, let go. I'm your elder. Why are you so uneducated? Bitch. Mu Beiying narrowed her eyes and glanced at Ling Ru and her own brother Ling He in front of her. Mu Beiying sneered. No matter how uneducated you are, you can't compare with breaking into people's houses in daylight. After saying that, she looked at Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu, what's going on? Fu Ba is helpless and anxious. Beiying. Miss Ling ordered someone to open the door and wanted to snatch Mrs. Xingya's relics. Ling He's face was distorted and he was talking nonsense. What do you mean by robbery? Su Xingya died in the Mu family, which is the Mu family. My sister is Mrs. Mu, and it is natural to take her things. Why do dead people leave so many treasures? Why don't you show them to show filial piety to me? Mu Beiying's eyes were cold and he suddenly kicked Ling He to the ground. Ling He suddenly sounded like a pig-killing cry. Sister, help me. This bitch is crazy. Kill her quickly. Ling Ru shouted exaggeratedly, Beiying, my brother is also your uncle. Why are you so vicious? Come and have a look. Mu Beiying is going to kill. Seeing that Ling He wanted to climb up, Mu Beiying directly stepped on his back and trampled him back. She asked coldly, Uncle Fu, how many things did they take from their mother? Fu Bo hurriedly replied, 2 jewelry boxes and a watch are now in Mr. Ling's hand. Mu Beiying leaned over, pressed the back of Ling He's neck with one hand, and took off the watch neatly with the other hand. Ling He suddenly became angry, bitch. That's my watch. Give it back to me. And you should be filial to the elders of her inheritance. Mu Jiasheng raised you, why don't you know how to repay? White-eyed wolf. Mu Beiying sneered, directly reached out and pressed hard, removed Ling He's chin, and said nothing if he couldn't speak. Ling He's jaw hurts so much that he can only make a few simple syllables. Ling Ru was suddenly a little scared. Why did Mu Beiying look like a madman? At this moment, the door of the courtyard was pushed open again. Mu Yaohui came in and took something so slowly. Mu Beiying, why are you here? Mu Beiying raised her eyebrows and said, Ling Ruling her didn't come to steal her mother's things so boldly. It turned out that there was also Mu Yaohui. When Ling Ru saw Mu Yaohui coming, her eyes turned and she hurriedly cried and ran up, Yaohui, help us quickly. My brother is about to be beaten to death by Beiying. She is going to kill people. Woo-hoo. Chapter 54 The scumbag father and stepmother ate the consequences of themselves. Ling Rogong said, everyone is a family. Isn't Sister Sue's things yours? But Beiying said that we were not qualified to take it, and said that we broke into people's houses. She was really ignorant. Mu Yaohui's blood suddenly surged. Mu Beiying and Su Xingya died. Her inheritance naturally belonged to me. Ling Ru took something and still wanted to hit someone. Kneel down for me. Mu Beiying raised his eyes and glanced at him. Mu Dong, is your brain okay? My mother made a will. What does it have to do with you? Mu Yaohui's throat was choked and he was angry. It was just a little relic. How could you be reluctant? Qianro is going to visit Song's house and give her your mother's jewelry. Mu Beiying leaned against the doorbar and raised her eyebrows. Mu Qianro, an illegitimate daughter, is also suitable. Ling Ru cried with pear blossoms and rain. Beiying, why are you talking so vicious? Qianro is your sister. Her happiness is also your happiness. Why don't you help her? How did you become like this? Mu Yaohui raised his hand angrily, rebellious girl, I'll beat you to death today. Mu Beiying did not dodge or dodge, and shook his mobile phone slowly. I recorded everything today. Mu Dong had better think clearly about what would happen if he broke into a private house and helped Xiao San steal the original inheritance. The slap stopped forced. Mu Yaohui's blood pressure soared. You, how dare? Start to stater at this age, and advise Mu Dong to see a doctor as soon as possible. Mu Beiying asked Liang Liang, does Mu Dong want the recording to be sent out or return my mother's things? Mu Yaohui's face turned red. He never thought that Mu Beiying even recorded the sound. Seeing that the things in her hand were about to turn into nothing, Ling Ruo hurriedly cried and said, Yaohui, you have to think about Chero, how can my daughter have such a sister? Mu Yaohui's expression was shaken, and Mu Beiying slowly stimulated his nerves. It seems that Mu Dong has decided, so I will send the recording to Jie Ling first. Return the things. Mu Yaohui suddenly opened his mouth. Ling, he was dumbfounded. Those are all valuable jewelry. Will they return them like this? Ling Ruo was angry, but she couldn't disobey Mu Yaohui's will. She could only be wronged and knock down the jewelry box. In the end, Beiying still didn't like me. Woo. Mu Beiying didn't bother to pay attention to it. She didn't even look at the three people behind her. She turned around and went into the room. She put the jewelry box back in its original place and looked for it in the cabinet for a long time. Uncle Fu, where is the album? Uncle Fu was shocked. I have been putting my wife's album here, and no one has touched it. Only Miss Ling has just. Mu Beiying suddenly understood and almost laughed. She immediately went out and stopped the three people who were about to leave. Ling Ruo hid behind Mu Yaohui and cried and asked, Beiying, I've returned everything to you. What else do you want? Mu Beiying asked coldly, where is my mother's album? Mu Yaohui is impatient. Do you have an end? What kind of album? Who wants a dead album? Bad luck? Mu Beiying narrowed her eyes. Ling Ruo, do you still want to be slapped? Ling Ruo was shocked by Mu Beiying's momentum, followed by a strong unwillingness. Shouldn't Mu Beiying, a bitch attached to the Mu family, be trampled under her feet? Why do you talk to her in such a tone? Ling Ruo was still angry. She was eager to see Mu Beiying's lost expression, and couldn't help stimulating, album? Oh, I remembered that the album was small and broken. I thought it was something dirty and burned it directly. I didn't expect it to be your mother's album. Oh, Yaohui is right. That thing is bad and burned well. Mu Beiying's blood was cold all over his body. He suddenly came forward and strangled Ling Ruo's neck, and asked word by word, burned. Ling Ruo cried loudly, Yaohui, help me. Mu Yaohui was impatient. It was just a few broken photos. If you burn them, you will burn them. Mu Beiying suddenly felt a little dizzy. There were not many photos left by her mother in the world. She didn't bring them when she returned to Mu's house, because she knew that Mu's family was not safe. Unexpectedly, Ling Ruo rushed to Baishui town and burned her mother's photo in every possible way. Mu Beiying slowly closed his eyes and then opened them, sharp and cold. It seems that I am too kind to you. Ling Ruo pretended to be very tolerant. Beiying, why do you have to share with us for a dead person? We are. Mu Beiying held her head and slapped her 2 slaps. Ling Ruo's head was hit, and red and swollen palm prints appeared on her face, which immediately destroyed her elaborate makeup. Bitch. You hit me? Mu Beiying didn't bother to pay attention to it and ordered sternly, Uncle Fu, call the police. Fu Bo quickly got through to the town police station. Mu Yaohui heard the sound of the siren outside, and his expression was difficult to see. Mu Beiying, why are you crazy? This is such a small matter to call the police. Do you want to embarrass me because of a dead person? Let me tell you, you are my daughter, and it's not good for me to humiliate you. Mu Beiying sneered and looked at Mu Yaohui coldly. Mu Dong, I don't know if I will be ashamed, but your deeds will soon spread all over the world. Mu Yaohui almost got high blood pressure, how dare you? Just then, the people from the police station ran in. Mu Beiying looked at them and was the police I called. The 2 of them broke into the house and maliciously destroyed my mother's relics. There were recordings and witnesses. The police at the police station had already understood the situation and put Ling Ruo's shoulder and took them to the police car. Mu Yaohui was angry and anxious, so he had to find a relationship to get Ling Ruo out. Mu Beiying, you wait for me. Mu Beiying slammed the door and took a deep breath. Fu Bo apologized and said, I'm sorry, Beiying. I didn't protect Mrs. Xing Aya's photo. Mu Beiying shook her head. Mom should still have some photo albums scattered in other places. Uncle Fu, please help me investigate. Fu Bo nodded. After the 2 of them cleaned up the relics together, Fu Bo said, by the way, Beiying, the person who tracked you 5 years ago seems to have come to Baishi town. Mu Beiying narrowed her eyes. Oh, who revealed my whereabouts? No one should have revealed it. It was the person who found it himself. Mu Beiying is a little strange. She has never offended anyone. Why did that person persistently investigate herself? Uncle Fu, please help me pay attention to Baishui town. If that person investigates your head, you can find a way to fool him. By the way, Mu Beiying raised his eyebrows slightly and pulled out the person investigating me. Half an hour later, Mu Beiying and Fu Bo said goodbye and happened to bump into a tall man when they were discharged from the hospital. She covered her head in pain, right? Before she finished speaking, her eyes collided with a pair of light grey eyes. Mu Beiying subconsciously took 2 steps back. Is she dazzled? Why does she feel that this person looks like Huo Shiqing? Huo Shiqing glanced at the yard behind her and didn't move. Mrs. Huo, are you stupid? Chapter 55 Mu Beiying, is he the one he is looking for? Mu Beiying immediately returned to his senses and almost burst into his heart. Damn, it doesn't look like him, this is Huo Shiqing. What is he doing here? Mu Beiying couldn't help looking behind Huo Shiqing. Strangely, he couldn't come to travel. She swallowed her saliva and smiled. Mr. Huo, what a coincidence. Huo Shiqing narrowed his eyes meaningfully. He followed the clues to Baishui town and found out that the hacker had lived in this small villa for a while. However, when I got outside the villa, it was Mrs. Huo who opened the door. It seems that Mrs. Huo really has something to hide from him. Huo Shiqing hooked his lips and followed her words. Unfortunately, I'm here to find you. Huh? Mu Beiying was dumbfounded in an instant. Come all the way here to find her? She was about to ask why she was looking for her. Before she could speak, Huo Shiqing looked up carelessly. What's the matter with you doing here? Mu Beiying faintly felt that she was being led by Huo Shiqing, but her head did not turn around and subconsciously answered. This is my house. I'm here to take a picture of my mother. Is this her house? The guess in Huo Shiqing's mind became clearer and clearer. The corners of the man's lips raised an arc that seemed to be smiling but not, and he didn't ask any more questions. Let's go, Mrs. Huo. Mu Beiying refused without thinking about it. I still have something to do. Before he finished speaking, Huo Shiqing swept over lightly. Obviously, his face was as usual, but Mu Beiying saw a trace of threat from his eyes. She immediately became cowardly and turned around, but Mr. Huo came to pick it up in person. I can't live up to your kindness. Go home now. Huo Shiqing is very satisfied. After getting into the car, Mu Beiying immediately shrank into the corner. Before she could close her eyes, she heard Huo Shiqing ask slowly, since Mrs. Huo went back to look for the album, what about the photo? Mu Beiying's expression stiffened, and he felt a little guilty inexplicably. Wait a Monday? What does she feel guilty about? She is just looking for photos. Although this villa was her base camp as a hacker, Huo Shiqing certainly didn't know that when he asked, he should just care about her, right? Mu Beiying didn't open his eyes. He didn't want to fight and was burned by Li Ruo. Huo Shiqing's careless expression converged. This is the first time he has seen traces of sadness and loss from Mu Beiying's face. He cares very much inexplicably. Arriving at the Yujing garden, Mu Beiying went straight upstairs, and Huo Shiqing's eyes became deeper and deeper. Go and check that Mrs. Huo has lived in Baishui town for several years. Soon Beiji, who was sitting in the front row, replied to him, when his wife was driven to the countryside, she lived in Baishui town, and then left, and only came back 4 years ago. Huo Shiqing narrowed his eyes. The hacker attacked the system of Huoshen's consortium 5 years ago. Isn't it her? But in a villa, except for the owner, it is difficult for others to stay for a long time. It seems that Mrs. Huo has a close relationship with the hacker. Obviously, Bai Ji was also aware of the seriousness of the matter. Sir, you can find a few people to torture Ling Ru and ask her where she hid Su Xingya's photo. Huo Shiqing interrupted lightly. Ling Ru said that she had burned the photo, but if she got Su Xingya's photo, she would definitely treat the photo as Su Xingya herself to torture, and would not burn it directly. Bai Ji. Sir, do you know what you are talking about? First Cheng obviously suspected that his wife was the hacker at the beginning. Why did he ask him to find photos for his wife as soon as he changed his voice? If she is a hacker, then they are the enemy. Huo Shiqing swept over indifferently. Do you have any comments? Bai Ji's whole body trembled. No, my subordinates are going. And Huo Shiqing spoke again. Bai Ji rolled back immediately. Huo Shiqing suddenly smiled and said gently, whether the photo is burned or not, Mrs. Huo is unhappy. If she is unhappy, I want to make more people unhappy. As soon as Bai Ji heard this tone, he knew that someone was going to suffer. His subordinates knew that he would now order someone to go to an university. Ling Ruo and Ling He Mu Yaohui had already suffered. The three of them put themselves into the police station. It is estimated that the whole upper class knew about it, which was enough to be humiliated. So now, there is only Mu Qianro left. So Huo Shiqing means he wants to make Mu Qianro also suffer. Angchong University. Mu Qianro has completely reversed her classmates' attitude towards her by relying on a little kindness. Even Li Ruo's reputation has improved a lot. These days, she has become the high-ranking and the stars holding the moon again. It happened that Xie Ling came to An to give a lecture today. She was left by Xie Ling, and the classmates were particularly envious. Mu Qianro blushed. Mr. Xie, what happened last time? There was a misunderstanding about the last thing. Miss Mu, I have a very good impression of you. Xie Ling smiled gently. Would you like to accompany me for a walk in Under? Everyone looked at them with envy. Mu Qianro was very proud. Even if Xie Ling chose Mu Beiying in terms of cooperation because of Su Xingya, so what? Xie Ling favors herself. A few days ago, Mu Qianro was ridiculed for a long time because of her illegitimate daughter. She took Xieling to a place with a lot of people, and she must let everyone see her excellence. Xieling's eyes flashed and deliberately said, in fact, the last cooperation failed, and we can have the next cooperation. Miss Mu, the sincerity of you and Ling Ru touched me. Mu Qianro was excited and hurried to agree. At this moment, the mobile phones of the students around her received a news push. The next moment, everyone looked at Mu Qianro with strange eyes. Her parents are too shameless. Are they robbers to go to other people's houses to steal things? I think these gorgeous clothes and jewelry on Mu Qianro are all stolen, right? Fortunately, we praised Ling Ru a few days ago, saying that she is beautiful and kind-hearted. It turns out that she is still a vicious stepmother, bah? Xie Ling actually wants to cooperate with Mu Qianro. Xie Ling can't be blind. When Xie Ling heard her name, she stopped in doubt. What are you talking about? Several students are indignant. Mr. Xie, don't cooperate with Mu Qianro. Her parents actually broke into the house and robbed. Yes, it's too much. All the things left by Mu Beiying's mother to Mu Beiying were robbed by her stepmother and illegitimate daughter. Fortunately, Mu Qianro still pretended to be a goddess in front of us. In front of us, her sister was long and her sister was short. Behind us, she threatened to beat and scolded Mu Beiying. What else can't be done? Mu Qianro's face turned pale, and her body shook, and tears came when she said it. How can I not understand what you said, Mr. Xie, don't believe it. Damn, these students have received the benefits of Mu Beiying and came to slander her. Chapter 56 Pretend to be a loving husband and wife with Huo Shiqing, and go to see their parents. Who knows that those students immediately handed over their mobile phones to Xielang. Mr. Xie, look, there are photos and recordings. Mu Yaohui said that if Mu Beiying doesn't give his mother's relics to Mu Qianro, he will kill her. Yes, Mu Qianro, your parents have entered the police station, and you are still here to seduce men. Are you shameless? Mu Qianro was so angry that she cried. Mr. Xie, this is not true. Dad is my sister's biological father and has always felt sorry for her. My mother also felt sorry for her. How could she? However, before she finished speaking, she was interrupted by Xieling's cold voice. It turns out that you Mujia are one thing in front of you and one thing behind your back. I thought the Mu family knew that the mistakes had been converged, but I didn't expect you to get worse. I was originally for Su Xingya to return to China, but you robbed her inheritance. What are you? It's just an illegitimate daughter. It's enough for the dove to occupy the magpie's nest. How dare you calculate the inheritance of the original wife? Get out of here. In the future, I will treat you as a person. Don't come to me and pollute my eyes. After saying that, Xie Ling turned around and left. The students around clapped their hands one after another. Xie Ling was so decisive. You have to be decisive about this kind of white lotus. I really don't know what Song Xiao likes Mu Qianro. Mu Qianro is so shameful. Why doesn't she transfer to another school? Mu Qianro's face turned pale, as if she could come down at any time. Finally, she couldn't stand the fingers of others and ran away crying with her face covered. As soon as she got home, she turned on the news hotspot and almost vomited blood in anger. The situation she managed to reverse was actually ruined by her own mother. Didi. Just then, the mobile phone rang. Mu Qianro saw that the caller ID was Song Lingqian and hurriedly cried to pick up. Brother Lingqian. Qianro, Grandpa saw the news and didn't want to see you for the time being. Song Lingqian frowned. What's wrong with Aunt Ling? If you are short of jewelry, you can ask me for it. Go directly to rob Aunt Sue's relics. Grandpa was very angry when he found out. Song Lingqian hurriedly comforted him and hung up the phone. Mu Qianro couldn't help being stimulated and smashed her mobile phone fiercely. She wants Su Xingli's things so that she can be in the lime at the Song family's banquet. Unexpectedly, she was disqualified from the banquet. Mu Qianro's brain was dizzy, and he fell directly on the ground and splashed. His voice was hoarse. Bitch, bitch. Why did Mu Beiying come back? Why didn't this bitch die outside? The servants passing by shuddered subconsciously when they saw her such a ferocious appearance. The second floor of Yijing Garden. Mu Beiying didn't know what was going on Mu Qianro's side. She lay on the bed and looked at her mobile phone. There is a yellowed photo of a woman in the mobile phone. In order to investigate the relationship between the Song family and her mother, she went to the old house in Baishui town, but she couldn't even bring back her mother's album. By the way, Huo Shiqing said he came to see her, but he didn't say why he was looking for her. Forget it. He didn't mention it later, so it shouldn't matter. Her thoughts became more and more confused, and unconsciously, she fell asleep on the bed. When I woke up, it was already the next morning. Mu Beiying jumped up from the bed immediately. She can sleep so well. There was a burst of hunger in her stomach. She wanted to go downstairs to get something to eat, but found Huo Shiqing sitting in the living room, repairing something. From the perspective of the upstairs, he should be repairing some calligraphy and painting. That's right. He has a deep knowledge of calligraphy, and he should also have a lot of research on the restoration of calligraphy posts. Mu Beiying didn't doubt and went straight to the restaurant. When he was full, he saw that Huo Shijing was still there. She didn't mean to disturb and was about to go upstairs when she heard Huo Shijing calling her name, Beiying. Mu Beiying was stunned for a moment and looked at an album. Her brain buzzed, and her body was one step faster than her mind. She hurried up. This is my mother's album. Wasn't it burned by Ling Ru? How could it be in Huo Shijing's hands? Ling Ru didn't burn it. I asked Bai Ji to find it out from the Mu family. Mu Beiying turned over in a hurry, and his eyes turned red. It's my mother's photo. In the photo, she is gentle and bright, smiling happily at the camera. At this moment, she found the traces of repair on the photo. So, was Huo Shijing repairing the photo just now? The album was destroyed by Ling Ru, and no matter how high the technology is, it cannot be restored to its original state. Huo Shijing nodded. I have tried many ways, but I can only repair it to this point. Mu Beiying blinked his eyes and suddenly felt a little confused. His tone should have asked Bai Ji to find the album as soon as he came home yesterday. After finding it, he has been repairing it until now. Isn't it said that Huo Shijing's time is very precious? He actually wasted a day for his mother's album. Why is he so kind to himself? And she just wanted to use Huo Shijing to get the inheritance from beginning to end. Compared with this, she is really a scumbag. Mu Beiying's eyes felt a little moist. Thank you, Mr. Huo. If you need me in the future, I will definitely go through the fire. Well, there is indeed a problem that needs your help. Huo Shijing interrupted lightly. The word "tu" was swallowed by Mu Beiying without saying it in his mouth. Ah. Huo Shijing smiled gently. Mrs. Huo should still remember my original intention of marrying you. Mu Beiying suddenly remembered that he was being urged to get married at that time, so Huo Shijing's marriage with her should be to reassure the elders. Wait, what does he mean? Do you want her to meet his elders? It seems that Mrs. Huo has guessed it. Huo Shijing's light wind. My grandmother wants to see my newly married wife, Mrs. Huo. I checked. You don't have class today. Let's go. Mu Beiying swallowed back the little emotion he had just borne, with an expressionless face. Huo Shijing is the youngest son of Grandpa Song. His mother should be Grandpa Song's wife, who has never been public and passed away early, so his grandmother should also be very mysterious. Isn't it good to go to see his grandmother like this? Mu Beiying subconsciously refused. I still have. Mrs. Huo just said that she would thank me and did not give up. Huo Shijing said slowly. Mu Beiying choked in his throat in one breath, and he couldn't go up or down. That's really what she said. She couldn't slap herself in the face, so she squeezed out a smile, then, get in the car. In the car, Mu Beiying was a little anxious. How should she behave when she met her husband's parents for the first time? Huo Shijing, what's your grandmother's surname? What should I call you? She doesn't know who Grandpa Song's mysterious wife is. She is going to see his youngest son's grandmother first. Life is really emotional. Huo Shijing suddenly narrowed her eyes. Mrs. Huo seemed to have misunderstood his relationship with the Song family. The man's eyes flashed and just called her grandmother. Mu Beiying said, oh, sitting for a while and couldn't sit still. Who else is in your grandmother's family? What should I call? What kind of women do they like? Should I pretend to be a simple white lotus, or gentle, generous, and intelligent? Huo Shijing. Chapter 57. Send a woman to Huo Shijing, when she, Mrs. Huo, is dead? Huo Shijing glanced at her. You didn't care about the rest except grandma. Mu Beiying saw the impatience in his eyes and sighed. It seems that it is not easy to return to this family. That's right. How can the big family be simple? The villa is located in the west of the city. After parking, Mu Beiying saw a very luxurious villa and silently calculated who Huo Shijing's mother was. At this moment, Huo Shijing raised his eyebrows slightly. They were so far away. Are you sure we are like loving husband and wife? Mu Beiying looked at their distance, and his expression stiffened. Both of them are almost stuck together. Is this far? The next moment, Huo Shijing said, give me your hand. Give him a hand. Do you want to hold hands? Mu Beiying swallowed his saliva and stepped back a little scared. There is no need. I will make everyone feel that we are very loving. Holding hands is not. Huo Shijing can't help holding her palm. Mu Beiying suddenly lost her voice. The man underestimated. It's okay for your acting skills to be exposed in front of others, but you can't let grandma see it. Mu Beiying automatically translated this sentence. Don't pretend in front of others, because Huo Shijing doesn't care. It seems that the relationship between Huo Shijing and his mother's family is really not good. If it weren't for his grandmother, he probably wouldn't come back. The living room was full of people. Mu Beiying counted and clicked his tongue secretly. There were so many people in this family. A middle-aged woman sitting in the middle looked ugly and waited for her fiercely. Mu Beiying immediately understood. Oh. She, Mrs. Huo, makes everyone very dissatisfied. Huo Shijing glanced coldly, took Mu Beiying's hand and walked to the yard. I took you to find grandma. Mu Beiying nodded. However, the next moment, Hua Shijing was stopped. The middle-aged woman in the head immediately showed a flattering smile. Mom was still taking a nap. Shuqing, it's rare for you to come back. Don't leave in such a hurry. After saying that, she winked at the woman beside her again. Shishi, why don't you go to make tea for Shiqing? Only then did Mu Beiying notice that there was another young woman beside the middle-aged woman. Her face was like a peach blossom, and she blushed with shame. A middle-aged woman's eyebrows are flying. Shiqing, Shishi is my adopted daughter. She is lonely in the family. I looked pitiful and adopted her. I changed my surname, and now my name is Yo Shishi. Hua Shijing heard the word adopted daughter, and his eyes were full of disgust. It's a pity that the middle-aged woman didn't notice it, and she was still excited. Shishi graduated from a foreign university. Come on, she is proficient in English and is more than enough to be an assistant by your side. Shijing, you can take her home later. Another man also said, yes, Shijing, there is no one around you who knows your heart. You don't know how to be hot or cold. Let Shishi take care of you, and we can rest assured. The middle-aged woman stared at Mu Beiying proudly and pretended to be joking. We all jokingly call poetry a flower. She is gentle and considerate, many times better than some women who don't know etiquette. Mu Beiying. What kind of word can be used by a person who understands words, and a confidant? Hua Shijing is married, and you still want to give him a confidant. Mu Beiying could see what the middle-aged couple was doing at once. Isn't it just to give Hua Shijing a woman? But in front of her, Mrs. Hua, do you think she is dead? At this time, young Shishi returned to the living room with a teacup. Her cheeks were red and she bit her lower lip, as if she had accidentally entered the wolf's nest. Brother Shiqing, please have tea. Mu Beiying sneered while listening to the sentence, Brother Shiqing. Why do both of them like to call Hua Shiqing brother and brother? Do you think they will lay eggs? The middle-aged woman oops, Shishi, why are you shy? Shiqing is your brother. Then she said to Hua Shiqing, we, Shishi, are easy to blush. She is young and simple. After returning home with you, you should take more care of Shiqing, otherwise some people will definitely try to bully her. Young Shushu looked at Mu Beiying carefully and bit her lip to hide behind the middle-aged woman. Mu Beiying almost laughed angrily. She didn't say a word after entering the door, but she was ridiculed by these people 180 times when she was a mud bodhisattva. Mu Beiying put her arms around her chest. Before Hua Shijing agreed, why did Miss Yang come to the door to be an assistant? Young Shishi's face turned pale in an instant, and her eyes turned red, as if she had been greatly wronged. Middle-aged men are very distressed and angry. Shut up. It's your turn to talk too much about our family. Mu Beiying blinked his eyes. I'm just curious. People who know that you are kind enough to arrange assistance for Hua Shijing. If you don't know, you think that Huashan Consortium has the final say. People around Hua Shijing want you to decide. You. The middle-aged man suddenly panicked. I didn't mean that, Shijing, you can't believe Mu Beiying's words. Hua Shijing's face sank visibly. Everyone looked at each other and faintly panicked. All the middle-aged woman calmed down, stepped forward, and sneered at the topic. Mu Beiying, is this your attitude? Seeing that we elders don't know how to call people. Mu Beiying wondered, who are you? The middle-aged woman originally wanted to find trouble for Mu Beiying, but when she heard her ask like this, she was so angry. I'm Shijing's aunt. You don't know how to call someone when you see your uncle and aunt. Mu Beiying suddenly realized, what, you turned out to be Shichi's aunt. Disrespectful. Mrs. Yo's face became beautiful, and she heard Mu Beiying say truthfully, looking at your posture, I thought it was your old man. I can't wait to introduce a woman to Hua Shijing. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. Hua Shijing suddenly looked up at her. Bai Ji was stunned for a moment before he understood, and almost couldn't help laughing. The middle-aged couple blushed and pointed at Mu Beiying and shouted, what do you think we are? Shijing, look at Mu Beiying, she is so uneducated. We, Shishi, are obedient, but Mu Beiying said that Shishi is that kind of woman. Mu Beiying didn't know where her anger came from. She was unhappy when she saw others scheming Hua Shijing. Hua Shijing said that except for his grandmother, no one else paid attention to him, which showed his attitude. He must hate the so-called uncle and aunt. And the middle-aged couple forced the white lotus into him. The purpose can be imagined. Mu Beiying sighed and said very green teethfully, Uncle, Aunt, don't blame me for misunderstanding. It's really the first time I've seen an elder like you, and I didn't react. After all, Shu Xing already has Bai Ji, an assistant, around her. Is Miss Ya's work ability stronger than Bai Ji's? Or can you be more independent than Bai Ji? Nothing. You have to give her to Shijing. This. I misunderstood. Can you blame me? Hua Shijing smiled gently at the corners of her lips. Chapter 58 Hua Shijing protected his wife, and the green tea was speechless, and Mrs. Yang was almost angry to death. What is this and what? Bai Ji and Shu Xing are not the same kind of assistants. Bai Ji can only take care of Hua Shijing's work, but Shu Xi is different. Shu Xi can take care of his life. Mu Beiying blinked his eyes. Why didn't your aunt say anything? Is it possible that being an assistant is just Miss Ye's excuse? Her purpose is to get close to Hua Shuqing. But Shuqing and I are married, and we have to go home with him. What does it mean? You, Mrs. Yang tried her best to explain that our Shishi is a close assistant. Of course, he has to go home with Shuqing, otherwise how can he take care of his living? Yang Shushi's eyes were full of tears. Miss Mu, you don't have to target me like this. I'm just an assistant and won't threaten your status. Miss Mu, don't think too much. Mu Beiying sneered, oh, personal assistant, follow the male host to home, and then said to the hostess, don't think too much. I've seen green tea, but I've never seen such green tea. Just as Mu Beiying was about to open his mouth, Hua Shuqing suddenly looked back and said two words carelessly, assistant. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and Mrs. Yang immediately reacted. Shuqing, Shushu wants to be your assistant. Will you give your aunt a face? Hua Shuqing's face was cold, and a sarcasm flashed in his eyes. It happened that I did lack an assistant. Mu Beiying's eyes widened. What is Hua Shuqing doing? She found a way to help him refuse Ye Shushu, but he even said that he lacked an assistant. Could it be that Hua Shuqing likes Yang Shushu? A boredom suddenly appeared in Mu Beiying's heart. She didn't know where this feeling came from. She immediately opened her eyes and didn't even look at Hua Shuqing. Mrs. Yun didn't see the sarcasm in Hua Shuqing's eyes. She was overjoyed. Poetry. Did you hear that? Shu Qing agreed. After saying that, she looked at Mu Beiying contemptuously, and her eyes were full of pride. Miss Mu, it seems that Shuqing also thinks Shishi is better. It's not me who I'm talking about you. Don't be so jealous. Obviously, she is dirty, but she maliciously speculates on our poems. He's just a redneck. Do you want to compare with Shishi? Mrs. Yun said excitedly, Shishi, Don, I'm afraid, if Shuqing really falls in love with you, it must be Mu Beiying's not good enough. How can I blame you? All right, go pack up and go home with Shuqing. Young Shushi's cheeks turned red and her eyes were full of spring. Brother Shuqing, I'm going to clean up. Miss Yo, who said I allowed me to go home with you? Hua Shuqing suddenly turned his eyes. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and Mrs. Yan stammered, Shuqing, don't you all agree? Hua Shuqing was careless and looked at Ye Shushu. Which university did he study abroad? Young Shushu didn't react, and her expression stiffened. Hua Shuqing asked again, what degree did you study? How many years of work experience? Young Shushu bit her lower lip and looked at Hua Shuqing with charming eyes. Brother Shuqing, Hua Shuqing looked straight at her and interrupted mercilessly, how many foreign languages do you speak? How is the relationship with the British Eisen Group? How many academic papers have been published? What do you think about the theory published by the Huashan Consortium in the last quarter? Young Shushu's face became more and more ugly. Mrs. Yun suddenly became anxious. Oh, Shuqing, why do you ask so many questions? Shushu. She is just your assistant, serving your life. Hua Shuqing was careless. This was the minimum standard for being my assistant. Hua thought that since it was recommended by several of you, he didn't ask Miss Yang according to Baiji's standards. Why, this can't be reached. Mu Beiying. So sarcastic. This. Mrs. Yun didn't know how to explain it for a moment. Does Hua Shuqing know what personal assistant means? Serving him and warming the bed, how do you need so many things? Hua Shuqing looked cold. Since Miss Yan can't do anything, she should read more books. Beiying, let's go. Mu Beiying is so cool. She immediately followed the man's footsteps, which was a little powerful. A few words made Mrs. Ying and Miss Yang speechless. Shuqing. Mrs. Yang was in a hurry. She spent a lot of effort to give Yang Shushu to Hua Shuqing. If Hua Shuqing left, wouldn't all this be in vain? She couldn't figure out what was wrong with Shushu. She was good looking and could serve people. Isn't she much better than that redneck? Shuqing, at least you are the helmsman of Huashan Consortium and marry a redneck. Everyone will definitely gossip. Why don't we write poetry? Young Shushu pretended to be surprised, and her eyes were full of contempt. What? So Miss Mu is from the countryside? Hua Shuqing suddenly looked back at her. Young Shushu thought that this sentence had attracted Hua Shuqing's attention. He blushed and reflected his nobility. Brother Shuqing, I'm just a little surprised. After all, I have seen celebrities in the aristocratic circle since I was a child. Miss Mu is really... Hua Shuqing interrupted, so, Miss Yu has been a celebrity since she was a child. In order to highlight the contrast between her and Mu Beiying, Yang Shushu's eyebrows were full of spring and gentle judo. Yes, before being adopted by her parents, my family was also one of the largest families. I'm afraid these Miss Mu can't do piano, chess, calligraphy and painting, flower arrangement and tea art since elementary school. Mu Beiying, a redneck like him, worries about eating and drinking every day. How can he learn such skills as an aristocratic celebrity in the upper class? Just because of this, Mu Beiying was compared by her. However, the praise she wanted didn't come. Hua Shuqing sneered, and her eyes were like ice. Although my wife grew up in the countryside, she was admitted to Mengcheng University, a top university in China, with the best grades. She studied for a double degree, was sent to graduate school, and participated in many domestic and international competitions. Young Shushu suddenly had a bad premonition, and her expression stiffened. Huo Shijing hoarsely, why can she do this from the countryside, but Miss Ye, a celebrity and noble woman, is not even qualified to be my assistant. There was a dead silence around, and everyone's faces suddenly turned pale. Mu Beiying was stunned and looked at him in surprise, and then he realized. It turns out that he said so much. He was innating his anger for her. Young Shushu burst into tears. Brother Shijing. Mrs. Ying almost couldn't breathe and said anxiously, "Oh, Shijing, how can we, a lady like Shishi, show our faces to learn these things? What's the use of reading? Miss Mu knows how to study all day long. There must be no poetry that can serve people. You, think about poetry?" Mu Beiying almost laughed angrily. "Reading is useless. Is it useful to seduce talents?" Young Shushu and Mrs. Yang hugged and cried together. Young Shushu said aggrievedly, "I don't have so many twists and turns. Sister Beiying can please men. Mom, don't persuade me anymore. Sister Beiying reads while Eshu, I can still marry Shiqinga at the same time. I can't do it. If I marry Shiqinga, I will definitely be full of him, and there will be nothing else in my heart." Mrs. Yang wiped her tears and Shishi blamed her family for raising you too naively. "I heard that the country people like to be a vixen to seduce men the most. Miss Mu must learn all the bad things in the countryside, and you can't fight her." Huo Shijing's face suddenly sank. He was about to open his mouth, but Mu Beiying took the lead. Chapter 59. Shiqing likes a vixen like me. What should I do? I think my aunt is right. Mu Beiying lowered her head shyly, but Shiqing liked a vixen like me, not Miss Ye's simple and innocent woman. What should I do? The whole living room became quiet, and everyone looked at Mu Beiying dumbfounded. Huo Shiqing. He thought too much. He thought Mrs. Huo would be unhappy. Mrs. Young and Young Shishi's expressions were stiff, and their faces were dark as if they could drip ink. Mu Beiying is still saying, "How about Miss Ye, study with me more from now on? You are still young, and there is still time." Mrs. Yin blushed and cursed loudly, "Bitch. It's so interesting to let Shishi study with you. Our poets are famous. What are you?" Mu Beiying bent her lips and smiled. "I'm nothing, but Miss Yin, as a celebrity, can't get into Shiqing's eyes. Instead, he cares more about me. Maybe my charm is too great." Mrs. Yin almost choked. That's not what she meant. How can Mu Beiying be so shameless? Young Shushu covered her chest and was short of breath. "Miss Mu, you. Before you finished a sentence, you couldn't help falling down." Mrs. Yang cried loudly, "Shiqing, look at Mu Beiying. Shushu is your sister at least. How can you bear to watch Shishi suffer?" "Shiqing. Sister?" Huo Shijing interrupted Mrs. Yao's words faintly and raised her eyes sarcastically. "Does the Yang family have a special fondness for adopting daughters?" Mrs. Ye's cry suddenly stopped in her throat, and she couldn't go up or down. The scene was dead silent, and none of the more than a dozen people here dared to open their mouths. Huo Shijing's tone was calm, but with an unquestionable sense of oppression. "No cat or dog dares to be my assistant, Mrs. Ying sir, please tell that person that if she wants to sit in that position, don't offend me." After saying that, Huo Shijing took Mu Beiying's hand, "And I took you to see grandma." Mrs. Yung and Yang Shushu watched Huo Shijing leave with ugly faces, but they didn't dare to stop her because of the sentence adopted daughter. Huo Shijing took Mu Beiying around the house several times before arriving at a courtyard with particularly exquisite scenery. "No matter what those people say, you don't have to take it to heart. I haven't been close to the Yang family since I was a child, and I haven't seen Yo Shishi." Mu Beiying looked at him in surprise. Why did he explain this to himself? Didn't she take it to heart? Huo Shijing narrowed his eyes. It seemed that Mrs. Huo didn't care much. Mu Beiying was strange. Does she need to care? She doesn't care what Yang Shishi said or did. As long as she doesn't come to disgust herself. Huo Shijing's eyes became deeper and deeper. As Mrs. Huo, she doesn't mind other women seducing him. Does she believe in herself too much, or does she have no concept of marriage at all? Huo Shijing said carelessly, "Mrs. Huo, remember, don't let grandma down." When Mu Beiying heard the words, he immediately took the man's arm. "Don't worry, I'm a professional in acting." Soon, a woman who looked like a housekeeper came out of the yard. "Shiqing, here you are. This is Beiying, right? The old lady is already waiting for you." Mu Beiying saw all kinds of people, and she could see at a glance that the housekeeper sincerely welcomed her. Under the wisteria flowers in the yard, an old man is closing his eyes and recuperating. Huo Shijing restrained his oppression and fierceness, gently came forward, bent down and squatted down. "Grandma." Mu Beiying was stunned. She saw this expression on Huo Shijing's face for the first time. Huo Shijing is in charge of the whole Huoshan consortium and is never happy. But Mu Beiying can see that he is very happy now. Hearing the sound, the old man opened his kind eyes. Shijing, Beiying, sit down quickly. Mu Beiying sat down, and the old lady smiled and said, Shijing, it seems that you listened to your grandmother and did not marry casually, but chose the person you really loved. Mu Beiying's expression almost couldn't stand. The person he really loves? Is it because her acting skills are so good that she fooled the old man? Huo Shijing did not expose it. The old lady was very pleased. Grandma could see at a glance that your heart and eyes were full of Beiying. This is very good, and a marriage with feelings will last. Huo Shijing looked at well, I love her very much. Mu Beiying's face turned red and he couldn't help coughing. It turned out that Mr. Huo was the movie emperor. His acting skills were so amazing that he blinded the eyes of the old lady. She is ashamed of herself. The old lady was even more satisfied and looked at Mu Beiying. If Shijing bullied you, you must tell me, and I will teach him a lesson for you. Seeing that the old man was full of joy, Mu Beiying suddenly couldn't bear it. The old lady was happy that her grandson had found someone she really liked, but her love with Huo Shijing was fake after all. At this moment, Huo Shijing gave her a light look. Mu Beiying immediately did his duty as an actor. He was very shy. Grandma, how could Shijing bully me? It was too late for him to love me. You are so talkative. The old lady laughed so hard that she couldn't close her mouth. You must come to my birthday banquet next month. By the way, can you play the piano? Mu Beiying's brain was blinded for a moment. Mrs. Ye's birthday banquet next month. Wait, the old man's birthday banquet is a big event, and Grandpa Song should also attend, but why hasn't she heard Grandpa Song mention it? Mu Beiying felt more and more that the Ye family had nothing to do with the Song family, and he was a little flustered. But she obviously verified that Huo Shijing was the heir of the Song family from many aspects. She couldn't make a mistake, could she? North Sound? The old lady shouted again. Mu Beiying immediately returned to her senses. Grandma, I will. The old lady took out a score, and Grandma gave it to you. As soon as the words fell, the housekeeper beside him came forward in a low voice. Old lady, that's. The score is to be given to the predestined person. The old lady is very happy, Beiying. If you can practice the song above, please play it for me next time we meet. Seeing this, Mu Beiying was a little unsure whether she should accept the score or not. She subconsciously opened her eyes and was surprised. This is the lost song return. Huo Shijing suddenly looked at her and narrowed her eyes. Miss Mu, who grew up in the countryside, can play the piano. It can be said that she has a talent and can do it as soon as she learns it. But she can see at a glance that the score is the lost retribution. Mrs. Huo's 10 years of experience in the countryside really made him more and more curious. The old lady was surprised. Beiying, you actually know this song? This is a song written by my daughter. It's not lost. It's because I selfishly don't want my daughter's song to be played by people who don't know music. But you obviously know that giving it to you is also a kind of fate. Mu Beiying speculated from the old lady's words and the housekeeper's expression that the old lady's daughter should have passed away. It is rumored that the biological mother of the heir of the Song family also died early. So, the old lady's daughter is Huo Shijing's mother. However, the next moment, the old lady suddenly thought of something and sneered chapter 60 stealing Beiying. Young Shushu was slapped in the face, lest the adopted daughter try to take the score from me. Shuqing, if that woman still blackmails you as a mother, you can ask her to come to me to talk to me. In the past, I was in a coma and couldn't stop your grandfather. I let that woman take my daughter's place. I couldn't control this adopted daughter. But now that I'm awake, no one can bully you. The old lady's tone was fierce, and she could see the shadow of the strong woman who was domineering in those years. However, Mu Beiying is paying attention to another thing. How to listen to the tone of the old lady. The adopted daughter of the old man is Huo Shijing's biological mother. Grandpa Song likes Mendi. Will he marry an adopted daughter? Mu Beiying's brain was confused. At this moment, the old lady waved her hand. Shijing, take Beiying back first. Grandma is sleepy. The housekeeper got up and sent the two out of the door, with tears in his eyes. Old lady, the disease is getting more and more serious, and there is not much time to be awake. Most of the time, he is resting, which makes the adopted daughter more arrogant. Shijing, the old lady asked me to tell you that it is the Yong family who is sorry for you, but don't blame the old lady. She has tried her best. Huo Shijing nodded in a hoarse voice, I know. Leaving the Yong family, Mu Beiying was full of questions, and he didn't know where to open his mouth. It can be seen that the old lady is seriously ill, and the Yong family is not peaceful. Huo Shijing has helped her a lot. If she ignores his feelings and stabs his heart in order to find out whether he is a member of the Song family, it would be too inhuman. Forget it, let's wait until we have a chance to ask. Mu Beiying was surprised by his own idea and was stunned for a moment. When did she become so thinking about others? She actually cares about Huo Shijing's feelings, afraid that he will be sad. This feeling is strange. The living room of the Yong family. Mrs. Ying Si's face was gloomy, and Young Suye also paced back and forth angrily. Young Shushu is the only chip in their hands, but I didn't expect that Huo Shijing didn't like it. Although she is an adopted daughter, she was also carefully cultivated by them. Looking at her being stunned by Mu Beiying, the couple's faces were even more ugly. Young Shushu woke up weakly and burst into tears. Dad and Mom, I don't care. Maybe because I'm an adopted daughter, Brother Shishing doesn't like me. Yan Sufu is in a hurry. What's wrong with the adopted daughter? Isn't the most promising one in our Yang family an adopted daughter? Huo Shishing's mother is an adopted daughter, but now she is firmly in the position of Hof people. Why doesn't he like you? Young Xie sighed. Shishu, the old lady woke up. You have to find a way to please her. I'll give you money, you find time to buy a piano. The old lady likes the younger generation who can play the piano the most. Yuan the fourth lady was angry. The old lady likes to listen to people play the piano. It's not because of the dead broom star that people are dead, and she has to take her to heart. Shishu, you have been practicing the piano more recently. It's better to get some shares from the old lady's hand. As for cheating, Mrs. Yunse snorted coldly. I don't believe that men can hold back from stealing fish. Don't worry, Mu Beiying, a redneck who only knows how to cause trouble, cheating will get tired of playing. On the other hand, Mu Beiying returned home and began to study the score. Unfortunately, there was no piano in Yujingying. Early the next morning, she went directly to the largest piano in the city. Last night, she roughly checked the situation of Chaya's family. The old lady's daughter has 4 children in this generation. The eldest lady has passed away, the third lady is an adopted daughter, and the second and fourth masters were born to the lovers of the old man. The only biological child of the old lady is the deceased young lady. As for the relationship between the Young family and the Song family, Mu Beiying sighed that she really didn't find out. It seems that a force is preventing her from investigating down. Just thinking about it, the piano has arrived. After Mu Beiying chose the piano, his eyes were suddenly attracted by a white jade flute. She looked at the price and paid neatly. However, before the flute was delivered to her, a female voice came from her ear. I want this flute. Mu Beiying narrowed his eyes and turned his head to see that Ye Shishu was surrounded by several bodyguards, like stars holding the moon. The staff of the piano line said awkwardly, I'm sorry, there is only one white jade flute, and customers have already bought it. Young Shishi's eyes were full of provocation and contempt. Did she buy it? Do you know who I am? I would rather sell the flute to a redneck than to sell it to me. The bodyguard came forward and forced the staff to force the flute to Young Shishi. Young Shishi took the flute and said proudly, Miss Mu, it's really unfortunate that we fell in love with the same flute, but unfortunately the flute belonged to me in the end. How could Mu Beiying not see that Young Shishi was intentional? How dare you steal her things? At all. Mu Beiying walked away calmly. Soon, she fell in love with a violin, which was priced at 500,000 yuan. Young Shushu didn't want to think about it. I want it. Mu Beiying's eyes fell on a zither, which was marked with a price of 800,000 yuan. Young Shushu provocatively asked the bodyguard to snatch the zither. Sorry, I like this too. Mu Beiying turned his head again and looked at a lute. Before the staff could speak, Young Shushu had already waved her big hand and wrapped it up for me. As long as Mu Beiying likes it, she will take it away. Unconsciously, Young Shushu has brushed more than 10 million. She raised the corners of her lips proudly. Mu Beiying, you won't be so poor, will you? How many musical instruments can't afford? If you are poor, don't pretend to be elegant. Mu Beiying was not annoyed either. He pointed to a corner of the store and said to the staff, I want to buy that piano. Young Shushi immediately said, I bought it. Mu Beiying smiled and blinked his eyes. Miss Yu also liked this piano. Young Shushi originally came to buy a piano to please the old lady. She sneered proudly. Of course, you think I can't buy it, but... Mu Beiying tilted his head and asked doubtfully, do you still have money? Young Shishi's expression suddenly stiffened. Mu Beiying said carelessly, Miss Yan said that she had spent 10 million yen just now. No matter how rich the Young family is, it should be the limit for an adopted daughter to spend tens of millions in a day. But that piano costs 3 million. Miss Ya, do you still have money to pay the 3 million? Young Shishi's face turned pale, and cold sweat fell repeatedly, because Mu Beiying was right, she had no money. Originally, 10 million yen was enough to buy a piano, but she spent all the money just now to compete with Mu Beiying. Ah, it seems that Miss Yang is out of money. Mu Beiying stroked her hair and said calmly, Miss Yang spent so much money and bought a bunch of useless musical instruments. I thought Miss Yin had saved a lot. Young Shishi's brain was confused, and he gritted his teeth word by word. A useless instrument? These are obviously Mu Beiying's love. How can it be a useless instrument? Who knew that the next moment, Mu Beiying said slyly in an angry tone, I just look at it casually. I'm not interested in those musical instruments. Who knew that Miss Ye was so arrogant that she bought it without looking at it? I admire you so much. Young Shushu finally understood and almost vomited blood in anger. Mu Beiying didn't like those musical instruments at all. She just wanted to stimulate her own consumption and spent 10 million for nothing.